Foreordained, Book 1 of the Wevlian Chronicles, written by Aaron N. Hall, narrated by Adriel Brandt. It begins. A gasp of horror echoed against the cathedral walls. It came from a 12-year-old boy. Looming over him, an old priest in orange robes formed fingers and thumbs into a triangle over the boy's head, uttering a prayer. The words were not his. They came from the sacred dragon, the one who rules above. A few feet away, the boy's mother and father clasped hands, sharing looks of dread. This would change everything. Not for them alone, but for everyone. What an honor. A terrible, unspeakable honor. The robed man finished his prayer, removing his hands and stepping away. After a moment, he looked to two scribes recording his words. One scribe collected his parchment carefully, as if handling sacred relics. The second scribe secured his scroll and handed it to a man who stood beside him. The man dashed through the door, bursting into the rain and mounting his horse. The horse whinnied as it fled into the darkness, bolting toward the castle. The robed priest told the family to remain in the cathedral until it was safe. Confirmation would come soon, sacred dragon be willing. But that would only be the beginning of this road. Every few gallops, the horseman shot a panicked glance over his shoulder. Soldiers were everywhere, and the king's spies were even more plentiful. The rider had been to the cathedral dozens of times, waiting for this blessed parcel to fall into his hands. He had almost abandoned hope that this glorious day would ever come, let alone on such a night. The horse galloped with wild haste down drenched streets, panting heavily, its breaths erupting from its nostrils. The rider squinted against the torrent, blurring his eyes as he careened through the darkness. Raindrops flicked off his leather hat, completely soaking the rest of his clothes. At long last, dragon be praised. The rider gripped his reins tight and forced his mount to a shaky halt. Directly to his left, a monstrous mansion hunched over the Nezmyth city skyline like a giant. Even among the poetic and extravagant buildings of Upper City, it demanded authority. The rider leapt off the saddle, sprinting for the iron gate that ran the perimeter of the mansion. He jammed his fist through the bars and shook the gate, shouting as loud as he could. His eyes darted from one rooftop to another as his quivering frame turned in every direction. "Quiet! I hear you!" A gatekeeper huddled under a shack by the gate. "What do you want?" "I demand an audience with the chief patriarch," the rider said, glancing behind him. "Master Faribolt? At this time of night?" the gatekeeper said. "I doubt—" The rider thrust his shaky hand through the shack's door and grabbed the gatekeeper by the collar. His eyes popped, and he fumbled for his dagger. The rider glared at him and pulled him close, his nose inches away. "He has been called," the rider breathed. The gatekeeper stared at the rider's fist gripping him. Then he noticed something upon the middle finger, and his heart skipped a beat. A ring, emblazoned with a brilliant orange stone, signifying a foreordained servant of the sacred dragon. His eyes widened. The rider continued. "I am a blessing bearer. Time is of the essence. Let me in!" The gatekeeper dropped his dagger and fumbled at a concealed lever inside the shack. The mechanisms holding the gate slackened, and it crawled open, shuddering. The rider squeezed through as soon as the gate cracked wide enough. As the rider ran up the drenched walkway, the gatekeeper found his tongue. "Thank the dragon." The rider slid to a stop at a pair of wooden doors. He banged against them aggressively with a shaking fist. Then he waited. Panting, he shot more paranoid glances about him. He leapt across the porch, planting himself behind a pillar, hiding from the streets. Not even a minute passed, but it felt like eons before the door finally creaked open. "I'm sure this could have waited until morning," said a butler with a crisp haircut, wiping his face as he opened the door. His eyes narrowed as he noticed the rider perched behind a stone pillar several feet away. "It couldn't, sir," the rider replied, unmoving. "I need to see the Chief Patriarch right now." The butler blinked, then his eyes grew wide. The words seemed to have trouble leaving his lips. "Do I dare ask? Are you a blessing bearer?" he whispered as he scanned the rainy landscape, fearful of listening ears. The rider nodded. The butler clenched his jaw and stepped aside. The rider sprinted through the door, and the butler slammed it behind them, locking it. An exhausted sigh left the rider as his heart calmed. The uneasiness of the package he held clung to him. "Wait here," the butler said, marching away. "He is usually occupied reading the ancient text." As the butler left, the rider scanned the interior of the mansion. He could see a faint reflection of himself in the polished stone tiles, sprawled in a perfect grid. The vaulted ceiling depicted painted scenes of spirits, dragons, and other creatures in great battles, or lounging in meadows and streams. Crystal chandeliers hung single file, and elegant staircases curved up the far wall to the upper floor. In the center of the hall, an enormous statue of the sacred dragon cried in triumph at the sky, with mighty claws, a strong curving back, and endless black eyes. Master Foreordained bustled to the entrance. His jovial build swelled with energy, matched with a contented smile. Circular spectacles rested on his nose, honing his grey eyes. His robe floated over his ankles as he paced, matching his nightcap. A ring with a bright orange stone, identical to the rider's, sat on his finger. "It's a bit late for riding horses, eh?" said Master Foreordained. "And in this weather. Goodness, you're soaked. Jerem, his coat." As the butler removed the rider's coat, the rider rummaged in his satchel, revealing a rolled-up length of parchment. He held it gingerly, as if bearing the very world in his hands. Master Foreordained hesitated before reaching out and taking it. "Is this what I think it is?" he asked. The rider nodded. Master Foreordained's eyes hardened. "Come." The Chief Patriarch swiveled and marched across the hall, the rider following. A large arch separated the main hall from the study. A fireplace illuminated bookshelf-lined walls with a warm glow. In the middle of the room, 2 plush armchairs faced each other, separated by a bare rug. The Chief Patriarch nestled into the far one and insisted the rider take the other. "Now," Master Foreordained said, as he unrolled the parchment and adjusted his spectacles. The rider swallowed hard, attempting to flush the lump from his throat. Master Foreordained straightened the parchment with thick, wrinkled hands, while the rider drummed his fingers on his armchair. Master Foreordained's eyes darted from side to side as he read, soaking up every word. His gaze became harder as it travelled downward. The rider shifted in his chair. Finally, Master Foreordained finished and rolled the letter back up. He fixed the rider with a burning gaze. "You know what this message is?" "Yes, sir. I heard the blessing myself." "It's true, then." "Patriarchs of Nezmyth are completely inspired when dictating blessings of fate," Master Foreordained said. "They make no mistakes. The words come from the sacred dragon itself. You know this better than most." "Of course," the rider said, rubbing his hat in his shaking hands. "What do you make of the boy?" Master Foreordained's face didn't soften. "With any luck, this Jason may still be alive. But knowing King Barnabas," he glanced out a rain-streaked window, "his spies have already caught wind of this and are hastening to bring him this news." "What can I do?" "Remain here. Your life may be in danger if you leave this house tonight. You must guard this secret with your life. I'll have my servants stable your horse and show you to your quarters. Meanwhile, I'll attend to this matter." Master Foreordained stood up and grabbed his coat. Good night, friend. As Chief Patriarch, I pronounce your duty fulfilled. Thank you, Master Fedibolt, the rider said. May the dragon bless you. The rider stayed seated as Master Fedibolt exited the study. The Chief Patriarch threw off his nightcap and thrust his arms through his coat sleeves. With every passing moment, the king's spies would be getting closer to the castle. If the king caught word, the boy would be dead before daylight. They couldn't let that happen. Too much was at stake. Jerem, assemble the coach, Master Fedibolt shouted. A younger butler emerged from a neighbouring hall with a pair of boots. Please, sir, I finished polishing the floors today, and I'm so tired, Jerem said. Couldn't this wait until morning? Absolutely not, Master Fedibolt said. I cannot elaborate how vital this is. There are things at stake here much larger than you or I. Where are we going? The butler said, his interest rising. Master Fedibolt frowned. The castle. The butler's eyes shot open. He opened his mouth to speak, but his words caught. Yes, Master Fedibolt said. A young boy received his blessing of fate minutes ago. Nezmyth has found its future king. 1. The Boy. Jason flew backward and slammed against a wall. His wooden sword slipped from his grasp, and he slid into a sitting position, his eyes watering. Pay attention, Jason, his instructor shouted. If you did that in battle, you'd be dead. Jason shook his head, staggered to his feet, and squinted through blurred eyelashes. His back was to the wall of a large, square room equipped with racks of practice weapons and a padded floor. Other 15-year-olds lined the adjacent walls, cheering and clapping at the spectacle. Tyrant, his opponent, stood several yards away, a victorious grin slashed across his thin face. He flicked a strand of blonde hair from his purple eyes, a gesture Jason recognized all too well. It made his stomach burn. Tyrant lifted an arm in Jason's direction. A marble of light emitted from his palm, growing rapidly to the size of an apple. Jason's heart jumped into his throat as he reflexively dodged. The burning sphere of magic shot mere inches past Jason's back before dissipating into the wall. Turning to face Tyrant, Jason mimicked the move. Heat grew in his hand before he spun around and unleashed a ball of magic. Tyrant blinked in shock before taking the blast squarely in the sternum, throwing him into a backward somersault. Nice Cherokee, Jason! The instructor clapped approvingly. The other teens in the room roared. Seizing the moment, Jason dove for his sword. But as Tyrant pushed off the ground, he recovered and threw a wooden dagger at Jason. It soared through the air, careening above Jason's shoulder. Jason landed hard, wrapping his hand around the blade's hilt before scrambling to his feet. Sweat dripped from his hair, and his nostrils flared. Tyrant matched him, getting into his stance. The devious grin was long gone, replaced with an irritated scowl. Tyrant pointed both palms at him, and Jason's heartbeat leapt again. He dug his feet into the ground and sprinted at Tyrant, gripping his wooden blade with both hands. Sweat coated his burning face. Tyrant's Cherokees popped in a rhythm, one after another, alternating hands as they pelted through the air. Jason slashed his sword, slicing each ball of energy into oblivion as he belted toward Tyrant. Heat brushed his face from every blast. Everyone was on their feet now. They cheered as Jason blew past every Cherokee. He'd finally found his rhythm. He was almost upon Tyrant. He lifted his sword high, ready to strike and win. Within a split second, he would secure his victory. But Tyrant was too quick. With uncanny speed, he dropped his hands, swiped out his daggers, and lunged at Jason. He locked Jason into a hold that disarmed him and threw him to the ground. Jason wheezed as Tyrant lay on top of him, a wooden dagger prodding his stomach. Tyrant's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Sorry, Jason. Jason growled and pushed him off. Meanwhile, everyone in the class cheered, congratulating Tyrant on his win. Another victory, Tyrant, the instructor said. Very resourceful. If Nezmyth ever sees war, we'll be blessed to have you in our numbers. He looked at Jason, smiling. Jason, take more time to practice. You have a long way to go. Dismissed. Jason poked the meat on his plate. His father Tom sat at the head of the table, jotting on a scrap of parchment while stabbing at the meat on his own plate. He stroked his chin with a calloused hand and adjusted his glasses before continuing his notes. Jason's mother, Kara, chewed on a slice of fruit in silence at the other end of the table, contemplative. Her brown eyes gazed at her plate, and her leathered hands pinched her utensils with an air of elegance. Long brown hair spilled over the simple dress she had washed so often. It held her curves despite her age. Light bloomed through the dirty windows of their one-room cottage. The fragrance of cinnamon filled the wooden home, one of his mother's several collected scents stored in a nearby jar. A fire flickered in the hearth against the far wall, providing heat. In the adjoining corner, Jason's hammock stretched between the walls. In the opposite corner, a hay-stuffed mat served as a bed for Jason's parents. No one said a word. A dark emptiness resided in Jason since his match earlier. Kara glanced at him, sighing when she saw the glove on his hand. "You can take that off," she said. "I know," Jason said. The silence resumed for a moment before his mother spoke up. "How was your battle today?" Jason's lip tightened. "I lost again. Tyrant threw me down and stabbed me in the belly as I was about to strike." "Oh, well, don't worry. You'll beat him eventually. We learn from our mistakes." "If that were true, I would know everything by now," Jason thought. Tom adjusted his glasses again. "I've heard His Majesty might raise the tax again." "Of course," Jason said. "King Barnabas is a miser that can't be satisfied." His parents froze and gave him a look. Tom shook his head and resumed his notes, ignoring the taboo that had spilled from his son's lips. His mother was not so forgiving. Her eyes darted from window to window before she leaned over the table. "Jason," Kara hissed. "Be careful. You don't know who might be listening." "It doesn't matter," Jason thought, poking at his overripe fruit. "Barnabas can kill me for all I care. Who would want to rule a kingdom like Nezmyth?" Barnabas's kingship was a mystery whispered about throughout Nezmyth. Once a man of great respect, Barnabas had served as the chief captain over the Nezmythian army under the previous ruler, King Thomas. Supposedly they were best friends. Thomas had been a kind soul, adored for his generous spirit and fair judgment, and Captain Barnabas was eager to serve him. Thomas lacked a queen, so he selected Barnabas as his inheritor, were he to die before the priests could locate a new foreordained king. Years passed in peace in Nezmyth, but months before Thomas's passing, Barnabas's countenance transformed. His eyes grew colder, his temper shorter, and people he once served came to fear him like an angry boar. Suddenly, on a winter's night, King Thomas mysteriously passed away, and Barnabas took his place at the throne as His Majesty's inheritor. No one knew how King Thomas died. Few details made it past the castle gates, but only two things were certain. His passing was no accident, and ill-speaking of King Barnabas was forbidden. The silence in the cottage thickened. The prodding of forks and the scribble of his father's pencil drifted through the air. Jason brooded over his lost fight. He rehearsed every step of the fight, correcting himself endlessly. He frowned. Stewing over the duel was bad enough, but with his father's mention of the king, he'd lost his appetite. Jason set down his fork and knife and stood. "Jason?" Kara asked, concerned. "I'm going outside," he replied. He skulked to the battered door of the cabin. With a sharp tug, he unlatched it, spilling harsh sunlight into the room as he walked out, slamming the door behind him. It was bright outside, but a chill wind undercut the sun's warmth as Jason slunk around the corner of the cabin. Pairs of Nezmythian soldiers, one clad in blue, the other in red, patrolled the dusty street like twin wolves. The idlers of the lower city avoided the soldiers' eyes as they scurried past. Jason forced himself not to glare at the soldiers. Leaves crunched under his feet, and the overhanging trees dwarfed him. Faint sounds of drunken shouting and dogs barking echoed in the distance. At the rear of his family's cabin, hidden from the street, a familiar wooden bucket sat overturned against the wall. Jason slumped onto it. He folded his arms, staring forward and leaning back. Beyond the bustle of the Market Street Triangle and Centre Court, Nezmyth City sloped above him to the hill comprising the aristocratic Upper City. Elegant mansions graced the winding cobblestone streets like sugary sweets studding a cake. At the pinnacle of the hill, an enormous charcoal black palace towered against the skyline. It glared at Jason from miles away, a looming reminder of inevitability. Nezmyth Castle. He tore his eyes from it, shifting his attention to the glove on his right hand. He looked around. Only the whistling wind kept him company. Satisfied that no one was watching, he slid the glove from off his hand. The hand underneath was pale compared to his left, evidence of the lack of sunlight it received. Jason balled his fist, extending his fingers in and out, but his eyes remained fixed on his palm. At the root of his index finger, 3 scars formed a triangle slightly larger than his fingernail, with one side a hair longer than the others, forming a tail. Within the triangle, his skin shimmered a burnt orange. Jason ground the strange mark with his thumb, as if rubbing it hard enough would wear it away. It only glimmered with a polished sheen, steadfast. He sighed through his nostrils, then reached into his left pocket and pulled out a wooden flute. It was no bigger than his hand and thick as a finger. 5 holes dotted the top, with another on its bottom. He placed his fingers on the holes and pressed the flute to his lips. Soft whistles floated into the sky. Jason closed his eyes, blocking out the world. In that darkness, he let the notes swell in his soul and escape his lips. The noise of the lower city faded into nothing. Stress, frustration, uncertainty, they mounted the backs of the flittering notes and rode with the wind, free. Jason soaked in the feeling.
You always play when you're upset?
He nearly jumped out of his skin. Around the corner of the cabin, his mother had been watching him. A rolled-up length of parchment, tied with an orange ribbon, stuck from her hand. Jason narrowed his eyes. Kara smiled with worry, sensing his emotions. She emerged from around the corner and pulled a small box next to Jason's bucket. As she sat down, Jason slipped the glove back onto his hand.
Perhaps it's a mark from the sacred dragon, she said.
Jason frowned.
Perhaps, along with other unwanted things. I'm sorry for how I spoke to you earlier.
Kara's voice softened.
But you must understand. We don't know if King Barnabas knows who you are.
Her voice fell to a whisper.
What if he knew?
He'd kill me, Jason said bluntly.
That's right. And Nezmyth would suffer until another king was foreordained. How long would that be? Another 20 years? Would we last that long? But why me? Jason whispered. I'm nobody. I'm just a lower city rat. How can I lead a kingdom? Doesn't the dragon make mistakes? That's how Barnabas became king. We don't know how he became king.
Her eyebrows tightened.
No one knows. But you and I both know the dragon wasn't in it. The dragon never makes mistakes. You were called to be king for a reason, and though you don't understand it right now, someday you will.
Jason said nothing. A dark fist had wrapped itself around his heart. Kara gazed on him, hoping her words had sunk in it all. She exhaled, closing her eyes. Finally, she gave Jason another serious look.
How long has it been since you've read this?
She referred to the rolled-up parchment in her hand. Jason refused to look at it.
Long time,
he said. The parchment crackled as she unfolded. Lines of jagged characters filled the page. The faint breeze wafted the aging scent of ink.
Do you remember when we received this? Yes.
Kara smiled, her voice still a whisper.
Your 12th birthday, just over 3 years ago. You were so nervous, but we were sure that there was nothing to be worried about. Whatever would come, the dragon would be in it. And what a blessing to learn our son, our precious Jason, was foreordained to be the next king of Nezmyth.
The feeling clenching Jason's heart remained. Kara cleared her throat, skipping to the bottom of his blessing of fate. She read the last paragraph, whispering loud enough for him to hear.
You will be a magnificent light, shining upon the world of Wevlian. You will imprison the vulture. You will restore the Kingdom of Nezmyth to harmony and peace. Your blood is the blood of the next King of Nezmyth. I still don't get why it has to be me, Jason said. I'll never be ready. Yes, you will.
Kara rolled up the parchment, securing it with its orange string.
The sacred dragon is a way of preparing us for things to come. Jason.
His mother scooted her box in front of him. He knew this routine all too well. It's what she did whenever he locked her out of his heart. Kara looked into his eyes.
You might not recognize it, but you have the purest heart of anyone I've met. You're kind, you're wise. You may not understand why you were called to be king, but I promise that someday you will. Someday.
She ran her fingers through his matted brown hair, pulling him close and kissing his forehead.
I love you, my son.
She brushed his hair again before getting up and returning to the cabin. Once more, Jason found himself alone. Through the love of his mother, the anger within him had cooled, but only a little. 2. The Journey. 2 years later, oblivion filled the ancient walls of the upper city cathedral. Dozens of pews lined its aisles from back to front, devoid of parishioners. At the front of the cathedral, a podium stood where the patriarch would conduct his sermons. Torches and candles lined the walls, spiraling thin trails of smoke to the vaulted ceiling. Crystal chandeliers hung overhead, glimmering in the sunlight spilling through stained glass windows. Behind the podium, a stone platform rose to knee level. Inlaid into that platform, 3 golden rods formed a triangle. One corner pointed to the front wall, where an enormous statue of the sacred dragon loomed, triumphant and eternal. Master Ferribolt knelt atop the platform. His orange silk robe spilled over his legs, and his weathered hands rested on his knees, his head bowed in reverence. "O sacred dragon," he said, "my spirit calls to thee this day. I cannot help but feel a stirring within this city. I feel perplexed. O sacred dragon, what is thy will? What would thou have of me?" Ferribolt fell silent, then opened his mind, listening, feeling for the words the holy dragon would have him receive. Moments passed. His eyebrows bent together. A nearby candle flickered, and a mental spark ignited, an inkling of a thought, growing until it overtook him. Its simple audacity shocked him, and his eyes snapped open. He looked upward, gazing into the eyes of the dragon. Wonder filled him, and his jaw hung open. "Could it be?" Ferribolt thought aloud. He bowed his head again. "Master, he is only 17. No king has ever taken the throne at such an age. But these times are dire. O sacred dragon, is this true? Is this thy desire?" His words echoed in the cathedral until they faded into nothing. Faribolt's heart raced, but he breathed deeply and kept calm. It wasn't long before the spark again grew within him. The confirmation. He leapt to his feet, peering into the eyes of the dragon. The feeling in his heart was undeniable. A dozen emotions hit him at once: excitement, wonder, fear, hope. "There is always a way," he said, his voice swelling with awe. "Then it is time." Dozens of buildings towered over Jason like squared giants, sandwiching southern Market Street. Years ago, the cobblestone street bustled with cheerful patrons on days like this, but now their sober faces and worn-out shoes sounded more like the dreary patter of rain than a raging storm of shoppers. Pairs of Nezmythian soldiers marched down the street. Jason avoided eye contact. He took a bite of stale biscuit from his gloved right hand, while his other arm nursed a package. He moved briskly. A dark alleyway appeared to his right. He took it. It was all but deserted. The faded plaster on the walls was interrupted only occasionally with murky windows. A mouse nibbled on a bit of parchment in the shadows. As Jason crept deeper into the alley, a battered door appeared to his left. He halted in front of it, reading a sign scrawled on a salvaged chunk of scrap wood. "The Cranny, Musical Instrument Repair and Shop." Jason knocked. While he waited, he surveyed himself and finished his biscuit. His beaten leather boots rose halfway to his knees. These ones actually fit. His short-sleeved white shirt, covering his lean torso, had been stained repeatedly, and its strings tightening his collar hung a couple inches down his chest. Smears of grease covered his pants, and his hand-crafted sword rested in a sheath on his back. Tyrant opened the door, filling the doorway with his greasy apron and holding it open with strong, calloused hands. He flicked his matted blonde hair out of his purple eyes to get a decent look at Jason. "Afternoon, Tyrant," Jason said. "I'm sorry, but this is the best I could do." Jason offered the parcel. Tyrant's eyes turned soft and expectant as he took it and peeled away the cloth. He unraveled the gift to discover a crusty loaf of bread, obviously days old. Light filled Tyrant's eyes and he licked his lips, his stomach grumbling. "It's better than starving to death," he said, smiling. "Come on in." Tyrant withdrew into his shop and Jason followed. The potent scent of varnish hit him, permeating from the flutes, pipes, and drums that hung from the shop walls. Jason drank it in through his nose and let it out through his teeth. The shop was on the small side, only a few paces from wall to wall. A cluttered desk and 2 stools served as its only furniture. A smaller, darker room hid in the back, with a straw mattress, waste bucket, and water bowl. "How'd you get this?" Tyrant asked, hefting the bread. "Golan, back at my shop," Jason said. "He's from Upper City, and his parents bake for King Barnabas on occasion. Whenever they toss old bread or pastries, he brings it to our shop. He scrounges as much as he can, before his parents give the rest to their other Upper City friends. It's never much, but like you said, it's better than starving." "Isn't it typical?" Tyrant said as he slunk over and sat down behind his desk. "A couple lower city rats like you and me, picking through the crumbs of upper city folk." He stole a glance out the window before continuing, his voice lowering. "The king keeps his servants wealthy and demands payment from the rest of us. I heard it wasn't like this with Thomas." Jason shushed him and glanced out the window. It was unlikely that soldiers would patrol remote alleyways like this, but Jason didn't want Tyrant imprisoned. Meanwhile, Tyrant dug in his haphazard array of tools strewn across his desk until he found a clean knife. He sawed at the loaf eagerly, showering the desk with crumbs. Jason watched the window. "Catch!" Tyrant said. Jason turned in time to see half of a loaf of bread flying at him, wrapped in the same cloth he'd given Tyrant. The chunk of bread fell in his lap. He gave Tyrant a disapproving look. "Tyrant, I had a biscuit on my way over. I don't need this." "Yes, you do," Tyrant said. "Save it."
You deserve it. I can buy this. At the expense of what else? Tyrant retorted. You're struggling as much as I am, Jason. Your stomach is growling from across the room. Take it. The bread rested like a stone in Jason's lap. There was no use arguing. It never changed the outcome. He smiled and said, Thanks. Tyrant winked. What's a best friends for? With that, Tyrant dove into his bread. Jason's mind wandered. How many weapons do we have to sell to make the king's tax? Will we all have enough left over to eat? Pay for lodging? How many will be cast into prison, and how many will need to flee? In a flash, Tyrant had finished his morsel, wiping his lips with the back of his hand. I think we need to celebrate this feast, he said. Got your flyer? Jason nodded and reached into his pocket. Always. From under the desk, Tyrant pulled out a blue flute the length of his forearm. It looked decades old. Unpainted black stains from thick fingers riddled its holes. Jason propped his flyer between his fingers and held it to his mouth. What you want to play? Jason asked. Tyrant thought for a moment, then said, How about the Northern Seashore? Jason closed his eyes and nodded, and Tyrant pressed his flute to his lips. In unison, their melody floated into the air. The round glow of Tyrant's larger flute complemented the airy notes of Jason's flyer. Notes swam together, harmonizing as they reverberated from the cramped walls. When the song approached its second stanza, Tyrant released the flute from his lips and sang with a warm tone. The northern seashore calls me home. From this forsaken land I roam, but with no moons nor stars for guides, I dwell midst lonely mountainsides. They put down their flutes, and the notes of the northern seashore faded as the stuffy air swallowed them. Jason and Tyrant looked at the floor, pensive, not speaking a word. Jason was the first to speak. Will you have enough to pay the harvest tax next week? Tyrant dug for something under his desk. Is it still 100? Last I heard. 10 shards in a piece, 10 pieces in a bar, and 10 bars in a block. It takes me months to earn 100 blocks. Tyrant ran his fingers through his greasy hair. At least it's only twice a year. He yanked open a drawer in his desk, pulling out a small box. 2 latches unclipped, and the box's lid creaked open. Tyrant dumped its contents on his desk. Gold coins and bars tumbled out, sparkling in the dim light. Tyrant sifted through them like a mouse scouring for crumbs. I count 68 blocks, he said, and I've made about 25 more blocks this month. With luck, some sympathetic soldiers will be content with just 92. Or it's off to prison with me, he said, comically cheerful. Perhaps you'll be fine, Jason said. Soldiers usually keep a portion for themselves anyway. Tyrant sneered and shook his head, dumping his money back in the box. I should get going, Jason said, standing. I'll get more bread for you next time. Thank you, Jason. Tyrant also stood. Having you as a friend is a great blessing. As they reached the door, the two grasped forearms, placing their free hands on each other's shoulders. The Nezmythian grasp of brotherhood. Jason unlatched the door and stepped out. The door slammed shut behind him, and within moments, Jason emerged onto Southern Market Street. It was nearly empty now. The sun would set before long, and no one wanted to be out after dark. Jason accidentally caught the eyes of 2 soldiers marching up the street. He quickly looked down and pressed forward, while the guards ogled him. Carts lined the street's edges, manned by merchants selling whatever fruit, bread, and charms they had before the day's closing. Luckier merchants owned small shops with windows where they could display their products. The luckiest ones had barred windows for protecting their wares from thieves. The buildings varied in shape and size, but Jason could generally walk past each after 10 paces. A few minutes later, Jason reached a shop with a well-crafted sign displayed in its window. Christoph's Weapons and Crafts. It didn't look too different from the other shops. What set it apart
was the faint rumbling of machines from within, and the steam rising from its small rooftop chimney. He opened the door, and his ears filled with the chattering and clanking of machines, transforming raw materials into tools and weapons. Closing the door behind him, Jason made his way around the front desk, throwing his coat on a rack and hanging his sword alongside it. The steam-powered machines had ducts running to the roof, but the air was still humid, and the stench of oil was enough to curl his nasal hairs. Jason had gotten used to it, though. It had been a year since Kristoff turned the shop over to them, and 7 years since Jason began his apprenticeship. Golan, Jabik, and Bertus occupied different machines, each of them drenched in sweat. Bertus, strong-armed and with a round girth, stood by the anvil, pounding a red-hot rod of iron into a blade. His long brown hair was pulled into a ponytail, keeping it from getting in his eyes. Across the shop from Bertus, Jabik jumped up and down on a pedal, spinning a lathe for Golan as he whittled away a wooden staff. Jabik's sharp facial features were complemented by a toned body and a winning smile that made local girls sigh. Golan, pensive and silent, held his carving blade with precision as the staff spun on the lathe. Blonde curls erupted from his head, thick and wiry, while his piercing blue eyes focused on his work. None of them noticed Jason as he entered. He approached the far end of the shop, where he pulled a small wooden chest from a drawer, similar to Terran's. A key in his pocket unlatched its lock. Opening it, Jason pulled a piece of parchment and pencil out of another drawer. When Bertus noticed Jason, he hollered over the machines.
"How is Tyrant?"
"Like the rest of us,"
Jason called back, not looking up.
"Will he have enough for the harvest tax?"
Jason shook his head and pursed his lips. He got to work counting shards, pieces, bars, and blocks, and wrote the amounts on his parchment. Not long passed before the sun approached the horizon. As the twilight grew, the 4 craftsmen watched the shadow of the window creep over a red line painted on the side of the desk, signaling the end of their workday. When the shadow crossed that line, they left their stations in unison, returning tools to their places and retrieving their coats. Jabik spoke to Jason as they put on their coats. His confident brown eyes were more concerned now.
"The harvest is in a few days. How much money will be left over?" "We'll have enough to get by," Jason replied. "But not much more. If more people requested custom weapons, we would be making blocks more. Have you been telling your friends at the combat gym about us?"
"Everyone I know," Jabik replied. "But no one there can afford custom weapons. They're not from Upper City."
"I keep praying to the sacred dragon for help," Golan said with a grin. "Things will turn out, I'm sure of it."
Jason sneered at the comment and shook his head.
"I'll lock up tonight."
They filed out of the shop, dragging their feet. As Jason stepped outside, he locked the door, giving the window bars a shake. He returned the keys to his pocket and stalked down the cobblestone street. As the sun ducked behind the horizon, other vendors and shop owners packed in for the night. Street vendors rolled up their rugs or picked up their carts, their expressions mixed with worry and fear. Jason's eyebrows creased.
Who is going to prison this time?
Finally, he reached a large brick building facing a street corner. The building was decades old, its mortar cracked between bricks, and its windows were fogged. 2 trees framed the stone walkway leading to the front door, budding with small leaves and giving the building a pleasing symmetrical look. Jason made his way up the walkway and unlocked the door. Inside, a hallway led to a ladder to the next floor. Battered doors lined the hallway, barely hanging off their hinges. From the closest door, Jason heard muffled arguing.
"They're talking about the harvest too," he thought.
Jason ignored the arguing and proceeded to the end of the hall, climbing the ladder to the 2nd floor. At the top of the ladder, a matching hallway held a similar set of doors. The one on the far end was his. He pulled out a key, put it in the latch, and opened the door, leaving the outside world behind. He entered a single square room with a musty straw mattress pushed into a corner, a wooden chair, a water basin, and a chest of his belongings. Nothing else. It wouldn't be 4 paces before he ran into the far wall. He slipped off his sword, leaning it by his bed, followed by his shirt and his glove, which he threw on the trunk. The chair creaked as he fell in it. He closed his eyes, resting his head back, his thumb absently caressing the orange triangle under his forefinger.
411 blocks, he thought. Enough for all of us to pay the harvest. Barely enough for anything else.
The dark feeling in his stomach didn't go away. He opened his eyes, staring out the small, dusty window on the opposite wall. Nothing was there but a sky full of stars. Jason pushed himself out of his chair, making his way to the window with thoughtful steps. He propped his forearm against the window, putting his nose inches from the glass. 2 moons hung among the stars as they lingered over the city. Smoke trickled upward from chimneys running all the way to the city walls. Jason blinked and sighed.
I'm sorry, Nezmyth, he whispered. I know you want someone to pull you out of this mess, to end the taxes, the suffering, but...
He paused.
It can't be me.
Someone pounded on his door 3 times. Jason froze and his eyebrows furrowed.
I never get visitors.
Who is it? He called. Nezmythian army. His blood turned to ice.
Did they hear what I said? Or did they already know?
His throat was dry, but he said, I'll be right there. He rammed his shirt back onto his body, replacing his glove. Then he picked up his sword. He considered pulling it from its sheath, ready for a fight, but thought better of it. There was no way he could take a pair of guards. Besides, any sign of conflict meant prison. He had to appear cooperative. So he sheathed it and hitched it over his back. Dressed, he crossed the floor, unlatched the door, and opened it a crack. 2 soldiers in pristine armor filled the doorframe, their faces like stone. Jason held his breath, and he felt himself turn pale. The one on the right spoke first. Are you Jason, son of Tom the printer? The soldier asked, with a voice like a grave. Jason's eyes darted from the right soldier to the left. He forced out, I am. They were fast. Before Jason could react, one of the soldiers thrust a hand through the door and grabbed Jason by the throat. Jason choked and pulled back, but the other soldier threw a sack over Jason's head, cinching it tight, and held his arms back. Jason struggled and shouted, but the black sack was filled with a dizzying smell. Moments later, Jason's body slackened, and he fell unconscious. 3. The Fortress. A cold wasteland, devoid of life, stretched to the horizon in every direction. Grey, rainless clouds billowed across the sky, choking out sunlight that would otherwise give warmth and life to the earth. The air smelled of death and fear. A mile away, a dead tree with writhing branches stood atop a hill, casting a shadow over the soil. On the top branch, a vulture gazed out at the wasteland, scanning the horizon for disturbances. Its icy eyes hid a raging inferno. In the distance, the clouds retracted and a sliver of sunlight pierced like a golden thread. The vulture's eyes grew in horror as it watched, its curved beak falling open. Within that golden beam, a single seed slowly descended. The soil beneath it opened as if scooped by an invisible hand. The seed nestled into the crater, and the soil smoothed over it again. The clouds closed, and the sunshine dissipated. The vulture shrieked with rage. It leapt off its branch, its eyes fixated on the spot where the seed had been planted. It flapped its wings furiously, needing to destroy, to uproot. But it hadn't flown 100 feet before an unseen force halted it in midair. A black eagle, strong and swift, dug its claws into the vulture's back as it dove, and the 2 birds plummeted to the ground. The vulture struggled, but the eagle's talons had dug deep. The eagle released its talons moments before crashing. The vulture hit the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust, while the eagle landed gently. The vulture sputtered, its eyes filled with loathing as the eagle stood over it.
"I'll kill you," the vulture screeched. "Mark me, I'll kill you."
"How will it be this time?" the eagle replied. "You've tried so often before, but you lack foresight. Your anger makes you reckless."
"Anger fuels me, something a creature of principle like yourself will never understand."
"Clearly," the eagle said. "But your hatred has not impaired your judgment completely. You know what will become of that seed. No matter. You can muster all the anger in the world, but you will not destroy that seed. This wasteland has remained dry long enough. It's time for new life."
"This is my land,"
screeched the vulture. It tried to get up, but the eagle forced it back down.
"You cannot keep me from destroying it. I've come too far to be stopped by a mere seed."
The eagle cocked its head. "But it won't be a seed. You saw? That seed is a gift from above. You are battling forces beyond your control." The vulture leered.
"Nothing is beyond my control."
Jason's head swam. Eagles and vultures became blurry and distorted. The grey wasteland faded, replaced by something large and blue that filled his vision. The ground shook, and a faint crunching trickled in his ears, along with the clopping of hooves. It was still dark out. Something soft touched his face. It didn't take long to realize he was on his side, his hands bound in front of him. Thankfully, he felt his sword strapped to his back.
"Good," a voice said. "You're awake."
Everything remained a blur. Whatever he'd been hit with still swam in his senses. Jason couldn't match a face to the voice. Grunting, he pushed up to a sitting position. He blinked, his vision grew clearer, and his surroundings sharpened. He rode in a jolting carriage, on a bench stuffed with feathers and upholstered with fine blue cloth. The interior of the carriage was striated with varying shades of blue, from its curtains to the benches to the intricate wallpaper. The wheels crackled outside as they turned on cobblestones. Across from him sat a man in polished armor and a royal blue cape that fell from his shoulders to his calves. Thick locks of silver poured from his head, and his burning red eyes fixed on Jason. His right hand rested on the hilt of a sword lying across his lap. On that hand, a ring with a blazing orange gem graced his finger. Jason tensed. That ring was a symbol of a foreordained servant of the dragon. Only 2 people in Nezmyth were authorized to wear capes.
The king wears a red cape, Jason thought. So this must be the advisor, and I'm in his royal carriage.
Jason barely moved his lips.
Are you?
Advisor to His Majesty King Barnabas. The advisor didn't blink. Yes, and you are Jason, son of Tom the Printer. Jason nodded stiffly. The advisor looked at him as if examining an insect. Interesting. Cold sweat formed on Jason's brow, and his heart moved up his throat.
How does he know my name?
He looked around, his head swimming and his palms moist. The sleepy buildings of Nezmyth City crept by as the carriage jittered along the road.
We're still on the southern Market Street.
Jason eyed the advisor nervously.
Where are we going?
Nezmyth Castle. All colour left Jason's face. The advisor's next comment confirmed his fears. We know who you are, Jason, he said. The knowledge of your foreordination evaded us for quite some time, But tonight it finally reached our ears. His Highness demands an audience with you. Immediately. Jason clenched his teeth to keep them from chattering. Panic rose in his system like a cauldron boiling over. He tugged at the ropes binding his wrists. His breaths became shorter, and he struggled to keep himself from shouting.
"I'm sorry," he pled. "I don't want this. I never wanted it. Please let me go. Tell the king he can keep the kingdom.
Suddenly, his tongue stuck to the top of his mouth. A fire lit behind the advisor's eyes. "We will carry out this meeting as tradition dictates," he said. "I will escort you personally to the castle, where it will be the king's privilege to explain what will happen in the coming year. Until then, you will refrain from speaking." Jason's tongue released, and his body slumped. Nezmyth City crawled by outside the carriage window. Meanwhile, his heart pounded in his chest. Jason breathed hard, feeling like a trapped animal.
"The coming year? What is he talking about?"
The carriage turned, and Jason looked out the window. He could gauge it from the buildings. They had moved from the southern Market Street to the northern Market Street, the one closest to the upper city, the one he would never visit. The shops here weren't the shanty square buildings Jason was accustomed to. These had intricately crafted signs and fine moulding along their windows and doors. Expensive clothing and exotic flowers lined the other side of those windows. Lanterns radiated an orange glow over the dark street. Even the iron bars over the windows curved and swelled elegantly. More soldiers patrolled this street, keeping it clean of lower city folk. Jason marveled at the sight. Although it was only a long walk from one end of Market Street to the other, this was like entering a different world. What would it be like to watch well-dressed upperclassmen shopping in this posh northern Market Street during the day, with their smiling faces and spotless clothes? But the carriage turned once more onto a street with a slight incline.
Upper City,
Jason thought. What followed was the unattainable. The houses in Upper City were extravagant, with pillars and porches, homes of decorated military leaders, successful merchants, and aristocrats from noble bloodlines. Most homes featured gated yards with well-manicured gardens and hired soldiers keeping guard at night. Street torches flickered, lighting the stone path leading to the castle. Jason glowered at it all. These people had no idea what those in Lower City dealt with, and as long as they remained in the king's pocket, they never would. As the incline lessened, Jason knew that their final destination was only minutes away. His whole body trembled. His arrival at the castle meant death. He wished he could have seen his parents one last time, and Tyrant. He'd tell them all how much he cared for them. But it was too late now. As the hill leveled out, he heard a voice from outside. "Good evening, sire." Metal gates squealed as if they hadn't been oiled in years. The carriage didn't slow as the horses trotted through. As they passed the gates, Jason looked out the window at the perimeter of the castle grounds. The massive iron fence stretched for hundreds of yards on either side, and was guarded by a soldier every 10 paces. The bumpy cobblestone underneath gave way to smooth, finely cut tiles. As they rode, Jason convinced himself to look at the castle grounds. But what he saw made his heart sink. The castle grounds had once held a reputation as green and lush, miraculously with the care of very few gardeners. Nezmythians visited from all over the kingdom to catch a glimpse of the beautiful plants that grew within. The enchanting smells and sights would bombard the senses, a landslide of colour and fragrance. Now it was all dead, a lake of dry soil, cut up by stone walkways. Not a single bush or flower. Jason shook his head, turning away. But that wasn't all. The carriage turned sharply, pushing Jason to the side. He peered out the opposite window. In the middle of the causeway, a tall stone statue of a Nezmythian knight pointed a sword triumphantly to the sky. The corner of Jason's mouth twitched into a smile.
At least one thing here isn't dead.
But upon further inspection, it wasn't a statue at all, but a fountain. Its base was completely dry. Nothing remained but a dusty statue halfway between the gates and the castle doors. His eyes narrowed.
Does Barnabas kill everything close to him?
He suppressed that thought. It made him shake. After a chilling silence, the carriage lurched to a halt. "We have arrived," the advisor said. A deathly feeling curled in Jason's stomach, bordering on nausea. The night chill closed its fingers over him. Twinkling stars shed neither light nor warmth on his worried heart. His fate was in the hands of another, someone with a diabolical reputation. The carriage door flung open. A man with lamb-chop sideburns and a pipe exhaled smoke as he tipped his hat to Jason. "Get out," the advisor commanded. Jason looked into his red eyes. They were a brick wall, lacking feeling. He sought for some glimmer of humanity behind them, but felt nothing. Silently, he wondered how long the advisor had been like this.
Had he served during King Thomas's reign?
Jason looked away, ducked his head, and stepped out of the carriage. His surroundings took his breath away. He'd never seen the castle this close. An ancient behemoth, Nezmyth Castle dominated his vision as it towered overhead like a black cathedral. A massive set of doors, accompanied by a pair of guards, kept Jason from its interior. Stained glass windows dotted the walls at uniform intervals. The entire exterior felt ill. Jason swallowed the lump in his throat as the advisor pushed him forward. The ropes binding his wrists slackened and fell away. He rubbed his hands, soothing the raw skin. He shivered as he looked around the castle grounds. All of it dead. All of it dying. "How long has it been like this?" he asked. He immediately flushed, remembering the advisor silencing him. The advisor shouldered him toward the castle doors, but didn't rebuke him. Finally, he said, 20 years. The statement hung in the air. As Jason stood at the foot of the castle in these deathly grounds, he looked upward.
It's like this place has been cursed. Nothing grows here.
"Move," the advisor barked, giving Jason another shove. Jason looked down and forced himself forward, resisting the urge to turn and run. They reached the doors. The guards nodded to the advisor, and he nodded back. One soldier gripped an oversized mallet at his side. With a tight throat, Jason watched as the soldier hoisted the giant hammer and swung it against the doors 3 times. Boom! 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 Sounds reverberated within the hall. Jason's breathing turned shaky and uneven. King Barnabas, the dictator he was born to replace, the culprit behind Nezmyth's fear, poverty, and tyranny, stood behind those doors. And Jason was utterly alone in these shadows, with no one to defend him. Like a giant awakening from slumber, the doors edged open. The advisor whispered from behind. "Do not speak unless requested," he said. "It is customary. You will walk in first, followed by me. When approaching the throne, kneel on one knee, head bowed, and do not rise until His Majesty permits it. And whatever you do, do not say anything that could upset him. He tires of cleaning blood from the floor." The advisor said nothing more. Jason nearly vomited.
Dragon, help me,
he thought. 4. The Tyrant. The castle doors yawned wide, but Jason's feet had sprouted roots. Panic spread through every crevice of his body. The advisor looked on impatient. Well, go on. He didn't shove Jason, so with great effort, Jason forced himself to move forward, one step at a time. Right, left, right. The soldiers beside the castle doors glared at him as they would at a slug. Jason avoided eye contact. After what felt like eons, Jason and the advisor crossed the ancient threshold. The ground's stone walkways gave way to polished stone floors. Soldiers heaved as they shut the enormous doors. They finally closed behind Jason with a reverberating boom. The enormous chamber rippled with shadows, hiding a light that had once prevailed. Stone pillars rose to the ceiling in a grid throughout the hall. Massive portraits of past kings graced every wall, interrupted only occasionally by doors or flickering torches. Crystal chandeliers shimmered with moonlight seeping through stained glass windows. The vaulted ceiling housed a mural depicting the entirety of Nezmyth, from its majestic eastern mountains to the southern plains, the sparkling northern shores to the western woods. The sacred dragon hovered above all of them, guarding its creations with wise eyes and powerful claws. Royal guards lined the perimeter of the hall, standing at attention with full armor and stony eyes. A narrow crimson carpet stretched from the entrance to a wide dais at the far end of the hall. On that platform stood a small pedestal shrouded in sheets of purple, and next to that lay the throne of Nezmyth, ornamented with shimmering gold and crafted from the finest riches of the kingdom. A man sat in that throne. Jason's eyes fell. He fixated on the red carpet and swallowed as he forced himself to advance. The eyes of the guard's soldier followed him. This was a death march. The advisor followed a few paces behind, like a prison guard accompanying a convict to the gallows. Jason found himself at the edge of the dais. His quaking legs bent, and he knelt, staring at his tattered boots. He would have swallowed, but his throat was too raw. "Your Highness," he heard the advisor say, as the man took his place by the throne. "Here is the one you requested, Jason, son of Tom the Printer, the Foreordained King." Jason clenched his jaw, facing down, keeping still. Goosebumps dotted his arms. The robes of the king rustled as he rose from the throne, each ominous footstep clapping the floor. The king stepped from the platform and halted. All Jason could see were spotless black boots and the hem of a billowing red cape. Clang! A sword appeared next to the king, its tip piercing the floor. The double-edged blade, a charcoal hue, seemed to cackle silently as it ricocheted light into Jason's eyes. The king kept the blade in hand as he stooped down. King Barnabas's face appeared, pale with a hooked nose and icy blue eyes. His short black hair was peppered with grey around the ears, sprouting into a beard that curled around his powerful jaw. That jaw clenched as he gazed upon Jason, the one rightfully foreordained as King of Nezmyth. The orange ring on the king's finger held no luster, as if its spark had drained after the death of its previous owner. "So, this is the one," he said through oily lips. "Jason, son of Tom the Printer, 17-year-old craftsman. You grew up on the upper rim of Lower City. Tell me, boy, did you craft that sword yourself?" King Barnabas referred to the sword strapped to Jason's back. Jason nodded. Said King Barnabas. "Get up. Let me see." Jason forced himself to stand, never looking at the king's face. Wordlessly, he slipped his sword off his back and held it out with both hands. The king took it. It felt like handing over a child. A soldier retrieved the king's black blade. King Barnabas held Jason's sheath and ripped its sword out, brandishing it, before bringing the blade to his eyes.
Would he kill me with my own sword?
Jason swallowed. Steel blade, silver handle, with rubies found in mines from the eastern mountains. How did a lower city boy afford these materials? Jason swallowed before answering. His words were barely audible.
I saved up, since I was 10, Your Highness.
A sharp laugh escaped the king's lips as he handed back the sword. Or you stole them? Your craft is adequate, better than I expected. My blade is crafted from a rare mineral found in Unbuntai. It will never dull and it will never break. But I did not invite you here for idle discussion. Sit. The king waved an arm, and a crude wooden chair flew out from behind a pillar, planting itself behind Jason. He eyed it uncomfortably.
What else can I do?
He sat down, gripping his sword's sheath on his lap. King Barnabas stepped back onto the dais and took his throne. He propped a foot on his knee and laced his fingers together, pressing them to his lips and scowling. His black blade melted into thin air and reappeared in a puff of purple smoke, leaning against the throne.
He's an expert in magic,
Jason thought. As my advisor most likely mentioned, your foreordination was finally brought to our attention tonight. The imbecile chief patriarch, Master Faribolt, thought it wise to keep your foreordination secret from me for 5 years. And now, he rolled his eyes, he thinks it time that you begin your year of decision, despite your rage. Jason's eyes darted from the king to the advisor. The advisor clasped his hands behind his back and continued the lecture. In the year of decision, the foreordained king must decide whether to accept their foreordination. Your year begins tonight. If you should choose to accept your foreordination, 1 year from today, you will be established as the new King of Nezmyth. But that is not all the year of decision entails. King Barnabas's icy eyes sharpened, and he resumed. During your year of decision, we will test you, ensuring you possess the qualities of a King of Nezmyth. You must be wise, brave, chaste, virtuous, and just. Should you fail any of these tests, you will be disqualified for the throne, and I will continue my reign as if you were never called. Your standing will be measured through this. The advisor approached the veiled pedestal beside the throne. He swiped the sheet off, revealing a stone pillar reaching to his elbows. Atop the pedestal, 3 prongs held a glass orb the size of Jason's head. Inside it, pale grey smoke swirled as if alive. Something swelled inside Jason as he gazed on the orb, as if the orb were tethering to him. A peaceful rumble ebbed and flowed within him, like waves against a shore. The orb was breathing, and the breathing calmed him. The Oracle Stone, the advisor said. Old as the Kingdom of Nezmyth, an unbreakable artifact, forged and blessed by patriarchs of old. It links itself to the foreordained king at the beginning of his year of decision. The hue of its smoke will change, reflecting the purity of your heart. A radiant white if your heart is pure, or black if you have surrendered to darkness. To create the bond with the Oracle Stone, you must hold it and gaze into its depths. You will do so now. You will not be permitted to view the Oracle Stone again until the day of your ordination. If you do view it before then, you will be disqualified for the throne.
King Barnabas stood up from the throne, stalked over to the Oracle Stone, and slid his hand underneath it. As he lifted it from its prongs, the smoke inside the stone agitated, swirling violently. Its pale blue color dropped into a dark purple. Jason felt sick. He could feel the Oracle Stone, however faint, trembling with fear in the hands of the king. He wanted to tell the king to stop, but the pain of the Oracle Stone stemmed from the filthiness of the king's soul, not by anything the king was doing. King Barnabas approached Jason and leered at him before dropping the stone in his hands. Jason gazed into its smoke, cradling its perfectly smooth surface. It felt surprisingly light. The link the stone had been forging from a distance instantly became palpable. It sighed with relief as it reached his hands. A faint rumbling echoed within him, instilling peaceful warmth. The purple smoke dissipated. In its place, a calm cloud of radiant yellow swirled. Jason felt as though the essence of his soul had been examined and copied into the depths of the stone, made visual and measurable. King Barnabas yanked the Oracle Stone from Jason's hands. The peaceful feeling left him, but the stone maintained its deep yellow color even as King Barnabas returned it to the pedestal. "During the coming year," he said, "we will keep a close eye on you, making sure whether you pass our tests. This year of decision is considered one of the most difficult years in the life of a king, and rightfully so. You will not be warned beforehand, so you would be wise to prepare yourself. Our challenges will arrive silent as a street mouse or thunderous as an army. But no matter." King Barnabas swiveled about and stalked back to Jason, his eyes full of bloodlust. Jason froze. The king advanced until his face rested inches from Jason's nose. His burly hands gripped the armrests of Jason's chair, and he hissed through his teeth, "You will not be king. You do not deserve the throne. You are nothing but a commoner. How could you possibly know how to rule a kingdom?" His eyes narrowed. "I promise you, Jason, foreordained king, that I shall retain my throne at any cost. That is my word." Jason trembled as King Barnabas stood and returned to his throne. 1,000 things ran through Jason's mind. Questions about the tests, what it meant to be virtuous, why the king didn't kill him where he stood. But only one thought prevailed. "I don't want this." "Any questions?" the advisor asked. "Many, but none to ask out loud." The glower of King Barnabas sealed his lips shut. He shook his head. "Good," the king said. "Now, leave me. I wish you luck, Jason of Lower City." The advisor left his spot at the king's side and stepped down from the dais, gesturing for Jason to follow. Jason pushed himself out of the chair and slipped his sword onto his back. But as he turned about to pursue the advisor, a crackling eruption echoed through the hall. The chair Jason had sat in lay in a mangled heap of splinters. Yards away, King Barnabas sat in his throne, a hand stretched toward the wreckage, but his eyes were fixed on Jason. His lip curled. "Also," he said, "you will tell no one of your year of decision, or I will do the same to you. Understood?" Jason's heart skipped a beat. He forced out, "Yes, Your Highness." King Barnabas lowered his arm, keeping his icy gaze on Jason.
Jason followed the advisor as he swished down the narrow red carpet. The soldiers heaved the castle doors open, spilling in the chill of the night air. Jason and the advisor left the Cathedral of Shadows and walked into the night. 5. The Mentor. Those hours at the castle had passed like a nightmare. The advisor dropped off Jason at his residence without a word. Jason felt conquered by fear and confusion. His mind played back King Barnabas's every word. His questions hadn't gone away. He stared numbly at the faded bricks of the building for several minutes. Then, fearing the king might send a marauder to kill him, Jason fled through the door, escaping to the shelter of his room. He tried to sleep. He stared for hours at the ceiling, trying to calm his mind, speaking false words of comfort to himself. His room had lost its feeling of rest, instead taking on the aura of a small wooden cell. No longer private, no longer safe.
Who could be watching me right now? He thought. What does tomorrow hold? What trials are around the corner? What will the king do? Will my loved ones get hurt? Can I put them in danger when I don't want the throne to begin with?
Too many questions, and no answers. Something dark blossomed in Jason's heart. King Barnabas had all the kingdom's resources at his disposal to eradicate Jason's chance of becoming king. Jason had nothing.
It's impossible,
he thought. What then? Would he surrender? No, the year of decision proceeded for the next year, whether or not Jason wanted it.
But I can't just sit here waiting, he thought. So what do I do?
Escape. Jason sat up.
I could stay with Kristoff in the south, but the king could find me there. I need to flee the kingdom.
He froze. He had never been outside of Nezmyth. Come to think of it, he hadn't heard much of the bordering kingdoms growing up, just some of their names. What lied beyond the border? A canopy, safe from the watchful eyes of the king.
Perhaps that's the thing to do. Unbuntai lies to the west. I could travel through the western woods and cross the bridge. But what of the shop? Tyrant, mother and father. They'll be worried.
Jason threw his trunk open, sifting through its contents until he found a scrap of parchment and a pencil. With quivering hands and heart, he formed his words.
Dear friends and family, for reasons I can't explain, I felt it necessary to leave the kingdom. It's not easy, but it is necessary for my safety. I love you, and I'll miss you all. Thank you for the love and care you have shown me. Jason.
Jason folded his letter into thirds and left it on his bed. His heart felt broken, and an overwhelming hand of shame gripped him. This cowardice of abandoning the kingdom, let alone his friends and family, was despicable. But his inevitable failure loomed even closer. Escape was the only reasonable option. Everything felt a blur. He slipped his sword onto his back, packed a sack with supplies, and left the building. His boots clomped against stony streets as he marched westward, keeping his head down and avoiding the night patrols. Eventually, he reached the western wall, the edge of Nezmyth City. The stone walls stood a dozen feet high. Enormous watchtowers of strong timber kept sentinel, manned by wary guards on shifts. They ignored the single boy trudging down the street to the gates. Jason passed through them. 2 guards glared at him, but took no action. Grassy hills faced him as far as he could see. A thin breeze caressed the green landscape, swaying in the pale moonlight. Birds called in the distance. A dirt road stretched from the city, reaching the crest of a hill and disappearing from view. Jason imagined Golan, Jabok, and Bertis arriving at the shop in the morning to find Jason missing. His parents worrying, discussing why he would leave so suddenly. Tyrant, alone in his music shop, struggling to figure out how to obtain his next loaf of bread. When Jason reached the top of the hill, the road split in 2. A sign marked each destination. An arrow pointing left read Southern Plains, while another pointing to his right read Western Woods. A large flat rock sprawled beneath the signs. Jason turned to gaze on Nezmyth City. The castle in the distance lurked under the black sky. Not a candle flickered in the city. All was still. The city slept below, unaware that its prosperity was at stake, and that its one hope for deliverance was walking away. Inside, Jason's mind raged. How could you, coward? It's hopeless. You're their only chance. What does it matter? I'm outmatched in every way. The conflict boiled until Jason's eyes stung. He reached up, ripped his sword out of its sheath, and threw it to the ground. It clattered in the dust, casting moonlight in his eyes. "It's not me!" he cried into the dark.
"Of course it is," answered a voice. "I read your blessing myself years ago."
Jason gasped and turned around. A pudgy, bald stranger sat on the rock beneath the road signs, chewing on grass and looking at Jason with curiosity. His grey eyes twinkled behind round spectacles. It took several moments for Jason to find his tongue. The only other person to know my blessing of fate would be... Master Foreordained, the Chief Patriarch. Master Foreordained's eyes sparkled, and a grin graced his face.
"The sole Chief Patriarch in this dark world of ours. If you're seeking refuge in the Kingdom of Unbuntai, I would strongly advise against it. It fell to darkness ages ago, along with every other kingdom in Wevlian."
Jason's heart sank. His eyes fell to the ground. I don't know what to do.
"It seems to me that you have two options," Master Foreordained said, shifting where he sat. "You can flee to Unbuntai, as you've planned, and discover what an evil place it has become, or you can remain here and do what the sacred dragon has called you to do."
With respect, Master, Jason said, neither of those are good options. If I flee, Nezmyth is doomed. But if I stay, Nezmyth is doomed anyway. It's me against King Barnabas, and he's so powerful. There's no possible way to pass my year of decision, even if I wanted to be king.
"Of course there is."
A laugh escaped Jason's lips.
I would love an explanation. The way I see it, it's hopeless.
Master Foreordained's eyes twinkled again. Jason had never seen eyes like that before, with light glowing from behind them. No guile or treachery, only kindness, understanding, and care. It softened Jason's heart a little.
"Jason,"
began Master Foreordained,
"long ago we lived as spirits in the first life. That was the dwelling of the sacred dragon. The sacred dragon created numberless worlds, including the world of Wevlian, where we now live. We lived with the dragon for eons, waiting for the day when we could become mortal and progress on our eternal journey to become gods. But the time wasn't right."
Jason listened attentively. The story rang a familiar bell.
"Over time, one of our leaders, the Guardian of the Night, desired to rule the worlds that the dragon had created. The dragon refused, given the Guardian's recklessness and pride, and out of jealous spite, the Guardian rallied our kin to fight the dragon. Worse, the Guardian of the Night used the power of darkness, tainting the minds of our brothers and sisters. The war against darkness thus commenced. Followers of the dragon, including you and me, battled against the forces of darkness. At length, the Guardian of the Night and those who had succumbed to its power were defeated, and they were cast out. Their spirits wander the worlds, invisible to our eyes, leading us to lie, kill, and do all manner of evil. The sacred dragon saw fit to send us into mortality, experiencing sensations that come only with a mortal body. Light and darkness, hunger and satisfaction, pleasure and pain. Now that we're here, the dragon guards our world, the world of Wevlian, protecting us from the forces of darkness.
The legend of the formation, Jason said. I remember hearing that story as a child.
Master Feribold nodded. The dragon knew we would be weak in mortality, easily susceptible to corruption and a lust for power, so it instituted a system of foreordination. The dragon chose the valiant from the first life, with spirits blessed with the powers to naturally oppose darkness. Those would be the ones foreordained to positions of power, for they would be less likely to abuse such power. This served as a barrier, preventing those with evil hearts from ruling over us.
So how could Barnabas become king? Jason mumbled.
Master Feribold's expression turned serious. The dragon's barriers can be broken, and it does not interfere with our free will. Rarely, evil men slip through the cracks of justice, obtaining the power they crave. But every time, another noble soul is foreordained to take their place, and their reign comes to an end.
I don't feel like a noble soul, though, Jason said. I decided to run away.
A rash decision, made by someone frightened and confused, said Master Feribold. But you haven't left, have you? You can choose to stay.
Jason didn't say anything. He only glared at the ground. Master Feribold leaned closer.
Jason, every man at some point is given a challenge, and with that challenge comes a choice. He can choose to yield to fear and let greatness pass him by, or choose to become something greater than he once was, and triumph.
Become something greater? Jason echoed. How? Barnabas is king! He has everything he needs to keep me from the throne, even if I wanted it. What am I to all of that?
Have you been paying attention? Master Feribold scoffed. I'm teaching you that the king isn't in charge of Nezmyth's fate. The sacred dragon is. The dragon will give you power to overcome, but you must be willing to rise up to your sacred task. That is the only way.
Jason paused, letting the words sink in. He looked into the Chief Patriarch's eyes and said, And if I don't want to?
Then you have doomed us all.
Silence. Jason's face dropped. The words echoed in Jason's mind, racking his soul with terror. The two said nothing, and the sea of grass swayed as distant stars trickled with feeble light. It felt like two invisible hands pulled at Jason, one toward Ubuntu and one back to Nezmyth City.
I remember feeling the same way, Master Feribold admitted with a smirk. Why me? That was what I asked myself. I wasn't anything special, and I didn't think myself more spiritual than anyone else. My year of decision came in my early 20s. The training to become a patriarch was rigorous, and I wasn't sure I wanted it either. After all, it was such a responsibility. Patriarchs no longer exist in other kingdoms, so Nezmythian patriarchs are the last remaining line.
What changed your mind? Jason asked, his interest piqued.
Master Feribold let out a long sigh. I grew to see the good I could do in my foreordained capacity, and that appealed to me. That knowledge came over time. I'm only one man, and the sacred dragon gave me a responsibility, a calling. I could rise to that calling and live a life of service, being happy, or I could shrink, living the rest of my years in shame, wondering what could have been.
Jason felt that comment like an ice pick in his chest. Master Feribold had summed up his feelings for the past 5 years, let alone the past day. But both hands still pulled at him toward Ubuntu and Nezmyth City. He needed to rise up for the good of everyone. But how? He wasn't sure.
I'm here, aren't I? Master Feribold's eyes twinkled again. I am happy, young Jason, and the sacred dragon has given me power to weather life's most difficult storms. For you, it is time to grow into who you are meant to be. Our kingdom needs you, The world does. This year will not be easy, but I assure you, I'll use whatever power I have to serve you and protect you. Please, don't give up."
Jason let the silence hang in the air. Failure felt imminent, but the glow from the Chief Patriarch was contagious, like a spark with the potential to light a fire, burning bright and strong.
"Will you stay?" Master Therabolt asked.
Jason didn't respond immediately, but after a long wait, he looked at the ground and nodded. "I'll stay."
Master Therabolt smiled. "Well done, Jason, foreordained king. You have shown courage. Now, please, take up your sword and kneel. I'd like to offer you a special blessing of strength."
Jason had forgotten his sword lying on the ground beside him. As he picked it up, Master Therabolt stood. Jason knelt, the point of his sword stuck in the ground, and his gloved right hand firmly held the hilt. Master Therabolt placed his hands together, his thumbs and index fingers forming a triangle inches above Jason's forehead. He breathed deep and exhaled.
"Jason," he said, "by the dragon's fire, I bless you with courage and wisdom to overcome the powers of darkness in this coming year. Be strong, believe, and you will be victorious."
A tingling sensation spread from Jason's scalp down his body until it spilled from his fingers and toes. The darkness evaporated within him, and he was filled with peace, as if bathing in spring sunlight. When the Chief Patriarch released his hands, Jason stood and sheathed his sword. "I've never felt anything like that."
Master Therabolt smiled. "Jason, I want you to visit me every week during your year of decision. My estate and the cathedrals are a refuge from the king, and there I will teach you the ways of the Crimson Cape. Agreed?"
Jason nodded.
"Wonderful," Master Therabolt said. "Now, return home and rest. Dawn will be upon us. This next year will not be easy, Jason, but it is not impossible. That I can assure you."
Jason thanked the Chief Patriarch and hiked down the hill. Turning about to look back, no one was there. Master Therabolt had vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. When Jason returned to his room, the sun peeked over the horizon. His note lay on the bed. Ripping it up, Jason fell fast asleep. 6. The Blacknote. Fluttering notes from Jason's flyra hovered in his cramped room. A hardened morsel of bread, the one Tyrant refused to accept, rested on Jason's trunk, along with a half-empty jug of water. He sat with legs crossed on his mattress, his eyes shut, closing out the uneasiness coating the kingdom during the harvest. A small pouch of 100 blocks sat at his side, along with his empty right glove. "Who is going to prison today?" he thought. Jason replayed the events of the past few days over and over. His abduction to the castle, the confrontation with King Barnabas, the year of decision, Master Therabolt. A lifetime had passed. 3 days prior, Jason had been living from day to day, focused on making enough money for the harvest. But that side of him had vanished. Now he fought a silent battle for the fate of Nezmyth. His foreordination was no longer an unpleasant secret in the back of his mind, but a dark pool he'd been thrown into head first. He felt like a stray mutt in a cage, forced to fight a trained hound much larger than him. The only thing that kept him in Nezmyth City was the promise of the Chief Patriarch. 1 week in, Jason thought, and the king hasn't tested or killed me yet. What is he planning? After hours of waiting, Jason grew tired of playing music. His legs had grown stiff. He pocketed his flyra and stood, stretching. Sunlight shot through his small window against the opposite wall, illuminating dust floating in the air. He walked over to the window and peered out. No one was on the street. Everyone was commanded to remain in their homes on the day of the harvest. The only people roaming the streets were packs of soldiers, pushing around money carts and pounding on doors. In this part of Lower City, most people had enough to pay. Barely. But in the slums, the soldiers wouldn't even bother visiting. People there had nothing, and the soldiers couldn't take all of them to prison. As he scanned the city, Jason noticed a group of soldiers close to his building. Their large cart, drawn by a horse, was halfway full with small boxes and pouches. But on closer inspection, the soldiers were missing something. A prison carriage for people without enough to pay. That's odd, Jason thought. The money collectors approached a door. They knocked, and the door swung open, revealing a ragged man with a grim face. His wife hid behind him. The man dropped a small pouch in the soldier's hand, speaking frantically and shaking his head. Jason's heart sank. He doesn't have enough, Jason thought. Ignoring the man's plea, a soldier in red handed the pouch back and spoke to him in a loud voice. The other soldier in blue left the door and went back to the money cart. From its side, he pulled out a small wooden sign with a large black dot painted on it. The other soldier spoke to the two commoners, their faces turning darker with every word. The soldier with the sign pulled a hammer and nail from a pocket and hammered the sign beside the door. When he finished, the two soldiers left the house and continued to the next door. The grim-faced man and his wife stood in their open doorway, sharing looks of terror, before the woman burst into tears. The door closed in front of them. Jason's eyebrows furrowed as he made sense of what he saw. The commoners weren't imprisoned or beaten, but they seemed shaken by the sign nailed to their home. Footsteps ascended the ladder in his hallway, thick footsteps from heavy boots. Soldiers, he thought. He stepped to his bed and slipped on his glove, hefting his sword from the wall. He rubbed its sheath and paced the floor, listening to the soldiers as they visited each door in their hallway. They finally knocked on his door. With a perturbed feeling in his stomach, Jason unlatched it. Two soldiers filled the doorframe, one in blue and one in red. Jason remembered unpleasantly the moment just days ago when a similar pair of soldiers abducted him from his doorstep. "Harvest," the red soldier growled, his hand outstretched. Jason dropped the pouch in his hand. 100 blocks, all of it. The red soldier nodded, handing the pouch to the blue soldier, who pulled it open to inspect the quantity. Satisfied, he stuffed it in a larger pouch he carried at his side. Jason expected them to leave, but they didn't. "An announcement from His Majesty," the red soldier said. Jason's eyebrows bent. "His Majesty, King Barnabas, has declared that after this day of harvest, the tax will be raised to 120 blocks. Jason's jaw fell, and his eyes widened. The soldier continued. "The king realizes this is an increase that may be difficult for the poorer classes, so he's devised a plan in his mercy. If you find yourself unable to pay the tax in full, you will be blacknoted. A sign will be placed beside your door, indicating that you were not able to pay the full tax, and you will not be expected to pay for 6 additional weeks. The penalty for failing to pay, however, is indefinite service at the mines in the Eastern Mountains. This service will be rendered by the head of the house. While in the mines, you'll be provided food and a bed, and will work from sun up to sundown. Any attempt to remove the Blacknote after it has been placed will result in death." Jason had heard of the mines before. The Eastern Mountains were beautiful, but the mines were another story. Shanty villages carved from mountainsides homed pale-skinned, burly men. Rumors circulated of thick dust clogging lungs, insect-ridden beds, meager rations, and infrequent baths, accompanied by back-breaking labor in cramped spaces. Ice flushed through Jason's veins. He thought of Tyrant, his parents, and the others at his shop. Tyrant had been short on the tax a few days ago. His heart dropped into his stomach, and his face turned white. "That is all," the red soldier said. They spun on their heels and backtracked down the hall, leaving Jason standing in his doorway with shaky hands, light-headed. He stood like that, numb, until he heard their footsteps fade down the ladder, disappearing into oblivion. He wanted to race down the ladder and sprint to his parents' house and Terran's shop. But he knew better. "I can't leave," he thought angrily, "unless I want to risk being beaten or thrown in prison, or both." He slammed the door shut and paced. "It's so sudden. A 20-block raise from the previous tax. That's absurd. Could this be connected to me? If it is, how does it test me? Why would King Barnabas do this to the kingdom for my sake?" Too many questions and no answers. Nothing could be done until the next day, after the harvest had come and gone. Jason growled and kicked the chest by his bed. Although it was only late afternoon, he resolved to sleep as much as he could. After the sun had set and the moons claimed the sky, he could leave his quarters. He crawled onto his mattress and closed his eyes. The minutes crept by like hours. Jason lied on his side, struggling to sleep, but his brain refused to settle. He caught himself drifting a few times. Faint dreams of King Barnabas and black dots flit through his mind. Purple and orange percolated in the sky as twilight approached. He dreamed of the night when the chief patriarch had imparted his counsel, leaving him with a warm glow. He longed to feel that again. His eyes fluttered open. The blackened sky had filled with dim stars. He gasped, sitting up, wiping his cheek with the back of his hand. Scooting to the end of his mattress, Jason slipped his boots on before grabbing his sword and sprinting out the door. Nezmyth City was still in the dead of the night. A few food vendors were out, serving those who had run out of rations during the harvest. Soldiers eyed Jason as he bolted down the street, dripping sweat down his cheeks. Every dozen houses, Jason saw a door with a black dot nailed to the side. Victims of the harvest. He could picture the ominous sign nailed to his parents' cabin on the rim of Lower City. His heart pounded, fighting to keep up with his legs. The small cabins surrounding the dusty streets started to look familiar. A cabin to his left caught his eye, the one he had been racing toward. Approaching it, he came to a stop. A lantern flickered in his parents' window, but no black-dotted sign marked their door. If he wasn't gasping for breath, he would have sighed in relief. He trudged to the door and knocked on it 3 times. There was a rustling inside as his parents exchanged remarks. A pair of eyes appeared behind the window before footsteps sought the door. The door flung open, and Kara threw her arms around him. She spoke in a frantic whisper. "Did you get blacknoted?" Jason held her. "No, Mother. I had enough." His father stood in the doorway, exhaling deeply. Both of them were dressed as if ready to go somewhere. His father with his dagger at his side, his mother in pants instead of a dress, and both wearing boots. "We were about to check on you," Tom said. "We were afraid that you wouldn't have enough, with you living on your own."
"All of us at the shop had enough," Jason said. "But just enough. You?"
His father nodded. "Just enough." Kara released him, and he stepped inside, closing the door behind them.
"You probably need something to eat," she said. "No, Mother, I'm fine," Jason said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Don't be ridiculous. You look exhausted." "Please, Mother," Jason said forcefully. "I have enough. Please, save it for yourselves." Kara ignored him and grabbed an apple from a small basket of fruit. She thrust it into his hand, looking him in the eyes. "Take it," she whispered. She let go and strode back over to the table where Tom had already sat down. Jason, defeated, sighed and followed her. "A lot of people are visiting their loved ones tonight," his father said. "Out the window, we saw people hurrying down the street. They probably had the same idea we did." "Do we know anyone with a Blacknote?" Jason asked, biting into the apple. His parents darkened. Jason's heart sank. Kara was the first to speak. Terran's father left right before you arrived. He made 90 blocks for the harvest, and the soldiers showed no mercy. The Blacknote is nailed to his door."
Jason's jaw fell, and the apple suddenly lost its sweetness. Terran's father getting carted away to the eastern mountains flared in his mind. He shook away the thought.
"Does Terran know yet?"
They both shrugged.
"How will he pay 120 blocks next month?"
"Gulof is resourceful," Tom said, "and incredibly hard-working. I've known him since we were teenagers. He'll figure something out. At least, I hope he does."
"I hope so too," Jason said. "This would nearly make Terran an orphan."
There was a silence as they sat around the table, pondering. The lantern flickered, casting large shadows against the walls. The crunch of boots on dirt sounded from outside as soldiers patrolled their street. Finally, Kara asked,
"Are you going to visit Terran next?"
"Yes," Jason said.
"I saw him days ago, and he was short of the tax 8 blocks. I'm worried." "Don't wait. We're fine," Kara said. "Hurry back and tell us the news."
But 3 knocks came to their door. They shared puzzled glances. His father pushed his chair back and crept to the window with a hand on his dagger. Jason and Kara looked on, not breathing. After his father peered out the edge of the window, he shot a glance at Jason and Kara. "It's him!" He hustled for the door and pulled it open. Tyrant stood in the doorway, hands on knees, panting heavily and hair darkened with sweat. His work apron wasn't on. Instead, he'd strapped a leather belt around his waist, toting a pair of daggers. He looked up at Tom when he answered the door.
"Is Jason here?"
Tom stepped aside so Tyrant could look in. Jason stood so quickly that his chair fell backward. He raced to the door and pulled Tyrant in, embracing him. Jason looked into Tyrant's eyes.
"Were you blacknoted?"
Tyrant grinned and shook his head.
"It was a complete miracle. Someone came in and bought several flutes and drums yesterday. It brought me up to 99. Then I threw in 10 bars and paid the tax."
"The sacred dragon has blessed you, Tyrant," Tom said with a grin, and squeezed his shoulder. Tyrant smiled broadly, still panting.
"I'm glad you were okay. It's welcome news after passing my father's house."
A silence filled the room as Tyrant stared at the floorboards. Jason and Tom eyed each other. Kara stepped forward, her eyes glistening.
"So you saw?"
she whispered. Tyrant's lips tightened and he nodded. Kara threw her arms around him. Tyrant held her in turn, smiling and reassuring her.
"Everything will be fine. He's strong. He works hard. He'll be all right. I'm sure of it." "Whatever happens," she said, "there will always be a place for you in our family." "Thank you, Kara," he said. "You're never going to stop being a second mother to me, will you?" "Never."
Tyrant's reassuring smile faded. His eyebrows furled and his eyes focused. Jason recognized that look. It came from a place deep down. A place that had no tolerance for injustice.
"Barnabas, he's gone too far,"
Tyrant seethed. Kara released him. Every eye in the room turned to Tyrant. Kara spoke gently.
"We know how you feel, but there's 120 blocks!"
Tyrant cried, ignoring Kara.
"Insanity! He might raise by a couple of blocks, perhaps once a year, but 20 blocks at once? Why so sudden? He grows more insane each year."
"Tyrant!" Tom ground his teeth. "Not so loud." Tyrant breathed deep, exhaling as if to flush out the rage within. He looked to the ground, then up at them.
"What do we do?"
he asked. "We move forward as we always have," Tom said. "We work hard, we stay together, and we trust that the sacred dragon will provide. Isn't that right?" Tyrant and Kara nodded. Jason's eyes fell. His father's words were a perfect echo of Master Feribold's days earlier. But Jason's mind was elsewhere, at the throne miles away. This ordeal was for him. But why?
"The sacred dragon will provide,"
Jason thought.
"I shall hope so." "I'm glad you're all okay," he said. Let me know if anyone else has gotten blacknoted. I'm going home. I should go too, Tyrant said, turning to Tom and Kara. Work comes in the morning. Thank you, both of you. They exchanged goodbyes before Jason and Tyrant departed into the night. As the door closed behind them, they turned to the right and walked toward the southern market street. Jason glanced at Tyrant. A left turn would have been a faster way for Tyrant to get back to his shop. No soldiers were in sight. Regardless, Jason spoke in a hushed tone, unsure where this conversation would lead. Taking the long way home? Jason whispered. Tyrant's eyebrows were snarled. Fumes could have spilled from his ears. Something isn't right, murmured Tyrant. You live in Nezmyth. You're deciding that only now? You know what I'm talking about, Tyrant continued. 20 blocks, all at once. That's everything I make in a month, out of nowhere. Why would Barnabas do that? Something's going on that we don't know about. Jason swallowed, and cold sweat beaded on his brow. Your guess is as good as mine, he croaked. How much longer can this go on? Tyrant said. I trust in the dragon, but sometimes I wonder. This kingdom is full of innocent people trying to survive. When will we have another King Thomas? When will the dragon call someone to replace Barnabas? Has someone been foreordained, but we don't know it? How much longer? Jason kept his eyes forward as Tyrant rambled. He couldn't make eye contact. He didn't want to give Tyrant the chance of seeing through him, discovering a secret which would get them both killed. I know, Jason said. I don't know how we'll survive. But we're out in the open, and soldiers can appear at any moment. Now is not the time to talk about... As if on cue, a pair of soldiers appeared from behind a building, marching toward them. Jason and Tyrant sealed their lips shut as they walked, their eyes fixed to the ground. The soldiers' armor clinked as they walked, toting spears. You two! One of the soldiers barked. Tyrant and Jason stopped dead. Jason's heart dropped into his stomach. Tyrant tensed next to him, his hand twitching near a dagger at his side. The soldiers advanced, locked on them like wolves eyeing a meal. Neither Jason nor Tyrant spoke. The two soldiers halted an arm's length away. Tyrant matched their height and build, tall and muscular, but Jason paled in comparison.
Where are you going?
The soldier demanded. Home, Jason said.
It's late. Where have you been?
Said the other soldier. Checking on our families, Jason replied, looking down.
Is that all?
Probed the first soldier. Yes. Tyrant kept his lips shut, his eyes radiating contempt at the soldier in front of him. The soldier returned the look, as if to threaten, but instead appeared disconcerted. It wasn't often that a soldier confronted a commoner his size. Jason's heart beat thick, and he prayed that Tyrant wouldn't do anything rash. There would be heavier consequences for that than he could understand.
Why isn't your friend talking?
The perturbed soldier said. Jason took a moment to answer. He's had a difficult night. Tyrant's eyes narrowed. Jason knew what his friend was thinking, daring the soldier to make a move, to lift his spear, to give him an excuse to strike back. Vengeance flashed across Tyrant's face. He would love nothing more than to bloody his knuckles against a corrupt soldier. The tension in Jason's heart didn't settle.
We heard you talking,
the first soldier said.
5 bars and we'll let you go. Otherwise, you're coming with us.
Tyrant bared his teeth and wrapped a hand around a dagger. Jason grabbed his arm, signaling him to stand down. Tyrant took his hand off, but kept it in a fist at his side. Jason dug in his pocket, but only managed to find 4 bars. I've got 4, he said.
Good enough,
said the first soldier, snatching it out of his hand and putting it in a pouch on his belt.
Now go.
The soldiers resumed their patrol, forcing Jason and Tyrant to step out of the way. The soldiers marched out of sight in silence. Tyrant watched them in disgust. He took a few steps, then stopped, his fists still tight at his side. Jason exhaled, still disturbed. They stood in tense silence until certain they were out of earshot. There are good ones and bad ones,
said Jason. We could have handled them both, Tyrant said, stroking the hilt of a dagger. You alone could have handled them both, Jason replied. But it's never just two. You might as well challenge the entire army. They're supposed to protect people. There was a pause. Then Tyrant ripped a dagger from its holster and tossed it, moonlight flicking from its surface as it spun through the air. It stuck flawlessly into a wooden pole 20 yards away. Tyrant lowered his arm, his eyes fixed on the pole. Jason watched, wishing he could soothe the rage bubbling within his friend. Tyrant, Jason said, come on, let's go home. Tyrant's shoulders deflated, and he dragged himself to the pole. With some effort, he extracted the blade and slipped it back into its holster. They walked home in silence. Tyrant kept his mouth shut. Jason couldn't help but think how close they'd been to prison. If he hadn't had 4 bars on him, his year of decision would have come to a sudden end. Jason bid Tyrant goodbye, patting him on the back as they reached his home on the corner of the southern Market Street. Tyrant returned the gesture and continued on his way, the Market Street lit by the dim stars above. As Jason ascended the ladder to his room, his brain cycled through the day's events. Unlatching his door and crossing through, Jason slipped off his boots and his sword. Sleepiness wore at his eyes, and his back longed to be reunited with his bed. He stretched out on the mattress. As he did, he noticed something peculiar. A small piece of parchment was folded into thirds on his bed underneath him. His brow creased. Thinking it was his note he'd written days ago, he reached behind him and pulled it out. It wasn't his. The parchment was too fine. He sat up, looking around as if someone were watching him. With dirty fingers, he carefully unfolded the parchment, holding it up to his eyes. It held a single sentence, accompanied by the royal insignia and stamped in red wax. If you want to end this, come see me. KB. A fire grew within him. There it was, confirmation. This was about him. The king was putting the lives of the kingdom in jeopardy, all to test Jason. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. Jason read the sentence over and over. If you want to end this, come see me. End what? He thought. The Blacknote? My year of decision? What does he mean? He stared. Do I dare? What will happen if I come? What will happen if I don't? His mind went back and forth. Eventually, he folded the note and shoved it in his pocket. He reached for his sword, slipped it on his back, and put his boots back on. 7. The Spark. The morning sun seeped through the stained glass windows of Nezmyth Castle, casting multicolored light on its ancient floors. King Barnabas stooped in his throne, his icy eyes glossed over, and a smirk smeared across his face. A thin, bearded man slapped a drum nearby, filling the hall with rhythmic echoes. A beautiful woman danced within reach of King Barnabas on the dais, dressed in a sparkling outfit that left little to the imagination. The advisor stood silently a few steps away, his hands clasped behind his back, staring forward as if ignoring the spectacle. Soldiers lined the hall like statues. All was still except the reverberating drum and the soft chimes of the woman's garments. But the moment didn't last long. Boom! 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 3 thunderous crushes reverberated throughout the hall. The glossiness in King Barnabas's eyes vanished, replaced by irritation. The drum continued to pound as a group of soldiers heaved the massive doors open. The king watched those doors crawl and groan. Who could have the audacity to interrupt him at a time like this? A troop of soldiers filed in. In their middle walked the young would-be king, his sword slung over the boy's back and a glove fitting his right hand. King Barnabas's mouth twitched as soon as he saw him. He leaned forward, setting elbows on knees. The advisor blinked, and the dancer ceased gyrating, turning to see the commotion. The posse made its way down the red carpet, stopping a few feet from the throne platform. The soldier at their front grabbed the boy by his bound wrists and threw him to the floor.
"Your Highness," said the soldier, "we found this boy at the courtyard gates. He possessed a note bearing the royal insignia. It appears authentic."
The soldier withdrew the sealed note from a pouch on his side and held it in the air, its red wax stamp visible. King Barnabas's expression didn't change.
"Is it true, Your Grace?" the soldier asked. "Did you call for this boy?"
King Barnabas stroked his chin, not taking his eyes off Jason. The boy didn't move. He lied on the floor, listening to the conversation. King Barnabas gave his advisor a sour look. The advisor returned an unreadable glance. Taking a deep breath, King Barnabas looked to a stationary soldier and gestured at the woman.
"Take her to my chamber. We will continue this shortly."
The soldier complied, marching to the dais and escorting the damsel and drummer to a door on the side of the hall. The bells on the woman's outfit chimed with each step, cutting off as the door slammed shut. Only the boy and the soldiers remained. The king glowered at the lead soldier.
"Leave us. I will deal with him myself."
The leader hesitated, flabbergasted that their king would want to discipline a commoner personally, but quickly regained their composure. The foremost soldier tossed the king's note to the floor beside the boy, then turned about and marched away. The others followed. Meanwhile, Jason lied there, his face against the red carpet, which was surprisingly scratchy. He didn't move, even after hearing the doors close with a thunderous noise. When the boom had dissipated, King Barnabas spoke.
"Sooner than expected. I must admit, boy, I had my doubts that you would take this opportunity after the fear you displayed at our last meeting."
An invisible force hoisted Jason to his feet, as if he were a puppet. When he found his footing, the ropes binding his hands unraveled, falling to the ground. He rubbed his wrists, soothing the irritation. The king continued.
"Curiosity overtakes me. I believe I know the cause of your heated spirits, but I would love nothing more than to hear it from your lips. You are welcome to speak freely."
Jason hesitated, finding the words. He gazed at the tiled floor, his heart thumping hard and palms sweaty. Speak freely. That sounded like a trap. And yet, there were things he had to say, things he had to hear. He lifted his chin, looking up at the king's face. He swallowed. "Why?" King Barnabas considered him, as if expecting Jason to continue. Jason's chest shook with every breath. He wondered which words would get him answers, and which would get him killed. He had to exercise caution. "The tax raise and the Blacknote," Jason clarified. "Why is that one of my tests?" The king didn't answer at first, his eyes fixed on Jason as if examining something minuscule. He shifted in his chair, rearranging his cape.
"Is it, though? That's not for you to know. Even if it were, I wouldn't tell you. Does it matter? No. Honestly, I was hoping for something a little more—"
"Leave the kingdom out of this," Jason shouted. "This is between you and me, and no one else. You have no right to trivialize the lives of others to test me." That was too much, he instantly thought. He had gone too far, and he knew it right away. Something erupted behind the king's eyes. A shiver slid down Jason's spine as he realized he had both interrupted the king and issued him a command in the same sentence.
"Have no right?"
King Barnabas seethed. He leapt up from the throne.
"I own this kingdom, whelp. Do you believe you can waltz into my castle and tell me how to run my kingdom? Fool! On any other day, I would kill you for the audacity."
Jason frowned.
I may be a rat from Lower City, but even I know the most ancient laws. The 3 unbreakables. Never lie, never steal, and never kill in cold blood. No one is free from those rules, not even a king.
"Foolish traditions,"
King Barnabas ranted.
"Suggestions, as far as I'm concerned, nothing more. No, I believe in only one law."
King Barnabas reached behind the throne and revealed his sword. The advisor kept still as a statue, watching them with vacant eyes. Jason tensed. His hand yearned to reach for his sword. King Barnabas brought his sword to his face, gazing at his reflection across its length, rotating it as he inspected its craftsmanship.
"This is how a man attains his desires,"
King Barnabas said.
"Power, wealth, and fame. It's all a game of cunning, vision, and strength. There is no destiny. There is no fate. There is only will."
He paused.
"In ancient times, men slaughtered dragons to their extinction. They used swords much like this. Today, I am the greatest warrior in Nezmyth."
His eyes narrowed at Jason.
"If your sacred dragon ever did exist, I would love nothing more than to mount its skull over my mental."
Blasphemer, Jason thought. King Barnabas's eyes darted to the nearest soldier.
"You," he barked, "come here."
The soldier turned swiftly and marched up to the dais. Jason caught a look of unease on the soldier's face as he halted, heels together at the edge of the platform. King Barnabas dragged his sword as he stalked to the edge of the dais.
"Tell me,"
he said to the guard,
"how many citizens inhabit this kingdom?"
"Numberless thousands, my liege,"
the soldier replied.
"How many soldiers are there?"
The soldier swallowed hard. His hands trembled.
"Hundreds upon hundreds stand at your aid, your highness."
"So, what is one compared to hundreds upon hundreds?"
Words caught in the soldier's throat. He shook, but his lips wouldn't form words. King Barnabas's face filled with impatience. Finally, the soldier managed,
"Nothing, sire."
"That is right."
King Barnabas turned as if to walk back to his throne, and the soldier gave a controlled sigh in relief. He hadn't been excused, so he remained in place. In an instant, King Barnabas spun on his heels, drawing his blade with uncanny speed. It flashed in a horizontal arc as his body turned. The soldier had no time to react. His severed head leapt from his shoulders, toppling to the ground with a thud. The rest of the body collapsed to the floor. Jason felt bile in his mouth, and his legs turned shaky. A Nezmythian soldier lay dead, headless in front of him, its blood pooling near its neck, murdered without a second thought. Jason's teeth ground. His body shook, and tears filled his eyes. King Barnabas sighed, eyeing his dark blade with disgust. He stroked the blade, examining the soldier's blood on his fingers.
"What a mess,"
he whispered. He barked at another soldier and proffered the sword.
"Take this, clean it, and find someone to take care of this as well."
He motioned to the body.
"Yes, your highness."
The soldier marched up, took King Barnabas's blade, and briskly exited the hall. The last 30 seconds had been a terrible dream. King Barnabas killing one of his men in cold blood, then ordering another soldier to clean his sword, stained with the blood of his murdered comrade. Jason hung his head, wiping his eyes with his gloved hand, and bared his teeth. He didn't want the king to see how helpless he felt.
"This boy,"
King Barnabas continued,
is a precursor for your year of decision. That is, if you plan to do things your way. You see, this can all change."
King Barnabas leered at Jason as he approached. Jason met the eyes of the king, pushing down the lump in his throat and blinking away his tears. King Barnabas came to a halt an arm's length away. A devilish smirk adorned his face.
"Promise now that you will renounce your foreordination at the end of your year of decision, and I will lessen your trials. I will lower the tax to 100 blocks per harvest, and all Blacknotes will be revoked. Why should more innocents suffer? You can save them now. Simply renounce your foreordination, and everything will return to normal."
A sickening darkness formed within Jason. Each of King Barnabas's words were laced with false comfort. How could he trust him to keep his word when he had no reservations against murder? He'd already orchestrated so much suffering. Part of Jason wanted to believe the king. He wanted to believe that King Barnabas would hold to his word. But the terrible feeling inside him was too strong. It was a warning. Through it all, Jason couldn't forget the words of Master Foreordained, or the hope he felt during that meeting. It was a ray of warm sunshine compared to whatever this was. That was all the clarity he needed. So Jason answered nothing. King Barnabas's eyes bored down on him, but Jason remained silent. After several moments, King Barnabas's sneer faded into his typical scowl. His voice died down to a whisper, his nostrils flaring and his tone venomous.
"I am not going to kill you, Jason. I am going to destroy you. I will tear your world apart around you until you return to this throne begging for mercy. Until that happens, I will see to it that your year of decision drags you through the darkest depths of suffering. The Blacknote is but the beginning. As I said, you will not be King of Nezmyth. When you are ready to give up, come see me. Now leave."
King Barnabas retreated to his throne. He sat down, glaring at Jason, baring his teeth behind pursed lips. Jason turned to exit the castle. As he did, the corpse of the murdered soldier caught his eyes. He felt sick again. He clenched his teeth and swallowed, clenching his fists at his side. He took 2 steps toward the doors, then stopped. Looking over his shoulder, Jason addressed the king from the corner of his eye. He spoke in a soft voice. "When I last saw you, I didn't want to be king. I didn't understand why I had to take the throne, and I still don't." He paused. King Barnabas scowled. Jason took a breath and let hiss, "But I'll keep going until I do." With that, Jason faced forward, striding down the red carpet. The castle's massive doors cracked open for him, and he walked into the sun. 8. The Lesson. "I'd like an audience with Master Foreordained." Jason stood outside the elegant upper city mansion before the sun began its daily journey. The air was mostly grey, not yet blessed by blazing sunlight that would come in a few hours. A piercing breeze slid by, making Jason shiver in his coat. The gatekeeper stood in a comfortable shack by the front gates, blinking at him. "Do you have an appointment?" asked the gatekeeper. "No," Jason replied. "But he told me a couple of weeks ago that if I ever needed anything, I could come see him." The gatekeeper looked at a sheet of parchment tacked to a table inside the edifice.
Name?
Jason, son of Tom the Princer.
The gatekeeper's eyebrows slid up.
Of course. He's made a note of it here. Right inside, please.
The gatekeeper pulled a lever inside his shack. Shuddering, the gates squealed open. Jason nodded in gratitude and walked through. The lawn and stone walkway were perfectly manicured. Birds chirped from within tall hedges, trimmed into perfect cubes. Jason marched up the stone steps onto a porch lined with tall pillars. He knocked on the door and threw a glance over his shoulders. Not far away, Nezmyth Castle towered to the sky. He looked away as the memory of his most recent visit came back, and instead examined the door in front of him. It was riddled with jagged patterns he couldn't decipher. A loud click sounded from the other side. The door swung open, revealing a butler with a pointed nose and pressed suit. It was quite the contrast, Jason with his stained pants and shirt, and the butler with his pristine uniform. Jason immediately felt out of place. The butler eyed him for a moment.
You are Jason?
Yes, sir.
A look of wonder flashed across the butler's eyes. He regained himself and put on his most professional face.
The master has been expecting you, he said. Right this way.
Jason's eyebrows furrowed.
Expecting me?
The butler motioned him inside. As he entered, Jason's jaw dropped. Everything was as clean as a cathedral, the ceiling painted with glorious meadows and valleys, curving staircases leading to the upper floors, and a statue of the sacred dragon erupting from the center of the hall in glory.
"Good afternoon, Jason,"
Master Feribolt called from a room to his right.
Come in, come in. I've been eager to see you again."
Jason gave the butler a smile and obeyed. As Jason entered the chief patriarch's study, the butler watched in awe, as if a new light had entered and left the room. Smells of mahogany and yellowing pages brewed like sweet honey in the chief patriarch's study. Master Feribolt culled in a plush armchair in the middle of the room, his face buried in an ancient tome. He waved a hand without looking up, motioning for Jason to approach. Jason slipped the sword off his back and sat in a chair facing the chief patriarch. A bearskin rug grimaced at his feet. The chief patriarch neither looked at nor spoke to Jason. Waiting, Jason scanned the walls, his eyes tracing rows upon rows of books. Paintings of chief patriarchs hung throughout the room. An elegant desk on the far side of the room was organized with parchment, pencils, quills, and ink.
"You haven't had a chance to study our ancient tongue, have you, my young friend?"
Master Feribolt said, still scanning his book. Jason shifted in his chair.
No, sir. No one in Lower City can afford tutors for ancient Nezmithian.
"That's what I assumed,"
said Master Feribolt with a grin.
"But that is about to change for you. You must be fluent in the language to be a king. There are many lessons you must learn in the ancient text, and I will take it upon myself to teach you this year."
He paused. Master Feribolt must have expected Jason to be more excited at this news, because the ensuing silence led him to lift his gaze from the pages. Jason only stared at the bare head resting at his feet. Master Feribolt snapped his book shut, setting it on the floor.
"You haven't visited me since we first spoke," he said. "It's been 2 weeks."
Jason kept his gaze down.
I know. I'm sorry.
"Why is this?"
Jason shrugged.
"Nothing in particular bothering you?"
Jason scoffed.
Bothering me?
The question was laughable. With the raised tax, Blacknotes, the year of decision, and everything that came along with it. Yes, many things had been bothering him. For the first time in his life, Jason felt the weight of the kingdom on his shoulders in a real way. The chief patriarch fixated on him. Master Feribolt leaned forward, his glasses reflecting the morning light.
"Jason," he said, "the best remedy for the weary mind is unfiltered confession. You needn't keep the things that weigh on your heart locked inside you. If you do, they will only get worse. I can help you. But first, you must open up to me."
Jason gave a weary sigh and allowed himself to meet Master Feribolt's eyes. Working in the market, it was easy to tell when someone was being kind in the hopes of striking a steeper deal. It was far rarer to find a soul devoid of guile. When Master Feribolt looked at him, Jason knew there was nothing in him but goodness. It was in the light he carried. That put him at ease.
"I visited the castle last week,"
Jason said. Master Feribolt's brow creased.
"The king summoned you again?"
Jason nodded.
"In a way."
Master Feribolt leaned forward. Jason rehearsed all of the things that had taken place at the castle the week prior, from the soldier's murder to the king's bargain. Master Feribolt never blinked, but would scratch his chin or adjust his spectacles. When Jason finished, he rubbed his hands together and gazed upon Jason with a piercing gaze. Jason looked back, tense, waiting.
"Well, Jason," the chief patriarch said quietly, "I'm glad you didn't take the king's bargain. He has made it abundantly clear that he will stop at nothing to retain the throne, so it is wise not to trust him."
Jason nodded.
"But, from the sound of things, you were extremely reckless with the things you spoke. You could have been killed. You must learn to be more tactful the next time you speak to him. The kingdom cannot lose its next foreordained king, understand?"
Jason nodded again. Master Feribolt leaned back.
"Jason, you have a passion for justice. That is good. But I can guarantee that the king will exploit that this year. That is why you must tread with caution."
"What he's doing is wrong, though,"
Jason said.
"He's making the entire kingdom suffer just to test me. It's like he's holding the kingdom for ransom."
"Yes, I agree,"
Master Feribolt said in a firm voice.
"I'm just as disgusted about this as you are. He's acting like the selfish, arrogant swine that he is. Is there anything we can do at the moment? No. Will more innocent people suffer? Yes. But the dragon always deals swift justice at the correct moment. Meanwhile, we must be patient. Evil men always get their due."
At such treasonous words, Jason's eyes darted to the windows.
"Is he insane? Who could be listening? He could get us both killed."
"As mentioned before,"
Master Feribolt said, reading Jason's anxiety,
"my estate will be a haven from the eyes and ears of the king. You needn't worry about what we say here. You're protected. Think of it. Can you imagine the uproar if King Barnabas were to imprison or kill me, the chief patriarch? That would be the final straw that would lead to a swift rebellion. He may be reckless at times, but he isn't foolish."
Jason relaxed slightly, but his thoughts hovered on the Blacknotes and the promise of the king a week back.
"I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to destroy you."
"I don't know what to do,"
Jason said.
"The answer is simple," Master Feribolt said. "Move forward and trust in the sacred dragon."
"How can you say that?" Jason retorted. "Master, with all due respect, I still don't want to be king. And it's hard to move forward while trusting something I don't understand."
"I understand, my boy," Master Feribolt said. "I remember feeling exactly as you do now. But I tell you, dear Jason, after a lifetime of study, living as a foreordained servant, I can assure you that the sacred dragon's power is very real. You just need to reach out and take it. Part of that includes stepping into the unknown, exercising that faith."
Jason stayed quiet, pondering Master Feribolt's words. After a brief pause, Master Feribolt stood from his chair.
"How about a demonstration?" he said. "Jason, would you stand up, please?"
Jason slipped his sword onto his back as he stood. Master Feribolt's smirk never faded.
"Now,"
said Master Feribolt as he strolled across the room,
"remain still for the next few seconds. Very good, thank you. Metula."
Everything went black. Jason twitched in surprise and yelped. He waved his hand in front of his eyes, expecting to see some trace of it, but it was like someone had pulled a black sheet over his face.
I'm blind,
Jason cried.
You're very observant,
Master Ferrabelt mused. Jason stretched out his hands in front of him.
Give me back my sight. This isn't funny.
This isn't a joke, my young friend. It's a lesson. Now please, stand still. This is going to be a bit complicated.
Jason let his arms hang at his side with a huff. For a moment, everything was silent. But gradually, sounds of rumbling, crackling, and shifting grew all around him. Jason kept stock still through it all. It was as if an earthquake thundered around him, but the ground didn't so much as shiver. The rumbling noises lasted only a matter of seconds. When they finished, Jason heard Master Ferrabelt speak from the distant end of the room.
All right, Jason, he said. I want you to walk toward my voice. Do you understand?
Jason swallowed and nodded. He proceeded at a cautious pace, his hands held out. Right foot, left foot, right foot. Jason hoped he wouldn't trip. He had taken only a few steps before the Chief Patriarch shouted, Stop!
What?
Jason said as he came to a halt.
Turn to your left.
You want me to turn?
Jason said.
That's what I just said.
Why?
Do you trust me?
Master Ferrabelt asked.
What else can I do right now?
It was a simple yes or no, Jason.
Jason huffed.
Yes.
Then turn to your left and keep walking.
Jason twisted to his left and continued in a slow, methodical stride. Occasionally he lost his balance, but an invisible force righted him again, like a gentle string, pulling him to his feet.
Okay, Jason, Master Ferrabelt spoke again. You need to crouch for the next few steps. Ready? Now.
Jason crouched as he waddled through the darkness. The next few minutes continued that way. Jason kept his hands to his chest, just inches in front of him, and crept through the void, heeding the Chief Patriarch's every command. Master Ferrabelt had him turning, twisting, and sidestepping through the dark, while Jason wondered the purpose of it all. After too long a time, Jason sensed that he was directly in front of Master Ferrabelt.
Well done, Jason.
He could tell Master Ferrabelt was smiling.
Telume.
The world reappeared, and Jason blinked to adjust his eyes. Master Ferrabelt stood with his back against one of his bookcases, which was somehow missing about half of its books. He held something in his hand, no larger than his palm, round, bright, and yellow like the sun. Jason eyed it curiously.
Here is your prize,
Master Ferrabelt said.
A guabo?
Jason asked. Master Ferrabelt nodded.
Juicy and delicious. Now, look behind you.
Jason turned around and gasped. Master Ferrabelt had transformed his enormous study into an obstacle course. Pillars of books 10 feet high dotted the entire room. Books and chairs formed archways and narrow passages, requiring intricate instruction to navigate blindly. Jason could trace the path he'd taken as he ogled at the sight, his jaw hanging loose.
How did you do this?
He took the guabo from Master Ferrabelt's hand.
That's not as important as how you made it through, Master Ferrabelt said. On that note, how did you make it through?
I listened to your voice, Jason replied. Even when you told me to do things I couldn't understand. It felt pretty ridiculous at the time, but now I understand.
What would have happened if you hadn't listened to me and tried to do things differently?
I would have made a real mess,
Jason said, glancing at the precarious towers of books.
Correct,
Master Ferrabelt said with a wide grin.
You just experienced a metaphor for your next year, Jason. We are foreordained servants of the sacred dragon. We hold responsibilities over the Kingdom of Nezmyth, but we cannot do it without a solid tether to the sacred dragon. We seek knowledge from the sacred dragon, receive it, and use those instructions to serve those around us, to build prosperity and peace. You, as a foreordained king, must learn to develop that tether. And it begins with trust, like the trust you showed me now."
Jason nodded. Something like a warm glow flickered through his heart. Clarity. Everything felt right, and it made sense as Master Feribolt explained it. "How do I seek knowledge from the sacred dragon?" Jason said.
"Pray, visit the cathedral, keep the dragon in your heart," Master Feribolt explained. "And as you fill your life with goodness and earnestly prepare for the throne, the dragon will fill you with answers and inspiration. These feelings will be soft, but strong. You'll recognize them as you listen for them."
"Sounds easy enough."
"At times, yes," Master Feribolt said. "But sometimes, no. You'll get better at recognizing them the more you try. But remember, receiving those feelings means nothing if you don't act on them. And you will find that significantly more difficult. Some instructions are straightforward and simple. Others will test your strength or push you to do something that grinds against perceived wisdom. But you will know what to do, and you must act."
Jason scratched his head. "So, how will I know when those feelings are from the dragon, and when it's something else?" Master Feribolt grinned.
"You'll know."
Jason let that sink in. He was increasingly concerned that his year of decision would test his limits in every way imaginable. His simple worries about the harvest were long gone. His need to seek knowledge and learning through the sacred dragon was another layer on everything else. Master Feribolt strode back to his plush armchair, snaking around intricate stacks of books, stepping on scattered loose papers. After a few seconds, Jason followed. "Do you want help cleaning this up?" he asked.
Master Feribolt laughed. "No, but thank you, Jason. I'm quite all right. I'll restore these to their shelves after our lesson concludes. However, I would like to ask—"
They sat in their armchairs, and Master Feribolt laced his fingers.
"What plans have you already made to prepare for the throne?"
Jason didn't think he'd need to answer this so soon. Self-improvement had never been at the forefront of his mind. The constant fear of soldiers and tax raises took priority. Prepare for the throne? He racked his brain for a few moments before finding a satisfactory answer. "Well," Jason began, "I suppose I should start sparring again. King Barnabas is a great warrior, so I should be too."
Master Feribolt nodded in approval. "It's a good start."
"But I don't know how to grow more patient or kind or wise," Jason admitted.
"That will come in time," Master Feribolt said. "But you must find that for yourself. As I said earlier, I will teach you ancient Nezmythian this year. That will be a trial in and of itself."
Test after test. Dragon, is there anything I won't be tested on this year?
Master Feribolt picked up the ancient book he'd been reading earlier and handed it to Jason, who took it gingerly. The cover displayed an organized grid of squiggles, jagged lines, and dots, much like the door to the Chief Patriarch's mansion. As Jason cracked open the cover, he discovered the frail pages of the book had more of the same on each page.
"There are many tales of past kings, queens, and patriarchs found in the ancient text," Master Feribolt explained. "At the time, they recorded them for the benefit of future Nezmythians. I'm sure you've heard stories like the battle at the plains of Nomori, or the prophecy of the final king, but there is much subtler power in the linguistic details. Moreover, all Nezmythian lore is written in the old language."
"How long will it take to learn?"
Jason asked, discouraged. The army of dots and lines on the page seemed overwhelming to his weary mind.
"I am still learning the facets of this ancient language,"
Master Feribolt said as his eyes twinkled.
but you will have no problem learning the basics within the year."
There was another long pause as Jason absorbed it all. He folded the cover back over the pages, tracing his finger around the ancient characters. "When do we begin?" he asked.
Master Feribolt leaned in. "Immediately."
9. The Unknown. Dawn glistened against the eastern mountains as the sun climbed into the sky. Clouds absorbed the golden sunlight as they sailed through the blue light ships. The pale of early morning nestled over Nezmyth City. Autumn approached. Jason had slung a satchel over his shoulder. He had less than an hour to get to the shop, giving him plenty of time to shop for food with what little money he had. He spent most of his time in the fruit stalls parked along the edges of the southern market street. Lower city gardeners sold their goods alongside eastern city merchants hailing from distant farms and pastures. Soldiers slowed as they patrolled nearby, scanning for trouble. Jason reached for a loaf of bread, hefting it curiously. It was stiff, but edible. An elderly woman with thin hair watched Jason from behind the cart, her eyes hopeful. After inspecting it to his satisfaction, Jason put a hand in his pocket. "How much?" he asked.
"3 pieces,"
she replied, her voice like a broken music box. Jason frowned, and he stopped feeling for change. "It was only 2 last week."
"The Blacknote changes things,"
she replied. Jason sighed. "I understand, but that only means I can afford half a loaf today."
1 piece in 5 shards, then."
Jason pulled the coins from his pocket and dropped them into the woman's wrinkled hand. He took the half loaf and dropped it in his satchel. "I'll need to be more careful about how much I eat." Other shoppers wandered from cart to cart. Jason kept wary. It wasn't uncommon for street urchins to pilfer sacks for produce. He remembered stealing an apple from a fruit cart as a young child. When his parents found out what he had done, he wasn't allowed dinner for days. "It's been a month now," Jason thought. "Why am I still alive?" He browsed another cart, loaded with small fruits he wasn't familiar with. They looked halfway between a grape and a tomato, about the size of his thumb, and a succulent reddish purple. No one accompanied the cart. Maybe they left to go get something. That's foolish. It's amazing the cart has any fruit left. Jason picked up one of the fruits, rolling it in his fingers. What does it taste like? I don't want to steal one. He dipped a hand in his pocket and pulled out a shard, sure that it would cover the price of one of these little morsels. He placed the shard on a table behind the cart and popped the fruit in his mouth. The fruit exploded with juice. It was tangy and sweet, unlike anything he had tasted before. His eyes lit up and darted about the crowd, looking for whoever governed this fruit stand. "What are these? How much are they?" "Bouchum berries," a lovely voice said from behind. "Delicious, rare, and expensive." Jason spun about, and his ears burned pink. A girl a few inches shorter than him stood next to him. Her blonde hair spilled over her head and shoulders like a golden waterfall, and the area around her nose was peppered with freckles. Dimples creased her smooth cheeks as she grinned. Her dress was spotlessly white, free from stains or loose hairs, and hugged her strong, slender frame. Jason nearly choked on his Bouchum berry as he forced it down. There's no way she's from Lower City, he thought. The girl ignored him as she plucked her own berries, placing them in a basket on her elbow. Jason cleared his throat. "Expensive?" he forced out. "Mm-hmm," the girl replied. "1 Bouchum berry can sell for as much as an entire piece, depending on where they grow." "A whole piece!" Jason exclaimed, shielding his mouth as if to dig the berry out of his stomach and put it back. He wished he could. The girl giggled. "You don't have anything to worry about. These are grown locally. I know the man who owns the cart, and he usually sells them for a shard each. I think you're safe." She winked at him. That's when he noticed her eyes, silver and sparkling. His heart jumped into his throat. With a grin and a short laugh, she put her hand on his shoulder. Jason hoped she couldn't feel his heartbeat.
Don't eat too much, mister.
She patted his shoulder twice, dropped her change on the cart, and disappeared into the crowd. Jason stood, mouth agape, staring where the girl had been a moment before. Their exchange had lasted only a minute, but it was enough to make Jason's head swim in a sweet, unfamiliar nectar. Thinking over the encounter, he reprimanded himself for not speaking up. He would have given 10 blocks for her name, but she had disappeared into the crowd as quickly as she had appeared.
Boosham berries.
Huh?
Jason twitched as if woken from a dream. A man had appeared at the berry cart and eyed Jason expectantly. Jason's eyes jumped from the cart owner to the crowd. He craned his neck to get a better view, but to no avail. The girl was gone. He let out a disappointed sigh.
Jason, Gator Emgley.
Elu me teshu, Master Ferryboat.
Good, Master Ferryboat said. That was, how are you, and I'm doing well. Remember, using the prefix may before the adjective indicates a temporary state of being. If you were to say, Elu teshu, that would imply that you're always doing well. The same goes for when you describe your feelings.
It had been a few weeks since Jason began learning ancient Nezmythian from Master Ferryboat. An enormous book filled with dots and squiggles covered his lap. He felt as though his brain was physically being stretched. The armchair in the study was growing more familiar, and though it was considerably more comfortable than anything he was used to, he associated it with strenuous work and study. His sword leaned at its side.
Ask me a question, Jason,
Master Ferryboat said, leaning back in his chair and grinning expectantly. Jason looked up from his book, which looked as confusing as it did the previous week.
In ancient Nezmythian?
Master Ferryboat nodded. His rosy cheeks irradiated with confidence. Jason took a deep breath. In his mind, he forced vowels and consonants together like a puzzle he lacked pieces for. There were only a handful of characters in ancient Nezmyth, but forming them into words and translating it to modern Nezmythian was taxing. He opened his mouth.
Shu emgle, Bidish?
Who do I go?
Master Ferryboat watched, puzzled.
No, sorry. Tarlo emgle, Bidish, un guabo?
Where do I go for a guabo?
Master Ferryboat smiled and his eyes shone.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Master Ferryboat chuckled.
Very good, Jason. You may not think so, but you're making excellent progress.
Jason smiled and rubbed the back of his neck.
That will conclude our lesson for the day. You've worked hard, and I can tell you're exhausted.
Jason thanked the dragon and snapped the book shut. Holding it on his lap, he couldn't help but smile at the Chief Patriarch's praise. But Master Ferryboat was staring at his gloved right hand. He ogled it as if evaluating a strange work of art, deciphering its meaning. His grey eyes filled with curiosity.
Tell me, Jason, he said, every time I've seen you, you've worn that glove, no matter what setting. Is there a particular reason? It seems a tad impractical.
Jason's flattered smile quickly faded. His gloved hand involuntarily fell to his side. He considered creating a tale of why he kept his hand covered. That's what he usually did. Probing questions had come all too often from strangers, and he never felt like giving a straight answer. But lying to the Chief Patriarch felt like the wrong thing to do. Jason deflated and set the leather tome at his feet. Then he tugged at his glove.
I don't like showing this to people.
Master Ferryboat watched intently. Jason's glove came off, revealing his pale hand. The orange triangular scar appeared at the root of his index finger. He held out the palm of his hand.
This mark has always bothered me, Jason said. I don't know why. It's such a peculiar birthmark. I can't help but feel like it's something more, Like I've been branded, so I wear a glove so I don't have to look at it or talk about it. It sounds strange, but that's the truth.
Master Ferribolt kept his eyes on the orange mark, stroking his chin as he studied it. Jason looked at him uncomfortable.
That's interesting, Jason,
Master Ferribolt whispered.
Do you think it means anything?
Jason asked. Master Ferribolt didn't answer at first. He leaned back in his chair, his expression softening.
It could be nothing more than a peculiar birthmark. Such things are not uncommon.
I'm not so sure,
Jason said, slipping the glove back on.
Regardless, that mark is the least of your troubles,
Master Ferribolt said.
You need to focus on learning ancient Nezmythian and preparing yourself for the throne. The Oracle Stone won't whiten if you simply wait for the end of your year of decision. Have you found opportunities to spar again, as you mentioned a few weeks ago?
Jason sighed.
No.
Jason,
Master Ferribolt said, leaning forward. A change swept over his countenance, as if a shadowed curtain had been pulled over his face. Anxiety crept over Jason. He rarely saw Master Ferribolt out of his whimsical mood. The Chief Patriarch's eyes hardened, the expression of a stern parent. His next words were ominously sober.
Have you considered that you might have to duel the king before your year of decision concludes?
Jason's heart dropped into his stomach. He pictured King Barnabas towering over him, as he had a month back, with his rippling muscles and powerful square jaw, lifting that dark blade above his head to strike. What could Jason do against that? Could he defend himself? Jason forced down what felt like a grape lodged in his throat. His heart felt dead, and his eyes fell to the floor as he considered the horrifying possibility.
I'm not asking this to frighten you, Master Ferribolt said. I want to see you succeed. I want to be there when Barnabas is forced down from the throne, and when you rebuild Nezmyth into a prosperous kingdom. Victory is possible, Jason. The dragon will help you, but you must do more.
The words barely reached Jason's ears, as if he were underwater. The image of King Barnabas lifting his sword above his head cycled through his mind. He knew it could happen.
But,
Jason stammered,
I couldn't possibly become strong enough to fight him in a year, even if I trained daily from dawn to dusk. How can I stand up to that?
Master Ferribolt's answer came quickly and firmly.
The dragon didn't foreordain you to failure, Jason. If you need to be sure of anything, be sure of that.
That reassurance wasn't enough to settle the uncomfortable pit forming inside him. He had to spar again, but he wasn't sure how to go about it. His thumb found the hilt of his sword and stroked its pommel, as if rubbing the ruby would conjure a solution. Master Ferribolt watched him.
Is there anything else, Jason?
Jason shook his head.
Well, you had better be off then,
Master Ferribolt said, standing.
It will be dark before you get home, and I don't want you to have a run-in with the soldiers.
There was a pause as Jason followed Master Ferribolt, slipping his sword onto his back. Master Ferribolt put an arm around Jason's shoulders, like a father. Jason looked down.
Tomorrow is the deadline, isn't it?
Master Ferribolt asked. Jason nodded.
Any word from your friend's father?
No, I haven't seen Tyrant in a while.
I'll pray for both of them, Master Ferribolt replied. What will be, will be. I'll ask the sacred dragon to grant the victims of the Blacknote special protection tonight.
His tone turned grave.
I fear how this will affect Nezmyth.
Jason thanked Master Ferribolt as they approached the front door. The butler pulled the door open, and Jason clutched his coat tight as he bid them farewell and left. The hedges and flowers of the Chief Patriarch's estate swayed in the twilight breeze. It blew soft fragrances into Jason's nose, caressing his senses. Oranges spilled across the sky like a painting as the sun retreated. Before long, street lanterns would illuminate the ascending streets of Upper City. Jason kept his hands in his pockets as he walked downhill. He gazed at the enormous, beautiful homes surrounding him as he descended.
No Blacknotes on any of them,
he thought distastefully. Perhaps it was wrong to complain. He had heard not everyone from Upper City was bad. The girl at the market he met the other day seemed pleasant. But there were a lot of suffering people mere miles from here, and from what he could tell, these folks didn't care. His walk home wasn't short. The probing eyes of patrolling soldiers didn't make his journey any easier. It was nearly an hour before he reached his flat. He slipped off his boots and his sword, crawling onto his straw mattress. Jagged lines on paper, along with scrawled blacknotes, circled in his mind as he drifted to sleep. Tyrant's eyes fixed to the floor, fighting back stinging tears. Jason was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth to offer a nugget of comfort, but stopped himself. The cranny seemed especially hollow and quiet. The instruments lining the walls quietly mourned alongside their creator. They sat for several minutes before Jason spoke in a quiet tone.
"When did they come?" "In the dead of morning," Tyrant replied. "I got there right as the sun was coming up. He was probably still asleep. At least they had the decency to let him write a note before taking him."
Tyrant handed a torn piece of parchment to Jason, who took the note. The handwriting was haphazard, as if written in a hurry. Holding the note with both hands, Jason angled it, catching light from the window. "Tyrant, not enough for Blacknote. Short 2 blocks. Don't worry about me. Love you, son." The last sentence was a punch to the gut. Jason had never heard once the words "I love you" come from Gulaf's lips. It was tragic that the one time he spoke this affection was on a scribbled parchment before being robbed of his freedom. Jason glanced at Tyrant, who was looking at Jason with an expression of dread and uncertainty.
"The worst part is not knowing if I'll ever see him again." "You'll see him again," Jason reassured Tyrant as he put the note back on the desk. "It's labor, not execution." "But for how long?" Tyrant said. "Weeks? Months? Years? First my mother, now this. I don't know how much more I can take. Something must be done. Something needs to be done to stop him."
Jason shushed Tyrant and peered out the window. The coast was clear, but he lowered his voice to a whisper.
"I agree, Tyrant. Something needs to be done. But now isn't the time."
"Then when?" Tyrant demanded. Hurried footsteps sounded in the alleyway outside. Jason and Tyrant exchanged looks. Visitors to the cranny were unusual, let alone someone coming at a dead run. Jason strained his neck to glimpse out the window, but could only make out a dark silhouette through the smudged glass. Tyrant stood from his desk, brushing off his apron, hoping it was a customer. The door to the shop burst open. In the doorway stood Tom, glasses hanging on the bridge of his nose and sweat coating his face. He held the door latch with white knuckles, his eyes intense. Jason stood in alarm.
"Father!" he exclaimed. "What's going on?"
"I knew I'd find you here," Tom said, panting. "I came from your flat. You didn't answer the door, and your shop isn't open yet."
"What's wrong?" Tyrant asked.
"I'm not sure,"
Tom said.
"Kara's sick. Come on."
Jason and Tyrant didn't hesitate. Tyrant threw off his apron and bounded out the door as quickly as Jason did, locking the door behind him. All 3 of them hurried out the alleyway, bursting into the dusty streets of Lower City, silent as they ran. Townspeople leered after them as they jogged through the maze of the Lower City, and soldiers glared. All Blacknotes had been removed from the houses. They arrived at the familiar cabin and dashed through the front door, Tom leading the way. The cabin lacked the familiar smells that Jason was used to. No cinnamon, no spices, nothing. His eyes searched the cabin. It wasn't long before he saw her. Kara rested on her straw mattress, but her appearance made Jason's face twist and his stomach lurch. Her skin had deteriorated to a pale green, splotched with brown all over her legs, arms, and face. She wore a prim white dress spread out to soothe her decaying skin. She looked up as they burst into the cabin. A smile graced her lips.
"Hello there,"
she said, her voice weak. A man hunched at the side of her bed. His dark hair was parted on the side, and he toted a large case of multicolored vials. Dr. Lartok. Jason recognized him immediately. The doctor had shown up to their cabin whenever he'd had so much as a cough. The vials that Lartok made him drink came to mind, and how awful they'd tasted. Tom stooped down next to the doctor, looking over his diseased wife. "Do you know what's wrong?" Lartok didn't answer right away. He shuffled through a few vials. "I have theories, but I can't offer a clear diagnosis. I'll do my best, but this looks extremely rare. You might have to hire someone from Upper City." "You know I can't afford that." Lartok didn't reply. He pulled a small knife and a tiny glass cup from his tote. Jason eyed the knife uncomfortably. "Kara," Lartok said, "I need to extract a sample of your blood. You're going to feel a pinch." He took her hand and slowly pressed the knife's tip into her finger. Kara looked at the ceiling and didn't so much as tense. Blood beaded around the knife's tip, and Lartok withdrew it, wiping it with a rag, squeezing drops of blood into the tiny glass cup. Finally, Lartok bandaged her finger and returned her hand to her side. "What's that for?" Jason asked. "A sample to mix with a solution," Lartok said, not looking at Jason. "Depending on its color, we'll know if my suspicions are correct." "What's that?" said Tom. "Kara might have come down with epoch lime," Lartok explained. "It's not contagious, but it's very rare. No one knows how it's contracted, but it comes on suddenly and lasts a long time, causing skin blotches and extreme fatigue, as you can see." "How long does it last?" Tyrant said. "Months," Lartok replied. "Sometimes over a year." He placed his vials and tools back in his tote. "We won't know for sure until after my sample has had time to mix."
"So it could be months before she recovers?"
Tom asked. Lartok stood after reassembling his tote. He exhaled, as if flushing out his unease, and didn't look up. "I don't know, Tom. If it is epoch lime, there's only one cure. Expensive and illegal. The mulak flower."
"Why illegal?"
Jason asked, frowning. "It's psychotropic. It causes hallucinations if taken in small doses. Users easily become addicted and lethargic, which makes them less likely to work, which makes them less likely to pay taxes. That is why they're outlawed." Lartok paused. "Curing epoch lime requires consuming an entire flower at once. Doctors tend to refuse that option, as its success rate is slim. She'll either heal completely or die." A hush fell on the room. Jason's eyes caught his beautiful mother, trapped in her bed and too weak to stand. The epoch lime had doomed her to decay, helpless for the rest of her life, however long or short that may be. Jason's eyes dropped to the floor and a lump formed in his throat.
"How much more can we take?"
Next to him, Tyrant was having the same thoughts and feelings. His purple eyes misted and his hands turned to fists.
"Thank you,"
Kara managed.
"Everything will be okay."
Lartok teased a smile. "I hope so, Kara." Tom pulled out some money, but Lartok stopped him. "No, Tom, this won't cost you a thing." Tom's chin dropped and he whispered a thank you. "With the raised tax, you're going to need every shard you have," Lartok said. "Don't worry about the payment. I just hope that Kara gets better. Somehow." There was a pause. Lartok departed with a disheartened nod, unlatching the door and closing it behind him. Jason, Tyrant, and Tom waited in gloomy silence. None of them met each other's eyes, let alone spoke. Tom eventually dragged his feet to the bed and stooped down, taking Kara by her withered hand. He rubbed it with his own, as if that would disperse the disease. Worry filled his eyes. "I love you, dear," he said. Kara's eyes twinkled, and her cracked lips pulled into a smile.
"Everything will be okay."
Jason and Tyrant exchanged a look. Tyrant cast his eyes away and breathed deeply, repeating silent words of comfort to himself. Jason considered his possibilities.
Is this one of my trials?
I am going to tear your world apart.
King Barnabas's words echoed in his memory. Jason's jaw clenched and he flexed his hands. This had to be a trial, but how King Barnabas could make his mother contract a rare disease, he didn't know.
When you're ready to give up, come see me.
Is it worth it if the king destroys everything I love? Not even 2 months. How much more can I take?
Jason looked at the sickly countenance of his mother.
If she knew, she would want me to keep fighting.
10. The Brute. The vulture shifted atop the dead tree on a hill, gazing over the wasteland with arrogant satisfaction. Miles away, a sapling less than a foot high protruded from the ground. Its thin stem and leaves swayed in the hollow breeze wafting across the wastes. On a lower branch, the eagle's eyes likewise focused on the sapling. From its perch, it could make out follicles on its leaves and the fuzz of the stem. It watched the sapling like a sentinel, keeping a close eye on the vulture overhead, ensuring it wouldn't misbehave. The vulture chuckled. The eagle ignored it, keeping watch.
Everything is according to plan,
the vulture sneered.
It won't be long before the sapling withers. Your efforts are in vain.
The eagle kept fixed on the sapling. You can't see it as well as I do. The sapling dips with the wind, but its leaves are healthy and green. This wasteland will see life again. Your arrogance is your downfall. The vulture dismissed the reply.
You believe you can protect it with all my power and cunning?
Your power is an illusion, the eagle replied. And though you may be cunning, you dwell in the shadow of someone greater. You know that, despite the darkness in your heart. The vulture's satisfied expression faded. Silence ensued. Then the eagle looked up. The pure will rise to thrash the mighty. You will see that in time. The vulture scowled and held its tongue, but only long enough to conjure a reply.
I suppose we shall.
Sweat slid down Jason's cheek, dropping to the red-hot blade below and sizzling in a puff of steam. He kept a firm grip on the handle, still crude and unfinished, while hefting a metal hammer. The hammer crushed the blade into shape with every blow against the anvil. After pounding the blade into shape, Jason carefully dipped it into a barrel of water at his side. Steam plumed from the water, coating Jason's arm, which was already drenched in sweat. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand, then threw the finished sword into a barrel of other blades, their handles sticking out. "Closing time," Jabek called over the machines. Shadow had crossed the red line at their front desk. Outside, the southern market street had fallen into full autumn. Trees rich with red and gold shivered in orange sunlight, and the townspeople sported thicker clothing of wool and fur. Autumn was always beautiful for Nezmyth, but it was hard to enjoy it in a year like this. The 4 workers hastily turned off the machines, which sputtered to a gradual halt. The shop turned silent. Footsteps creaked loudly across its old wooden floors. Bertus drank from an enormous canteen by his side, sweat dripping from his burly face and arms like light rain. Golan pulled a towel from his pocket and wiped his face. Jabek let the sweat drip from him, a testament to another day of hard labor. Jason rubbed his face and hair with a rag before tossing it on the back of his chair. He couldn't stop thinking of his mother. No word yet from Lartok. He also couldn't stop thinking of his lessons in ancient Nezmythian, or that he still hadn't come up with a training regimen. He had already grown tired of Master Feribolt's scoldings. "It's the end of the day," Jabek said, "and I am ready for a pint of mead." He sauntered over to the coat rack, and they trailed after him. "I am as well," Golan said.
I haven't had much time with Tarmanthea since the Blacknote. I hate spending so much time away from her.
You can get money from your parents in Upper City, Jabek said, sneering. Why worry about the Blacknote?
Because his work relies on all of us, Jason said as he slipped his coat on. And the Blacknote requires all of our efforts.
Golan redirected the conversation.
What are your plans, Bertus?
Play some music in the centre court,
said Bertus, shrugging.
Hopefully Upper City folks will toss a few pieces.
Not a bad idea, Jason said. Maybe I'll join you with my flyer sometime.
Bertus smiled. Jason had difficulty telling whether he agreed or was just being polite. While Bertus was by far the biggest of the bunch, he was agreeable and thoughtful, and never abrasive.
What about you, Jason?
Jabek asked. Jason shrugged.
I'm not sure yet.
Well, I'm going to the combat gym, said Jabek. I haven't been in weeks, and I can feel it.
He squeezed his arm and smirked.
I miss the clash. It awakens something inside you.
Bertus and Golan rolled their eyes, but something flared in Jason's mind. Master Theribolt's scolding, the fear he felt at the possibility of a kingly duel.
Why didn't I think of it before? Wait, said Jason. How often do you visit a combat gym?
I used to go every day, Jabek said. But not since the Blacknote. Why?
I've been trying to find the time to spar. Mind if I join you?
Jabek chuckled, but Jason didn't break his gaze. Bertus and Golan exchanged looks. After an awkward pause, Jabek's smile fell.
You're serious?
Jason nodded.
Jason,
Jabek continued uncomfortably,
I mean no offence, but I don't think you're the type to spar at a combat gym.
Why not?
Jason said, bristling.
Well,
Jabek looked like he had a sensible reply on the tip of his tongue, but the words wouldn't come out. Jason waited impatiently. Finally, Jabek let out a defeated sigh and said,
Come with me and you'll see, but don't say I didn't warn you.
Bertus and Golan buttoned up their coats and walked out to escape the conversation. Jason eyed Jabek as he slipped on his sword and left.
He's never seen me spar. Who does he think he is?
Jason locked the door latch behind them and tugged the handle. Jabek stood nearby, his hands pocketed.
You sure you don't want to leave that at home?
Jabek said, gesturing at Jason's sword.
They have practice weapons.
Jason shook his head.
No, let's go.
Jabek jerked his head, signaling Jason to follow. Jason didn't appreciate being beckoned like a dog, but tagged along without complaint. Street vendors threw sheets over their handcarts, their cartwheels crunching on cobblestone as they packed up. Soldiers eyed everyone, firing questions at random passers-by to assert their authority. Jason realized that Jabek didn't have any weapons on him, not even a knife. His eyebrows creased.
Why don't you carry a weapon? Jason asked. Everyone else does, even if it's something small.
Jabek scoffed at the remark.
I'm fast. Weapons can be disarmed, but you can't disarm fists.
But everyone is required to train with a weapon growing up, Jason said.
In case of war, it was the law. Jabek nodded.
I trained on swords, but it never did much for me. I can disarm most people before their first strike.
Jason pictured Jabek in a sparring ring, opposing a brute with a sword, weaving around each slash before disarming his foe. It wasn't hard to imagine. Jabek's strong and chiseled frame made him quick and dexterous. As they walked, Jason spotted a fruit cart loaded with a fresh harvest. A withered-looking man in an apron stood at the foot of the cart, his hands behind his back.
Everyone else is closing,
Jason thought.
Maybe he needs the extra money.
Jason's stomach growled. He slowed.
Hold on,
Jason said to Jabek as he strolled up to the cart.
This will only take a second.
Jabek sighed and waited. The old man's wrinkled lips pulled into a smile.
1 guabo, please,
Jason said. The old man pulled out a ripe golden guabo and asked Jason for 7 shards. Jason dropped the change in the man's hand and hefted the guabo. He took a bite, and delicious nectar spilled into his mouth. Jason hummed in delight.
Thank you. One of the best I've had.
You're very welcome,
the old man said with a quivering voice.
Come visit again.
Jason rejoined Jabok and finished his guabo in silence. There wasn't much talk as they walked down Southern Market Street. Eventually, they turned left toward Center Court, but stopped halfway down the road. Jabok motioned with his hand. "Here it is," he said. They stood at the foot of a massive square facility of red brick and chipping mortar. Above the door, a sign was painted in fading yellow letters. "The Crossing Blades Combat Gym." Painted silhouettes of two men crossing swords graced the gnarled door. Jason's heart pumped at the sight. From the other side, he could hear muffled shouting and crashing. Jason paused, questioning if this was the best way to become a better fighter. A loud click and a slamming door caught his attention. Jabok had walked in without him. Quickly, Jason followed. The stench of sweat and leather hit him like a wall as he entered, making him cough. Shouts and bellows now reverberated around him, mixed with laughter. Jason halted, almost running into Jabok. Just inside the door, a large booth had been cut into the wall. A woman sat in a chair on the other side, sporting shoulder-length red hair and a long scar down her cheek. She appeared in charge of the facility. Racks of wooden practice weapons lined the wall behind her, and she was filing her fingernails, bored. "Hello, Carrie," Jabok said, a charming smile stretched across his face. "Jabok," she replied flatly, her eyes fixed on her nail file. "All our rings are taken. Unless someone decides to share one with you, you'll have to go home. Sorry." "Oh, please," Jabok said. "I come prepared. Bobby should be here. He'll let us spar with him." Who's Bobby? Jason wondered. Us? Carrie looked up, leaning sideways and catching Jason's eye. Jason smiled weakly. Her nose crinkled, and she snorted. She eyed Jabok, who maintained his charm, even though Carrie was obviously immune to it. "I work with him," Jabok explained. "He insisted." Carrie chuckled to herself and shook her head as she filed her nails. "So long as he can pay the entrance fee? Did you tell him you can't bring real weapons? Though, from the look of him, he might need it. Kind of stringy looking." Jason frowned. Carrie tossed her file aside. 5 pieces to get in," she said, fixing Jason in the eye. "You can't bring that sword in here. Trade it for a practice weapon, and I'll keep it safe in my chest. Otherwise, you can't go out on my floor." Jason eyed her. His sword felt glued to his back. He didn't have to hand his sword over when visiting the castle or Master Feribolt's home. "Jason," Jabok said, "it'll be fine. Just give it to her." Jason hesitated before pulling the sheath from his back and handing it through the window, along with the 5 pieces. Carrie bent down, unlatching a vault at her feet and setting his sword inside. When she straightened, she held a wooden sword of similar size. She handed it to him. "You'll get yours back when you leave," she said. Jason took the practice weapon like a boy getting a bad birthday present. Jabok winked at Carrie as they moved on to the main room. The massive gymnasium was separated into 4 sparring rings, each elevated a couple feet from the ground. Each ring featured a circle about 4 paces wide. Inside, combatants faced off. Each ring was occupied by at least 2 people facing off, coated with sweat, grappling each other and brandishing weapons. Others lined the walls, waiting for their turn and cheering. Jason felt like a house cat in a den of lions. Jabok tapped him and pointed at the far ring. "Watch those 2. They're good." The 2 men inside gnashed teeth at each other. One, tall and chiseled, toted a wooden sword, while the other, stocky with broad shoulders, wielded a battle axe. An officiator counted down the start of the round as the 2 stamped like bulls ready to charge. When the countdown hit 0, the stocky man wasted no time, throwing his axe at the other man's torso. The taller man sidestepped. In a fluid motion, he caught the battle axe by its handle, flipped it around, and launched it back at his assailant. The stocky man's eyes popped open as the battle axe connected with his left pectoral. The force knocked him to the ground. He stared at the ceiling, letting out a moan. Cheers thundered as the taller man held fists to the air, strolling around the ring like a stallion. Jason felt his jaw drop. Jabok laughed. "We're nowhere near as tough as them," Jabok said. "Perhaps someday."
"Next!"
A gravelly, thick voice shouted from the adjacent ring. Turning to look, Jason found himself facing a 7-foot wall of rippling muscle and a shaved head. His throat went dry. Jabek was silent as he climbed onto the platform, a triumphant smile on his face. Jason felt anxiety bubbling as Jabek entered the ring, his arms folded across his chest.
"Are you as strong as you are ugly?"
said Jabek. The huge brute silenced, his bulging muscles tensing as he pivoted like an enraged bear, his eyes savage and full of fire. But when the brute saw Jabek, his grimace faded into an amused smile. Then he began to laugh. Jason's mouth dropped again. The brute lumbered over to Jabek, putting an arm on his shoulder.
"Hey, J-Book," said the brute. "How are ya?"
"Hi there, Bobby," Jabek said as they shook hands. Bobby's fist was nearly 3 times the size of Jabek's. "That's Bobby," Jason thought with awe. Jabek continued.
"Just got off work. This is Jason, a friend from the shop. He wants to spar here. Oh, forgot to mention," he said, turning to Jason.
Jabek pointed to the far side of the room.
"You see that door?"
Jason turned around and saw a door leading to another room. Jabek said,
"That's where the younger fighters practice. Most of them are kids that are fairly advanced. You'd probably fit in there better."
Jason's head snapped back, glaring with all the heat he could muster. Jabek returned the stare with just as much fire.
"Jason," he said, "look around you. Look at these people."
Jason did. Sweaty bodies, hunched and grappling, groaning, shouting. Their battle cries bounced against the brick walls, followed by cheers and taunts. Jabek leaned in closer to speak.
"Everyone here loves to fight," he said. "This is their escape from the world outside, because the world outside treats them like filth. Here, they're kings and queens who earn their keep through blood and pain. And you're an intruder. If you stay here, you're going to get hurt. They will eat you up and spit you out and call it fair. That's why you should go."
Jabek's words shook Jason, but not as much as his year of decision. Not as much as the guilt he felt for putting this off for so long. Not as much as the fear he had for one day fighting King Barnabas. That's why he squared his shoulders.
"I'm not going anywhere," Jason retorted. "You said it yourself. You're not as tough as some of these other fighters. I'll be fine."
"What's the matter?"
Bobby butted in.
"Afraid your buddy can't tangle with us big boys?"
"Yes," Jabek said flatly.
"Jabek, you've never seen me fight," Jason said.
"Then I want to see it,"
Bobby said, grinning.
"What do you say, Jason? Think you can handle Bobby the Brute?"
Jason scanned Bobby, and he spun the practice sword in his hand. He'd battled similar foes back in his instruction days. While opponents like Bobby had a size advantage, speed was their downfall. Besides, Jason was skilled at blocking and throwing Jairokis. A few blasts in the right places would stun the beast sufficient to bring him down for a finishing blow.
"Let's not waste time,"
Jason said as he climbed into the ring. Bobby cackled.
"Let's not waste time. I love it. I hope you love pain, little JJ, because that's what you're getting."
He lumbered back to the center of the ring while Jason followed behind. Jabek watched, shaking his head. The 2 combatants took their places at the inner circle of the ring.
"Before we get started, let's set up a few rules," Jabek said. 1, no magic.
Jason's heart stopped.
"No magic? How am I supposed to fight without basic magic?"
2, no headlocks.
Bobby groaned.
And 3,
Jabek looked at Bobby.
don't kill Jason.
Jason swallowed.
"This was a bad idea."
"Go!"
Jabek shouted. Jason wasn't prepared. He was so distracted planning how to bring down Bobby that he barely spotted Bobby bearing down on him. Jason's eyes widened, dropping to the floor. Bobby soared overhead. If Jason hadn't dropped down like that, his torso would have snapped. Jason scrambled to his feet and leapt after Bobby, sword in hand. But as he was about to land with his sword in Bobby's back, Bobby threw out an arm and smacked Jason away like a fly. Jason flew backward, tumbling across the floor.
He gasped for air, and his eyes fogged. Jabek stood outside the ring, grinding his teeth. Shaking his head, Jason got to his knees, but something hooked around his shin and launched him upward into the air. Bobby yelled, "Up you go!" As Jason flew into the air, he saw Bobby standing nearby, grinning up at him. The realization that Bobby had thrown him this high sent another surge of panic through his limbs.
What else can he do to me?
Gravity gave way, and he began to fall. At this height, he wouldn't hit the ground without breaking something. Jason let out a long yell as he plummeted. He was surprised when Bobby caught him again in one of his gigantic hands. Jason thought Bobby would be generous and let him go, showing how much stronger he was than Jason, but that wasn't the case. Instead, Bobby dropped Jason, then raised a massive foot to stomp on him. A blow like that would win the match outright. Jason trusted his reflexes, lifting his wooden sword and sending it into the brute's foot. Bobby roared as he hopped on one foot, cradling the other. That gave Jason the time he needed. He scrambled back to his feet to seize the moment. He leapt into the air with a kick, attempting to connect with Bobby's chest and topple him, but his blow didn't connect. Bobby snatched his leg from out of the air.
"Stupid little,"
bellowed Bobby. His face had changed from a cocky grin into an enraged scowl. The room blurred as Bobby spun backward, holding Jason over his shoulder like a large sack before throwing him over his head and smashing him to the ground. The sound it made when he connected with the ground was deafening. Upon his victory, Bobby the Brute looked up and bellowed like a savage, flexing his arms and hands. When he was done, he turned about and lumbered to the edge of the ring.
"Next!"
Jason's shoulder blades felt bruised, and he couldn't feel his left leg. His breathing was labored. He looked up at Jabek through half-closed, watery eyes. Jabek shook his head and sighed. "I told you, your leg looks broken. Just lay still. They should have a healer to fix you up." After a pause, he said, "Maybe you should train with someone else for a while." Jason lifted his head off the ground, but only got it about 2 inches up before collapsing. Within seconds, he lost consciousness. 11. The Requests. Jason awoke later that night, lying next to the combat ring. Moonlight had crept in through the gym's dusty windows, casting pale squares on the floor. His brain felt full of tar, but that didn't make his memory of the fight any less clear. Jabek was right. Jason should have found another place to spar. His eyelids felt stuck together, but he forced them open, the gym's ceiling overhead slowly swimming into focus. With effort, he put his hands to his side and got into a sitting position. Stars flit around his vision. His entire body protested.
I thought Jabek said healers would clean me up,
Jason thought, as he felt at his shoulders and back. His left eye was tender too, probably blackened. He'd discovered pulsing pain in his shoulder blades when a thought struck him like lightning.
My sword, where?
He looked to his side. To his surprise, someone had laid his real blade next to him, sheath and all. Jason wrapped his hand around it, pulling it onto his lap. He let out a sigh of relief. Grunting, he forced himself to stand. His left leg felt brittle, which was how broken limbs usually felt after being healed by a bone-mending spell. So the healers must have cleaned him up after all. He made a mental note to take it easy on his leg. It would probably take a week to fully heal. As he slipped his sword onto his back, he growled in frustration. The noise echoed off the lifeless walls. His upper back flared when it came in contact with the sheath, and more stars swam before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a mirror on the far wall, beside the set of stairs leading to the basement. It took him a while to hobble over and face his reflection. His eye was black and swollen. The eyelid hung loosely over it. Jason removed his sword and shirt before turning to face his reflection again. His entire upper back was black and blue, surely from Bobby's final blow. His hair also stuck up at odd angles. An exceptionally large goose egg swelled from the back of his head. The back of his forearms had gotten scraped up from where he'd slid across the ring. He had never felt so broken and defeated. Through it all, his stomach growled, and his body demanded more rest.
I can't go out there now, he thought as he put on his shirt and sword. Thieves and robbers are prowling, not to mention the soldiers. But where will I sleep?
He looked out an upper window and saw stars glittering in an endless black. It didn't take him long to decide.
If they left me here after closing time, they might as well have me for the night.
Jason limped onto the nearest ring. Easing himself down, he slid his body onto its edge and rested his head. Rolling onto his side, he curled up, his arms wrapped around his sword like a child holding its toy. Jason fell asleep within seconds, tired, cold, and alone. Jason's flyra carried his thoughts and feelings with each whistling note. A week had passed since his fight at the gym, and the sunset sky had turned a bright shade of red. Even with the beautiful scenery, Jason couldn't keep his thoughts clear. Jabek's words echoed in his mind. "Maybe you should train with someone else for a while." Jason and Tyrant sat on their stools in the cranny. Jason pulled the flyra from his lips and craned his neck, looking out at the sunset. Tyrant sat at his desk, meticulously tuning a newly crafted instrument. Jason spoke just loud enough for Tyrant to hear.
"That's a beautiful sunset," he said.
Tyrant didn't look up. He'd probably ignored Jason. He did that when he got deeply involved in a task. Jason continued on as if Tyrant was listening.
"The most beautiful part of the day comes at its close, after the haze of the morning and the sweat of the afternoon. It's like a reward, a brand new painting from the sky, congratulating us for enduring another day."
"Did you say something?" Tyrant's head finally perked up. Jason shook his head.
"Never mind."
"How is Kara doing?" Jason bowed his head.
"The solution mixed for a week, and it didn't change colour, so it's not epoch-lime. It's strange, though. She's showing all the symptoms. I'm not sure what to think."
"Maybe she'll be all right," Tyrant said.
"Maybe,"
Jason echoed.
"Or maybe not."
Tyrant returned to his work, tightening the skin on a drum. But something else was on Jason's mind besides his mother's illness. Flashbacks from last week's match with Bobby the Brute revisited him over and over again. He still needed someone to train with. Jason cleared his throat, mentally rehearsing the question in his mind. He leaned forward on his stool and traced the holes in his flyra with his fingers.
"Tyrant, there's something I've been meaning to ask you."
Tyrant looked up again.
"Is it important?"
"Very."
"Well, what is it?" "It's nothing bad, but it's why I wanted to see you today."
"The anticipation is exhilarating," Tyrant said, tilting his head.
"I went to a combat gym last week,"
Jason began, biting his lip.
"I've realized I need more practice in battle and—"
Jason inhaled deeply.
"I want to spar with you again."
Tyrant's eyebrows shot up. He gawked at Jason.
"Are you joking?" said Tyrant with a chuckle. "Why? You're already an amazing fighter."
"Liar," Jason said, furrowing his eyebrows.
"When I went to the combat gym, I got beaten unconscious in seconds. There's only one person I know who could teach me to fight that well, and that's you."
But Tyrant was shaking his head. Jason could hear the gears cranking in his friend's mind.
"You remember the last time I sparred with you?" said Tyrant. "After our combat lessons?"
"All too well," Jason thought. His mind caught the memory of blasting a hole through a wall after getting mad at Tyrant for beating him so badly. His father had been furious. They spent the next week repairing the damage. Jason still wasn't sure that Tyrant had forgiven him.
"I remember, but I'm more patient now," Jason said. "Besides, I need to become stronger, and I'm willing to learn. I'll never get angry. I'll be a good student."
"Why now?" Tyrant shrugged.
"What's motivating you?"
Jason swallowed and shrugged.
"It's something I feel like I need to do."
Master Ferrobolt's admonishments were getting more serious with each weekly lesson. Jason had to become stronger. Both of them prayed it would never come down to a duel between him and King Barnabas, but if Jason wanted the dragon's blessing in that showdown, he had to attempt to improve. The only thing now was convincing Tyrant. His friend could have handled Bobby the Brute and Jason simultaneously, maybe even taking on the more elite fighters at the Crossing Blades. If Tyrant taught Jason, it would make a world of difference. But their last incident was significant enough to dismiss his request without thinking twice, and Jason wouldn't blame him. "I don't know," Tyrant replied, rubbing his chin and looking at the floor. "Tyrant, please," Jason pleaded. "Couldn't it be someone else?" Tyrant asked. "Why me?" "No one fights like you," Jason said. "And I need to learn from the best." Tyrant's eyes narrowed. Jason had never kept secrets from Tyrant before, and prayed that his friend wouldn't press him further. Eventually, Tyrant turned back to his drum and sighed. "I'll think about it." The churning of machines was eerily absent from Kristoff's weapons and crafts. Their order list had been depleted. There was no work left to do. Bertus played with his ponytail while they waited. Golan whittled a piece of scrapwood, small and round. Jabok rested his arms across his chest as he leaned back in a chair, snoring softly. No one had entered the shop since the four of them earlier that morning. Chit-chat was minimal. Finally, Bertus broke the silence.
"Are we on track for the next harvest?"
he asked Jason. Jason was looking up, counting the boards in the ceiling. "No, we're behind about 6 blocks. Everyone has been saving money since the tax raise. Let's face it, most people already have weapons. Ordering new ones isn't important." Bertus scratched his chin. Jabok smacked his lips before resuming his snoring. Meanwhile, Golan was fixed on his work, whittling away his small token with precision. "What are you carving, Golan?" Jason asked. Golan looked up, then turned back to his work, his cheeks turning pink. "A ring." Jason's eyebrow cocked. "Is it for—" The door cracked open, and a feminine voice echoed through the shop. "Hello?" The bell rang at the front counter. 3 of them were sitting behind their machines, hidden from customers. Jason got up from his chair to check who it was, and Jabok awoke with a snort. "Who's there?" asked Jabok, blinking. "Go back to sleep," Jason said, patting him on the shoulder and walking to the front desk. "Sounds like a woman. The last thing we need is Jabok chasing away our only customer with his flirtatious—" Jason's jaw fell. It was her, the freckled girl from the market weeks before. She wore the same white dress that had made Jason's cheeks burn. She blinked at him and gave a flawless, dimpled smile, her eyelashes framing her silver eyes. A brown satchel was slung over her shoulder. Jason's heart thumped. The voice in his head told him to remain professional. Clearing his throat, Jason projected confidence. It was difficult to maintain, as he realized how shoddy he looked compared to her. "Hello," she said brightly. "I'd like to place a custom order. You can do that, right?" Jason's face lit up. He could have kissed her. He grabbed a pencil and paper from a nearby drawer and slapped them on the desk. "Yes, we do," he said, excited. "Let me know the specifications and we'll get to work on it immediately." She smiled broadly. "Perfect. Do you have experience crafting long staffs?" "We do," Jason said. "Excellent. I hope you're a good listener, because I'm really specific about what I need." She pulled a piece of paper from her pocket. "It has to be carved from golden oak, which is a rare material. It only grows in the deepest parts of the western woods." Jason took note of the specs the best he could. He couldn't keep himself from glancing at her silver eyes as she leaned across the counter. Jason nodded, saying things like, "Yes," and "Of course," and "We can do that." And he silently hoped that he hadn't been distracted enough to miss any important details. Her voice trailed off and she stopped talking. Jason's pencil came to a stop on his parchment. The girl bore an expression of curiosity, as if something important had dawned on her. She ogled at Jason, and he grew nervous. Shakily, Jason asked, "What?" She squinted.
We've met before, haven't we? You seem familiar.
Jason's heart thumped louder and he grinned.
Yes, but only briefly. We were buying fruit on the southern market street 2 months ago. The Booshamberry cart. That's right.
Her face lit up and she stood up straight.
I'm sorry, I can't believe I didn't introduce myself.
She extended her hand.
Sir Ryan, it's a pleasure to meet you again.
Jason smiled as he took her hand and shook it. Her handshake was firm and spirited, but surprisingly gentle. He hoped she couldn't feel his pulse.
Jason,
he replied, still wearing a big grin. Realizing this, he coughed and tapped the parchment with her specifications.
This is pretty elaborate. It might take a while to put it together, but we should have it done within a month.
He paused.
You're not from Lower City, are you?
Her eyes twinkled as she shook her head. Jason became serious.
You should be careful, he said. A lot of people down here would treat an upper city girl like a target. Why come down here for errands? It's dangerous.
A sly expression slid across her face. She peeked over her shoulders, out the window. Then she leaned over the table and looked in Jason's eyes.
For your information, she whispered, I'm a battle instructor, so I can take care of myself. Besides,
her voice quieted further,
the Blacknote affects people the most down here. Most of us in Upper City have no problem paying it. Some of us want to buy from Lower City people to help them. We're all the same kingdom. You need the help, and we're as unhappy with the king as you are.
That's debatable, Jason thought. But she was here, ordering something to help them, like she said. Admirable. Truthfully, the complicated order she had placed would be expensive, and would be a great help for the coming harvest. Impressed, Jason asked,
Is that all?
No, she smiled.
I'll also need a dozen practice swords, shorter ones. My students are fairly young.
Jason recorded that on his parchment, and she asked for the total. When Jason gave her the sum, she was pleasantly surprised at how reasonably it had been priced. Jason silently cursed himself for not charging more.
Can you deliver it to my arena? I don't want to impose.
It's no trouble, Jason said. Where do you teach?
In the basement of the Crossing Blades, between Centre Court and the Southern Market Street. Enter through the back door and you'll see stairs.
A shiver ran down Jason's back as she said the name of the gym where he'd been thrashed weeks prior. He was very thankful for the mention of a back door. The last thing he wanted was to show his face to Bobby the Brute ever again.
All right, he said. The total is due up front. We'll get started immediately.
Satisfied, Sir Ryan dropped her satchel on the desk, rummaging through its contents before pulling out a pouch of money, which she dropped on the counter with a thud. Jason placed it in a drawer under the counter.
There must be at least 30 blocks in here.
Sir Ryan smiled wide, flaunting her perfect teeth again. She shook Jason's hand, expressed thanks, and gave a little bow.
Thank you, Jason. I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
Jason's heart swelled. With that, she was gone. For a moment, Jason stood in place, soaking in the moment. He clung to her last words.
I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
He sighed, grinning ear to ear. He scrutinized the order form in his hands. Not only was he excited about getting another order, but he was energized about getting her name.
Sir Ryan.
He couldn't pull the corners of his mouth down. It wasn't long before his partners came to the counter.
Another order?
Berta said with flashing eyes.
Yes,
Jason said, not taking his eyes off the form.
It's for a long staff. A girl named Sir Ryan just ordered it. She's from Upper City, so she's rich, and the design is intricate.
An Upper City girl, Jabek piped up, realizing a golden specimen had drifted under his nose while he dozed.
Why didn't you have me sketch?
Golan asked, puzzled. Jason went pink and looked at the floor.
Sorry, I forgot.
Bertus suppressed a snicker. Jason squinted.
What?
He said.
I caught a glimpse of her,
Bertus said.
I would have lost my focus too.
Everyone smiled, their eyes fixed on Jason. He flushed and his cheeks burned crimson.
Did you call on her?
Jabek shot. Jason's eyebrows furrowed.
No.
Good, replied Jabek. Then I'll accompany you when you deliver the order, and I'll call on her instead. No, you won't, Jason said, his face turning hot. He surprised himself saying this. He'd never felt protective like this before. Even girls he'd fancied when he was younger hadn't created feelings like this. Why was Sarayan different? He'd just met her. Meanwhile, Jabek smiled as if he'd gained a small victory. Jason rolled his eyes. Knock it off, everyone, he said. I only took her order, that's it. Leave it. Bertus and Jabek looked eager to harass Jason more, but settled for shaking their heads and chortling. Jason looked at Golan, who had been silent. What? You don't think it's funny? Kind of, Golan admitted. But it's also neat. Maybe you found someone special. All I did was take her order, Jason repeated, keeping a grin off his face. I'm sorry for not grabbing you. It was a special order, too. Golan waved a hand. It's all right. We'll get more. At least you'll see her again when we deliver the order. That'll give you the chance to call on her. I'm not going to call on her. I will. Shut up, Jabek. You should do it, Jason, Golan said. Wouldn't you regret it if you didn't? Jason sighed. Golan was right. He would regret it if he didn't. But he also didn't like being put on the spot. How would he call on her anyway? He'd never done it before. Most girls he'd fancied had no interest in him. It could be the same with Sarayan for all he knew. That's the least of my concerns, Jason said. What we need is more custom orders like that. That's the only way we'll afford the harvest. For now, we can start making those practice swords. Jason didn't wait for the other three before retreating into the shop and starting up the machines. 12 wooden practice swords wouldn't take them long at all. The others followed suit, shaking their heads. But Jason couldn't entirely forget the exchange. He'd finally gotten her name. Sarayan. He replayed their conversation over and over. What were the odds that she'd turn up in his shop after their chance meeting? At that thought, he frowned. Could Barnabas have sent her here? It's very coincidental. No, she's helping us pay the tax, and King Barnabas wouldn't want that. It's strange, but I don't mind. He looked out the window. The sun set threw brilliant colours onto the horizon, another gift from the sacred dragon. It was beautiful. 12. The Bait. Jason jammed his hands into his coat pockets as he strolled down the upper city street. Rivulets of water snaked through the cobblestone. It had rained while he'd been studying with Master Featherbolt, the air of the city turning heavy and moist. He mumbled ancient Nezmythian to himself, having a conversation with an imaginary person. Elu chorilo, le, mush pelet rakar tishu. He'd become somewhat comfortable with ancient Nezmythian small talk. After having studied it for 3 months, he'd gotten a firm grasp on the basics and found himself capable of simple conversations with Master Featherbolt, though he became frustrated when Master Featherbolt spoke at a faster pace to test him. The Chief Patriarch laughed and told Jason that he needed more practice.
Go to the city library, Master Featherbolt had suggested. They have a collection of ancient Nezmythian texts. You can brush up your phrases when you're not visiting with me.
Jason took the suggestion with gratitude, but politely dismissed it, as he wouldn't have time to go. The library was on the east side of Center Court. Jason was sure they wouldn't let a lower city commoner into their section on ancient Nezmythian. Those books were centuries old, and likely invaluable. Master Featherbolt shrugged and told Jason he wouldn't know unless he tried. The streets were beginning to empty as the day came to a close. A few knots of people milled about, aside from patrolling soldiers. Some upper city folk stared at Jason as he came down the hill. Shortly after turning down Southern Market Street, Jason heard a voice.
Psst! Mulak flowers. 2 bars each.
Mulak flowers, the antidote to apoplime. A sliver of ice slid down Jason's spine. His eyes darted to his left, where he caught sight of a man in a long black coat leaning against a wall. The man had a gnarly grin and a milky blue eye, as well as a long, thick scar running down his neck. He chuckled as he caught Jason's gaze.
2 bars each,
the man whispered.
Soar higher than the clouds. See things you could never see. Come on, chum.
Sweat thickened on Jason's brow. He only needed one. He could grind it up and feed it to his mother. She had shown all the symptoms of the apocalypse. Maybe Lartok's diagnosis had been mistaken, and he had 2 bars in his pocket. He stepped toward the man, then stopped. King Barnabas could have sent this man to test me, he thought. If I buy that flower, I'll have done something illegal, failing my year of decision. Jason's jaw clenched, and he turned on his heels. Don't talk to me again, he said as he strode away. The shady flower dealer laughed.
I'll be here when you change your mind.
Jason thanked the 2 burly men as they dropped an enormous stalk of golden oak on the counter. One of them grunted and nodded as he held out an empty hand. Oh, of course, said Jason. He reached under the counter and pulled out a leather pouch, handing it to the delivery man. That should cover it.
Much obliged,
the delivery man slurred, pulling open the drawstrings and peering inside. He tipped his hat.
No offence, I'm surprised you can afford this wood, working in a place like this. Have a nice day.
Jason offered a thin smile, and the man strode out the door. Through the window, Jason watched the grisly driver of the delivery coach snap his reins and shout at the horses. The coach disappeared within seconds. Bertus approached from behind. Together, he and Jason hoisted the golden oak and hefted it toward a saw table. The stalk was 7 feet long and a foot thick, and was incredibly heavy. Even Bertus strained under its weight. He and Jason dropped the stalk on the table.
I've heard of this wood,
said Bertus.
My great-uncle has a walking stick of golden oak. It's been handed down in their family for generations. It'll probably last another few centuries.
No wonder it was so expensive, Jason said. Hopefully we don't break equipment shaping it. I figure we can cut it down into sections so we can have spares, just in case. Jason trailed off as he glanced over his shoulder. At another table, Jabuk nailed a bronze plate to a plaque. Swinging at his last nail, he missed, and the hammer smashed into the tip of his thumb. Jabuk yelped and cradled his thumb, and Bertus and Jason snickered.
Are you going to deliver it to her?
Bertus asked, smiling. You mean Sir Ryan?
Yes, Sir Ryan.
Probably, Jason said. He smiled faintly. Golan suggested it.
Make way! Make way!
An unfamiliar voice roared outside. Jason looked to Bertus. Bertus shrugged his shoulders. Golan had been adjusting the display case in the shop window when he called inside.
The king is marching through town. Hurry outside.
Bertus and Jabuk hustled through the room and slipped out the front door. Jason's throat dried. King Barnabas, what's he doing down here? His mind hummed like a hive of bees, swarming with speculation about King Barnabas's excursion. He hardly ever left the castle, let alone visited Lower City and the southern Market Street. One thing that felt certain was that this had something to do with Jason. He squared his shoulders and pushed the shop door open. He had to shield his eyes from the noonday sun, rubbing his arm as the autumn breeze nipped at his body. King Barnabas appeared about 50 yards down the street to Jason's left. He rode a black stallion, wearing charcoal black garbs and sporting a smug grin, maintaining a slow pace as the townspeople cheered at the sight of him and bowed in reverence. Why bask in this charade? Jason thought. He knows everyone in the kingdom hates him. King Barnabas was accompanied by what looked like half the castle. The advisor trotted a few paces behind him on a white stallion, emotionless as ever. Soldiers marched alongside the procession, prepared to handle anyone with the audacity to attack. Down the line, dancers and musicians trailed behind,
along with carriages of beautiful women. As King Barnabas neared Christoph's weapons and crafts, Jason braced himself. The cheering crowd felt distant and hollow. King Barnabas blinked and turned his head, and while scanning the crowd, found Jason. Their eyes met. It had been over 3 months since he'd last seen those icy eyes, but Jason still hadn't forgotten them in their discomforting detail. They looked down at him as they had before, with loathing. But this time, they were tinged with something else. What was it? Jason's gaze was razor-sharp. Neither he nor the king blinked. Barnabas watched Jason expectantly, and Jason knew what he wanted. Jason was the only one on the street that wasn't clapping or cheering. King Barnabas continued to leer, but Jason did nothing. King Barnabas recognized it. Jason wasn't going to give him anything. He chuckled as if amused, and waved his hand as if to command a dog to sit. Suddenly, Jason's legs buckled as if invisible hands clipped his knees from behind. His knees struck the stone, almost scraping his pants open as he was forced to kneel. Jason ground his teeth as he glared up at the king, who leisurely pressed on, satisfied with his small victory. But as Jason surveyed the surrounding crowd, he spotted something ahead in the road. Right in the king's way, 100 yards up the street, an old man struggled with a heavy cart. The old man strained at it, but to no avail. He looked familiar to Jason. He searched his memories for acquaintances, but struggled to make the connection. It wasn't until he noticed the colourful fruits stacking the cart that it struck him like a club. "The Guabo man," Jason gasped. "Why isn't anyone helping him?" Jason pushed himself up, weaving through the crowd to follow the procession and reach the Guabo man. After a moment, he noticed a couple other people walking briskly in the direction of the old man. Jason slowed, watching. The others didn't look like anyone else nearby. One wore blue, and the other red. A pair of soldiers. Oh no, Jason thought. The cheering crowd had their eyes fixed on King Barnabas. Jason looked around frantically. Am I the only one seeing this? He watched as the soldiers shouted at the old man, who took it poorly and protested. The soldiers grabbed the edges of the cart. The old man tried to get out of the way, but stumbled to the ground. "Hey!" Jason bellowed, but the soldiers threw their arms up against the cart. With a thunderous crash, the fruit cart toppled on its side. Fruit tumbled to the street in a landslide of colours. People near the cart dove for the goods, scooping them up for themselves. But most of the crowd ignored the incident, fixed on King Barnabas, too frightened to turn away. The sweat remained on Jason's brow. I have to help him somehow. Jason moved faster, hurrying to make it to the cart before the king did. The thought of the old man lying in the street with his stock of fruit strewn across the king's path made Jason shudder. What will King Barnabas do if the old man doesn't move? He wove through the townsfolk the best he could, but the path was so congested that it was hard to move. Jason's heart thrashed. He was gaining on the parade, but he would never reach the old man in time. A thought came into his head. A reckless, stupid idea. It's an enormous gamble, but this is my year of decision, isn't it? This could be a test. I need to show I'm prepared to be a righteous king. He swallowed. Sacred dragon, protect me. In a flash, Jason burst onto the street, flying between two guards. They shouted at him as he ran as fast as he could. As he dodged past the advisor and King Barnabas himself, their horses startled and began to panic. The advisor quickly got control of his horse, but King Barnabas shouted out a few choice words, and his black stallion bucked him off. Jason didn't stop to apologize. His heart raced as he bolted to the old man with the cart. As he ran, the crowd's cheers died. Their focus turned from the king to Jason. Jason slid to a stop in front of the wreckage, where the old man was desperately getting to his feet. Jason fell to his knees next to him and grabbed the old man by the shoulders. When the man realized someone had stopped to help him, he turned to see who'd been insane enough to do it. As Jason hoisted him up onto his feet, the man's eyes moistened, and through trembling lips, he thanked Jason. "Don't thank me yet," Jason said. "Get out of the street. I don't want to—" An enormous force crashed into Jason's back. He toppled to the ground, his hands and face scraping against the cobblestone. He turned over where he lay, finding 2 soldiers towering over him, their spears leveled at his chest. Seconds later, the king and his advisor were upon him. King Barnabas sat perched overhead in his saddle, his fists clenched with rage and his face red as a radish. His chest rose and fell, and his hair was matted as if he'd wrestled a bear. The advisor trotted up beside him, looking curiously at Jason. The music stopped, and the eyes of everyone in Nezmyth City were on Jason, still and silent as a graveyard.
"You whelp,"
King Barnabas growled.
"How dare you interrupt a royal procession? Does your stupidity know no bounds?"
Jason froze. No one so much as breathed.
"Take him,"
King Barnabas barked at his soldiers.
"This procession is over. His fate will be decided at the castle."
A guard knelt on either side of Jason. They forced his hands behind his back, binding his wrists and leashing him. Then they forced him forward. The townspeople watched as Jason was dragged away to the castle. 13. The Cloak.
"Reckless! Juvenile!"
the king spat. His face contorted with rage as he stalked around Jason's chair. Jason trembled where he sat, flexing his wrists to loosen the ropes binding him to the chair. King Barnabas's verbal assault was something he had experienced only twice before. He was still shocked that the king hadn't sent his blade through him. He waited for it, sweat dripping down his cheeks.
"What would make you dare interrupt a royal procession?"
King Barnabas barked.
"I thought it was a trial,"
Jason said, the words coming out with great effort.
"I saw the soldiers throw the cart over, and I assumed—"
"You assumed,"
King Barnabas interrupted. He paused, taking a shaky breath.
"Were you afraid of what I would do to that old peasant if he did not move out of the way? Is that it?"
That was exactly it. King Barnabas would probably have thrown that old man into prison, or worse.
"You thought I would kill that man?"
King Barnabas said, seething. Jason began to say, "Yes," but the king interrupted him again.
"Do you think me a fool?"
he bellowed.
"I would never make such a decision with—"
He stopped mid-sentence, his face paling. He snapped his mouth shut and took a deep breath to collect himself. Jason blinked. He opened his mouth to speak again, but was once again thwarted.
"Silence!" King Barnabas spat. "These things do not concern you. Now."
He slunk back to his throne, but didn't sit down. Instead, he leered at Jason, relishing the moment.
"Now you are here, alone and bound, and I decide your fate."
Jason swallowed, his throat dry. The image of King Barnabas decapitating the soldier months ago resurfaced. His hands shook and sweat as his heart pulsed harder and faster. The dark blade leaned on the throne, within reach. King Barnabas picked up the sword. Fire came into his eyes like a furnace of hatred and desire. He stalked toward Jason, the evil blade sparking behind him against the floor.
"I swore that you would not be king," he said softly. "Today I fulfill my oath.
Jason's eyes widened and his throat closed up. King Barnabas gradually picked up his pace as he approached.
"You knew this day would come, boy!"
The king shouted with triumph, lifting his blade from the ground and holding it overhead. His eyes overflowed with madness. Jason's heart fought to break out of his chest.
"Long live the king!"
As Jason was about to scream in horror, a gust of wind screamed through the great hall, followed by a deafening smash as the great doors flew open, slamming against the walls. Soldiers guarding the door shouted as they were knocked aside. King Barnabas's fury was unchanged, but his gaze pivoted from Jason to the end of the hall. He pointed a shaky finger and shouted,
"You! I told you to stay away!"
Jason wanted to turn and look, but the ropes around his wrists restrained him. He heard groans from the end of the room, coming from the downed guards. A deathly low voice echoed through the hall.
"Barnabas, I must have a word with you."
The king could have ground his jaw into powder. His face twisted with even greater rage than it had a moment before, turning an unmistakable shade of red.
"Later," he spat. "I'm busy with the boy." "It regards the boy," the deathly voice said. "And he mustn't be here to listen."
Sensing that his golden opportunity to kill Jason was slipping through his fingers, King Barnabas shouted,
"No, he's mine. I command you to depart."
"Barnabas," the voice returned, "you must bridle yourself and listen. This cannot wait." A pause. King Barnabas trembled with anger. Despite the voice's warnings, he raised his blade anyway. He swiped at Jason's throat. The color left Jason's face. But as the blade connected with his jugular, it clanged off, as if his skin were made of steel. Jason gasped, shocked that he was alive. King Barnabas stood over him, incredulous, as the deathly voice spoke again. "Let the boy go. If he's guilty of anything, it's selflessness. Let him be." King Barnabas looked ready to explode. His eyes shot from Jason to the unseen intruder. His face creased, resembling an angry bull, baring his teeth and clenching his fists. The rise and fall of his chest seemed more and more labored. Finally, he uttered to Jason with venom, "Go." Confused, Jason looked up at the king. He hadn't noticed that the ropes tying him to the chair had magically come undone.
Did he just tell me to go?
The king roared at him, and Jason jumped backward out of his seat.
"I said, go!"
King Barnabas threw his hand forward, launching an enormous purple Cherokee at Jason. It was connected with Jason's entire torso, sending him flailing backward. Such force! So much more powerful than anything he'd been hit by, even Tyrant. The room spun around him as his body tumbled across the red carpet. Jason finally came to a halt at least 10 yards away from the angry king. His body groaned with pain, but he did scramble to his feet. Jason fled. As he approached the exit, he spotted who the king had been speaking to. The tall figure was masked in a dark cloak. Their hood hung over their eyes and face, making the figure completely unrecognizable. Jason wanted to thank them for saving his life, but the fear of the king kept him moving. Jason fled through the enormous doors, passing unconscious soldiers huddled near the threshold. As his feet found the castle grounds, the double doors slammed behind him as violently as they had opened.
That cloaked person can open those doors with her own magic,
he thought with awe. Jason ran through Upper City. He didn't stop running for miles. It wasn't until he reached the northern market street that he stopped to catch his breath. He turned back to face the castle, the black cathedral on a hill, and stroked his throat, which should have been slashed open just minutes before.
What in the dragon's name was that?
He thought.
Is that dark-cloaked person the reason I'm alive?
One thing remained clear.
If I survive the rest of this year, it'll be a miracle.
14. The Delivery.
I'm so glad I don't have to enter through the front.
Jason carried the intricate golden oak staff. Behind him, Bertus lugged a small wagon loaded with wooden practice swords.
Have you figured out what to say to her?
Bertus asked. Though he couldn't see him, Jason knew the other man was grinning. His ears shot pink.
None of you are going to let this go, are you?
Bertus chuckled. The door in front of them resembled the one gracing the front of the crossing blades, but battered and brown. Nervousness coated Jason's lungs as he mentally rehearsed exactly what he would say. Thinking about it didn't make it any easier. He unlatched the door and pulled it open, revealing a wide flight of stairs descending into a basement. The wagonful of practice swords barely slipped through the door, and both Jason and Bertus had to help in carrying it to the bottom. As they hobbled to the base of the stairs, they met another door. Jason looked at Bertus. Bertus grinned and stepped back.
I'm not opening it. This is your delivery.
Jason tried to smile, and his heart thumped.
Why am I so nervous? I've confronted King Barnabas 3 times. Nothing should bother me now.
He knocked. Barely a moment of silence passed.
The door is open,
Sir Ryan's voice returned. Jason entered, followed by Bertus toting the practice weapons. They found themselves in a vast room with a low ceiling, constructed of large red bricks. Like the floor above them, the only light came through murky windows just below the ceiling. The stink of leather and body odor wasn't nearly as intense down here. Sir Ryan was on the far side of the room, hanging stuffed dummies on a rack. She didn't notice them at first. Her golden hair spilled down her back, and her black sparring outfit spread down her arms and legs, accentuating the curves of her body. Jason tried not to stare, and his cheeks burned. Bertus cleared his throat. Sir Ryan flipped around, and seeing Jason, her eyes lit up. Jason could see their silver from across the room.
Jason, she said. Perfect. You're just in time.
Jason grinned as she jogged toward him. Bertus looked on, eager to see how the following conversation would unfold.
Hello, Sir Ryan, Jason said with a smile. This is your staff. Well, obviously, he laughed. It's your staff. Who else would it belong to? You paid for it.
Bertus slapped a hand to his face. Sir Ryan took the staff from Jason, who had held it out stiffly. She hefted it with both hands, weighing it.
Excellent work, she said. You got all of the engravings I asked for, in the right places. I hope it wasn't too difficult. Golden oak is incredibly strong.
That's true, Jason said.
We broke a saw and several knives making it.
She stepped back and windmilled the staff around her. Tossing it in the air, she caught it and brandished it one more time before jamming it against the floor. Her eyes flashed at him.
It's perfect. Thank you.
She brushed her hair out of her eyes.
I'm sure the practice swords are great as well.
Jason had entirely forgotten those. Sir Ryan moved over to the wagon to inspect them and found them satisfactory. The 3 of them unloaded the wagon, propping the practice swords against the wall by the door. When they were done, Sir Ryan turned to Jason and Bertus.
Would you like to stay for class? She asked them. I teach in a few minutes, and it would be great to have someone with me who is more experienced. Most of my students are very young.
Something inside Jason twinged uneasily.
I'm not sure.
In truth, nervousness gripped him. The teasing he'd endured from his shop friends was loud in his ears, because he had wanted to call on her. But there was no way he could do it with Berta standing beside him. He'd never hear the end of it. Maybe he'd run into her another time,
We need to get back to the shop. We've got things to take care of. Mm-hmm, she said skeptically, folding her arms. I saw you and your little friends a few weeks ago. Things you need to take care of, like sitting around hoping that orders will come. It really takes all of you for that.
Jason stammered. She was direct, bold. It made his heart thump harder. Bertus put his hand on Jason's shoulder.
Don't worry, Jason,
Bertus said.
the rest of us have it covered. You can stay for a little while.
Jason sighed, unsure of how to react. Before he could protest, Sarayan piped up.
Great, she said, clapping her hands. The children should be here any minute. If you could sit over there.
She gestured to the wall near the door. Calming his breathing, Jason shuffled to the edge of the room and sat down, resting his head against the brick wall. Bertus thanked Sarayan, hauled the empty wagon, and left the room. Jason sat quietly, stealing glances at Sarayan as she paced the room, twirling her new staff. Minutes passed. Jason drummed his fingers on his knees as he watched. He cleared his throat.
What do you want me to do?
Sarayan responded with a sly glance. She smirked and shrugged.
Perhaps a demonstration. Are you a decent fighter, Jason?
A flashback of Bobby the Brute a month back passed over Jason's eyes. He ignored it.
I was the second best fighter in my training group, he replied. Only my best friend Tyrant could beat me. He's incredible. Your weapon? A sword. The standard choice. What was his? A pair of daggers.
Her eyebrows raised.
Impressive. He must be agile.
Jason nodded.
And strong.
The door opened, and Jason heard an adult female voice mumbling before a small boy walked in with black hair and spectacles.
Hello, Miss Sarayan,
said the boy monotonously.
Hello, Johnny,
Sarayan said.
If you could take a seat next to Jason while the rest of the students arrive, that would be wonderful. Yes, Miss Sarayan,
Johnny said. As he turned around, his eyes widened at the sight of Jason. Jason grinned uncomfortably, but Johnny soon became fascinated with his own boots and studied them as he walked over and sat several paces away. The other students in Sarayan's class steadily arrived in all shapes and sizes. A girl named Silva with dark hair came in, showing off her new sparkling bracelet to anyone who would look. A pudgy loud boy named Hamo stuffed his face with sweets as he walked in, nearly falling on top of a smaller, scrawnier child who had gotten in the way. All in all, there were about 20 students, each dressed in clean clothing. Upper city children, Jason thought. No one else is taught battle procedures this young. Jason felt much like a donkey in a stable of horses. Their beady little eyes darted on and off of him. As he looked around, most of the kids looked away out of shyness, or kept staring at him curious. Hamo was the first one to speak up.
Who are you?
Jason was about to explain, but Sarayan beat him to it.
That's my special friend Jason,
she said loudly as she walked over to him.
Special friend?
Jason grinned.
He delivered a staff I ordered 3 weeks ago, she continued, eyeing Hamo. He's very kind, so I expect you to treat him as an honored guest.
Miss Sarayan is a pre-wife,
an anonymous student piped up. All the students dove into laughing fits. Sarayan rolled her eyes, smirking, and brushed off the juvenile comment. Jason blushed furiously as he looked down at the floor.
I'm not his pre-wife, she assured. But it doesn't matter what I say, because I can tell by the looks on your little faces that you're not convinced. But that doesn't matter now. Do you know why? Because it's time to run. Everybody up!
Sarayan dropped her staff. The class groaned as they staggered onto their feet and began jogging the perimeter of the room. Jason remained seated, drumming his fingers and observing. His mind wandered as he watched, reviewing his request of Terran, worrying about his sick mother, and feeling his empty stomach. His trail of thought broke whenever Sarayan commanded the class to jump, dive, or roll. Hamo had the most difficult time with jumping and diving. Sarayan jogged along, not breaking a sweat as she led the pack. After circling the room several times, she made eye contact with Jason. He grinned back, and she smiled wide. As she passed him, she grabbed his wrist, yanking him to his feet. Jason's heart skipped a beat as he staggered into a jog, leading the rest of the class alongside Sorian. They ran for a short while. They had almost run another lap when Sorian called out, "Faster!" The class moaned, pumping their legs harder. Sorian pulled ahead of Jason bit by bit. His eyes flashed at her. "She's testing me," he thought. "She doesn't think I can keep up." Jason dipped his head, forcing his legs to work harder. His face burned and sweat formed on his brow. Gradually he caught up with Sorian, who was sprinting like a gazelle, her feet barely touching the floor. They sprinted side by side. Sorian turned and caught his eye as her hair billowed behind her. She smiled, laughing like a schoolgirl racing her best friend. Jason met her glance with eyes full of fire. "Last lap," Sorian called. "First one to the door wins." Many of the students gave up, scooting to a halt, but Jason and Sorian became a spectacle to them. Those who weren't panting cheered and called out Sorian's name. Jason felt a surge of energy course through him. The bricks in the wall flew by as he and Sorian pelted around the perimeter for the final time. They dug their feet into the floor as they bolted around the first corner. Jason's breathing came in bursts. "She's been sparring all her life," Jason thought. "And I'm a lower city rat. I need to reach that door first." They cleared the second corner. Sorian giggled, not looking at Jason, who kept at her side. Jason couldn't help but laugh himself. This is a game to her. As they rounded the third corner, Sorian's feet banked against the wall, and she ran across its surface for several paces before finding her way back to the floor. Jason almost slipped as he watched her, laughing aloud. The students cheered and whistled for her, but Jason matched her pace. Sorian didn't scale the wall as they rounded the fourth corner, but let out a final burst of speed. She inched ahead of Jason. His body began to falter, but he forced himself forward. His heart fought to break out of his chest as he gasped for air. He inched up to her. The children pressed against the wall. They passed the door. Jason and Sorian scrambled to a stop. Jason clamped his knees and gasped for air. Sorian's hands rested on her hips, and she walked in short circles, breathing deep. "Who made it first?" Sorian asked, gasping. The entire class shouted answers, but they were divided, some for Jason and some for Sorian. Jason and Sorian exchanged looks. Jason's smirked, satisfied, while Sorian's eyes flashed. She half squinted and smiled, as if Jason was a rival, but one she admired and respected. It made Jason smile wider. Sorian picked up her staff. "Back against the wall," she called. The class hustled into their assigned spots. They were still panting from their own run. Gasping, Jason sat down next to Harmo, who squinted at him. Sorian walked in front of them. "Today, we're going to discuss the best attack points on the body." "Hey!" Harmo called out. "I have an idea. Why don't you fight him?" "Me?" Jason's face twisted. The whole class cheered at Harmo's request. Harmo looked quite satisfied, with his dopey little smile and folded arms. Jason stole a look at Sorian. There was something behind those silver eyes that Jason found a bit discomforting. She stroked her chin as she measured him. The class jeered. Jason once again felt like a spectacle, with dozens of eyes fixed on him at once. "What do you think, Jason?" Sorian asked. Jason shook his head and looked down. "I don't know. I didn't come here expecting a fight, and I don't want to hurt you." Sorian's eyebrow popped. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but closed it instead. Then her aura turned devious. Jason swallowed. "Okay, Jason," she said. "If you don't want to fight, you don't have to." The class grumbled. Jason didn't know what to say, but something warned him that wasn't the end of it.
"But would you mind helping me with a little demonstration?" she said.
Jason glared at her, guessing what was on her mind. But she tried to craft innocence with her face. As he scanned the class, he saw their eyes full of anticipation. He glared up at her again, suspicious.
"Sure,"
he said cautiously. He stood up and walked over.
"Thank you,"
Sir Ryan said.
"Just stand a few feet away. Yes, right there is perfect. As I was saying, before I was interrupted,"
she shot a look at Harmo, who glowered at Jason.
"Today we are going to discuss the vital attack areas of the body. These are sensitive spots that are always handy to attack. They are more likely to stun your opponent, giving you a window to attack again. Like so."
Jason watched the class, his arms folded. In a swift motion, Sir Ryan jerked the staff off her shoulder, rammed it between his knees, and yanked up. Jason doubled over, yelping. The class howled at Jason's agony, while Sir Ryan slung her staff over her shoulder.
"Would you like another demonstration?"
she yelled. Her class shouted in unison, giggling and clapping their hands. Jason knew what she wanted, and he knew what he didn't want, so he rethought her offer.
"All right, you know what?"
Jason grunted through the pain.
"I'll take you up on that offer."
Sir Ryan raised a fist.
"I accept. Choose your weapon and meet me in the middle of the floor."
She motioned to a rack of practice weapons against the far wall, then at the large sparring circle in the center of the room. As she sauntered over to the circle, Jason ignored the pain and stood upright. He slid his sword off his back, then hobbled to the rack of wooden practice weapons, grabbing a double-edged sword. He limped to the sparring ring. Sir Ryan waited on the opposite edge of the circle, swaying her hips and humming. She smiled and winked at him again. He shot her an annoyed look, but flushed out his irritation, replacing it with a quiet focus. He brandished his practice blade, his eyes hot, and smirked.
"Aren't you smug?" he said. "Remember, you asked for it. So don't complain when my sword reaches you." "Why worry about something that'll never happen?"
she asked. Jason smiled and tightened his grip. Sir Ryan winked at him again and stuck her tongue out, then hollered at her students,
"Send us in!"
Jason hunkered into his fighting stance, ready to pounce. Sir Ryan spun her staff and crouched, mimicking Jason's stance. Her class snickered. A student with a nasally voice called out,
"Bow to your opponent!"
Jason locked his feet together, planted his fist on the opposite shoulder, and bowed his head. The Nezmythian dueling stance. Sir Ryan bowed comically, jumping into the duel stance and bowing so quickly that her hair fell in front of her face. Her class laughed louder.
"Ready?"
cried the student. Jason brandished his blade. Sir Ryan still offered no sign of concentration.
"Go!"
Sir Ryan leapt forward like a lion, ramming her staff at Jason. He reflexively parried, spinning aside. Sir Ryan stopped for a split second to size him up.
"Not too bad,"
Sir Ryan said, enthusiastic.
"Your reflexes are impressive."
Jason bowed with a smile.
"And we've only just begun."
Sir Ryan laughed, lunging forward. Jason bent his knees and blocked with the flat of his sword, but Sir Ryan adjusted quickly, leaping forward and kicking Jason in the chest. Her class shouted for her victory. Jason rolled out of the blow with a backward somersault. Sir Ryan grinned and attempted another forward thrust. Jason barely saw the attack coming as he stood from his somersault. He sidestepped, drawing his sword upward and knocking Sir Ryan's staff out of the way. Then he grabbed her wrist, pulled it downward, and kicked her leg aside, throwing her into a clumsy front flip. Sir Ryan yelled something indistinct before landing hard on her back. Jason hefted his sword and strolled to her side. Standing overhead, he looked down. Her hair was strewn all over her face.
"You should consider tying your hair before sparring," he said.
Unexpectedly, Sir Ryan stopped groaning, and her eyes snapped alert. A smile leapt onto her face. She pulled her knees to her chin, latched her hands around Jason's boots, and launched herself upward, sending a foot into Jason's chin. Jason fell back, his jaw throbbing with pain, and his tongue cut from a bite. Sarayan poised herself in a handstand before gracefully landing back on both feet. Her class cheered. She cocked her staff and pounced on Jason to pin him down and win. But Jason recovered in time to roll out of the way. Her staff stabbed the ground where his chest had been a moment prior. Bounding back into a standing position, Jason pointed his left palm at Sarayan. A glowing white ball illuminated his palm and launched at Sarayan. Her reflexes saved her as she dove out of the way and rolled. Jason shot several Cherokes at her, pumping his arm as fast as his body allowed. Sarayan dodged them like a dancer, leaping backward with every spin and roll. Her silver eyes were white-hot with focus as Jason fired another Cherokee. As it left his hand, Sarayan raised an arm and cupped the ball of burning magic out of mid-air, spinning around and launching it back at him. "Whoa!" Jason ducked his own Cherokee as it careened over his head and into the far wall. As he swiveled back to face Sarayan, her foot slammed into his chest. Jason fell on his back, coughing. Sarayan leapt above him, her staff pointed at his chest, ready to finish him. Jason swiped his sword overhead, diverting her staff, and Sarayan lost her balance. She clumsily fell on top of him, both of them grunting in pain as she landed. Jason spat her matted hair out of his mouth, and Sarayan scrambled back on her feet. Jason beat her to it. He grabbed her shoulders, found her stomach with his feet, and launched her overhead. She flew through the air like a rag doll, landing on her back. She groaned and picked some hair out of her mouth before hollering at Jason, who was on the floor a couple yards away.
"Why are you so attached to grapples and throws?"
"If you don't like them," Jason replied hotly, "stop setting yourself up for them." The class was now cheering wildly. Most of them were on Sarayan's side, but a couple of them were cheering for him. Both of them sprawled on the ground, a few feet from each other, panting hard. Jason spoke between gasps.
"How do you feel about calling it a draw?"
Sarayan flipped backward onto her feet.
"Suppose not,"
Jason thought. He leapt up with a kick. The instant they both got up, they swung their weapons, clashing against each other's blows. The children's cheering rebounded off the walls. Jason swung his sword in an upward stroke, but Sarayan deflected it. She spun, bringing her staff down on Jason's head, but he parried it. Jason backpedaled as they took turns swinging, striking, dodging and parrying, both of them sweating and panting more heavily. They had parried their way back to the center of the room when they each swung simultaneously, their weapons connecting. Both of them pressed forward, attempting to overpower each other. Their faces were mere inches apart, twisted with exhaustion and competitive fury, glaring deeply into each other's eyes.
"Do you do this with all the men you meet?"
Jason grunted.
"Nope,"
said Sarayan.
"Just the handsome ones."
Without warning, she leaned through the gap between their weapons and planted her lips on Jason's cheek. His heart leapt so hard that his grip on his sword loosened. Sarayan seized the moment, smacking Jason's hand with her staff, sending a burst of pain into his wrist and launching the sword from his grip. Defenseless, Jason was kicked to the floor and pinned down by her staff in his chest.
"Ha!"
Sarayan grinned ear to ear. Her class jeered with glee as they leapt to their feet and clapped. Jason's hand, head, and torso throbbed with pain, and sweat dripped from his hair into his eyes. Sarayan's cheeks were scarlet, her hair in complete disarray, and her brilliant silver eyes were wild with victory. She panted like she had run across the city.
"That was a cheap move,"
Jason said. She knelt down and looked him square in the eye. Baring her teeth in a triumphant smile, she said,
"Perhaps it was, but I still won, didn't I? Even if I had to kiss your disgusting cheek. What do you say to that?"
There were a few words he'd been meaning to say, and there would never be a better situation. He felt like he'd gotten to know Sarayan much better in the past few minutes, and he liked what he had found. He swallowed.
"Could I call on you?"
15. The Trap. Tyrant cackled when Jason finished his story.
You got beaten by a girl. She's been sparring since she was 4,
Jason retorted.
and I've never been kissed in a match before.
They strolled through a remote alley between Centre Court and the southern Market Street. Tall buildings of brick and cement towered overhead, shrouding the alleyway from the sun. Tyrant walked ahead while Jason kept his hands in his pockets.
And that's your first lesson in duel sparring. Actually, that's just a general sparring lesson,
Tyrant said matter-of-factly.
Always remain focused. Prepare for distractions. Any distractions.
He paused.
I'm glad she said yes, though.
Jason grinned. They finally reached a weathered door with a rusty latch. Tyrant jostled the handle as he pushed it open. After a few seconds, the latch scratched forward and the door swung open on screeching hinges. They walked in. The building was a massive empty hall. There were no torches. The only light came from large windows along the walls. Pillars, stretching from floor to ceiling, dotted the room. The place smelled dank and dusty. But fortunately, the floor was marked with 4 sparring rings and occupied by worn wooden dummies. Jason looked on in awe.
This place is perfect. How'd you find it?
Tyrant closed the door behind him.
My father helped build this place years ago, just before King Barnabas' reign. It used to be a combat gym, but after so many tax raises, the owner lost it and got put in prison. It's been abandoned ever since. My father and I used to practice together here when I wasn't in school.
Jason hummed, impressed. Tyrant rubbed his hands together. The clap echoed deeply.
What do you say we get started?
Yes, let's. Tyrant walked to the center of a sparring ring.
The first thing I want to discuss today is magic. Tell me the basics.
Jason frowned.
You know I know this. I want to hear you explain it.
With a sigh, Jason began.
Magic comes from strength of will, mind, and spirit. That's why master magicians are always so old. It takes a lifetime of study and meditation. People say there's a spell for everything, but finding the right technique is where it gets difficult. There could be an incantation, a list of materials, or even songs and dances involved, but it depends on the spell. There are, however, some basic magic techniques that even amateurs can learn, like Jairokis. And how do Jairokis work? Tyrant said. A Jairoki is a ball of magic shot from the palm of your magic hand, Jason said, following Tyrant. Your magic hand being the one you don't use your weapon with. You aim Jairokis with your fingers, not your palm. You thrust your arm forward as they form, or they won't launch, and you destroy oncoming Jairokis by slicing through them. I guess you can redirect them too.
He thought of Sorion.
Not bad, Tyrant said. Jairokis are the most basic magical attacks, and probably the most reliable. Paralyzing curses are more intermediate, but advanced magic is rarely used by anyone. Only people in Upper City can afford instructors for that, and most of it is too over-the-top for sparring. Do you know any advanced magic? Jason asked. I've always been poorer than you. Tyrant gave him a look. But let me show you what I've been working on. You know how normal Jairokis are like a long-distance punch? Well, I got thinking. What if you could make them burn? Watch.
Jason stepped back as Tyrant raised his arm parallel to the floor, aiming his palm at a wooden dummy at the end of the room. A Jairoki formed in Tyrant's hand until it was bigger than his head. Then his hand jerked back, launching it. The ball of yellow light erupted into a bright blue beam, lighting up the room. It shot at the dummy, which exploded into pieces, sending bits of wood pelting through the air. Jason ducked and shielded his face. Several chunks of wood landed around him. When he raised his eyes, remains of the dummy were scattered across the floor, smoking and charred. The chain where the dummy had hung jingled on its rack, empty. Jason whistled.
Tyrant said. Here's what I did. While charging my Jairoki, I think of fire, and concentrate on it as much as I can. Then, as I throw my Jairoki, I spin my palm and stick my hand straight down, my fingers close together. It focuses the Jiroki ball into a beam, so it travels faster and burns what it touches. And from the looks of it," he glanced around the rubble, "it's a lot more destructive." "When can I try?" "Not here," Tyrant said with finality. "You blew a hole through our wall with a normal Jiroki. Besides, this took me months to perfect. It's hard to control. You have to aim it just right, so you don't end up destroying things by accident." "Oh, yes," Tyrant said. "We'll spar a couple times, and that will be today's lesson. Is there anything else you'd like to know?" Jason shook his head. "Good." Tyrant pointed out the wall. "There are some practice weapons over there. Grab one, and we'll get started."
It was another sleepless night. The stars barely shone through Jason's bedroom window. A sheet of dark clouds covered the sky as Nezmyth slept below. The moons were almost invisible. All was still. Jason filled the room with soft notes from his flyra. He sat on his bed, the instrument on his lips, back against the wall, and legs crossed. An unsettled feeling nestled in his chest. He wasn't sick from anything he'd eaten, but it felt as though something lurched inside him. It kept him awake, refusing to let him rest. "It's been almost half a year," Jason thought. "Why am I still alive? Am I passing my tests?" The dark feeling inside grew stronger. A filthy hand inched closer to his heart. Jason frowned, pulling the flyra from his lips. Setting it beside his bed, he frowned at the floor, analyzing what he felt. He clasped his knees. "Something isn't right," he thought out loud. "But what?"
"Jason."
Jason perked up like a dog at a whistle. His neck hairs stood up as he scanned his room. He waited for a long moment, ready to spring for his sword. Moments passed. Nothing happened. "Maybe I'm hearing things," he thought. "It's late."
"Jason."
The whispering came again, louder this time, with an echo, as if calling from a distant cavern. Jason's hand reached for his sword and ripped it from its sheath. Scrambling to his feet, Jason readied for an attack, eyeing the darkness. Echoing whispers hissed incoherent words. His eyes darted, searching for threats in the dark. Then he noticed the water basin. Its surface shimmered, rippling with perfect circles in the dim moonlight, though it was untouched. A dim light flickered at the bottom of the basin. It caught his attention, beckoning to him. Jason crept over to the bowl, examining it like a wolf eyeing a steel trap. "Why is the surface rippling? I haven't touched it in hours." As Jason drew closer to the bowl, he saw flickering shapes within. Leaning closer, he tried to discern the shapes dancing at the bottom of the water. He felt himself slipping, his mind sliding away from his body. Reality melted out from underneath him. His nose was an inch above the water, his eyelids retracting into his head.
"You are mine."
He blinked, finding himself alone in an enormous white room. He relaxed at first, but an enormous black snake materialized nearby, growing as wide and long as a street. Its blue eyes locked on his, and he felt terror coursing through his body, as if ice water had replaced his blood. The snake slithered and struck at him, swallowing Jason whole. A million sensations hit him at once. His throat was slit, and his hot blood spattered through the air. His heart erupted, blood filling his lungs. He coughed, struggling to breathe, but a black, withered hand clasped his face, growing until it consumed him. He fell backward. The wind of a freefall snapped at his hair and clothing as he hurtled into an abyss. As he fell, 4 figures approached in the distance, closing in on him at breakneck speed. They were dangling from ropes, swaying in the dark. As they drew closer, Jason recognized them. Tyrant, Kara, Tom, and Sir Ryan's vacant eyes stared back at him. Nooses gripped their necks. Across their bodies were words written in their own blood. Long live the king. Jason screamed, but as he did, he hit water. It engulfed him, drowning him. He fought for the surface and broke through, coughing for breath. As he sputtered out water from his lungs, he frantically looked around. He couldn't see more than 6 inches in front of him. He treaded water, shaking with cold and fear, the surrounding darkness palpable. The surface of the water quivered, contorting in an enormous sheet. Waves crashed over Jason, pummeling him like giant fists, forcing him back under. Jason's fingers became snakes, striking at his arms, lacerating him with poisonous bites. His skull felt squeezed by massive hands, ready to break. Sickly images filled across his mind. Nezmyth City engulfed in purple flame, chariots of black horses trampling down children, the slaughtering of Jason's parents and loved ones by invisible hands. What is happening? His thoughts echoed in the abyss. Amid the horrifying images, one in particular stabbed his mind. A man in a red cape hunched over a table with a water basin, muttering words in a diseased tongue. His blue eyes were razor-sharp with concentration as he warped and contorted the water. Jason's lips twisted. You! The water receded, and Jason stood in the white room once more, his breathing laboured. King Barnabas appeared in a haze of black smoke, stalking to Jason and wielding his black blade. His bloodthirsty scowl invading Jason's vision, throttling him. You are mine, the king's voice echoed, cutting at Jason's soul as he advanced. Your only choice is to yield. Give in, the thoughts whispered. The nightmare will be over. You will be at peace. End the fear. Jason was about to surrender, but something stopped him. Something within him that smouldered. He stepped backward. King Barnabas cocked his sword and rammed it forward, stabbing Jason in the gut. Jason gasped as the blade ripped through him. He fell to his knees, staring at the blade. Dark blood seeped from his stomach, then pooled over his body, encasing him in an oily murk. I control this world, King Barnabas growled. Yet even in the face of death, you refuse to yield. The image of King Barnabas crouching over his bowl flashed in Jason's eyes again. Then his quiet, dim bedroom appeared. This isn't real, Jason said as his body seeped into black blood. It can't be. Against the darkness coating his eyes, Jason again saw his friends and family hanging by their necks. They spoke alongside King Barnabas's voice. You are here for as long as I desire. If you would escape, you must yield. Jason's body cried out for mercy. He felt immobilized, trapped. King Barnabas was in control. I'll do it, Jason thought. Make it stop. End the horror. I can't handle this. No more. Then Master Ferabolt's confident grin swam into view. Every man, at some point, is given a challenge, he'd said so long ago. And with that challenge comes a choice. It was the only cheerful thing Jason had seen for what felt like hours. Master Ferabolt's eyes were guileless and full of love. Jason remembered being blessed by the chief patriarch in that starlit field, the warm glow he'd felt in his heart. It put a dim spark in Jason's body, a sensation he never thought he'd feel again. Abruptly, Master Ferabolt's face twisted into the black, blue-eyed snake. It flicked its tongue at Jason, shattering the momentary light. Yield! King Barnabas commanded. Jason felt a scream rise from within.
Get out of my head!
The serpent recoiled as if he'd dealt it a mortal blow. It writhed like a worm before disappearing into oblivion. A fire was building within him. King Barnabas looked different, hunched over his basin. The king was rocked. His knuckles were white as they gripped the table.
You are nothing!
King Barnabas grew to the size of a building. The blade in Jason's belly disappeared, but Barnabas's foot lifted over Jason, blanketing him in shadow. The foot crushed down on Jason, breaking every bone in his body.
Yield or die!
The king's voice was like thunder. Jason screamed.
I need...
Jason thought desperately. Jason felt something in his grip. He turned and recognized the hilt of his sword. He held it tight and with a mighty cry thrust it upward into the boot of the king. Light erupted from the wound. King Barnabas cried out in pain, shrinking back to normal size. Jason scrambled to his feet and marched toward the king, his blade shaking in his hand, his broken bones an illusion. The nightmare images flashed less frequently as the realm began to deteriorate. Jason's teeth chattered and his heart thumped. Another image flashed, of King Barnabas staggering next to his water basin, as if a bear was sitting on his shoulders.
This is my world!
The Dream King screamed.
And you will die before you escape!
The snake rematerialized. This time hundreds of snakes, slithering toward Jason, bloodlust in their eyes. They would be on him in seconds. Master Ferabolt's voice echoed again from memory.
The dragon will give you power to overcome, but you must be willing to rise up to your sacred task.
I'm willing, said Jason, and it surprised him that he actually meant it. Lifting his sword, Jason cried out with the mightiest voice he could muster.
Sacred dragon, consume my enemy and release me from this prison. Crawl back to the darkness, tyrant. Release me!
Light shot from Jason's sword. King Barnabas shielded his eyes, crying in pain. The snakes squirmed in agony, but still slithered hungrily after Jason. Death was imminent. Jason cried once more from the inferno of his heart.
Release me!
Fire erupted from Jason's sword, filling the air until it consumed the serpents and the king. The horrifying images evaporated into nothingness. Jason found himself lying on the cold wooden floor of his flat, shivering and drenched in sweat. He remained there for several minutes, curled up, his strength gone. His sword lay a few feet away. The contents of the water basin had spilled over the floor. It was all Jason could do to reach up to his bed and pull the blanket over his body before falling asleep. The dark feeling was gone. 16. The Invitation.
So, what is bothering you?
Asked Master Ferabolt.
Other than the usual.
Jason shifted his feet. The fireplace in the Chief Patriarch's study permeated the room with a soft, warm glow. They both sat in their usual spots, facing each other with the bear rug separating their chairs. Clouds dominated the sky, and snow trickled past foggy windows.
I had a nightmare,
Jason said. Master Ferabolt gave him a puzzled look.
Everyone experiences nightmares from time to time, Jason.
Of course,
said Jason.
But this was different. It was so lifelike and horrifying. I woke up on the floor, soaked in sweat. I was playing my flyer late at night because I couldn't sleep. Then I heard someone calling my name from inside my room.
Master Ferabolt leaned forward in his chair, his gaze hardening as he followed Jason's account.
The voice came from my water basin. When I looked inside, something caught me and trapped me in a nightmare world. All my worst fears popped into my head and fought me.
Master Feribolt's eyebrows were furrowed.
That's not the strangest part,
Jason continued.
Amid all of it,
His voice died to a whisper, and he glanced at the windows.
I saw King Barnabas leaning over a water basin, speaking an evil language I've never heard before.
Master Feribolt's eyes widened. He got up from his seat and walked to a nearby bookshelf. The chief patriarch produced a key from his robes, inserting it into the keyhole of a small locked cupboard built into the shelf. Jason remained seated, uncomfortable at the chief patriarch's sudden distress.
What could it mean?
Jason said.
I have an idea, Master Feribolt said as he turned the lock. But I dearly hope I'm wrong.
The door swung open, and Jason craned his neck to see what was inside. Master Feribolt closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and uttered a brief prayer before he reached inside. From the cupboard, Master Feribolt extracted a large black book. Its ancient leather cover had an oily sheen to it, binding yellowed, wrinkled pages. It looked centuries old. Master Feribolt carried it in both hands and hurried over to Jason, holding out the book. Jason hesitantly reached out and took it. Instantly, something inside him lurched. It felt exciting but unclean. He got the distinct impression that the book was diseased.
Tep no Edema, Master Feribolt said darkly.
That sounds like ancient Nezmythian,
Jason said. He wanted to set the vile book down.
It is, Master Feribolt said. It translates as dark magic. Put that book down before it grows on you. I can hardly stand to look at it, let alone touch it.
Jason complied, dropping the book to the floor. Master Feribolt glowered at it as it sat atop his bear rug.
Patriarchs are trained to understand Tep no Edema, Master Feribolt said. It's a diabolical entity. It's the seed of the darkness conjured by the Guardian of the Night, the same force that battled against you and I and the sacred dragon in the first life.
What does it do?
Jason asked, a sliver of ice sliding down his back.
It grants you overwhelming power, Master Feribolt said. It's extremely powerful and easy to learn, which is why King Barnabas is taken to it. But there is one damning factor.
What?
You can only use it through the lives you take.
Master Feribolt locked his fiery eyes on Jason.
An insect, an animal, a human, any living creature will do. The more you kill, the more dark magic you can practice. And when you use its power, it's euphoric, unlike anything else. That leads you to crave it more. You take more life, just so you can feel that ecstasy again. You kill and cast until it consumes you. Eventually, you become a shell of what you once were, overcome by fear, anger, and a lust for power. When you are king, Jason, it will be your responsibility to protect the people of Nezmyth from the influence of dark magic. Letting it become common could prove the destruction of everything we love.
Jason shivered. Master Feribolt continued.
I believe you've confirmed the suspicions I've harbored for years, Master Feribolt said gravely. I suspected that the king was dabbling in these arts, but until today I had no evidence. King Barnabas was once honourable many years ago. He must have discovered Tep no Edema and began to experiment. That would explain his downward spiral, his transformation into the monster he is today. He used a Dream Slayer spell on you. He contacted you through the water basin in your home, and as you looked within, he trapped you like an insect. He told you that you had to yield, didn't he?
Jason nodded, his eyes wide.
If you had, your mind would have been lost. You would remain a puppet in his hands to do anything he desired, including killing yourself."
Jason's throat dried. Master Feribolt's explanation hit his mind like a hammer.
"How did you escape?" Master Feribolt asked. "How did you fight your way out of his Dreamslayer spell?"
Jason looked at the ground, shaking.
"I'm not sure. All I remember is that among the terrible things I saw you. I remembered what you taught me, to ask the sacred dragon for strength, to accept the role I was born to have. I think that's what saved me."
"And that is the only way to defeat Tep-no-Edema, Jason," Master Feribolt said. "Never forget it. Tep-no-Edema is seductive and insurmountably destructive, because it's the embodiment of the Guardian of the Night's lust for power. It preys on our most base desires. Just like in the first life, it can only be overcome with the aid of the sacred dragon. Never dabble in it. If you do, it will consume you like it did Barnabas."
A hush fell over them, but it only lasted a moment before Master Feribolt continued.
"More importantly, you need to remember that your faith saved you. There will come occasions, very soon, where you will have to battle once more against the forces of darkness and Tep-no-Edema. Remember that the sacred dragon will grant you power if your heart remains pure. But you must stay on your current path. Doing what is right is rarely easy, but the rewards are worth the struggle."
Jason teased a smile, echoing the words in his mind.
"Your faith saved you."
Suddenly, he remembered something else.
"I had another dream," Jason said. "It was about a vulture and an eagle, and they were fighting over a tree. Does that mean anything?"
Master Feribolt raised his eyebrows.
"It doesn't sound like Tep-no-Edema to me. It could simply be a strange dream. Focus more on continuing your study of the ancient language and preparing for the throne. These dreams should be a passing thing."
Jason smiled feebly. Kara smiled with cracked lips as Jason took her hand. She shivered despite the woolen blanket draped over her sickly body. Tom was away at the printing house, busy at work, seeking additional opportunities to make money and pay the coming harvest. Jason sat cross-legged at his mother's bedside. The floorboards grew colder as winter deepened. Jason's eyes filled with worry, but Kara's eyes shined as they always had.
"You seem different,"
she breathed.
"Different?"
Jason asked. Perhaps the apocryph was affecting her sight.
"Yes,"
Kara said.
"Your eyes are brighter. I don't ever remember seeing them like that."
Jason grinned and didn't say anything. A lot had happened lately to change him, but he wasn't in a position to elaborate. Instead, he said,
"I've never seen you like this either. I hate seeing you suffer so much."
He sighed.
"I'm so sorry." "Don't be,"
she said.
"It's not your fault. If only you knew. There has to be a cure, something besides a mulak flower." "Jason,"
Kara wheezed.
"Even if I never get better, and if I die right in this very bed, death isn't the end. You haven't forgotten that, have you?"
Jason rubbed her hand.
"You were too young to remember when your grandfather died,"
she continued.
"He and I were very close, and his death was very hard for me. But before he died, he pulled me to his bedside and told me a story."
Jason leaned forward as she went on.
"A long time ago, there was a great race. It wasn't like any other race. This race stretched not down a street or a city, but across the entire world. Thousands trained for this chance to win fame and glory beyond measure. 3 brothers decided to enter the race, and they trained for hours each day to run it. When the day of the great race came, they were as excited as anyone. Countless people had come out to watch. Each brother anticipated the starting whistle. The racers took their marks. Finally, the race began, and the three brothers took off. They ran for days. The race wasn't easy, oh no. There were lots of hills, and tall grass, and rocks that would make them trip and fall. But they always got back up, pressing on, determined to reach the finish line. Eventually, one of the brothers grew weary and had to stop. "Go on," he told his brothers. "I'll find a way to the finish line. Keep running." The other two were disappointed that their brother had grown weary so soon, but the others kept running, knowing they'd see him at the end. More days passed. Their legs burned, and they were hungry and tired, but they kept running. Suddenly, a few days from the finish line, a second brother wearied as they passed through a small village. "This is where I stop," he called as his brother kept running. "I'll replenish you with supper and a bed, and I'll see you at the finish line soon enough." So the third brother continued alone. It was harder, not having anyone to laugh or talk with as he ran, but he kept going anyway. Days passed, and he finally reached the finish line. The people of his kingdom celebrated, cheering for their countrymen who valiantly finished the race. Best of all, when the third brother crossed the finish line, his two brothers were there to greet him, showering him with praise. They were united once again. They'd run the race, and though the other two had to finish early, they were all together again at the end.
Jason smiled. "That story isn't very good." Kara laughed a little, coughed, then squeezed Jason's hand and looked him in the eye, her eyes brighter than ever.
"I'm getting tired, Jason,"
she said.
"But even if I have to quit this race, I'll see you at the finish line. Death isn't the end. Our spirits live on, as will my love for you. It's just the postponing of a sweeter reunion. Don't forget it."
Jason pulled at his collar before knocking on the door. As he waited, he sniffed the charming white flowers in his gloved hand. He was amazed that these flowers were on the market, since winter was almost upon them. His heart beat harder as he considered who waited on the other side of that door. He looked about, observing his surroundings. It wasn't often that he was able to stop and enjoy the grandeur of Upper City. The house was as noble and majestic as its neighbors. Jason ignored the shadowy castle in the distance, instead examining the wrought iron fence that rose to his hips and ran the perimeter of the property. The gardening hugging the walkway and lining the fence was exquisite. Flowers painted the grounds, splashing as much color as possible before the snow could snuff them out. A healthy green lawn filled the remaining area. Pillars lined the white stone porch. Jason heard the door swing open behind him.
"Good evening."
Sorion's eyes twinkled as she closed the door. She buttoned up her padded coat to protect herself from the cold and flicked her hair back with gloved hands. Seeing her, Jason felt underdressed in his own clothes. He'd dug endlessly in his trunk to find a clean shirt, and it was impossible to remove the grease stains from his pants. His brown coat had patches in it, but he had managed to find a cleaner glove for his right hand. As he held out the bouquet, Sorion's face lit up.
"Oh, thank you.
I'm glad you like them. They're not as beautiful as these, though," Jason said, gesturing to the garden. "Do you do all of this yourself?"
"Not all of it,"
Sorion conceded as she smelled the flowers.
"It's mostly our gardener. She's worked for my family for years, so I've picked up a few things from her. Let me put these inside. I'll be right back."
As she hurried back inside, Jason realized how hard his heart was beating. His smile faded and he coached himself.
"Be a gentleman. That's what Mother always taught. Open doors. Lots of compliments. Relax."
In a matter of moments, Sorion was back outside. Jason cleared his throat.
"I hope you don't mind a simple walk through the city." "That sounds perfect."
They strode down the walkway, closing the gate behind them. Jason kept his hands firmly in his pockets and his eyes on the ground. Sir Ryan followed suit, walking shoulder to shoulder with him. A short silence ensued as they ventured down the upper city street. Jason wanted to say something, anything to start a conversation, but didn't want to say anything remotely foolish. So instead, he kept silent.
"So," Sir Ryan said, "how are things at your shop?"
"Good," Jason said.
"Well, I suppose. We've had more orders, but I'm still not sure if we'll have enough money for the harvest next month. Something tells me we'll be all right. At least, I hope so." "I hope so too." "You probably don't have to worry about the harvest much, do you?" Jason asked, looking at her.
Sir Ryan shook her head.
"My father is a captain, so we're exempt."
"A captain?" Jason echoed, his eyebrows raised. A few things popped into his head at once. First, he felt irritated that anyone in the kingdom was exempt from the harvest. Second, he was slightly frightened at the idea that her father stood in King Barnabas's close circle. He made a mental note to keep his guard up.
What if King Barnabas makes her one of my trials somehow?
"No wonder you're an incredible fighter," he said. "It runs in your family." Sir Ryan smiled.
"True. He's had me sparring since I was 4. I don't love it, though. It's just something I'm very good at."
"What do you love, then?" She smiled.
"Painting."
Jason's eyebrows popped. The savage girl with a staff and the girl that loved to paint sounded like two completely different people. Sir Ryan saw the surprise on Jason's face and smiled brighter.
"It's relaxing, thinking of a meadow or a mountainside, then giving it life on a canvas. If I were good enough to make money from my paintings, I would do that instead of fight. Look!"
They were approaching the northern market street, and snow was trickling from the sky. An ornate cathedral towered to their left as they walked past, adorned with stained glass windows and mighty wooden doors. Sir Ryan grinned as they strolled along.
"That's the cathedral I've been visiting lately," she said. "Patriarch Willows is a wonderful man. I always leave feeling inspired."
Jason looked at her curiously. "Yes, I agree," Jason said. "He ministered at the cathedral I used to attend down in Lower City, back when I received my blessing of fate."
"Used to,"
Sir Ryan echoed. Jason took his eyes off the cathedral. "I haven't gone in a long time."
"Why?"
"It's a long story. Lately, a friend has been telling me I should go more often, but it's difficult after feeling distant from the sacred dragon for so long." Sir Ryan leaned in closer, placing her hand on Jason's arm. Their eyes met. Her silver eyes sparkled against the falling snow. Her sculpted lips pulled into a delighted grin. Jason could count her freckles.
"You can come with me," she said. "I would like that, instead of going alone all the time. And you could see Patriarch Willows again."
Jason's heart swelled, his lips pulling into a grin, but he felt a conflict brewing within.
She could definitely be a trial. But would a trial want me to visit a cathedral? A haven from Barnabas's eyes? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe she's not?
He didn't answer immediately. "Your father doesn't go with you?" Sir Ryan's smile faded, and her eyes lost their sparkle. She turned away to face the walkway as they passed the cathedral.
"He's away on a long trip, patrolling villages at the edge of the kingdom. I don't know when he'll be back. Sometimes he's home for a day or 2, then he leaves for another couple of months. So I'm all alone for now."
"You're close to him," Jason said.
"Especially since my mother died,"
Sir Ryan replied.
"We've had to rely on each other. I was only 6, and he taught me how to be strong. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for him."
A short pause. Then Jason said, "I'm sorry about your mother." Sir Ryan squeezed his arm.
"Don't be. It happened a long time ago, and I think it's helped me to become who I am. Besides, it's not like she's far away. She looks down and tells me she loves me every day, in small ways."
Jason couldn't help but grin. Their current street connected with the northern market street. The elegant mansions of brick and stone gave way to classy shops with crafted signs and merchandise Jason could never afford. Most people were leaving the street as snow drifted from the darkening sky. But most shops had lanterns hanging outside. Sir Ryan shivered slightly and huddled closer. Jason's heart thumped a little harder.
"Goodness, aren't you freezing?"
Sir Ryan asked, feeling at Jason's coat. Jason's gaze dropped. His coat had been in his possession for years. It had belonged to one of Kristoff's apprentices before Jason showed up. The previous apprentice had left it behind, so he was allowed to take it. Its edges were frayed, and like most of Jason's clothes, it was stained in some places.
"I feel okay," Jason said.
"We need to warm up," Sir Ryan said.
"I know a great place nearby for hot cider. Come on."
"Sir Ryan," Jason said, resisting her tugging, "I can't afford anything on this street. I don't know if I'll be able to pay the harvest."
"I'll pay for it,"
she said, pulling harder.
"Come on, I'm cold. And we should probably get you a new coat, too. That one is barely keeping together."
Jason didn't know what to think. No one had ever offered to buy him anything. Finally, he succumbed and let her lead him to a small shop down the northern market street. Elegant ironwork crossed over its windows, and a sign dangled above the door. Sue's. Sir Ryan opened the door and Jason followed her inside. As they stepped inside, a wall of warmth hit them. A roaring fire crackled at the far end of the shop, past several round tables ringed with three-legged stools. A pleasant-looking woman stood at a counter, the wall behind her featuring various colourful jugs, 2 iron stoves, and a large icebox. Lanterns lining the walls radiated a cosy glow across the polished tables and floorboards. Jason stood in awe, taking in the quality of the materials used to craft this shop and calculating their cost. He quickly got overwhelmed at the attempt and gave up.
"Evening, Sue,"
Sir Ryan called.
2 mugs of your hot Boucham cider, please."
"Of course, Miss Sir Ryan," the woman at the counter said. "You two take a seat, and I'll bring it to you when it's nice and hot."
The place was nearly empty. Sir Ryan picked a table with 2 stools by the window, and Jason sat down next to her. The view outside was like a painting, with the snowfall, street lanterns, and upper-class shops, but he couldn't help but stare at the shop around them.
"Have you ever been in a tavern, Jason?"
Sir Ryan asked, amused at Jason's reaction. Jason shook his head. "Not like this. Everything is so clean." Sir Ryan laughed.
"I feel like we've talked a lot about me tonight."
She propped her elbows on the table, resting her chin on her fists.
"Tell me about you."
"What do you want to know?"
"Everything."
Jason inhaled deeply and shifted in his chair, keeping his hands on his knees.
"I can't tell you everything," he thought.
"I feel like you know most there is to know. I'm a craftsman. I live in Lower City. That's it, really."
"Do you have any special talents?"
Jason had to think. He didn't consider sparring a talent of his, but then he remembered. "I've played the flyra for several years." He reached into his pocket, pulling out the small flute and placing it on the table. "It's what I do when I want to be alone with my thoughts."
"You're musical."
Sir Ryan's eyes lit up.
"You must play me something. Go ahead."
"Are you sure this is the right setting?" Jason shrank as his eyes wandered the store. Sue was wiping off dishes. A small pot steamed on the stove behind her. Sir Ryan smirked.
"Don't be silly. Hardly anyone else is here. Go on."
Jason forced himself to smile before picking up the flyra and placing his fingers on its holes. He drew it to his lips, then considered the library of songs in his head. He chose a short tune that was relatively easy, but had special meaning for him. Shakily, he began to play. The notes from his flyra made the interior of Sue's feel a little warmer. The whistling music floated to the ceiling, dancing and gliding. Sue stopped and watched Jason, as if his song had recalled a distant memory. Sir Ryan's eyes softened as she listened. Jason closed his eyes, blocking out the environment, allowing himself to become one with his music. Finally, the glowing notes faded, and Jason put down the flyra and opened his eyes. Sorian hadn't broken her gaze. She exhaled, still soaking in the sounds.
"That was beautiful,"
she breathed. Jason nodded, holding his knees.
"Thank you. It's about a man who is forced to leave his family behind and go to war, forced to leave behind what he wants in order to do what he's been commanded."
Sorian's smile was thin, and for a moment she looked distant. But she said,
"I love it."
The sky had turned completely dark, and the snowfall was getting thicker. The northern market street was covered in a thin blanket of snow. Sorian and Jason exchanged looks.
"It'll be hard to climb the street back to your home," Jason said. "That's probably why this place is so empty." "You're probably right,"
Sorian replied.
"Perhaps we should get going."
But then Sue appeared with 2 piping mugs of Boucham cider. Jason and Sorian exchanged another look.
"I'm sorry, Sue,"
Sorian said.
"We were about to leave."
"Oh, it's not a worry, Miss Sorian,"
Sue said.
"Why don't you take these? The night is only going to get colder. Keep yourselves warm."
"Oh, you're too kind,"
Sorian said, taking a mug from Sue's hand. Jason took the other. Sorian then pulled out what looked like several bars from her pocket, slipping them into Sue's hand.
"I'll bring the mugs back in the morning."
"You're a treat, Miss Sorian."
Sue's eyes sparkled. She turned to Jason.
"And you, sir, have a special gift with that instrument. That song was a whisper from the sacred dragon."
Jason sheepishly expressed his thanks. They got up from the table and slipped back outside, expressing thanks to Sue once more and sipping from their mugs. The hot Boucham cider was exquisite. It filled their insides with lovely warmth, tickling with a sweet tanginess. Jason and Sorian continued to chat and laugh as they ascended into Upper City. Snow wet their hair, and street lanterns lit their way as their shoes climbed the wet cobblestone. Finally, they made it back to the gates of Sorian's home.
"Thank you for tonight,"
Jason said as he opened the small gate for Sorian.
"Jason, I had a wonderful time,"
Sorian said as she hiked up the walkway, Jason following on her heels.
"I hope we can do this again very soon."
Jason beamed.
"I hope so too."
As they approached the door, Sorian took Jason's empty mug from his hand.
"I'm sorry we didn't get you a new coat tonight,"
Sorian said with a smirk.
"Don't freeze before I see you again."
Jason shook his head. "I've always managed." Her eyes glimmered.
"Come with me to the cathedral soon. I always visit at midday."
Jason didn't have to think long.
"Of course."
She smiled. Jason was about to bid her good night, but before he could, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his frozen cheek. Jason felt his face flush, his heart leaping into his throat. As Sorian withdrew, she grinned mischievously and said,
"It's better when you're not sweaty."
Jason giggled like an idiot.
"Good night, Jason,"
Sorian said, before waving softly and heading inside. Jason took a deep breath after she left him on the porch. He relived every wonderful moment from their evening, sighing in contentment and smiling broadly. Her name was honey on his lips.
Sorian.
17. The Return. Jason recoiled hard, stumbling to the floor as Tyrant's foot connected with his face. The blow sent drool flying through the air. Jason spun out of the attack and blindly swiped at Tyrant with his wooden broadsword, but Tyrant ducked beneath the blow.
"Too slow, Jason,"
Tyrant shouted. Jason mimicked Tyrant's roundhouse kick as he spun. This time, it connected with Tyrant's cheekbone.
"What'd you say?"
Jason jeered.
"Too slow?"
Tyrant recovered from the blow and swiped at Jason with his wooden dagger. Jason reflexively bent backward, dodging it. Tyrant threw a few more slashes at him, forcing Jason to the edge of the combat room. Jason dodged or blocked each strike with the flat of his sword. When Tyrant had finally backed him into a wall, he took one more swipe at Jason's neck. Jason ducked, rolling out of the way and kicking at Tyrant's feet as he swept across the floor. Tyrant lost his balance and fell, grunting. Jason slid onto his feet and stabbed at Tyrant in the chest to win the match, but Tyrant rolled away, flipped his legs up past his head, and rolled backwards into a kneeling position, blocking Jason's next swing with armored forearms. Jason stepped backward, and Tyrant jumped to his feet, spinning around to face him. They sidestepped around each other, their eyes full of fire and sweat dripping from their hair. Their breathing came in great bursts.
"Your reflexes are amazing," Tyrant said, panting. "Getting better every week."
Jason smiled.
"Thank you."
Tyrant grinned. Without warning, he jumped back, twitched his hand, and shot a fast Cherokee at Jason. Jason's heartbeat spiked.
"Let's try this."
He dodged sideways, avoiding the oncoming ball of magic. He extended his left arm outward and cupped his hand. As the Cherokee built in his palm, Jason could sense its heat as if it were a miniature sun. Spinning around, Jason attempted to aim the Cherokee while maintaining its speed, and he momentarily felt it resting in the palm of his hand. Halfway through his spin, however, he lost control of it, and it leapt from his hand. It soared into the far wall and dissipated. Jason nearly laughed as he watched it, grinning.
"Whoa, that almost—"
Tyrant leapt forward, drilling his foot into Jason's back. Jason fell face first onto the floor. He tried to scramble back to his feet, but as soon as he faced up, Tyrant pinned him with a dagger at his throat. Jason groaned. Tyrant merely frowned at him with his eyebrows raised, sweaty blonde locks hanging from his face. Jason panted as if he'd sprinted laps. Tyrant didn't.
"You're dead,"
said Tyrant.
"I know."
"Why did you lose?" The word stuck to Jason's throat. He sighed irritably.
"Because I lost focus."
"Right," Tyrant said, getting up and blindly tossing the dagger across the room.
"It wasn't redirecting that Cherokee that cost you the match. It was how you watched it after losing control. If you had turned and looked at me after it left your hand, you would have seen me coming and had enough time to dodge my kick, maybe even counter it." "I'm getting better, though," Jason said, sitting up and wiping his brow. "I can tell. I'll beat you someday."
Tyrant walked to the side of the room where 2 canteens sat on a table. He grabbed one and tossed the other to Jason, who caught it. Tyrant chuckled.
"Absolutely," he
said, uncorking the canteen and taking a deep draught of water.
"Right after you're crowned King of Nezmyth."
Jason coughed on the water sliding down his throat. He hacked and wheezed as he beat his chest. His eyes moved to Tyrant, and the hairs on the back of his neck prickled.
"You shouldn't joke about things like that."
Jason covered his mouth.
"This building is remote, but you still don't know if soldiers are out there."
"It was harmless," Tyrant said, rolling his eyes.
"Stop being so tense. No one will arrest me for that."
Jason shoved his canteen back into his mouth, flushing out his cough. With his throat soothed, he asked,
"The harvest is in less than a month. How are you doing?"
Tyrant didn't look at him as he unstrapped his arm plates.
"Not good."
"How far behind are you?"
38 blocks.
Jason's heart dropped into his stomach. He wanted to speak words of comfort, but nothing seemed to come.
"Let's be honest, Jason," Tyrant said. "I'm going to be blacknoted this time." "Don't say that," Jason said.
"Maybe it's a good thing," Tyrant said, laughing.
"I'll get to spend time with my father, working in the mines. Maybe they'll let us share a room, if there already aren't a dozen slaves in each." "I said, don't say that." "Wake up, Jason," Tyrant spat. "I don't know if you've noticed, but the kingdom has been falling apart for decades, and it's only getting worse. Don't pretend like you didn't know this would happen to one of us sooner or later. It's time to accept it."
"There are still weeks left," Jason said. "Even then, you'll have 6 weeks to pay the tax."
"Unless the king changes his mind again," Tyrant said. "It could happen. He's as greedy and ruthless as he is powerful."
Jason shushed him, praying there weren't soldiers patrolling outside.
"Someone could be listening. Would you prefer to work at the Eastern Mountains or get beaten in prison?" "Is one option really better?" Tyrant seethed. "Maybe I'd have a better chance of dying in prison.
It'd be a quicker way to escape this nightmare. Jason's eyes stung and his hands shook. No sound escaped his lips. After a painful frozen moment, Jason turned on his heels and stomped away. His footsteps echoed in the old combat gym, his throat tightening with each step. He grabbed his sword and coat as he escaped out into the frozen air. He slammed the door behind him and trudged through the snow, clenching his jaw and sniffing. He wiped his eyes before the tears could stream down his burning cheeks.
Mother is dying, he thought. Father struggles to pay the harvest. Tyrant won't make it either. What's next?
I'm going to tear your world apart.
King Barnabas's threat echoed in his mind. Turning a corner, the castle loomed into view. It stood atop the Upper City hill, lodged between the white stone of Upper City and the grey of the winter sky. Jason stopped. He could picture King Barnabas right now, idling on this throne, leering at another dancing damsel, careless of the thousands of struggling lives below. Jason's jaw clenched and his anger boiled. He needed to release his fury, so he charged a massive Cherokee in his hand and launched it into the sky, directly at the castle. It travelled only 100 yards through the air before it dissipated. Jason's anger evaporated. His chin fell to his chest and his knees dropped to the snow. His sniffs gave way to sobbing, and he let the tears fall. Master Faribolt's prodding had finally gotten the best of Jason.
Jason, he'd repeatedly advised, I strongly recommend studying ancient Nezmythian outside of my home. You've grown rather proficient these past 3 months, but your vocabulary is still lacking. That should be accomplished through your own studies.
Jason always met the remark with a huff, but you can only turn down the Chief Patriarch's advice so many times before you feel like you're sinning. Jason knew where the city library was, so directions had been unnecessary.
I beg your pardon, said the librarian.
She pulled her rectangular reading spectacles down her nose and looked hard at him. Her thin lips were pursed in curiosity.
The ancient Nezmythian section, please, Jason repeated.
You are studying the ancient tongue, the librarian said, scanning Jason's peasant garb with skepticism. Jason nodded. Yes, mum. The librarian pulled at the shoulders of her pale dress, her eyes darting to her desk. She tapped her hair bun with her palm, then began to rummage through her desk, muttering to herself. If I can find that key. Ah, here it is. Her hand held an old metal key caked with rust. Jason gave it an odd look and took it from her outstretched hand. She eyed Jason closely.
Our books in the ancient language are on the top floor, inside the gated section. None of them are available for lending. Remember to return the key when finished.
Jason nodded and bid thanks as he walked into the library. From the outside, it looked like a crusty old building that hadn't been refurbished in decades. After stepping inside, the musty smell of old paper and ink was thick enough to taste. There weren't any sectional walls. Instead, every crevice, nook, and cranny was filled with bookcases stuffed to the brim. Tables, oil lamps, and chairs were plentiful, a few of them filled with readers or study groups hunched over their books. Lines of shelves jutted from the wall, creating hallways and sections. A tall balcony overlooked 3/4 of the massive hall and could be accessed by a few flights of stairs. Jason's eyes darted from bookshelf to bookshelf. He marveled at the centuries of records kept in this hall. Locating a flight of stairs, Jason climbed to the next floor. The wooden steps creaked as he stepped on them. He climbed higher and higher until he reached the balcony, which held even more bookshelves. He scanned the area, but didn't see a gate. The spirit of exploration pushed him forward. As he made his way across the balcony, he noted some book titles on the shelves. He had to have found the history section, because the titles included things like Great Conquerors of the Ancient World, Uklov the Fearsome, the Biography, and King Clemens, Master of Laughs. As he rounded the corner and walked down the next stretch of balcony, he noticed something odd in the far corner of the room. There was a gap where 2 bookcases should have met. It was the gate. Forged of crude iron, the gate was 2 feet wide, separating the grand library of Nezmyth City and an isolated room with a few bookcases, a desk, a lamp, and a chair. The gate featured a small lock. This must be it. He took the librarian's key from his pocket, inserted it, and twisted. The lock clicked. He withdrew the key and pushed on the gate, which squealed as it fanned open. Jason cringed and eased it open slower, bracing against admonishing glances. There were none, so he pushed into the small room. The first thing Jason noticed was the dust. It was everywhere, on the table, the chair, the shelves, even on the tiny windowsill. Why doesn't this get used more? Jason thought. Perhaps more students of ancient Nezmythian have their own libraries. Jason walked to the chair and caressed its seat with his hand, then blew on the table. A cloud of dust leapt into the air. He couldn't help but cough, swatting the debris away from his face. An old lantern stood at the edge of the table. Jason lit it and steadily fed it more oil until it gave a cheery glow. He took the lantern in his hand and brightened the spines on the dusty books packed into bookcases. Most of the squiggles, dots, and jagged lines looked familiar to him, but he could only make out fractions of their titles. He frowned. This will take some work. He finally settled on a thick book with the word crofting in its title. He sat in the chair, set the lantern on the nearby table, and placed the book beside it. Opening its leather cover, the smell of ancient paper filled his nostrils. Here we go. Sir Ryan's hand found its favourite spot around Jason's forearm. She walked perfectly in step alongside Jason through Upper City, along with dozens of other townspeople, everyone in formal wear. Sir Ryan had clipped her hair, and her powder blue dress hugged her waist until it flitted past her hips and down to her ankles. A coat of mammoth fur shielded her from the cold, and long white gloves covered her arms. Jason's heart thumped, but it had nothing to do with the beautiful girl at his side. How many years has it been? 5? What will Patriarch Willows say? He wore his dingy coat. He'd washed it in preparation for today. Sir Ryan let him borrow her father's old suit because Jason couldn't find his. The flowing white sleeves billowed down to his wrists, and the brown cotton slacks were perfectly pressed. He had to admit that he felt much cleaner than usual. The bell tower of the cathedral rang 3 times, signalling that the service would begin shortly. Jason exhaled a shaky breath, and Sir Ryan pulled herself in as they walked. "It'll be fine," she said. "You'll be glad you came." Jason would have smiled for her, but only the corner of his mouth twitched. The crowd bottlenecked at the front doors of the cathedral. Their pace slowed to a waddle, slow and cramped. Trimmed bushes rose to elbows' height, covered in snow, sandwiching a walkway several paces wide that led to the cathedral's entrance. At the door, a tall man in delightful orange robes shook hands with those coming in, asking them about their families and friends, while wearing a wide smile. Grey hairs speckled his burnt black hair, and his eyes were just as dark. Jason cleared his throat when he saw him. Sir Ryan grinned. He avoided eye contact until they were too close to ignore.
"Hello, dear friend,"
Patriarch Willows said as he snatched Jason's hand. His dark eyes had a mysterious power over Jason. He wanted to avoid them, shield his soul from their gaze. Something crawled inside him, knowing he shook the hand of the person that had pronounced his blessing of fate, his curse and calling. Jason forced himself to look up into Patriarch Willow's eyes. There was no trace of reproof in those black eyes, only brotherhood. Jason felt comfortable enough to force a weak smile, which was all he could muster. "Hello, Patriarch Willows," he said. Patriarch Willows leaned in closer. His smile spread wider, and wonder and joy overtook him.
"Brother Jason,"
he said in a reverent tone.
"It's been quite a while, my young friend. How are you?"
Jason continued forcing his smile. "Doing the best I can."
"That is all that's expected,"
Patriarch Willows said. You don't know how happy I am to hear that. It looks like you've become acquainted with Miss Sarayan. How wonderful. Please take a seat inside. The dragon's fire will keep us warm this afternoon. He squeezed Jason's hand firmer before letting go, shepherding Sarayan and Jason into the cathedral.
He's kind, isn't he?
Sarayan asked. Jason just grinned and nodded. The interior of the cathedral was magnificent. Stained glass windows flooded colourful light onto ageless stone floors. Chandeliers hung in a long row down the vaulted ceiling, and dozens of pews faced the pulpit. A platform featuring a golden triangle sat right behind it. At the front of the cathedral, a massive statue of the sacred dragon loomed, snaking into the sky with powerful claws and wise eyes. Sarayan tugged Jason along, and they slid into an open spot near some welcoming strangers. Jason rubbed his hands between his knees and didn't look at them. Sarayan slipped off her fur coat and greeted their neighbours. The cathedral hissed with the whispers of upper city folk, gossiping about the week's events and the impending sermon. Jason frowned. None of them were fearfully whispering of the outcome of the harvest. All of them were oblivious, perfectly content, seemingly without a worry. After several minutes, the double doors swept closed and the hall fell silent. Patriarch Willows glided down the aisle, his orange robes flowing behind him, his usual smile stretched across his face. Jason shifted in his spot, the pew creaking beneath him. When Patriarch Willows reached the podium, he grabbed it with both hands and peered over the assembled crowd.
My friends,
he called. His voice was impressively loud.
It's a joy to have you here in the sanctum of the dragon. I hope you will find joy and inspiration as we supplicate ourselves to the sacred dragon this day.
He paused. All eyes were upon him.
I've prayed heavily over this matter for the past week, he continued. These are uncertain times. The harvest arrives next week, and although most present enjoy the blessing of temporal wealth, there are thousands who are not as fortunate. Needless to say, we must help those who suffer. The sacred dragon has commanded us to serve those in need from the beginning of time, and that commandment is as in force today as it ever has been. Do your duty to your fellow Nezmythians.
The reception to this injunction was mixed. Some nodded in agreement, while others remained silent or even rolled their eyes. Silently, Jason thanked Patriarch Willows.
He's ministered in Lower City, he thought. He's seen what it's like.
That is all the sacred dragon asks of you,
Patriarch Willows added.
Do your duty, brothers and sisters.
Then Patriarch Willows found Jason's face in the crowd. Jason bristled under his gaze.
At times,
Patriarch Willows said,
it may feel like the sacred dragon requires too much of you, but I assure you that the sacred dragon does not make mistakes. You can do what the dragon requires. When you feel like you have no strength, or you can go no further, or all is lost and hope is gone, the sacred dragon will grant you what you lack. Do not give in. Do not surrender to the darkness. Do not give it room to fester and grow. The sun will rise, and you can bask in the morning of a divine victory. All the dragon requires is that you do your duty.
Patriarch Willows hadn't taken his eyes off Jason. Everyone else in the congregation nodded reverently, soaking in his words. But Jason knew the truth. Those words were for him. Patriarch Willows hadn't forgotten the blessing he'd given all those years ago. And he likely knew what Jason was feeling right now. Jason pursed his lips, fighting back the sting of tears as he nodded to Patriarch Willows. In return, the Patriarch smiled. 18. The Threat. The day of the harvest arrived. Snow pelted the winding streets of Nezmyth City, where, as before, no one was out except for patrols of soldiers and money carts. The window of Jason's flat was fogged, and there wasn't anything he could do to heat the room. So he kept his coat on as he waited on his straw mattress and shivered, blowing thin notes through his flyer. He couldn't stop thinking of everyone. Tom was 7 blocks short of the tax. He'd be sure to earn that much more in the next month following the Blacknote. That was a miracle in and of itself, especially considering how Kara wasn't strong enough to sew and sell dresses as she usually did. Tyrant, however, was another story. Jason hadn't spoken to him since his dramatic exit after sparring practice 2 weeks back. He prayed that Tyrant had managed to earn the tax, or at least enough so he could possibly hit the Blacknote deadline. But those prospects looked grim. Jason shivered again. The sun hid behind thick clouds, making the time of day uncertain. It had to be late afternoon. A small pouch sat next to Jason. Inside it were 120 blocks. The only reason he had it was because of Sorian.
"Do you have enough for the harvest?"
she'd asked him a few days earlier. Jason sighed and shook his head.
"No, I'm barely short, but it's okay. We should be able to pay it after we're blacknoted." "I don't want to risk it," she said, shaking her head. "You don't know if the king will change his mind. I'll be over to your shop tomorrow with whatever you need. You and whoever else is there."
"Sorian, I couldn't possibly ask you to. I'm giving it to you,"
she said, fire in her eyes.
"And there's nothing you can do to stop me. If I want to, I can learn which soldiers will patrol your streets and pay them off, so you might as well take it. Don't argue with me, especially about something like this."
So he didn't. He'd tried to negotiate in exchange for labor of some sort, but her scowl melted into a smile. She'd patted his cheek, telling him his kindness was enough. They had spent nearly every day together since the first night of their courtship. He didn't mind. Every moment with her was an escape from his year of decision. The one thing he was still getting used to was her showering of gifts. He felt embarrassed. Walking into the shop with a new shirt or pair of gloves, he had to endure ribbing from Bertus and Jabik about his budding romance. He always tried to pay back Sorian in small ways, like with a bouquet of flowers or sweets, but she insisted it wasn't necessary. He did it anyway. The more time he spent with her, the more convinced he was that she was not a trial sent by the king.
"She's making me into a better person. That's helping me. It wouldn't make sense."
But he still felt it necessary to keep his guard up. He kept a portion of his heart locked tight, just in case. It would be dangerous to assume safety. He heard footsteps outside his door. Tucking his flyer into his pocket, Jason pinched the top of the money pouch. He mentally traced the path of the soldiers as they stopped slowly, made their way toward his door, stopping to collect the harvest from each tenant. When he heard them finally approach his door, he slipped on his sword and pushed himself off the mattress. The knock came. Jason pulled the door open, and 2 soldiers looked down on him. It looked like the same ones from 6 months prior.
"Harvest,"
the soldier in blue growled. Jason dropped the pouch into the soldier's outstretched hand and asked,
"Any changes to the Blacknote policy?"
The soldiers ignored the question as they scanned the contents of the pouch. Jason flexed his hand, waiting for the answer, waiting to know if the fates of his loved ones had changed. But at length, the soldier slipped Jason's pouch into a larger pouch at his waist. The red soldier looked Jason in the eyes and said,
"No."
With that, they left. Jason closed the door and rested his head against it, his weary mind breathing a sigh of contentment.
"Everything could be okay. They have an extra month to pay. It'll be all right."
He turned back to his mattress. But then he saw something that made every hair on his body stand up straight. King Barnabas was standing in his room. The king's hands were clasped behind his back, his icy eyes fixed on Jason like a hawk, eyeing a field mouse. His red cape spilled to his polished boots, and his dark blade was sheathed at his waist. Jason stood still, as if any sudden movement would prompt King Barnabas to strike. Cold sweat was forming on his brow. His hand reached for the hilt of his sword. But before he could touch it, King Barnabas rumbled, "That would not be wise." Jason's hand fell to his side. Silence filled the room. The king hadn't made a sound as he'd entered, which horrified Jason even more than his mere presence. His sanctuary here had been violated. If the king could venture wherever he wanted, where else in Jason's life had he been? His throat felt raw, but Jason managed to croak, "Why are you here?"
"To congratulate you,"
King Barnabas said. His expression didn't change. The corners of his mouth were glued into a grimace, and his eyes could have frozen a forest fire.
"I must be frank. I did not believe you would last this long. Your year of decision is halfway through, and you have somehow endured the numerous hardships I've given you. Well done."
Jason didn't blink. There had to be more. King Barnabas took a single step toward Jason, towering over him. His hands remained clasped behind his back, but his eyes were closer. Jason could make them out in every excruciating detail. He kept himself from shivering.
"These past 6 months have been challenging, have they not?"
Jason swallowed and tore his gaze away. He said nothing.
"Much has happened."
King Barnabas stepped back and began pacing in a circle.
"You have visited with the oafish chief patriarch every week, learning the ancient language. Amusing but misguided. You have sought to sharpen your combat with your friend. Foolish and futile. You have found a lovely girl of a superior social class you wish to pursue. Tragically vain. And above all of this, your dear mother is dying, your father struggles to make ends meet, and your dearest friend is on the verge of slavery. And it is all thanks to you."
A pause. The king closed in, jutting his face inches from Jason's own. Jason steadied his quivering hands.
"You could have ended this months ago," the king said. "Do you know how many slaves labor in the eastern mountains? Thousands. Your friend's father is one of them. I wish you could hear their toil, their wails cutting through the night. It is positively moving. Would you like to know how many have died in those mines because of you? How many fathers, husbands, brothers?"
Jason's eyes stung and his jaws tightened. His fists clenched at his side, shaking. He could hear the slaves in his mind, whips cracking, bones breaking, the weeping.
"This visit serves as a final warning," King Barnabas said. "I have been lenient with your trials so far, because I believed you would opt out of your year of decision. But this marks the end of my clemency. I refuse to play games with you any longer. Renounce your foreordination now, or this kingdom will suffer like never before."
Jason's knees went slack. His lips refused to speak, and the silence hung in the air like a corpse from a noose. The king's eyes lacerated him. Seeing Jason's speechlessness, his face reddened and his lips pulled apart, revealing grotesque teeth.
"Why?" King Barnabas hissed. "I know you do not want the throne. I have watched you for months. Why persist?"
After a tense moment, Jason found his tongue. He breathed.
"Because I have to. For everyone."
King Barnabas shut his mouth. As he did, his eyes twitched and he stepped back.
"So be it,"
he said, the words slipping from his lips.
The Oracle Stone has not changed, Jason. Your stubbornness has cost innocents their lives, and now you have incurred my wrath. Forces beyond your knowledge have been protecting you, but no longer. I have measures prepared that even they have not foreseen. Your fate is sealed.
With that, the king disappeared in a flash of purple mist, leaving Jason alone. The image of his icy eyes were branded once again on his mind. Jason's knees finally buckled, dropping him to the floor. He curled up, shaking, reflecting on the horrific threat of the king. Tears streamed down his cheek.
What have I done?
Jason hadn't felt this small in months. The white snow had turned to slush along the upper city street where Master Feribolt lived. The exquisite white cityscape had deteriorated into a filthy grey, smashed under carriages and boots. The cold was more bitter than bracing. People looked sunken and pale, wrapped in their scarves and gloves. All of the verdure in the city had surrendered to the onslaught of snow, the greens replaced by whites, greys, and browns. Throughout Lower City, black dots were nailed to every 10th door. The grey snow mashed under Jason's feet as he trudged up the winding street to Master Feribolt's home. When Jason reached the gatekeeper tipped his hat with a nod before pulling the lever. The gates shuddered, creaking open until Jason entered. He stroked the sheath of his blade and exhaled through his nose, watching his breath billow as he hiked up the steps. He knocked on the door, and Jerem the butler appeared at the threshold.
"Good morning, Master Jason,"
he said. His uniform was as sharp as ever. Jason asked,
"Is Master Feribolt here?" "Yes, he just arrived,"
Jerem said, stepping aside.
"Please, come in."
Jerem held his sword as Jason entered and took off his coat. Stomping the snow from his boots, Jason slipped his sword back on. The massive statue of the sacred dragon in the center of the hall stared at Jason with stony eyes. He tore his gaze away as it touched something deep within. Then he shuffled to the study, breathing shakily. The study was lit like always, white light streaming through its windows. The only thing different this time was Master Feribolt. Instead of sitting in the armchair or at his desk, the chief patriarch knelt in the center of the room, his head bowed and hands on his knees. As Jason edged closer, he could make out the words being spoken.
"And, O sacred dragon, grant thy servant Jason strength as he endures the remaining months of his year of decision. Help him feel thy warming fire. Accomplish this mighty task for the betterment of the kingdom."
Master Feribolt looked up. Spotting Jason, his face brightened. Jason swallowed as Master Feribolt stood, striding over to him and offering a fatherly embrace. Jason wasn't sure how to react. His arms dangled at his sides. Master Feribolt buried his face in his shoulder.
"I've sensed your worry,"
said Master Feribolt as he let Jason go. He kept a hand on his shoulder.
"How is your family? And Tyrant?"
Jason looked at Master Feribolt's feet.
"Mother and father were blacknoted, but they should be able to pay it. Tyrant is most likely blacknoted too, but I haven't seen him in a while. He probably won't be able to afford it when the soldiers come again."
"We mustn't lose hope,"
Master Feribolt said, as they wandered over to the armchairs.
"Remember, the dragon always helps those who ask."
Jason said nothing. He slipped off his sword as he sat down, his eyes gravitating to the bear rug on the floor. Master Feribolt's gaze locked onto him, as if probing his feelings.
"Why didn't you visit me earlier?"
asked the chief patriarch.
"The harvest was almost a week ago. I was worried."
Jason propped his sword on the side of the chair and laced his fingers together. He leaned forward as he spoke.
"I've been doing a lot of thinking."
Master Feribolt waited. Jason's hands shook.
"I think I'm done. This is too much, and I can't let people suffer for my sake any longer. I'm going to tell King Barnabas that I'm forfeiting my position. I'm just one person,
a boy from Lower City. I can't. I just can't.
The quiet was palpable. Not even the fire crackled. Master Feribolt didn't blink, and Jason refused to match his gaze. The silence continued for what felt like hours.
So, you're giving up?
Master Feribolt breathed. Jason stared at his boots, his fingers still clasped. He nodded. The hush perpetuated. Master Feribolt leaned forward and rubbed his hands. After a deep breath, he asked,
Is this choice coming from a place of fear, or something else?
Jason erupted. His teeth ground together as he leapt from his chair, shoved his sword to the floor, and threw his hands in the air.
I don't know, he cried. There is so much I don't know. Half a year without knowing. Look at what's happened. What's next? How will the king destroy my life further? Who else will suffer because of me? It's not fair, and it's all my fault.
Jason kicked a chair over, then dropped to his knees. Master Feribolt kept his mouth closed. Silence fell over them once more. Jason turned away from the Chief Patriarch. Master Feribolt wordlessly strode over to Jason. He eased himself to the floor, facing Jason, whose eyes were swollen and red. Sniffling, Jason finally asked,
Was it this hard for you?
Master Feribolt shook his head.
No, King Thomas wasn't bent on keeping me from being a patriarch.
Another sniffle. Master Feribolt's expression turned hard.
This is a sudden decision, Jason,
he said.
What brought this about? You were doing well for so long.
Jason described King Barnabas's unexpected visit on the day of the harvest. As soon as he mentioned the king, Master Feribolt tensed. Jason stilled as he recounted what King Barnabas had said.
And he said the kingdom is going to suffer like never before,
Jason finished.
This year has been so hard. If he's going to make things worse, perhaps I need to renounce my foreordination for the best of everyone.
Do you truly believe that will be best for everyone? Master Feribolt asked.
Jason didn't know what to say. It didn't seem like he had much of a choice. What else was the king capable of? What else could happen? Could the kingdom handle it?
With every challenge comes a choice, Jason, Master Feribolt said. You remember that.
I thought deciding to endure the year of decision was my big challenge, Jason replied. But this goes so far beyond that. I didn't know so many would suffer.
You're not the one causing the suffering, Master Feribolt said sharply. King Barnabas is. Don't give in to his lies. This is not your fault in the slightest.
A pause. Then Master Feribolt continued.
Months ago, did you believe you would make it this far?
No.
I did,
said Master Feribolt, matching Jason's gaze.
And I know you can take the throne as you've been called to do. You're halfway there. It would be a tragedy if you were to stop now.
King Barnabas told me the Oracle Stone hasn't even changed, though, Jason said. That's what measures my worthiness.
He's never given you reason to trust him, Master Feribolt said flatly.
Once again, Jason found himself lost for words. Master Feribolt put a hand on his shoulder.
When you finish your year of decision, he said, you will be a legend. Heroes are forged in the fiercest of furnaces. This is your furnace. But first, you must endure.
Jason sighed.
I don't know, Master. It feels hopeless.
Master Feribolt deflated, his eyes sinking to the floor, but he kept a hand on Jason's shoulder. The weakened silence lasted briefly. Then something like a spark leapt across the Chief Patriarch's eyes. His gaze snapped up, astonishment spreading across his face. Master Feribolt tightened his grasp on Jason's shoulder, and his tone filled with wonder.
Jason, he said, the sacred dragon has struck me with inspiration. You must go to the library and study ancient Nezmythian. Immediately.
Jason glanced at him, perplexed.
Master, he replied, I've been visiting the library for over a month. I've read off the books in their collection.
Master Feribolt's eyes could have burned a hole in his head.
Jason, go now. You could find an answer to a question of your soul. Do not postpone this.
A question of my soul,
Jason thought. Master Feribolt pushed himself to his feet, hauling Jason up with him. Jason wiped his eyes another time while Master Feribolt handed him his sword. As Jason slipped it on, Master Feribolt steered him by the shoulders out of his den.
Master, I don't understand,
Jason protested.
We don't usually understand until afterward, my young friend,
Master Feribolt said cheerfully.
But there are very few coincidences. Most things have a purpose, and if the sacred dragon wants you to go to the library right now, then you must proceed.
Jerem eyed them curiously as they hastened to the door, and Master Feribolt shoved Jason outside. Jason staggered onto the porch as Master Feribolt tossed his coat on his head.
Come by tomorrow and tell me the outcome,
he said jovially.
Do not lose hope, my young friend.
The door slammed shut. Jason stood gawking at it. As he slipped off his sword to put on his coat, he considered how peculiar all that was. Snow trickled from pale clouds drifting across the sky. A carriage trotted past him, heading down to the northern market street. It was still morning, and there weren't many orders to complete at the shop, so Jason wasn't too concerned about getting there late. His trust in Master Feribolt was about as strong as his fear for the king, so there was only one thing to do.
I suppose I'm going to the library.
The trip there took nearly an hour, descending from Upper City Street, crossing the northern market street, then marching to Center Court. The giant triangular court was full of people bustling in every direction with carriages, carts, and bags of goods, trafficking from numberless shops lining its edges. It was the only area where both lower city and upper city folk could be found consistently, though the lower city folk usually came as beggars. Its red brick plaza was completely masked by a packed layer of snow. From what Jason had been told, Center Court used to feature tall statues of all the great kings, along with a statue of the sacred dragon at its very center. But all of that had been removed. Instead, a massive marble statue of King Barnabas had been erected. Stubborn pigeons gathered on its shoulders. One bird landed on its head, defecating all over its scalp. Jason sneered.
I'm sure we all feel that way, he thought.
The library was on the eastern side of Center Court, an incredibly large stone edifice, massive pillars framing its entrance. Jason weaved through oncoming townspeople as his feet crunched across the plaza.
The usual spot?
The librarian at the front desk asked, not looking up from her book.
Yes, Mum.
She blindly reached into a drawer, pulling out the rusty old key and handing it to Jason. He took it graciously. Within a couple of minutes, he was in the dusty section of ancient Nezmythian. Jason pulled out his chair and mulled over the rows of books, some with titles he couldn't easily decipher. Frustration coalesced within him.
What am I supposed to find here?
One by one, he pulled books from shelves and skimmed through them. The first book was about plants. It had to have been a scientific manuscript from hundreds of years ago. Most of it was too complex for him. He returned it to the shelf. The second book was a history of battles, a book he'd picked up on a previous occasion. He didn't find anything new in its pages, just a vast collection of dots, squiggles, and jagged lines he only partly understood. The search continued for nearly an hour. Book after book, page after page. His irritation grew until he was slamming books shut and thrusting them back in their shelves. He thought of how he could be spending his time on other, more useful things. Instead, the chief patriarch had sent him on a wild goose chase through pages of ancient text. He was about to leap up from his chair and storm from the library, but something told him to open one more book. Sighing, Jason snatched a title that he didn't understand, dropping it on the table and sifting through its pages. It was more of the same. He could pick out some words here and there, but nothing stuck out. until he reached a scratchy illustration that made his blood run cold. The image was that of a sickly individual lying on a table with splotchy skin. A man in eccentric dress stood over him, his mouth wide open, as if singing a song, his arms stretched to the heavens. But the eeriest part of the picture was the black murk billowing from the victim's mouth, as if something dark inside of him was being drawn out. Jason's jaw dangled as he drew closer to the image. On the opposite page, the title read, Rishma Edema. Bane of Darkness, Jason translated. His eyes darted down the description. There was much he didn't understand, but he got the gist of it. Evil men in times past used techno-edema to inflict illness on those who had crossed them, sometimes resulting in a slow, painful death. But Rishma edema was a spell created by patriarchs and magicians, designed to extract the dark spirit from the body. Interestingly, the spell came in the form of a song. At the bottom of the page, a straight line with accompanying symbols presented the pitches and duration of each note. Several thoughts aligned at once. King Barnabas, his sick mother, techno-edema. Jason's heart leapt into his throat and his body shook. He frantically searched for loose parchment and pencil. He felt his pockets. Nothing. Throwing open the drawer under the desk, he found a half-torn sheet of parchment and a stub of charcoal. His heart beat like mad as he copied the music to the parchment with shaking hands. When he'd finished the hasty copy, he threw the charcoal down and bolted from the room, sprinting down the stairs, and fled out the exit, passing a very annoyed librarian as he slapped the key on her desk. His parchment snapped in the breeze as he tore through Centre Court, garnering the curious looks of several. Soldiers watched him, but decided not to pursue. Down a side street he went, emerging onto the southern Market Street, where fewer people had gathered to buy and sell. Jason's heart pulsed like a war drum. It had been months since Kara had first contracted apocalypse. But was it really apocalypse? Or was it something similar enough to fool Jason? No wonder Lartok's solution claimed it wasn't apocalypse. After surviving the Dreamslayer spell, Jason knew that King Barnabas was dabbling in dark magic. The book at the library had described his mother's exact condition. Everything made sense, and the solution was in the palm of his hand. Sweat dripped from his brow. He hadn't stopped running since leaving the library. His breaths came in short bursts. He finally found himself at the door of his parents' home. A plume of smoke billowed from the chimney. Jason threw open the door. Kara lay on the same bed she had occupied for months. Tom knelt next to her, cradling her splotched hand. His father's eyes shot up at him. As he latched the door behind him, his breathing started to settle. Tom's face turned hard. He stood up, storming over to Jason, coming nose to nose with him. His eyes were fierce through his dusty glasses. "I looked all over for you," his father hissed. "You weren't at your flat, or the shop, or even at Terran's. Lartok left a few hours ago. He said she could have just a few days left." Those last few words came out hollow, and Tom's eyes started to mist. Jason shook his head. "No, father," he said. "I found something." Tom's misty eyes sharpened. "Jason, tell me you did not get a mulak flower. With you being who you are." "No," Jason said, his heart thumping. "I didn't. Just watch." Wasting no time, Jason hurried to Kara's bedside and dropped to his knees. Smoothing out the sheet of music on the bed, Jason pulled out his flyra and put it to his lips. Before he played, he took one last look at his sickly mother. She looked as awful as ever. Her optimistic resilience had completely abandoned her, and her eyelids hung halfway closed as if too heavy to open. Her chest rose and fell slowly as she shivered. Jason's eyes locked onto the Rishma edema, and he played. The melody was haunting. Even though it came from the bright whistles of a flyra, it swayed and bent in mysterious ways, stirring the inner mechanisms of his soul. Deep within Jason, something swirled peacefully and firmly. Kara's body shuddered at the sound. Jason's heart lurched, but he forced himself to keep playing. Kara shuddered again. Tom stepped forward, his eyes full of fear. "Stop," he said. Jason ignored him. The haunting melody filled the cottage. Suddenly, Kara gasped, her chapped lips cracking open and her back arching. "Jason, stop," Tom said more forcefully. Jason hardly heard him. He could feel the Rishma Edema working within him. He could feel the dark spirit uprooting from his mother's body. Perhaps Tom couldn't feel it, but Jason had to continue. A thin curl of black smoke slipped from Kara's mouth. It spun, coagulating into a dark mist that hovered over Kara, churning, lusting after the body it had rooted in for nearly half a year. Rishma Edema forbade it from re-entering, and Jason's gaze tore into it as he played. The Flyra was his sword, and the dark magic was the enemy. Finally, as the song reached its final note, the black smoke let out a silent, quivering scream and shot through the nearest wall, vanishing. An eerie hush fell upon the cottage. Tom and Jason's eyes fixed on Kara. They hardly breathed as they watched. Silence. Then, at last, Kara hacked and coughed, her eyes fluttering open. Incredibly, she found the strength to sit up, and Jason noticed that a normal colour was returning to her arms and face. She looked around and asked dreamily, "What was that?" Tom's eyes couldn't have widened more. He flew past Jason and fell to his wife's side, holding her tightly and uttering words of disbelief. Jason folded the sheet music up and stuck it in his pocket, along with his Flyra. He watched his father cradle his mother. This part of the nightmare was over. She was sitting up in bed, speaking normally, the splotches on her skin fading. She was healed. Master Ferrabelt was right, Jason thought. If I'd ignored his advice. He didn't allow himself to finish the thought. At length, Tom turned and stared up at Jason, his face riddled with wonder. His lips opened several times as if he were about to speak, but his words caught each time. Finally, he forced himself to ask, How did you? Jason smiled, recalling his visits with the Chief Patriarch, his ancient Nezmythian training, and his visits to the library. All he said was, I've been learning some new things. It looks like they came into good use. Tom's eyes darted about, from Jason to Kara to the wall through which the Techno-Edema entity had fled. His look of wonder hardened, his eyebrows furrowing. Jason, what's going on? He said. You've been different lately, but this is incredibly strange. What have you been doing? Jason breathed deep, his eyes darting to the window. He didn't care if soldiers were a mile away. It wasn't worth the risk of confessing everything from the past 6 months. Too much was at stake. I wish I could tell you, Jason said, but I can't. Why? Because things are in motion. Jason left it at that. Tom looked at him skeptically, and Jason held his breath. The gears were turning in his father's mind. He hadn't forgotten his son's foreordained role, but he knew nothing of the year of decision or the trials that came with it. But something in Jason's demeanor must have told him everything he needed to know. Eventually, his father's eyes fell to the ground, and he nodded. Jason sighed in relief. He couldn't stop thinking about King Barnabas. Things are going to get worse. But watching his father cradle his mother in a loving embrace, he felt a new sense of resolve. Perhaps it wasn't time to give up just yet. 19. The Myth. A small breeze carved through the tree's dead branches. The small creatures inhabiting the wasteland slept in their dens. Twin moons cast their dim light over the landscape. Nothing stirred but the vulture, the eagle, and the sighing wind. The vulture's feathered chest rose and fell heavily. Some miles away, the sapling had grown into a young tree, Its trunk was thick and strong, and its leaves had budded long ago, permeating its branches with green. The black eagle, resting on a nearby branch, sighed. It shot a sideways glance at the vulture, which ignored it, as it always had. Their silence continued for a short while.
"How does it make you feel?"
the eagle asked. The vulture said nothing.
"It's only a matter of time,"
the eagle continued.
"Look at its branches, its trunk. Its leaves turn greener every day. It is no longer a sapling."
The vulture narrowed its eyes, but remained silent. The eagle sighed. It listened to the soft wind, as if the air were whispering something, then asked,
"What will you do, now that all your methods have failed?"
The vulture didn't move.
They haven't.
The eagle shook its head.
"Don't you fear what fate will bring upon you for obstructing what has been put in place from above?"
The vulture replied coolly,
Fate is nothing. There is no such thing as chance or destiny. I do not believe it.
"Do you believe in justice?"
The vulture glared at the dark eagle with venom and scoffed.
Justice is simply the angelic disguise of vengeance.
"There must be some corner of your heart that isn't drowning in darkness,"
the eagle protested. The vulture frowned.
Leave me.
The eagle ogled at the vulture. The buzzard's eyes were marred with the scars of past struggles. Nothing mattered. Such demons had no remorse, only plans. The eagle stretched its wings, leaping from its branch. It pushed air under its wings and soared through the starry night. It flew until it perched on the ground, a watchful distance from the steadily growing tree. The vulture growled, blinking several times as it watched the eagle a mile distant. Surely that was safe. The vulture hopped from the highest branch on the tree and spread its wings, easing itself to the ground until its powerful talons rested on the cold soil. The vulture turned around and faced the trunk of the cold, lifeless tree, speaking in dark tones.
The eagle is gone,
whispered the vulture. Out of an invisible knot, a fox's head emerged, followed by its paws, torso, legs, and tail. Its bright yellow eyes shimmered in the pale moonlight as it slunk across the ground, coming face to face with the vulture.
I am at your service,
the fox said.
It is time to act,
the vulture said.
Kill it. Make it look like an accident. The eagle must not know.
I will succeed, my lord,
the fox replied.
Good, said the vulture. If you do not, I will cover up your mistakes with your blood. A fox does not have much use after it loses its head.
The fox's eyes grew, then shrunk again.
Understood.
You have 3 weeks, the vulture hissed. If the tree is dead, you keep your head. Otherwise, you die. Go.
Jason rubbed his hands together after rapping his knuckles on the door of the cranny. Snow trickled into the alleyway, thicker here than on the southern market street. He shuffled his feet. He felt like he'd stood there for far longer than he really had. Next to the shop door, the Blacknote was nailed to the wall. Footsteps sounded on the other side, slow footsteps. It wasn't long before Tyrant opened the door, wearing his usual greasy apron. His hair covered his eyes, which were swollen and tired. Dark circles hung under them, and his shoulders sagged in a way that Jason had never seen before. Jason's lip curled uncomfortably at the sight. "Hello, Tyrant," he said. "Hello, Jason," Tyrant returned. He jerked his head. "Come on." It wasn't much warmer inside the cranny than it was outside. The only difference was the lack of bitter breeze after Tyrant latched the door shut. Fewer instruments hung from the walls than Jason was accustomed to seeing. The smell of resin and grease wasn't nearly as thick. Overall, the room seemed much emptier than usual.
"What do you need?"
Tyrant asked flatly as he landed in his usual chair.
"To apologize,"
Jason replied, after taking his usual stool by the door.
"I'm sorry I haven't spoken to you in so long. I've had a lot on my mind lately, and after our last sparring practice, it was all a little much. I wanted to check up on you, see how you're doing."
Tyrant rubbed his face in his hands.
"Jason, you know I didn't mean what I said. I didn't know it would make you so upset. Are we okay?"
Jason nodded.
"We are."
Tyrant rubbed his face some more, sighed, then said,
"Did you like my new decoration outside? Didn't cost me a shard."
Jason frowned. Now was definitely not the time to joke about the Blacknote.
"No, I don't like it at all. Do you think you'll be able to pay it?"
Tyrant shook his head. A pause ensued, but only a short one. Jason got up from his stool and said,
"Come with me. Apologizing isn't the only reason why I came over. I want to show you something, and I think it might help."
Tyrant pulled himself from his chair, and Jason unlatched the door. They stepped out into the cold, and Tyrant made sure to lock the door before they turned down the alleyway.
"Mother is healed,"
Jason said as they walked. Tyrant's reddened eyes popped, and he threw Jason a look.
"How? That's incredible."
"It would take too long to explain," Jason said. "But I figured it would be good news for you. Look at this." They reached the mouth of the alleyway and made an abrupt stop before reaching the southern market street. Jason gestured to a sign that rose to about chest height and was as wide as his arm. Propped on the side of the street, it was emblazoned with eye-catching yellow letters, featuring a big red arrow pointing into the alleyway. "The Cranny, Musical Instrument Repair and Shop. Finest quality and service in Nezmyth City."
"I know it's not much," Jason said. "I talked to the others about it and decided we were able to spare some scraps to put it together. But I've had Sarayan tell her upper city friends about your shop, so they'll know where to find you. I'm sorry, Tyrant. I hope to the dragon that this helps."
Tyrant's jaw dangled, his eyes tracing the sign over and over again. Jason held his breath and waited for a response. It came as a smile slowly spread across Tyrant's pale face. He didn't shed any tears. He just laughed. Then he shrugged.
"I don't know what to say," he said.
There was a pause. Then Jason asked,
"Can we start sparring again?"
Tyrant raised an eyebrow.
"Yes, we can. Thank you, Jason. Every little bit helps."
Tyrant wrapped his arm around Jason's shoulders and gave him a squeeze. A smile stretched across his face. They set a time for their next sparring practice and said their goodbyes, Tyrant retreating back into the alleyway. Jason started up the southern market street toward Center Court. It had been a few days since Kara had been healed. Jason had reported to Master Feribolt the following day, as instructed. The Chief Patriarch was positively giddy when Jason told him the news.
"Doesn't that give you hope, Jason?"
Master Feribolt had asked, grinning.
"It does," Jason replied, "but only a little. It was such a strange coincidence to happen upon that spell."
"You truly believe it was mere coincidence?"
Jason didn't respond right away, but when he did, the answer came with a feeble smile.
"No, I guess I don't."
"Do you remember the title of the book you found it in?"
Master Feribolt asked, his fingers laced together. Jason pictured the characters and sounded it out.
"Elo Polume. I don't know what that means."
"The Sacred Arts," Master Feribolt translated. "You stumbled upon a gem, my young friend. That book is an extremely valuable vein of knowledge, full of legends, wisdom. You would do well to study from its pages. I believe you would find it extremely useful."
"Is there other ancient magic in it?" Jason asked.
"Certainly,"
Master Feribolt replied with a sparkle in his eye.
"But it would be more valuable for you to discover it on your own, so I will leave you to that. What I will tell you, however, is that your capacity to perform those spells depends on the strength of your spirit. After all, it is the sacred arts. Keep that in mind.
The library was a welcome shelter from the winter cold. After the librarian gave him the key, Jason made his familiar journey into the dusty old ancient Nezmythian section. The lantern cast a dim flickering glow on the bookshelf. It didn't take Jason long to locate AUDIOBOOK, the sacred arts. He pulled it from its shelf, carefully placing it on the table, then pulled the lantern as close as he dared without endangering the pages. Opening to a random page, his eyes ran up and down the characters, catching a few words, phrases, and terms, but not finding anything too astounding. He thumbed through its pages, stopping whenever he found something that resembled a spell, recording them on parchment he'd brought in his pocket. 2 spells he found of particular interest were a form of meditation that hastened physical healing, and a phrase that made the blade of a sword burst into flame. This research continued for nearly an hour. As Jason continued to search the book, he found an intricate sketch of a sword. Its double-edged blade was obviously tinted, not standard steel. Its pommel was encrusted with a shimmering ruby, and the crossguard featured a winding dragon, its lips frozen in a snarling roar. He looked closer, examining the legendary sword in its magnificence, stroking his chin. Interesting. Who could forge something like that? Jason skimmed the jagged lines on the adjacent page, looking for words he recognized. Surprisingly, the title, printed in bold letters at the top of the page, was easily understandable. Blade of Nezmyth. Jason sounded out the words. In the description below, he caught words like sword, dragon, and legendary, but not much else. He sighed. This would be much better if I understood more ancient Nezmythian, he thought, frowning. He was about to turn the page when he saw an illustration that made his heart stop. He gasped, covering the page with his hand. His eyes glanced out the window, then through the gated door. Slowly, he lifted his hand. At the bottom of the page, a symbol had been crudely jotted into the corner, separated from the much larger illustration of the Blade of Nezmyth. It was a triangle, with one side longer than the others, filled with ink. Jason's eyes fixed on it. His eyes again darted to the door. When he saw no one present, he shakily reached under the desk and removed the glove from his hand. As the glove slid off his fingers, his orange triangular birthmark revealed itself in the dark. Jason stared at the bizarre mark, sending a shiver through his body. Unbreathing, he placed his hand on top of the page. The oil lamp flickered as his eyes glanced back and forth. His heart thumped in his chest. The 2 triangles were an exact match. "Excuse me?" Jason nearly leapt out of his skin. His marked hand shot out of view. The librarian stood at the door, wearing an irritated frown. "The library is closing," she said. Jason quivered as he shoved his glove back on his hand. "Right, sorry." The librarian spun on her heels, leaving Jason alone once more. Jason shoved the glove back onto his hand and slammed AUDIOBOOK shut. 20. The Ashes. Jason's next sparring practice with Tyrant went reasonably well. They had both maintained their prowess during their break, and when they came together to practice, it was as if nothing had changed. Tyrant won, of course, but Jason found himself growing stronger, more agile, thinking faster on his feet. He just prayed that his sharper skills would never need to be used. It was 1 week from the Blacknote deadline, and Tyrant reported having a steadier stream of customers in the cranny. He was still unsure if he would meet the deadline. If he did, it would be by the skin of his teeth. It was too close to call. Jason took comfort, knowing that if he did acquire the throne in 5 months' time, the Blacknote would be done away with. The slaves of the Eastern Mountains would be freed, and the kingdom's poor would no longer bear the strangle of the tax. But the words of King Barnabas from his visit the month before remained seared onto his mind.
The kingdom will suffer like never before.
Would he even survive? Tonight, he would try to forget that threat. The sun was setting, casting a shadow over the red line at Kristoff's weapons and crafts. All 4 of the craftsmen shut down their machines for the day. The hissing steam deflated into silence, and the churning trickled down into oblivion. "As you're sparring with Terran elves?" Jabek asked Jason as they retrieved their coats from the rack. "Very much so," Jason replied as he slipped on his sword. "Good," Jabek said. "Maybe in 10 years you'll be ready to come back to the crossing blades." Jason punched Jabek, who chuckled. When Jason turned away, his face twisted and he rubbed where he'd been hit. Bertus and Golan smirked. "So Ryan and I are attending the theatre," Jason said, straightening his coat. "I'd rather attend a boring performance with a beautiful girl than grapple with sweaty men for an evening. I hope you enjoy yourself."
"You and your rich girl,"
Bertus said.
"How did you meet her again?"
Destiny!
Jabek fluttered his eyelashes, putting his head on Jason's shoulder. Jason pushed him off. "Something like that. But I do need to go." He thrust the key into Golan's hand. "I need to meet her in Center Court before dark, and I still need to change into my formals. You can return the key tomorrow morning."
"Always in a hurry,"
Bertus said. "Have a good time," Golan said sincerely. With that, Jason shot out the door and hurried down the street, heading for his flat. He changed into his formals and bolted from his room as quickly as he'd left the shop, making sure to lock the door behind him. Snow crunched under his worn boots as his feet flew toward Center Court. The sun had finally set over the horizon as he found himself at the heart of Nezmyth City. A lot of the shops and restaurants were closing, but one enormous stone building with pillars and banners drew wealthy people like bees to a hive. Jason jogged over to it. Horse-drawn carriages dropped off well-dressed couples as they trotted by. Jason scanned the crowd for Sarian. He spotted her, standing alone with her back facing him and arms folded, looking about. A smile grew on his face. He looped around to one side of her before wrapping his arms around her and whispering in her ear, "You're easy to spot in a crowd." "Pardon?" The woman's voice was unfamiliar to him. Jason jumped back, and the woman turned about, glaring at him. Her hair was long and golden like Sarian's, but she had to be at least 20 years older. Jason felt himself flush bright red. "I'm sorry. I'm looking for—" "Have something you want to confess?" her sing-song voice said from behind. Jason turned to see Sarian with her arms folded, suppressing a laugh, and her eyebrows cocked upward. He laughed awkwardly, then turned and apologized to the lady once again for the mix-up. She rolled her eyes and walked away. Sarian laughed heartily as she took Jason's arm. "Looks like you blew it," she said. "She owns a textile mill just off Center Court. She is wealthy and single." "That was embarrassing." Jason shook his head. "Could have been worse," Sarian said as they joined the crowd heading into the theatre. "You could have kissed her neck." Jason's eyes squinted. "We haven't done that." Sarian laughed again. Jason glanced over her. She was bundled in several layers of clothing, mostly furs, so all his attention was drawn to her radiant face. Her eyes positively sparkled in the moonlight, and her clouded breath softened her face with a delightful haze. Though the cold nipped at his body, Jason's heart melted. "You look beautiful," he said. Her lips pursed into a grin. "Thank you. You clean up pretty well, too." They reached the door and were met by a massive man. He had to be 3 times Jason's size, with a stony face, his hands as wide as Jason's head. He was dressed crisply, almost identical to Master Feribolt's butlers. Jason recoiled slightly at the sight of him. The man's voice was as deep as he was thick.
"How many?"
2 seats, please," Sarian replied.
3 blocks.
Sarian extracted the money and handed it to the behemoth. He slipped the blocks into a deep pocket in his pants, which Jason was sure was filled with hundreds more.
"You can't take that in with you,"
the giant said, gesturing at Jason's sword.
There's a booth to your right. They'll hold on to that during the performance. You can retrieve it afterward.
Jason's heart shrank hearing that. The last time he'd been asked to remove his weapon was the evening Bobby the Brute left him a broken mess on the combat floor. Sir Ryan squeezed his arm, then pulled him into the main lobby. It was the most ornate display Jason had ever seen, more so than the castle. Red carpet coated the floor, snaking up twin ascending staircases to a balcony level. Crystal chandeliers sparkled overhead. Posters of current performances hung throughout the lobby, encased in glass. Upper city folk flowed to the doors leading into the auditorium, eager to find their seats. Jason spotted the storage booth. A toned servant dressed as sharply as the doorman stood behind the counter, beckoning Jason over. Jason reluctantly handed the sword to the man, sheath and all. The servant expressed his thanks as he took it. He slipped the blade partly from its sheath to inspect the make.
"A fine blade, sir," he remarked. "I will keep it here during the performance."
Jason nodded, then Sir Ryan gleefully tugged him toward the large auditorium doors. The auditorium was exceptionally large, with dozens of rows of plush chairs, facing a stage ornamented with swirling woodwork. Upper city attendees swarmed as close to the front as they could. It looked to be first come, first served. A thick red curtain was drawn over the stage, illuminated by a row of flickering lanterns. Sir Ryan drew Jason as close as she could to the stage, shimmying them into a pair of seats. The room was warm with its legions of patrons, so Sir Ryan slipped off her winter wear, revealing a silky red dress that spilled from her shoulders to her knees. Jason's face burned at the sight. Jason wasn't sure what to make of the performance. It waited to begin until the theatre was completely packed, which took a while. When the curtains withdrew, the stage was populated with a battalion of actors, dressed in tights and frills that would get them laughed at if they wore them in public. And their mannerisms and expressions were so exaggerated that it was comical. The plot was also complex. Jason was sure there was a tale of murder and infidelity in it, but the costumes and acting were so distracting that the story got lost in the mix. Sir Ryan had to nudge him several times to keep him from dozing off. The final time Sir Ryan nudged Jason, he lifted his head to find that the curtain was closed, and everyone was shuffling toward the exits. After rubbing his face and stretching, he turned to see Sir Ryan's eyes locked on him, her eyebrow cocked.
"You think I paid a block and 5 bars for you to take a nap?" she said.
Jason shrank in his seat.
"Sorry." "Well, you missed out," she said, sighing. "It turned out that the wife was the killer, sought to win her husband's fortune, and wanted to run off with the butler. I'm surprised you didn't wake up. Everyone else gasped."
Jason stretched again and said,
"I haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately. Besides, it was hard to take anyone seriously with those outfits, and the way they spoke was so strange, so I dozed off." "They're actors, Jason," Sir Ryan said, her eyes narrowing. "They have to speak loudly so we can hear them, unless you know some magic way to make them louder."
"I'm sure I could figure one out," Jason thought.
"I'm sorry I fell asleep, really."
Sir Ryan closed her eyes and exhaled, as if it helped relax her. Then she said,
"I'm just disappointed you missed such a good story." "How can I make it up to you?" Jason asked, putting a hand on her knee. She looked at her hand and smirked. "I'll think of something." Jason got his sword back as promised, and it wasn't long before they were trudging through the snow, heading toward Northern Market Street and Upper City. Snow trickled from the blackened sky as they walked past a dozen shops and veered onto an ascending street. The minutes flew by as they talked, and it didn't feel like long at all before they were on Sir Ryan's doorstep. "I'm sorry I wasn't better company this evening," Jason said as they stood outside her door. Sir Ryan chuckled. "Better company? What?" A sweet smile graced Sir Ryan's cheeks. "Jason, there's something different about you. What is it?" "What do you mean?" "I've spent time with plenty of boys that are quiet like you," she said. "But you're different. You glow. Why?"
I glow? Jason didn't know what to make of that. No one had ever told him that before. Maybe it was a new thing? Perhaps the dragon was strengthening him during his year of decision. But that sounded like something Master Feribolt would say. As he thought about it more, he remembered how Tom talked about how Kara made him feel when he first knew her. It sounded similar. So, gathering courage, Jason chanced it. I don't know, he said. Maybe I glow around you because I think I love you. He braced himself for the reaction. Sorayan's face softened and her eyes sparkled. I was hoping you'd say something like that. She threw her arms around his neck, pulling him down and pressing her lips onto his. Jason's eyes shot open, and his heart erupted, whether from beating faster or slower he couldn't tell. He was floating. It must have been only a moment, but all perception of time evaded him. When she pulled her face back, her hands found his, and she whispered, I hope I never let you down. Jason felt dizzy, but as he looked beyond her flawless face, he saw something in the distance. A red flicker. A murky pillar of smoke arose from it, and it looked like it came from the upper rim of Lower City. His eyes narrowed. As he calculated the location of the smoke, his heart dropped into his stomach, and a chill overcame him. Sorayan, he said, I have to go. What's wrong? She replied. Nothing, I hope, he said, but I can't be sure. I'll let you know tomorrow. He stepped away, one hand still in hers. It felt wrong to leave after such a magical moment, but time was short, and she would understand. There wasn't another second to waste. He leapt down the porch and flew down the street. His eyes repeatedly darted toward the distant street flickering an ominous red. Snow fell, making the way down there slick and treacherous. He nearly fell to the cobblestone several times, but managed to catch himself before toppling over. Silently, he thanked Tyrant's training for increasing his endurance. The run from Upper City took a while as he passed the northern and southern market streets. The plume of smoke grew larger as he ran, the fire more visible in turn. He knew where it was coming from. He'd realized it from the moment he'd seen it over Sorayan's shoulder. It was on the corner of the southern market street and a street branching into Lower City. His building. He slowed down, joining a crowd gathering outside to watch the old brick edifice smolder. From dozens of yards away, Jason felt the heat scraping at his face. Most of the crowd were his fellow tenants, looking on in despair. Devilish red flames had completely engulfed the building, casting black smoke into the starless sky and blasting the onlookers with cruel heat. Jason glared at the fire. He caught some chatter from a tenant a few feet away, who had lived on his floor. Happened less than an hour ago. Everybody got out, but it's all gone. I only had time to get my money for paying off the Blacknote. Jason! A familiar voice called. It was his mother and father. They were dressed in their nightclothes and heavy coats. Jason held his arms open as they ran up. Kara embraced him tightly, and Tom hung back, his face somber and much older. I can't believe this happened to you too, Kara said as she squeezed her son. Jason's heart sank lower. What do you mean, you too?
Our house is gone, Jason, Tom said. Everything is gone. I don't know how the fire started, but it must have been from the outside. We hardly had time to grab our coats and money and get out. Then we saw this smoke.
Jason couldn't respond to that. Instead, he watched the inferno where he used to live, along with dozens of other Lower City folk. Anger boiled within him. The question of whether this was a coincidence felt obvious. It wasn't. This is exactly what King Barnabas would do. And, on his account, more people were now homeless. He took a deep, shaky breath. Isn't this where you live? A lovely voice said. He hadn't even noticed Sorayan appear at his side. She wore pants, boots, and a lighter coat. The fire cast an eerie reflection off her silver eyes. She must have seen the fire and followed me, Jason thought. It used to be,
"This is terrible," she said in a hushed tone.
Kara nudged Jason, getting his attention.
"Is this her?"
"Yes," Jason faltered, stepping out of the way.
"Mother, father, this is Sarayan, the girl I've been courting." "Pleasure to finally meet you,"
Kara said as she extended her hand.
"I regret it had to be under these circumstances." "As do I,"
Sarayan replied, taking her hand.
"I'm so sorry for all of you. Do you have a place to stay?"
They looked at each other. Jason could stay with Terran as he looked for another flat, but it would be incredibly cramped, and Terran could be shipped off to the Eastern Mountains by the following week.
"Gulof's house is vacant," Tom said. "He's been at the Eastern Mountains for nearly 6 months."
"That's if everything inside hasn't been ransacked," Kara said.
"We could find an inn,"
Tom suggested.
"You know we can't afford that." "You can stay with me for now,"
Sarayan interjected.
"All of you. There's plenty of room, and I'm sure my father wouldn't mind, even if he weren't away."
Jason and his parents exchanged glances. He was a little cautious at the offer, but Kara and Tom were downright guarded, skepticism riddling their faces. Their eyes jumped from Jason to Sarayan, then to Jason again.
"Sarayan,"
Kara said.
"would you excuse us for a moment?"
Sarayan nodded, and the two motioned for Jason to follow. They ventured a few yards away and huddled in a circle. Kara took a deep breath, and Tom folded his arms across his chest, glancing from his wife to his son. Jason stayed silent.
"Jason,"
Kara said.
"tell us more about this girl. Is she—"
Jason leaned forward, expectant. Finally, the word slipped from Kara's lips.
"Chaste."
Jason would have laughed, but the seriousness of the moment restrained him.
"Yes, Mother. She's one of the most virtuous people I know. She's the one who convinced me to start visiting the cathedral again." "Good people make mistakes, Jason," Kara said sternly. "I don't care if she's got a dozen guest rooms on the opposite end of her mansion. Living in the home of a woman you're not wed to is dangerous behavior for a future king."
The last two words were barely a whisper.
"I agree, Jason," Tom said. "From what you've already told us, I'm sure she's wonderful. But I think it's clear that your mother and I are a little concerned."
"We don't have much of a choice, do we?" Jason said. "Where can we go? We have nothing. And her father is a captain in the Nezmythian army, so as long as we're under her roof, we're exempt from the tax. We could use that 120 blocks to rebuild where your house burned down."
Kara and Tom exchanged looks. Jason had made a strong argument. It's not that he wanted to live with Sarayan. He agreed that it was a risky situation, but it seemed like the best option by far. He'd just need to set stricter boundaries with her. Finally, Kara sighed.
"All right, but you need to be careful, son. Don't do anything that could put your position in danger."
Jason's mouth twitched into a grin. The brick building where he used to live crumbled as the roof gave in. People gasped and cried as they watched. The implosion threw more heat on their faces, vaulting more smoke into the snowy sky. 21. The Intruder. Notes from Jason's flyer fluttered to the dark wooden ceiling. He found it hard to sleep in his guest room. Everything was so clean and fashionable. His presence felt like a stain. The bed was incredibly soft with thick covers, vastly different from his usual scratchy wool blanket and straw mattress. Paintings of beautiful landscapes looked back at him from the walls. He continued playing his flyer. His parents and Sarayan were on the other end of the house, so he wasn't worried about waking them up. Sarayan and Jason had spoken about physical boundaries, helping his parents feel better about the situation. They were not to see each other after retiring to bed, and if they were to pair off, they would go somewhere else. Kara's watchful eyes and sharp ears made that easy to enforce. It had been several days, and neither of them had broken their rule, but Jason's heart longed to hold her by her fireplace and talk the night away. He was sure Sarayan felt similar.
"Fewer than 4 months left," he thought. It's so close. But what could happen in that time?
His gaze shifted to the window. Judging by the positions of the moons, it was a few hours before dawn. He sighed. An uncomfortable feeling lingered inside him since they had finished dinner hours earlier. It was dark, similar to how he felt the night of the Dreamslayer spell. Several hours of turning over on his mattress had yielded little rest.
What is it?
Jason's forehead creased. He put the Flyra away and threw his legs over the side of the bed, grimacing as his feet met the chilly floor. He put his hands on the edge of the bed and frowned.
Something isn't right.
Walking to the door, he put on his coat and sword, leaving his boots behind. He pushed the door open and crept down the hallway. Something out here needed to be investigated. He could feel it. He kept his hand on his sword hilt as he peered around corners. He avoided any place that may have a water basin, for fear that Barnabas was attempting the Dreamslayer spell again. His bare feet were as quiet as a cat. As he came into the main room, everything was silent and grey. Moonlight spilled through Sorian's massive windows, casting a pale haze on the plush chairs and couch facing the stone fireplace. He looked around apprehensively. Everything was normal, nothing to worry about. He slunk through the main room and up the separate hallway leading to the other bedrooms. He kept perfectly silent, careful not to wake anyone. The door to his parents' guest room was open a crack. He reached forward, pulling it open an inch more. Kara and Tom were sound asleep under their covers. His father snored a little, rippling the covers. Jason sighed in relief, then shimmied down the hall to Sorian's room. Her door was ajar too. The door squeaked as he opened it to peek through. Moonlight illuminated her sleeping face, and her hair poured across her pillows in golden strands. She breathed peacefully, an angel at rest. His heart ached to be closer to her, but remembered their promise and pulled away.
Everything appears fine, he thought. So why do I feel this way?
Skulking back through the main room, he stopped and stared out its tall windows. Great snowflakes spilled across the blackened sky, coating the outer court with a liberal sheet of white. Manicured bushes and a magnificent statue centerpiece kept still, stoic against the deluge. So serene. All that separated Jason from the yard was the back door.
I've got my coat, Jason thought. Maybe some fresh air will calm my nerves.
He unlatched the door, slipping outside without a sound. He found himself under a small awning, shielding him from the snow. A wooden chair rested by the door. He grinned. The chair creaked as he sat down. That was his spot as he played his Flyra for several minutes, his sword sheathed by his side. Chilly, but otherwise protected from the snow. Neither Sorian nor his parents woke at the sound. But the feeling didn't go away. He stopped playing several times, feeling his hand moving toward his sword as he scanned his surroundings. He was in the middle of Upper City, the last place he'd expect threats. But if King Barnabas were to make good on his threat... An echoing crackle sounded through the air. Jason unsheathed his sword. He listened for several seconds without so much as breathing. The crackle didn't repeat, but the cold sliding down his spine had nothing to do with the weather. The dark pit in his stomach grew stronger.
Dragon, he silently prayed, protect me.
Stepping barefoot into the snow, Jason trudged across the courtyard, leaving deep footprints. As he passed a line of bushes and the statue centerpiece, he noticed a dried-up well against a tall stone fence, separating Sorian's property from her neighbors. He eyed the dark opening. The sound could have come from a stone falling into its cavernous mouth. But if that were the case, who disturbed it? He tightened his grip on his sword, edging his way toward the well. The snow bit at his toes, but he ignored the pain. Cautiously, he peered over the mouth of the well, expecting something to lurch out. Nothing. After several seconds, Jason lowered his sword, satisfied that the danger had passed.
Wham!
Jason was struck by a massive force that threw him into the well. With a yelp, he managed to grab onto the edge before tumbling into its depths. His heart pounded. As he pulled himself up, a dark figure appeared, overshadowed him. They were large and incredibly strong, covered by long strands of black cloth. The guys covered the attacker's face, but behind the cloth, Jason could feel eyes boring into him. The figure clutched Jason's wrists. In one swift movement, Jason snatched their wrists and planted his feet on the side of the well. The figure grunted and, with a mighty heave, yanked Jason out of the well, launching him over their back. Jason hit the snow with a powdery thud before scrambling to his feet, digging for his sword that had fallen in the snow nearby. The black figure stalked toward him, whipping out a pair of daggers. Jason ducked as his attacker threw a dagger, feeling it whir past his shoulder. Reflexively, he shot a Cherokee at them. They sliced it with their free hand. The figure dashed forward and was on Jason in an instant. They were absolutely massive, over a foot taller than Jason and built like a gorilla. They cocked a mighty fist, driving it into Jason's chest. Jason toppled backward, losing his sword. He shook his head and stumbled to his feet, but his vision was blurred and his balance off kilter. He could make out vague colours, the green of nearby bushes, so he darted around them, keeping his head down, hiding from the assassin. Cherokees popped through the air. Jason felt their heat cut past his back as he snaked around the shrubbery. Slowly, his vision and his balance came into focus. Then a Cherokee connected with him, and he again toppled into the snow. Jason spat out snow.
Who is this? They've obviously been trained.
Taking a deep breath, Jason leapt up and shot a barrage of Cherokees. The intruder's massive arms slashed, slicing each one out of the air. Jason's eyes grew. The assailant's defense looked so effortless. The figure lunged at Jason, dodging around the bushes separating them. Jason darted away, searching for his sword. Until he found it, he was nothing but prey. As he fumbled through the snow, he kept his eyes peeled for anything resembling a sword, but the snowfall made it difficult. Finally, he spotted something. His heart leapt and he dove, yanking a long object out of the snow. A broken branch, the length of his arm. He cursed. Turning his head, he saw the attacker charging at him, kicking his ribs. Jason rolled over, still clutching the branch. His ribs throbbed with pain, and his eyes turned misty again. Blindly, he brought the branch up to shield himself, and the attacker came down on him with a dagger aimed at his chest. Jason's arms quivered as he pushed with the branch, keeping the attacker's weapon at bay, but the dagger got closer inch by inch. Jason focused on Kaloon, the ancient Nezmythian word for strength. He repeated it in his mind with everything he had. Bit by bit he pushed, until in one miraculous thrust he heaved the foe from his body. Then, in a split second, he launched a Cherokee at their face, and the assassin toppled. Pushing himself from the ground, Jason realized his sword was directly below him. His finger grazed its pommel, cold and metallic. He scooped it up. His insides flared. The figure was on the ground several yards away. Jason bore his teeth, scrambled to his feet, and shouted, "Come on!" The figure shot to its feet, hurling a dagger at Jason. With a swipe of the sword, Jason parried the projectile, but as he deflected it, it ripped through his shoulder. Jason cried out. His hand involuntarily clasped the wound, spilling blood. The figure planted its feet before leaping through the air like a panther, its massive fist braced for impact. Without hesitation, Jason released his shoulder and thrust his hand forward. A Cherokee fired as the figure was on top of him, throwing the figure backward. Jason ignored his bloodied shoulder, and a spell from Elo Palume came to mind. He swiped his hand across his blade, inches from the steel, and focusing, shouted, "Mola Iloda Mata!" The blade of his sword burst into flame, radiating with a fierce orange glow. His assailant got to their feet and shook their head. Jason couldn't see their eyes, but he could tell it wasn't impressed with his fiery sword. Instead, they hunkered down, putting up fists. Jason glared at them.
The king sent you to kill me, didn't he?
The assassin laughed in response. Jason's teeth ground together, and his blood boiled. Then the fire enveloping his blade snuffed out. Jason held it to his eyes, shocked. He almost missed the blue beams lancing from the intruder's hands. They resembled the concentrated Cherokee that Tyrant had shown off, a more advanced combat magic. Jason dropped into the snow, and the assassin's beams scissored overhead, connecting with a house in the distance and blowing a chunk out of its roof. Jason's jaw dropped as debris fell to the ground. As he lay there getting his bearings, he realized his limbs were frozen in place. He recognized the move, a tricky intermediate curse he'd encountered during battle school. A paralyzing curse. Jason's heart pounded. In the corner of his eye, he saw the assassin's footsteps drawing closer. They pulled another dagger from out of a holster Jason couldn't see.
No, it can't end like this,
Jason thought frantically.
You broke the Dreamslayer spell. You can break this one. Think!
With his mind, Jason pushed against the constriction. He thought of every ancient Nezmythian spell that could possibly work. He could feel the weight of it around his body, locking his limbs in place. He thought of everything he could, even commanding it by the dragon's fire to release him. But this wasn't Tepno-Edema, and he was trapped. He silently begged for the sacred dragon's aid once more. The figure bent down, planting the point of his dagger in Jason's back. Jason closed his eyes, preparing for the end. A rustling came from nearby bushes. The figure's head darted, distracted, and for a moment Jason felt his arms and legs break free. The assassin's focus had been broken, and Jason took the opportunity, twisting his hand backward and shooting a Cherokee directly into their stomach. The enemy dropped their dagger and rolled on their side, grunting in pain from the numerous shots it had already taken. Jason scooped up his sword and in a blind slash connected his blade with the assassin's side. He leapt on top of the dark figure, pinning them down, holding the edge of his sword to their throat. Jason panted heavily. He had nearly forgotten his wounded shoulder. Blood soaked the snow where he had struggled. From out of the bushes, the second intruder appeared. A brown rabbit leapt out and bounded through the snow, leaving paw prints as it retreated.
Thank you,
Jason said silently. The dark figure was recovering from his blow. Blood seeped into the snow from their side. Jason could feel their eyes on him as he hunched over them.
Go ahead,
the figure growled in a deathly voice.
Kill me. I'm a dead man. Did the king send you?
Jason demanded.
Of course,
the assassin replied.
Boy, if you have an ounce of mercy, you'll kill me now. I won't last one day here, and death is far better than whatever he'll do to me.
Jason sniffed. I'm not a killer. He bent in closer, still holding his blade at the assassin's throat. Run, and don't stop until you've hit the borders of the kingdom. I've spared your life. Swear to me you'll never kill another man. Do you swear it? The figure nodded.
I swear.
Jason removed his blade from the assassin's throat. The assassin slowly got up, wincing at the pain. The wound could be bandaged up in time. But the assassin had other plans.
You still understand, he said.
There's no escaping. You have honor, boy, but that makes you naive. Jason was taken aback. Hadn't he spared the man's life?
The king's eyes are everywhere,
the assassin muttered.
They're watching us right now. You have no idea what he's capable of, how many people he's killed. I'll never escape him. Even if you hadn't wounded me, there's no escape. Why couldn't you have just killed me?
The assassin stumbled back toward the mouth of the well. Jason's heart stopped, and he watched with wide eyes.
I don't know who you are, or why he wanted me to kill you,
the assassin continued.
but I won't be the last. He'll send others. The king gets what he wants, and if anyone tries to stop him, he ends them. You're dead. You hear me? Dead.
With that, the assassin toppled backward into the well. Jason didn't hear him hit the bottom, but he knew that with that wound, there was no climbing out. Jason's knees buckled and he fell to the snow, shaken, his ears ringing. He felt like curling into a ball until it all went away. The year of decision, the trials, everything. The realization that he was being watched snapped him back to reality. He had to get somewhere safer. There could be another assassin heading his way. Then he realized his left shoulder was thick with blood and his feet were numb. He sheathed his sword and darted to the awning by the back door, clutching his shoulder in a futile effort to stop the bleeding. He collapsed in the chair, whispering ancient Nezmythian words for a spell of meditation and healing. Like the flickering of a candle, a glow developed within him. His shoulder began to tingle and mend. 22. The Gift. Master Theribolt stared at the floor in his usual chair. As Jason sat across from him, he could hear the gears turning in the Chief Patriarch's head. Finally, Master Theribolt rubbed his hands and looked into Jason's eyes.
"It looks like the king has held to his word," he said. "These final months before you take the throne are when you need to be especially on your guard. This wasn't the only time he sought to end your life, correct?"
No, Jason said. He tried killing me in the castle a few months ago. It was the day of the procession. And then there was the Dreamslayer spell.
"Indeed," Master Theribolt said, stroking his chin. "This presents something new. Until recently, he desired the pleasure of ending your life personally. Now it looks like he simply wants the job done, regardless of who performs it."
Not comforting, Jason muttered. Ancient Nezmythian magic saved my life, though, and if I hadn't started sparring with Tyrant, I wouldn't have been able to hold my own.
"I agree."
But I tried a spell that barely worked. The blade of my sword caught fire, but it only lasted for a few seconds.
"I believe I recall that spell," Master Theribolt replied. "Fire of the Dragon's Breath? Yes, that is a more advanced technique. It requires a great deal of focus and willpower. A moment's distraction can snuff out a spell like Fire of the Dragon's Breath."
Oh, Jason said, recalling how he'd felt a flare of anger for the assassin after casting his spell. Being magically strong requires a lot of self-control, he thought. I'm guessing dark magic doesn't require that kind of focus.
"Correct," Master Theribolt said. "Standard magic, including ancient Nezmythian technique, requires a great deal of discipline and focus. Some techniques take a lifetime to perfect. Conversely, Techno-Edema, dark magic, is the opposite. It's simple to learn and extremely powerful, which makes it all the more seductive."
Jason nodded. It made sense. He couldn't believe that he hadn't been taught this during his battle classes when he was younger. Perhaps it was because his family was so poor. Good battle instructors that understood the deeper facets of magic were expensive. Master Theribolt leaned in.
"What you must do, Jason, is become more righteous. Then the king is evil. If he battles you, that will be your only chance for victory."
Jason's heart sank. Then I'm hoping he never battles me. There you are, Jason said, holding out a newly crafted mace. Made to your exact orders.
Excellent,
a large-nosed butler from Upper City said with a nasally voice.
I'm sure the master will love his new weapon. He paid top block for it, you know.
And he has gotten top quality for it, I assure you.
Of course,
the butler said.
Well, carry on.
Jason thanked him.
The butler took the mace and scurried out the door before hopping into an elaborate coach parked outside. Jason took the sack of blocks and retreated into the rear of the shop. Outside, a duo of chestnut-brown horses kicked up snow, pulling the carriage away. Jabok threw a couple more logs into the furnace, which devoured the new wood and roared happily, sending thin black smoke up their chimney. Jason stopped at a lathe holding a half-finished staff. Tools were strewn across a nearby table. As Jason pumped his foot, the lathe spun the staff in place. Jason grabbed a tool with a sharp edge. Holding it firmly in his hand, he touched the tool against the spinning rod, carving it as it spun, spitting out wood shavings. Jason squinted his eyes to protect them from the debris. His shoulder twinged uncomfortably under the strain. Jason feared that he might have cast the healing spell incorrectly, because a long scar adorned his left shoulder from his battle with the assassin. He'd disposed of his blood-soaked clothing as soon as he could, away from the eyes of Sorian and his parents. The less they knew about it, the better. At least he wasn't too worried about the clothes. Sorian had bought him and his parents new outfits after their homes burned down. As the lathe slowed to a halt, Jason heard feet scurrying through the shop. He glanced over his shoulder to find Golden hurrying over, panting heavily, his scarf and hat peppered with fresh snow. A satchel was slung over his shoulder.
"I'm sorry that I'm back so late,"
said Golden through great breaths.
"I had to stop by the printing shop at the opposite side of the Southern Market Street."
"That's fine, Golden," Jason said, turning back to his work. "There hasn't been much to do, but you did miss the mace customer coming back to pick up his order."
"Oh no,"
Golden said, deflating.
"That was my best design too. But this is much more important."
"What is it?" The corner of Golden's mouth twitched into a grin, and he cleared his throat. Bertus and Jabok were both at their workstations across the shop, ignoring their partner's return. Golden reached into the satchel and pulled out a small slip of paper, handing it to Jason.
"I hope you can make it," Golden said. "I have one for Jabok and Bertus as well."
Jason blinked a couple of times. He turned around and took the note from Golden's frozen fingers. The printing quality was exceptional. Tom had shown him papers like this before, and they were only ordered by people in Upper City. The writing on the note was large and elegant. Jason's eyes glanced down the page, soaking up its contents, his eyes growing wide. A smile spread across his face.
"You're getting married!"
At that, Bertus and Jabok flipped around. When they saw Golan's flustered face, they grinned and hurried across the room. They huddled around his shoulders, reading the note with wide eyes. Jason laughed.
"It's your month of merriment? So Tarmanthia is your pre-wife? That's wonderful. How did you present the ring?"
Golan turned pink.
Please don't tell Tarmanthia I showed these to you. I haven't even presented the ring to her yet. I'll do that tonight. But we've talked about it, and we agree. We want to marry."
Jason laughed and offered his hand.
"Well then, congratulations, my friend." "Thank you,"
Golan said, shaking Jason's hand.
"I truly hope all of you can make it. It would be a blessing to have such close friends attend. Not just the aristocrats my parents will likely invite."
"I'm coming," Jason said.
"I'll bring Sorian too."
"You know I'll be there," Jabok said. "And I'll be coming with 2 women. Jason can only manage 1.
"If there is food,"
Bertus added,
"you will find me there."
They all laughed. Suddenly, the bell at the front desk rang. The 4 glanced at each other.
"I've got it,"
Jason said, handing his invitation to Bertus. As he threaded his way around the machines, he came into clear view of the front desk. It was Terran, clearly exhausted but happy.
"Terran,"
Jason said as he rushed to the front desk.
"I've stopped by several times this past week. I was afraid the soldiers had taken you."
Terran forced a smile. He clutched a small box with both hands, and he seemed as though he could fall asleep where he stood.
"I know. Sorry, Jason. I've been working through the night and sleeping very little. You see, after you made that sign for me, I didn't get legions of new customers, but I got a few that needed quite a few things. They paid me in advance to make several sets of drums and flutes. So here I am. I paid the tax. I'm still a free man.
Jason sighed.
I'm grateful. As am I, Tyrant said. But I must repay the favour. No, you don't have to. Too late.
Tyrant held out the small box. Jason's eyes jumped from the box to Terran's weary eyes.
Tyrant, he said, I didn't expect you to. Will you hurry up and open it?
Tyrant raised an eyebrow.
I have a lot of work to finish.
Jason unwrapped it, revealing a smaller wooden box amid a crackling mess of gift paper. He pulled out the box, unlatched a tiny lever, and opened it. A brilliant new Flyra. Its maple exterior was stained, giving it a beautiful rosy hue, its glossy finish granting a dynamic sheen. Intricate carvings weaved around its holes. It was much different from the worn-out Flyra that he'd kept for so long.
Play it,
Tyrant said. Grinning, Jason placed the new instrument to his lips. He had almost forgotten the taste of a brand-new flute, the wood still fresh. As he blew, it projected a warm, flowing stream of brightness, unlike the hollow whistles of his old Flyra. Jason couldn't help but chuckle like a child on their birthday.
How long has it been since my Flyra sounded like this? He wondered aloud. Never, Tyrant said proudly. Your Flyra is too old. Besides, it wasn't made with good material. This one sounds much better, and should last you for far longer if you take good care of it. I know you keep yours in your pocket, so that cover should keep it safe.
Thank you, Jason said.
I don't know what to say. Say that you'll keep being a great friend, Tyrant replied. I owe you my life, Jason. Your small sacrifice kept me out of slavery. So, thank you.
Jason grinned, carefully putting the new Flyra in his pocket. Tyrant nodded to him.
Like I said, I have a lot of work, but we'll spar later this week. Agreed?
Agreed, Jason replied.
May the dragon bless you, Jason.
Tyrant smiled and winked before leaving the shop. Jason couldn't stop smiling himself. He patted the lump in his pocket, his heart aglow. 23. The Prying. Jason ducked and rolled away as Tyrant slashed at him with a dagger in each hand. Jason dodged, never taking his eyes off Tyrant. More missed slashes. As Jason laughed, Tyrant feinted a high stab, but finished with a low kick. Jason's ankles caught the blow, and he yelped as he collapsed. He rolled out of the way before Tyrant could fall on him, and scrambled back into a hunch. Tyrant did the same. They backed away from each other. Jason laughed.
You're losing steam.
Tyrant gave Jason a tired look.
You know I've been busy. I'll go easy on you if you prefer. Never.
Tyrant flicked a dagger upward and shot a quick J-Roki from his empty hand. The magic careened past Jason's shoulder, inches from his ear. Tyrant threw his other dagger at him. Reflexively, Jason swiped his sword upward, connecting with the dagger, but the flying blade managed to graze Jason's shoulder in the exact spot that had been sliced open weeks back. The scar burned with pain, and Jason grit his teeth. Tyrant caught his first dagger as it fell and darted toward Jason, ready to thrust it at Jason's chest. Thinking fast, Jason bent backward as far as he could. Tyrant's dagger swept over him, its edge barely grazing Jason's chest as he fell onto his back. As he landed, Jason twisted his legs and swept at Tyrant's ankles, knocking him cleanly to the floor. Tyrant fell on his back, coughing as his lungs emptied, and ended up lying next to Jason on the floor. Jason looked at Tyrant. Tyrant looked back. Then each of them scrambled to pin the other. They grappled, rolling across the floor until Tyrant tucked in his knees, placed his feet to Jason's chest, and threw him overhead. Jason landed hard, the wind knocked out of him. He shook his head, forcing himself to get up while taking deep breaths. He quickly collected himself. Tyrant got to his feet and flipped around to face Jason, hunched down and brandishing his daggers. Jason breathed deeply and thought of horses galloping, J-Rokis flying, and the ancient Nezmythian word, Tala. Speed. He became a blur as he leapt forward. Tyrant's eyes widened in shock as Jason's shoulder connected with him, sending him tumbling backward. A momentary grin flared on Jason's face, but he kept his focus. As Tyrant rolled, Jason brandished his sword, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But as he swung his sword, Tyrant hit his knees and held his armored forearms up, blocking Jason's blow. His eyes flashed.
"What was that?" Tyrant demanded. "I've never seen anyone move like that."
"It's fighting with your spirit, not your body," Jason said. Jason lifted his sword from Tyrant's forearms, and Tyrant sprang to his feet, his breathing ragged. They faced each other like animals, their eyes full of fire. A bead of sweat dripped from Jason's chin. Tyrant flicked his head, clearing matted hair from his eyes. Tyrant holstered one dagger and dropped the other to the floor. Jason's eyes sparked as he raised his sword. Tyrant raised his palms forward, white Cherokees charging within. Then he released his Cherokees in tandem, right hand, then right again. They flew at a ridiculous speed, but Jason learned the rhythm and focused on it, slicing each Cherokee as it drew near, dissipating it into oblivion. Jason moved forward, first as a walk, then at a brisk walk, and finally at a run as he swung his sword, slicing and dodging each Cherokee. His heart pounded and his face burned. As he closed in, the Cherokees grew more difficult to deflect. He steadied his breathing. Finally, when Jason was just feet away, Tyrant's Cherokees stopped. Instead, Tyrant grabbed his dagger from his belt. Jason's concentration spiked. He thought of a flying bird, a spring releasing compressed tension. "Sheila!" he shouted, thrusting his legs into the ground. Jason jumped higher than he was tall, air grazing his cheeks and flowing through his hair. The dagger touched nothing, and Tyrant's jaw dropped as Jason flew overhead. Jason spun around as he arced, his eyes locking with Tyrant's. Tyrant flipped around reflexively, but Jason landed with his blade against Tyrant's chest. Jason's eyes flashed, and he wore a triumphant smile as Tyrant dropped his dagger to the floor. Tyrant's lips barely moved. "I don't believe it." Jason stood straight, dropping his sword. The dusty light pouring into the derelict gym never seemed so bright. His heavy breathing stilled, and Tyrant sighed. "I never thought I'd see it," Tyrant said. He put his hands on his hips and shook his head. Jason couldn't stop smiling. Tyrant looked up and stepped forward, his hand outstretched. "I think our training sessions are over. You don't need my help anymore. Well done." A light within Jason swelled. He grasped Tyrant's hand. "Thank you. But then you have been busy with work. Maybe I wouldn't have won if you weren't so tired." "No," Tyrant said. "You beat me honorably. Don't ruin the moment." Jason laughed, but Tyrant continued. "How did you do those things? You moved so fast I could hardly see you, then jumped clear over my head. I've never seen anyone do that. Was it those words you were shouting?" Jason smiled. "Sort of. Perhaps I'll teach you someday." Tyrant grabbed their canteens. He tossed one to Jason, who caught it without looking. Tyrant took a deep swig of his water and wiped his mouth. Jason followed suit. "So, what made you start fighting again?" Tyrant asked. "A year ago, you wouldn't think about going to a combat gym. Then you wanted to start practicing every week. And with your shop and Sorian, you've been so busy." Jason stopped drinking. He quietly replaced the cork in his canteen and rubbed his hands together, sweat forming on his brow. Tyrant blinked. Jason stared at the floor. "I suppose I have been," he admitted. "But why?" Tyrant said. "Is something happening? You've got me curious." Jason looked through the windows. He considered telling Tyrant about the year of decision. Perhaps if he was quiet enough, no one would hear. But he only entertained the thought for a moment. He wasn't about to break form. "I feel like I need to improve myself," Jason murmured. "That's a lot of work for a few touch-ups," Tyrant said. Jason shrugged. He took a few sips from his canteen. All right, Tyrant said, his voice fading. Silence ensued for a few moments before he spoke. Perhaps, now that you're a master in combat, you could challenge the king and put him in his place. Jason's heart sank into his stomach. Tyrant was joking, but him getting so close to why Jason was sparring was unnerving. He held his canteen in the air, and his eyes darted. Then he cleared his throat. No, Jason said, laughing. That's an awful idea. It's suicide. He's the best warrior in all of Nezmyth. I mean, if you even saw his sword. Jason caught himself, wishing he could have taken those words back. Tyrant's expression melted into incredulity. When have you seen the king's sword? He asked in awe. Jason fumbled for words. He couldn't lie, but he certainly couldn't tell the truth. His mouth hung open, forming words, but no sound came from his lips. Jason, Tyrant said, his tone serious, what's going on? Defeated, Jason exhaled and said, I can't tell you. Why not? Because it's so much bigger than you and I, he said, his eyes darting about. If I tell you, both of our lives will be in jeopardy, along with the entire kingdom. He realized he said too much. If it were possible for Tyrant's eyes to grow wider and his jaw to fall lower, they did. The silence was palpable. Tyrant was putting the clues together, and Jason could see it. His eyebrows furrowed. Tyrant, Jason said, whatever it is you're going to say, don't. Tyrant's jaw clamped shut. He made as if to speak, then stopped. Jason, he eventually said, you've been foreordained to something, haven't you? Horror and wonder washed over Jason's mind. The promise of King Barnabas ending his life if anyone discovered his year of decision felt vibrantly clear. This moment, here in this derelict combat gym, could ruin the future of Nezmyth. Both of their lives were in danger, and if Jason was killed, how long would it take before a new king was foreordained? Jason prayed no one was outside listening in, but he knew better. The king must have spies watching him day and night. It was only a matter of time before the king caught wind of this. But what if King Barnabas didn't? He had to hope for that. Before Tyrant could say, King, Jason grabbed him by the collar, pulling his face close. Tyrant, he seethed, never ever speak a word of this to anyone. You have jeopardized both of our lives and the fate of the kingdom. You have to guard this information with your life. Do you understand? Tyrant turned pale. He had never seen Jason speak with such fire before. But he knew that he'd done something serious. How serious, he didn't realize. I'm sorry, Tyrant breathed. You haven't any idea how sorry you should be, Jason replied. Pray that this conversation wasn't heard by anyone else. Do you swear to keep this secret? Tyrant nodded stiffly. I swear it. 24. The Confession. Jason couldn't stop thinking about what happened at his sparring practice with Tyrant. Has he figured out I'm going to be king? I hope not. The growing sunshine did little to brighten Jason's spirits. Snow on the streets had nearly melted as winter gave way to spring. Trees rebelled against the cold, budding sweet pink and yellow flowers on their branches. The new season wouldn't last long, though. Nezmythian springs were never long enough. Jason found himself wrestling with another sleepless night. He was getting used to his new flyra. Although it was much finer than his old instrument, it hadn't been at his side for nearly as long. So he chose not to play it. Instead, he sat on the rug before the fireplace in Sarayan's main room. A dim orange flame crackled on the hearth, which Jason stoked on occasion. Mostly, he sat, with his knees curled up to his chest. Construction was going well on their new home on the rim of Lower City. It would be finished in a matter of weeks. The tax money that Tom and Kara didn't need to pay was enough to secure the cheapest timber from the western woods. Tom and a few friends from his printing shop worked on the new property in the evenings. Jason stoked the fire again. It didn't do much to warm his chilly feet. He drifted in his usual thoughts, gazing absently at the flame.
How am I still alive? Jason?
Sir Ryan's voice whispered. Jason turned to see Sir Ryan emerging dreamily from the hallway. Her nightgown was rather short, running only halfway down her thighs, and though her hair wasn't brushed and sleep plagued her eyes, she looked lovely. Jason tried not to stare.
Sir Ryan, he whispered, what about our rule? It's late. I know, she said as she walked over. I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk. About what?
She shook her head, brushing her bare arms as if to warm herself.
I had a strange dream.
She sat down next to him. Jason had mixed feelings. They had established a rule, one they had mutually agreed on, meant to keep them safe. However, she looked genuinely distressed, which was something Jason had seldom seen.
What's more important, Jason? He asked himself. Your rule or her feelings? You can trust her. She's worried.
Jason sighed and said,
What was this dream about?
She curled up, hugging her knees as she gazed into the fire, and spoke softly.
I dreamed that I was walking down a road I felt I've known before. But it changed as I walked. Sometimes it was long and straight, easy to follow. Other times it twisted and curved. Or the road became hard to see, or it was full of stones to climb over, or thick rain came. But somehow I always stayed on the road. In my dream, the sun stopped shining and the sky filled with black clouds. I heard someone wailing in the distance, the voice of someone I love. My heart longed to be with him, but he was gone. So I kept travelling down the road. Slowly it became beautiful. Its bricks were smooth, and there were flowers. It was lovely. But that black sky haunted me. After so long, I cried out, hoping someone would answer. And at that moment, a man appeared next to me. His eyes were dark and wise. He looked at me in a way no one has, full of love, but a strange, distant love. I told him, I've been walking down this road for so long, but I'm not sure it's right. What should I do? He said, You keep moving. Your journey isn't over. Sometimes you need to venture through the dark before you find the light. Then he disappeared. I turned to look down the path, but it was gone. That was when I woke up.
They sat in silence. Jason found himself lost for words. What a bizarre dream. The fire cast a harsh glow on her face, making her look older. Jason reached out and took her hand, caressing it gently. Her gaze was fixed on the fire. Jason said,
I'm sorry. That must have been hard.
She didn't say anything. Jason wished the love from his heart would flow through his hand, melting away her sadness. But her worry remained stoically in place. They sat in a deeper silence, his hand grasping hers, until she finally spoke.
Jason,
Sir Ryan said, her voice quivering.
Have you ever been forced to do something you really don't want to do?
A sharp laugh leapt from his lips.
Yes. What happened?
She asked.
It remains to be seen.
Sir Ryan rested her head on Jason's shoulder. He realized she was shaking. His eyebrows furrowed.
Sir Ryan, he said, is the dream the only thing bothering you? No,
she admitted.
I've been thinking about our relationship.
An unpleasant spark shot through Jason.
Is everything all right?
Yes, she said.
That's it. Nothing is wrong with it. I've been so happy these past few months. Every day I wake up looking forward to seeing you. I hope this feeling can last forever, and I don't want to ruin it.
She paused.
I never want to do anything to hurt you. I feel the same way.
Sir Ryan finally lifted her head and looked into his eyes. Her silver eyes were glistening with tears. They seemed unsure, confused, even scared. Seeing them like that threw a wave of different emotions over Jason. He desperately wanted to cast the darkness. He hated seeing those eyes full of pain.
Promise you'll love me, no matter what,
she whispered. What else could he say?
I promise.
She teased a smile. Then she put her hand on Jason's cheek and leaned forward, kissing his lips. Relenting, Jason let his eyes close, brushing his fingers through her golden hair. Maybe this is what she needs right now, he thought. They embraced for several moments, soaking up each other's company. Their passion began to build. Sir Ryan shifted to her knees and knelt down as she held Jason's face with both hands, kissing his lips. Jason's heartbeat pounded as he tasted hers. His hand rested on her waist. A soft voice echoed in Jason's mind, reminding him of the demands of his foreordination, but his rapid heartbeat and deep breathing drowned it out. Sir Ryan slid one leg over his side and straddled him, pulling him closer. Their lips locked firmly. Both of Jason's palms were on her waist now. Sir Ryan's hands left Jason's face, found the bottom of his shirt, and pulled upward. Again that voice came, a little louder now, and Jason heard it. But his thrashing heart convinced him to ignore it. Their lips disconnected as Sir Ryan pulled Jason's shirt off his back, but they quickly met each other again. Jason breathed through his nose as he kissed her mouth, cheeks, and neck. Sir Ryan moaned quietly as her hands wrapped around Jason's head, her fingers sliding through his hair. Her warm body scraped against Jason's torso as his heart fought to break out of his chest. His hands slid down her waist, to her hips, down her smooth thighs. Her fingers left his face, travelled down his neck, his chest and stomach, then reached the top of his pants. Her fingers fumbled at the drawstrings. Jason's blood turned to ice, his heart hammered inside him, but the voice came again, this time like a roar.
Stop!
Jason's eyes shot open. He shoved Sir Ryan off of him with a gasp. Sir Ryan fell roughly to the floor, startled and confused. Jason's eyes were wild. A thin layer of sweat coated his face and chest. He'd remembered the king's admonition to live to the highest standard of virtue, or he would be disqualified for the throne. That meant a lack of sex outside of marriage. Such behavior wasn't expected of most citizens, but it was a strict requirement for the foreordained. He covered his face with shaking hands.
Oh no,
he breathed, his voice shaking. In one fell swoop, he had put the entire kingdom at risk. If he had let his emotions take control, he would have failed his year of decision.
What's wrong?
Sir Ryan asked, looking into his eyes. Jason shook as he spoke.
I can't do this, Sir Ryan. It's not the right time. Not now. Isn't right,
Sir Ryan repeated, defensive.
Jason, we love each other. Nothing is wrong with it. What's the problem?
I agree, Jason said. His heartbeat wasn't settling.
But I can't do this right now.
Sir Ryan stared at him, incredulous.
Why?
Jason swallowed.
I can't say. That's it. No explanation.
Jason said nothing. Her scowl deepened.
You're keeping secrets from me. No, it's not like that. Jason, do you know how many men I've offered myself to?
Sir Ryan said.
None. You're the first. And you threw this away. I thought it would mean something. My mistake.
Sir Ryan jumped up to her feet and stormed out of the room, leaving Jason stunned. Her door slammed shut down the hall, and Jason heard his father snort in his sleep. Jason let out a shaky breath and swallowed hard. He slammed his fist on the bear rug. If he were someone else, anyone else, he would still be with Sorion. Instead, his responsibilities weighed on him like an anchor. And he couldn't tell anyone, not even the girl he loved most. But she was upset. He couldn't sleep without amending things with her. He put on his discarded shirt, tied up his drawstrings, and tracked down the hallway to Sorion's room, careful not to make noise. He leaned up to her door and opened his mouth, then closed it. "Sorion?" he finally asked, tapping her door. No response. He sighed. "Sorion, I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry about tonight. I wish I could tell you more, but I've—" Sorion threw the door open, and as she faced Jason, her eyes lacked any anger or hurt. Instead, they were urgent. She glanced about anxiously, pressing a finger to her lips. Closing the door behind her, she took Jason's hand and led him through another door across the hall. Jason couldn't put the pieces together. "I hurt her feelings moments ago. What's going on?" Sorion closed the door behind them, leaving the room pitch black. With a click, a lantern by the door emitted a dull, flickering glow, casting a dim light over their surroundings. The room was a large pantry, full of wine barrels and burlap sacks of grain. There were no windows, so no one could see or overhear them. Sorion looked around anyway. "We need to keep quiet." Her words were barely a whisper. "I think the king's spies use magic to let them hear through walls." She looked at him intensely. "You're not the only one keeping secrets." A pause. "What?" "Sorion," he whispered back. "What are you talking about? What's going on?" "There's a reason you haven't met my father," she muttered as her eyes scanned the room. "He hasn't been visiting the villages around the borders of the kingdom. He's in prison. The king is holding him there." Jason's heart stopped beating for a moment, and his throat went dry. Sorion finally looked into his eyes. Her jaw clenched as if she were in pain, and she was holding back tears, real tears. "I'm done lying to you, Jason," she said. "You deserve the truth." Sorion took a deep breath before speaking again. "It happened several months ago. I woke up one morning to find my father gone. That wasn't unusual. As a captain, he could be called upon at any time. But when he didn't return for 2 days, I started to worry. I came home one afternoon to find a royal carriage outside my home." Jason's insides tightened. "I was taken to the castle, where I was introduced to the king. He asked me if I knew where my father had gone. I told him no, and that I was worried." She cleared her throat. "Then he told me that my father was in prison and would be kept there until I fulfilled a particular mission for him. Of course, I was mortified. I told him I would do it, whatever it was. My father is all I have left since my mother died. So, the king told me of a boy living on the rim of Lower City. He works at Kristoff's Weapons and Crafts, carries a sword, and has deep brown eyes and sandy brown hair. He told me I needed to seduce him. Only then would he release my father." Jason's jaw fell and his eyes grew. "Jason," Sorion continued, "I couldn't think of anything more appalling. Giving that part of myself to someone I didn't even know. I asked him why this needed to be the terms of my father's release. The king wouldn't say. All he told me is that he would be watching me to make sure I finished the job. Then he commanded me to leave. You don't know how scared I was when I first met you on the southern market street. And I didn't need a new staff, but I needed an excuse to see you again. Everything was going according to his plan, until I spent more time with you and developed actual feelings for you. You became my best friend. I started falling in love with you. So I procrastinated. The king visited me and threatened me, and I tried to convince him that everything was going according to plan. Just before I met you at the theatre, he told me of his plan to burn down your home.
He ordered it burned so you would move in with me. I was taking too long, and it would give me opportunities to lure you in. But you didn't give in. Now, here we are."
She clenched her jaw, fighting back tears valiantly.
"Jason, I do love you, and I don't want to force you into something you don't want, but I don't know what else to do. Why is this happening? Why is the king making me do this? I don't—"
She didn't finish, and covered her face to hide her tears. Her every word thrashed at Jason like a tidal wave. His suspicions from months ago were correct. Sorion was a trial, sent to compromise his virtue and disqualify him from the throne. But here she was, confessing everything to him in tears of hopelessness. Jason was torn.
"I knew she was too good to be true," he thought. "But she's risking a lot to tell me this. She's risking everything."
Jason wanted to wrap his arms around her, but his insides felt hollow, defeated, even betrayed. Meanwhile, Sorion calmed her sniffling.
"I know what they do to people in prison,"
she managed through her sobs.
"I've heard it from my father. People are beaten, they're barely fed, and knowing my father is there—" "It's all for her father," he thought. "But she's failed her mission, and King Barnabas will know."
Jason forced himself to put his arms around her. She buried her face in his shoulder. Would this be the last time he held her? How long would it take before the king found out?
"I'm sorry, Sorion,"
he said softly.
"But why, Jason?" she said. "Why did the king pick you? I don't understand."
He wanted to tell her of his foreordination. He wanted to explain King Barnabas's plan to keep him from the throne. He wanted to tell her that he would release her father immediately, if he survived. But he couldn't, and it pained him.
"Jason,"
she whispered.
"I'm so sorry."
"It's not your fault," Jason replied.
"You're one of the bravest people I know. Thank you for telling me. Do you still love me?"
"Of course I do." But it was different now, like a hole had formed in his heart. 25. The Ally. It had been several days since Sorion's midnight confession, and nothing had happened. Maybe the king never caught wind of her betrayal. They'd been secluded during their conversation. But their relationship had changed. For Sorion, it was like an invisible wall had come crashing down. But for Jason, a wall had gone up. He pretended it wasn't there, tried to convince himself that she still loved him, but he couldn't shake the awareness that she'd been sent to sabotage him. They never should have met.
"But what would I have done?" he told himself. "Her father is all she has. Now what will happen to her?"
Jason attempted to put aside those worries. Perhaps it was nothing to fret about. After all, Tyrant had nearly discovered his foreordination, and nothing had happened to him. Today was a day to be in good spirits, the day of Golan's wedding. Sorion squeezed Jason's hand gently.
"That was beautiful."
"I agree," Jason said. "I've never been to a wedding."
"You haven't?"
"No," Jason said. "None of my friends have gotten married until today. I don't have any siblings or aunts or uncles, so today was my first." Sorion's eyes sparkled. Jason held Sorion's hand as they walked down the stone streets of Nezmyth City, leaving the cathedral for the melding hall. Several other families surrounded them as they crossed the street, everyone dressed in their formal clothing and smiling. An elegant white glove adorned Jason's right hand. Occasionally, he felt at a small parcel in his pocket. Pairs of soldiers passed them on the street. Jason looked ahead as he spoke.
"Have you ever imagined what your wedding day would be like?"
Sorion gave Jason a look.
"Every girl does, Jason. I always thought it would be a lot like this one," she continued, wistful. "My handsome groom waits for me at the door to the cathedral. As I enter, he takes my hand and we walk down the aisle. Our families are there. We kneel in front of the podium and the patriarch explains our obligations. Then we make our way to the melding hall to be joined forever. 2 bodies, but 1 mind and 1 soul.
Jason's eyebrows raised and he stiffened his lower lip. Sounds like you have it all planned out. Sorian smiled.
Have you ever thought about yours?
I have, Jason conceded.
I've always thought more about the girl than the ceremony, what she'd be like. So, what is she like?
Sorian asked. Jason looked ahead. He couldn't make eye contact with her. Tyrant in his formals appeared from behind. He took Jason's other hand and leaned his head on his shoulder. Jason yanked his hand out of Tyrant's and pushed him away. Tyrant laughed.
You're hilarious,
Jason said, rolling his eyes as Sorian snickered.
Shouldn't you be carving flutes or something? I didn't know you were invited.
Shh, I wasn't, Tyrant whispered, smiling. But melding ceremonies always have free food, and Golan's parents are from Upper City. I bet they'll have pork, and cheese, and freshly baked bread.
Oh, is this her?
Tyrant smiled at Sorian. He stretched out his hand.
I've heard so much about you. I'm Tyrant.
Sorian shook it.
Oh, you're Tyrant. Jason's told me about you, too. I'm Sorian. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure's all mine, Tyrant replied. Tyrant's eyes glazed as he looked over her. Sorian smiled back politely. Before Tyrant's eyes could get too glossy, Jason cleared his throat, calling him back to reality.
It was nice to see you both, Tyrant said. See you at the ceremony.
Sorian laughed as Tyrant awkwardly fell back into the crowd.
He must be lonely.
You could say that, Jason said.
I have some friends I could introduce him to. They'll need to be very patient and open-minded friends,
Jason said, laughing. An elaborate brick building loomed over them as the sun crept down in the west. The building was completely encircled by a stone and steel gate, keeping passers-by from destroying its well-trimmed shrubbery and vibrantly colourful garden. The crowd filed through the open gates and down the stone walkway, entering the exquisite building through its tall wooden doors. Its bricks were fading with age, but gave it an aging beauty. Jason marvelled at it. Sorian grinned. At the door, Golan and his beaming wife were dressed in their wedding formals, greeting the crowd. Jason smiled wide when he noticed a wooden ring adorning the wife's hand. People shook hands with the newlyweds, hugging each other, and it was no different with Jason and Sorian. After congratulating the couple, they stepped inside. As they entered the banquet hall, Jason noticed a band playing on a small stage in the far corner. Half of the hall was filled with round stone tables, laden with plates, goblets, and elegant flower centerpieces. The other half featured a polished ballroom floor. The light of dusk crept in from tall windows. People poured in gradually, filling the banquet tables. Sorian and Jason followed suit, walking down the length of the building hand in hand. Jason pulled a chair out, and Sorian sat down, thanking Jason as he pushed her seat in. Tyrant jubilantly pulled a seat out next to Jason and sat with his legs spread wide. A handful of sharply dressed strangers joined them at their table. Minutes passed as the crowd thickened, sunlight creeping across the stone floor. When the tables filled and everyone was seated, the giant doors closed, reverberating loudly. Everyone fell silent. A lone man walked across the ballroom floor as the band filled the hall with music. The delighted expression on his face was complemented by his large belly. He looked almost identical to Golan, aside from his weight. He hopped onto the stage where the band played and faced the crowd. The band struck their final chord, and his belly swelled again with pride.
"Good evening, family and friends,"
he bellowed, clasping his hands together.
"It is my honour to preside over and perform the melding ceremony for my son Golan and his lovely bride Tarmanthia."
Everyone applauded.
"Would the couple please step forward?"
At the front of the tables, closest to the dance floor, Golan and Tarmanthea stood. Golan took her hand, smiling, and Tarmanthea returned the look as they walked out together, stopping in front of a giant triangular emblem in the middle of the floor. The band behind Golan's father stood silently on the stage. Golan's father beamed.
"Son," he began, "I'm proud of you. I was nervous when you chose a profession that wouldn't have you living in Upper City near your mother and I, but you chose something you loved, and for that I am happy. Furthermore, you found a beautiful woman you can love with your whole heart, and now you stand this day at the beginning of a beautiful and happy life together. Please, step onto the symbol."
Jason watched as Golan and Tarmanthea stepped, hand in hand, onto the giant emblem. It was covered in sunlight, glowing under a well-placed window overhead. Golan and Tarmanthea stood on it, bathing in sunlight and squeezing each other's hands. Sorian sighed.
"Guests,"
Golan's father continued,
"if you haven't noticed, the symbol they stand on is a triangle enclosed within a circle. When lit by sunlight, it carries great significance."
The crowd was silent, every pair of eyes locked on the couple and every pair of ears hanging on each word. Jason poked at the tiny parcel in his pocket.
"The triangle is symbolic of strength,"
Golan's father said.
"May your marriage likewise enjoy stability and vitality. The circle has no angles or sides. May your love so continue for eternity. The sunlight, may you give each other warmth as your bond perpetuates after death. Golan and Tarmanthea, from this day forth, you are melded together for eternity in the eyes of the sacred dragon."
Finishing, Golan's father pumped his fist into the air. The crowd followed suit.
For joy!
Everyone shouted together. This was followed by an eruption of applause and cheering. Golan and Tarmanthea turned to each other, kissing as they stood on the emblem.
"Thank you again for coming,"
Golan's father concluded.
"Dinner is served."
Golan and Tarmanthea retired to their table, wearing enormous smiles, as waiters filed out to fill empty plates with potatoes, roasted meat, and steamed vegetables. Jason could hardly wait to dig in. Sorian picked at her food and ate with elegance, while Jason was cautious not to appear sloppy sitting next to her. But it was only a matter of seconds before Terran's lips were covered with sauce, his mouth filled with everything he could fit in it. The hall buzzed with the dull roar of conversation as the guests dined. Sorian and Jason spoke occasionally. Terran was too busy stuffing himself. A few guests at their table must have been wealthy merchants, because they constantly spoke of transactions, travel, and acquisitions. Jason mostly ignored them. He'd never been taught trade or business, only scraps of what Kristoff had passed on years before. However, one part of their conversation leapt out at him.
Wanted 200 blocks and 8 bars for it. Over 200? Outrageous! Well, he is the finest painter in the kingdom. He painted portraits for King Thomas. May the dragon give him rest. I don't care how prestigious he is. If he asked that sum for a portrait, I would have told him to move to Lunley Village. You mean Looney Village?
The three merchants chuckled loudly, food hanging from their mouths. Jason's heart contracted as he glanced at Terran. The three merchants didn't notice, but Terran's gaze could have set them ablaze. He took a deep breath and wiped his mouth. "I need some fresh air," he told Jason. "Maybe I'll come back when the dancing starts. With any luck, I'll find a nice girl." With that, Terran pushed out his chair and stormed out. Sorian watched Terran as he escaped out a side door on the opposite end of the hall. Jason sighed. "Is he all right?" she asked. Jason wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Don't ever mention Loonley Village around Terran." "The village for the insane?" she said. "Why?" "Because that's where his mother is," Jason said. Sorian deflated. Jason leaned over.
His mother was a seamstress,
He explained in a whisper.
She sometimes repaired uniforms for soldiers. One day, a soldier seeking recognition accused her of speaking ill of the king, so she was sentenced to prison.
Jason grimaced.
Tyrant's mother was a sweet and gentle woman, a lot like my mother, but when they finally released her, she was different. She had visions of guards beating her. Months went by and it kept getting worse. When your son approaches to embrace you and you run from him screaming, thinking he's a guard, there's nothing you can do for that. So they sent her to Lonely Village. It was their only choice. He hasn't seen her in years.
Sir Ryan was at a loss for words. She finally forced herself to speak.
How long was she in prison? Almost a year.
Her eyes became worried. Jason knew she was thinking about her father. He whispered,
I'll be right back, okay?
Sir Ryan nodded as Jason got up and left the table. He quickly made his way through the tables, dodging upper city aristocrats and the occasional waiter. He was heading for the same door that Tyrant escaped out of, a smaller door that was much less conspicuous than the double doors that opened to the melding hall. He pushed the door open and found himself on a brick pathway snaking around the perimeter of the building. Along the walkway were manicured trees and bushes, each growing their springtime foliage. Tyrant stood a few steps away, his hands on his hips. His eyes found Jason as he appeared. Jason was the first to speak up.
Those men were stupid. Are you all right?
Tyrant shrugged.
I still miss her. And I hate it when people call it that. It makes me want to throw a Jiroki at their face.
You should have, Jason said with a smirk.
I would have enjoyed it, honestly.
Tyrant smiled in return.
Are you out here to console me in my time of woe?
Partly, Jason said.
But I needed fresh air, too. It's a bit crowded in there. And I've had a lot on my mind.
Oh? Jason turned pink. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small trinket he'd been fondling all evening. A ring, smaller than a coin, but in well-polished silver, adorned by a modest blue sapphire. He hadn't crafted much jewellery before, and this was an expensive project, but he had put the most love and thought into it.
You're going to do it?
Tyrant asked with wide eyes.
You're going to ask her? I'm thinking about it. What do you mean, thinking about it? It's complicated.
Jason's heart was still bruised from her confession, and he found himself second-guessing his decision. Perhaps he needed time to tear down the walls that had sprung up, but how long would that take? King Barnabas's punishment for her could be just around the corner. Besides, he knew he wanted to spend his life with her. Discovering her dire circumstances hadn't changed that.
Have you talked to her father yet?
Tyrant asked.
No,
Jason answered.
Haven't even met him.
Tyrant raised an eyebrow.
Risky.
There are riskier things, Jason replied. He rolled the ring in his fingers. He pictured himself pulling it out of his pocket in a balled fist, touching it against his beating heart, before revealing it to her. And as he did, his heart beat even faster. He fought to control his breathing. The crowd applauded on the other side of the door.
Sounds like the dancing is about to begin,
he said, his heart thumping. He smiled at Tyrant.
Maybe we can find you an upper city girl to dance with. You mean I can't have yours?
No. Jason punched him softly. Let's go. As they crossed the threshold back into the main hall, Jason was astonished to see that everyone was already on their feet. Sir Ryan was sitting where he had left her, twiddling a fork in her hand, staring absently. Jason approached her, keeping his knees from knocking together. When he drew near, he stretched out his hand, palm upward.
May I have this dance?
He asked. Sir Ryan's eyes gleamed.
I'll consider it.
She put her hand in Jason's, and he led her carefully onto the dance floor, weaving through the couples elegantly floating as the band played. Jason hoped his thumping heart wouldn't be too obvious, but knowing Sir Ryan, it wouldn't be long before she read him completely. They found a spot amid the crowd. Jason turned to face her, placing his hand on her waist. Sir Ryan placed a hand on his shoulder, and their free hands clasped together. Jason looked deeply into those sparkling silver eyes once more. Slowly, they shuffled across on the dance floor, turning in small circles. Sorian blinked. Jason tried to clear his throat, but to no avail.
"Are you feeling well?"
Sorian asked.
Of course,
Jason said, his throat dry.
I'm fine.
Sorian's face turned sober.
"You're still upset. It's not hard to tell. Things have been different between us."
Jason didn't reply immediately, but she was right.
"Yes,"
he admitted.
"Things have been."
She paused, looking down at their feet. Then her eyes penetrated Jason's.
"Jason,"
she began.
"I've been thinking. I understand if you don't want to see me anymore. You don't have to prolong this if you don't want to."
"That's not how I feel at all," Jason said.
"The king will find out soon, if he hasn't already,"
she whispered.
"I don't know if I'll be alive for much longer. You and your family can keep living in my house. You've been so good and kind. Just know I loved you, Jason. I really did."
Don't talk like that,
Jason breathed. The reality of her fate was becoming more real, and the thought of losing her was mortifying.
"You're still here. Maybe he hasn't found out. Maybe the dragon has blessed us with this."
Sorian eyed him skeptically, blinking a couple of times.
"If you say so."
She rested her head on his shoulder as they danced. At that moment, Jason knew how terrified he was of her leaving. In his arms, he held the bravest girl he had known, the only lover he'd had, and in his pocket was his key to being with her forever. So they danced, and internally Jason battled with himself. She claimed to love him, even knowing her life was in danger. But that wall that had sprung up inside him was thick. She'd been sent to seduce him, but she didn't want to, and they hadn't done anything after all. And it had been for her father. King Barnabas forced her to do it. And now she would pay a price for her failure. Jason would miss everything about her, and when she was gone, that wall would come crashing down, his heart pierced with an even larger hole than it already had. If he didn't ask her now, he knew he would regret it. "Sorian," Jason whispered. She pulled back, looking into his eyes. Jason gazed back into them, his heartbeat accelerating. "I love you too. Truly. I'm so sorry about your father. If I could, I would make all your pain go away. You're the bravest person I know, and I don't know what I would do if I lost you." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring. When Sorian saw it, her hands went to her mouth and her eyes grew wide, glistening. Jason swallowed. "Sorian!" Blam! Everybody gasped and turned about. The main doors had been flung open violently, revealing a small mob of soldiers. Every guest stilled. Jason's fist clenched against his chest. Sorian reached her hand toward Jason, staring at the soldiers. Jason took her hand tenderly. They both knew why the soldiers had come. The soldier at their front scanned the room, his eyes darting. No one breathed.
"Sorian, daughter of Garrett the Captain. Tyrant, son of Gulaf the Stonemason," he called. "Step forward."
Their heads swiveled as the soldiers surveyed the crowd, looking for the two perpetrators. All colour left Jason's face. It was finally happening. Tyrant and Sorian were being taken away. The knowledge he had prayed would never reach the king had indeed reached him, and on a day like this, no less. Jason squeezed Sorian's hand and raised his voice.
What is their charge?
Everyone turned to face him. Sorian shrank at his side.
"None of your concern,"
the soldier's voice echoed.
"We have orders directly from His Majesty King Barnabas to apprehend them. They will be cast into prison immediately."
The crowd rippled with whispers. Jason looked over his shoulder. Sorian was horrified, her eyes wide. Her hand trembled as she gripped Jason's. Tyrant joined Sorian at her side, his eyes filled with rage.
I'm innocent,
he shouted.
This is injustice. But you know that, don't you? Stealing from the starving, the ones you're meant to serve. And for what? A handful of gold? The kings of old looked down on you in shame, along with the sacred dragon.
No one breathed. Tyrant slipped daggers from the holsters on his pants, his eyes white-hot on the band of soldiers. His every word was filled with venom.
You'll take my lifeless corpse, you devils,
he bellowed.
If you can even manage that, come at me.
Jason hauled Tyrant back by the collar and forced his friend to look him in the eye. His words were frantic whispers.
Don't make this any worse,
he seethed.
There's nothing you can do, Tyrant. There's a dozen of them. Does your father want to come home to a dead son? My father could be dead for all I know.
Tyrant didn't take his eyes off the soldiers. Jason didn't have a response to that. It could be true. No one communicated with the slaves of the Eastern Mountains, so they couldn't know for certain. Meanwhile, Sorian stared into nothing as if she had seen a ghost. Her hands shook at her sides. This was the capstone to his nightmare. King Barnabas had successfully punished everyone Jason loved. His mother had been healed, but Jason had no hope of releasing Tyrant and Sorian from the nefarious prison awaiting them. His only chance would be to survive his year of decision and order their release as king, but the likelihood of that was dwindling. Jason's eyes fell.
I'm sorry for all of this.
His friends didn't have time to respond. The soldiers were upon them, forcing their hands behind their backs and binding them. As she was hauled away, Sorian turned and made eye contact with Jason one last time. The double doors at the end of the hall slammed shut. He would never forget the look in her eyes. Jason's eyes twitched in his sleep. The full moon made the curtains glow eerily. All was still. It was getting harder to sleep, and the moonlight blazing through the window didn't help. He was grateful that the guest room had curtains. He twitched again. In his sleep, his grip on his sword tightened as he cradled it by his chest. The floorboards at the end of his room creaked. The curtains blocking the moonlight had opened somehow, and the window squeaked on its hinges. A soft wind crept into the room. Jason's body bristled. After a few moments, his eyes fluttered open. Scanning the room, he groaned and sat up in his bed. I thought I shut that. He stalked over and sealed the window shut, then closed the curtains. As he turned back to his bed, his eyes shot open with alarm. Ice spilled through his veins. Standing at the foot of his bed was the dark cloak. Its hood covered its head, hiding its eyes. Jason squinted at it, his heart beating shakily. This person had saved his life months ago, as King Barnabas attempted to cut his throat. Still holding his sword, Jason moved to pull it from its sheath. But the dark cloak spoke in its deep voice. "There is no need for that. I am a friend." Jason couldn't find his tongue. This visitor was perhaps as powerful as the king, and it was talking to him in his own room. His friendliness gave Jason a small dose of comfort, but not enough to put him at ease. The dark cloak spoke again. "I know what you are, Jason. In less than 2 months, you could be the next King of Nezmyth." His blood froze again. For a moment, he thought he was in a strange dream. He dug his fingernail into his palm and felt a sharp pain. So this was real. Or he had gone mad.
"Why are you here?"
Jason finally croaked. "To be a voice of assurance," the cloak said. "I have watched over Sorian's father in prison. It has come to my attention that your 2 closest friends have been imprisoned as well. I will do what I can to protect them, though my powers are limited." Jason's eyebrows furrowed. The strangeness of it all was undeniable. For a moment he reconsidered his sanity.
Wait, Jason said. Who are you, really? Why are you helping me?
In a moment, you will fall asleep, said the dark cloak. Good luck, my young friend. Keep moving forward, and all will be well.
Wait, how do you know about...
Jason's voice trailed off, slurring as his vision grew darker. As he fell into a deep sleep, the dark cloak vanished. 26. The Mountain. Sunlight spilled onto Jason's bed. Sorion's home felt so much emptier without her, though she was only one of the 4 people who now lived there. His parents had gradually grown to love her in the time that they'd shared the same space. Kara became especially good friends with Sorion. Any distrust she'd had melted away in a matter of days as they swapped stories over the dinner table. But neither Tom nor Kara knew about Jason and Sorion's night together weeks ago. They couldn't, and for good reason. Jason sat cross-legged on the bed. The thick sheets and plump mattress weren't as comfortable as they once were. In his fingers, he caressed the ring that he'd almost handed to her at the melding hall. Its silver and sapphire still twinkled. This should be on her finger, he thought bitterly. Instead, she's wearing shackles. He thought of Tyrant, too. That entire family had been destroyed by King Barnabas. His mother driven mad, his father condemned to slavery, and Tyrant himself had been sentenced to prison. Jason wondered how many other families had been ripped apart in similar fashion. He tried not to think of it. On a cedar nightstand, a rolled-up piece of parchment sat under to a lantern. It was secured with an orange ribbon, handed to him from Master Feribolt not long after his home burned down. "What's this?" Jason had asked him.
"A copy of your Blessing of Fate,"
Master Feribolt responded.
"I have a copy of every important Blessing of Fate stored away in my home. I assumed that your copy was destroyed along with your home, so I had this transcribed for you. You should read it often and heed what it says. Please."
Jason didn't know what to think as he took it from the chief patriarch. He'd always hated that his life was spelled out on that parchment. He hated the very sight of it, from its blazing orange ribbon to the way the parchment crinkled and smelled of aging ink. But things had changed. Jason found himself hiding in a different home, less than 2 months away from his ordination as king. He had grown over the past 10 months, and now the blessing didn't frighten him as much as it used to. He set the ring down. Carefully, he untied the ribbon on his Blessing of Fate and unrolled the parchment. The handwriting was clearer. Master Feribolt hadn't rushed to copy down the words of a patriarch, like a blessing scribe would, so it was more legible. But the words were identical to what Jason remembered. His eyes scanned each line, soaking in every word and phrase. He recalled tidbits of guidance throughout, the strength of his heart, his humble upbringing, but ultimately he was waiting to read the final paragraph. "You will be a magnificent light that shines upon the world of Wevlian. You will imprison the vulture. You will restore the Kingdom of Nezmyth to harmony and peace. Your blood is the blood of the next King of Nezmyth." He read the paragraph over and over, especially that final sentence. Your blood is the blood of the next King of Nezmyth. Jason paused, letting that phrase sink in. In 2 months, that would not only be a prophecy, but reality. His thoughts filled the silence. He was so close, but what else could happen in that time? In recent weeks, Tyrant had nearly discovered his secret, Sorion had confessed her awful mission, and both of them had been hauled off to prison. What could the king be planning now that Jason was so close? Is this worth it? He thought. Am I prepared to lead a kingdom? Jason's jaw tightened and he rolled up his blessing.
Securing it with the orange ribbon, he pushed himself off the bed and threw his sword on his back. He lashed his worn boots to his feet and marched out the door. Kara was busy sewing a new dress as Jason marched down the hallway. Spectacles perched on her nose made it easier for her to see her needle. She looked up as Jason stormed by. Her focused expression turned to concern.
"Is everything all right?"
she asked. "No," Jason said blankly, thinking of Ryan and Tyrant. Kara paused, as if unsure how to reply. When he reached the door, she asked,
"Where are you going?"
Jason didn't look at her. He unlatched the door and pulled it open, speaking half to himself and half to her.
"I'm not sure yet."
Jason closed the door behind him. The nip of spring had disappeared, replaced by the heat of summer. The sun beat down on him and gave him little comfort. As Jason walked down the street, his thoughts swirled. It felt like only a moment ago that he had absently wandered beyond the southern market street, finding himself on the rim of Lower City. He passed by the street corner where his flat used to be. All of the ashes were gone. What had been in those ashes? His old straw mattress? His old clothes? There was no sign of rebuilding, just an empty lot with 2 lonely trees and a stone walkway leading to nothing. The dusty soil crunched under his feet as he continued through Lower City. After a while, he passed by his parents' new house, the one his father was rebuilding. This late in the afternoon, he was still at the printing shop. The small cabin was almost completed. All it needed was windows and a door. Jason didn't step inside, but it probably needed a stove and other furnishings. He stood there, gazing at their new home, an exact replica of the one he'd grown up in. It was such a contrast from the home Sir Ryan had enjoyed. Sir Ryan's home featured separate rooms, padded furniture, and hallways. Jason's old home was one room, containing an iron stove, 1 straw mattress, and a table. He realized how lucky he'd been to live in Upper City for the past few months. How did people in the southernmost parts of Lower City feel? How did they live? He'd never actually ventured there. He'd only heard stories. Soldiers didn't go there, even on the days of harvest. Bands of street urchins pilfered from each other, and the homes were barely homes at all. Was life really that bad down there? Jason turned on his heels and walked south. The walk into the Lower City slums wasn't short. The deeper Jason delved south, the darker the atmosphere became. Pairs of soldiers became less frequent, cabins became huts, which then became petty shacks and tents. Expressions turned colder and weathered. Hacking coughs accompanied dirty faces and haggard clothes. Their eyes were devoid of any sheen, staring absently. At one point, Jason stopped and looked around. A hut to his right looked like it would collapse at any moment. Outside the door, a grimy fellow slumped in a chair, empty bottles of wine at his feet. In the distance, Jason heard the squawking of an angry woman in a dispute with a neighbor. An abandoned child drew shapes in the mud. Then, spotting some breadcrumbs in a nearby patch of grass, the child picked at them. One person caught Jason's eye. An older woman, struggling with a heavy sack slung over her shoulder, her back bent forward. Her face was smeared with dirt, but she had strong hands. She adjusted the burden on her back and continued forward. Eventually, she came to a small shack the size of Jason's old bedroom. A small posse of children darted out of the hut, throwing their arms around her. She stroked their hair lovingly and threw down the heavy sack at the door. Jason watched the sack as its mouth loosened. A small piece of firewood toppled into the dirt. Firewood, he thought. We're in the summer months now. No one's going to buy that. But one of the boys hurriedly dashed to the fallen bundle, picked up the splintery wood, and placed it carefully atop the others. He struggled with the sack's drawstrings, and the woman helped him, tightening the sack before smiling gently at the boy and kissing his head. The rest of the children had returned back into the hut. Holding the small child's hand, the mother disappeared through its door. Jason stood with mouth agape, his eyes stinging, and a lump in his throat. His gaze fell, and he rubbed his eyes.
"This is just a taste of what's happened in the last 20 years,
an elderly voice said from behind. Jason turned around. The Guabo man, the same one that he saved at the parade, stood with his cart of fruit behind him. A guabo was in his hand, extended to Jason. He took it silently. The man's cheery expression was gone, his eyes bleak, and his wrinkly jaw jutted out.
"I used to live in the upper rim of Lower City with my family," said the old man. "That was back when King Thomas reigned. May the dragon give him rest. Lower City was much more prosperous then. People were comfortable. I was a captain in the Nezmythian army. But when King Barnabas took the throne, I was forced out of my position, and I struggled to find another livelihood. My wife left me and married another man, and the children followed her. Had to move here not long after."
Any response to that felt weak. Eventually Jason said, "I'm sorry."
"Don't be,"
said the Guabo man, sighing.
"I still feel the sacred dragon watching over me."
A grin crept onto his face and his eyes sparkled.
"If it weren't for you, I don't think I'd still be around."
"But this place is a disaster,"
Jason said, scanning the city.
"How could you live this kind of life, especially after the one you lived?"
"There are worse things,"
the Guabo man said.
"Riches are fleeting. Fame is temporary. I've found that happiness depends largely on perspective. Gratitude. When you live a life of gratitude, that is when you truly find joy."
Goosebumps spread down Jason's arms. The sun would set in just over an hour. He felt the sheath on his back.
"You saw that woman come home to her family?"
the Guabo man said.
"Her children are dressed in rags. They don't even have shoes. But they still wore smiles, didn't they?"
He sighed.
"However, our circumstances cannot be denied. Dragon knows how long these people have been waiting for the next king or queen to be foreordained. I pray for it every day."
The old man spoke quietly, though no soldiers were around. Jason turned to the Guabo man. He wished he could tell him, give him a glimmer of hope. Instead, he thought of what Lower City could be without Barnabas's rule. That single mother could be living in a nicer home, with room for her children to grow. Maybe the Guabo man, too. "You are wise," Jason said.
"And you are kind, my boy," said the old man. "Every time I see you, I can't help but think you will do great things. I wish you the best. But I need to get home. Drop off this blasted cart. I'll be seeing you."
Without another word, the Guabo man continued down the dirt street, deeper into the slums. Jason stood, feet planted, at the same spot he had been in for the past few minutes, reflecting on what had just happened. The Guabo was still in his hand. He looked at it, not hungry. An idea came to mind, a wonderful, inspired idea. He turned, hustling back up the street toward Center Court. As he did, he handed the Guabo to the child playing in the mud. He passed more people as he made his way up the street. There were fewer people out as the evening deepened. Familiar orange and purple shades of twilight splashed across the sky. A hill in the distance caught his eye. He could travel all the way up into Center Court, then make a right and walk east for over an hour to his destination. He took a shortcut through Lower City, making his way to a slope on the eastern edge of Nezmyth City. Grace Mountain. The shacks and tents gradually turned back into simple houses. Glowing candles on windowsills became more visible in the dimming twilight. He trudged eastward alone. Soldiers marched by occasionally, eyeing him but making no confrontation. The breeze was getting cooler, as the sun approached the skyline. After a long while, the houses grew further apart. The urban landscape of Nezmyth City waned, fading into the rural fields and cottages of the agricultural section of town, Eastern City. In the distance, the small mountain rose majestically, a winding stone path leading to its peak. Jason glanced around. Livestock was still out, some resting on grass and others retiring to their barns and stables. It wasn't much longer before the houses disappeared altogether, the landscape giving way to wide fields. He took a deep breath. The air was crisp and fresh out here. The breeze caressed his cheek. All was quiet. It was a while before the dirt road abruptly transformed into a smooth stone path, winding up toward Grace Mountain. Night had fallen upon Nezmyth, and stars twinkled against the endless black. To Jason's left, a vast field of thick, swaying grass flowed at the foot of the mountain. Its perimeter was fenced off by a tall iron gate. Out in the caged field, large grey stones dotted the grass in rows and columns. Jason spotted the entrance. It was big enough for a carriage to enter. Above the gate, words cut out of iron read, Nezmyth City Cemetery. The gate led to a separate stone path cutting straight through the cemetery. That path continued straight, several other paths breaking from it like small stone rivers. Jason walked until he had reached a secondary path running perpendicular to the first. It stretched for 100 yards before coming to another fenced-off section. Jason's mind wandered as he walked. He thought of Sorian and Tyrant in a small jail cell, sleeping on patches of hay after a meal of stale bread. His forehead creased. What else could the king do? He reached the second fenced section and halted. The gate here was elegant, constructed of the finest steel. There was a sign above his head. Court of the Kings. Below those characters, he recognized some ancient Nezmithian characters. He squinted his eyes and read, May the dragon give rest to these foreordained. Then he entered. Jason's eyes roved as he entered the resting place of the past kings and queens of Nezmyth. Each ruler chose their gravestone over the centuries. One gravestone looked like a commoner's, a more humble king. Some were raised clear above Jason's head, letters stretching on all sides. He continued down the path until he reached the last gravestone, the most recent. King Thomas. The gravestone was flat and square, as tall as Jason and wide as his arm. Mounds of flowers, both fresh and wilted, had been strewn around its base. The writing etched into the headstone was legible, even in the dark. King Thomas, master of charity, love, and judgment. As he so loved the people of Nezmyth, so was he loved by the sacred dragon. Jason's gloved hand found the hilt of his sword. Slowly, he unsheathed the blade, letting it rest in his hands. He gazed at the sword, then the gravestone. Taking a deep breath, he knelt on the ground, setting his blade at the foot of the grave, a token of respect and reverence. He remained there, his hands on his thighs as he spoke into the breeze. Everyone talks about you, Jason said. You reigned over Nezmyth before I was born. You were so perfect, honest, just, and kind. But the king right now is the complete opposite. I know that anyone would be better than him, but I'm so close, and I still don't understand why I have to be king. I wish you were here to talk to me. Maybe you would have answers I need. The gravestone stood silent against the wind. Jason knelt for a while, hoping for a voice or sign to comfort him. But it was not to be. Silently, Jason picked up his sword, slipped it back into its sheath, and got up. His eyes reverted to Grace Mountain above him. He sighed, a respectful glance back at the King Thomas's grave, and departed back down the path. He retraced his steps, arriving back at the main road leading to Grace Mountain. The climb started off easy, but then the grade turned steeper. After a while, his feet complained with every step. Stars danced in the black sky overhead as they stared down at him from infinity. The breeze clung to him, making him shiver, but his gloved right hand kept warm. The climb wasn't short. His breathing became deeper as he made his way up the switchbacks. Finally, at the top of the peak, the pathway spread out into a creamy white plateau. A single enormous monument stood in the middle of the grounds, the reason Jason had walked so far. The increased wind whipped at Jason as he approached. From Grace Mountain, Jason had a full view of Nezmyth City, even Upper City and the castle. Thousands of windows were dotted with candlelight, pinpoints beneath the brilliant moons and glittering stars, creating a lake of orange and black. Jason marveled at the sight. Jason turned his attention back to the monument. Its square base was tall, easily twice his height. The workmanship of the base was elaborate, featuring etchings that twisted and braided. But the top of the base was the real spectacle. On top of the square base, an enormous sculpture of the sacred dragon twisted its long, scaly body. Its head gazed down at the onlookers, its powerful claws clutching the edges of its stone plinth. The sculptor had done a wonderful job giving the dragon the appearance of power while filling the eyes with an endless understanding. Jason inhaled, letting his breath seep out. He stood so the sculpture of the dragon stared directly into his eyes. It was unsettling, but also calming. Grace Mountain, where the sacred dragon first reached out its claw to piece together Wevlian. One of the most sacred places in the kingdom, Jason thought. As he had at King Thomas's grave, Jason pulled his sword from its sheath, gently lowering it to the stone as if making an offering. He knelt down, his hands on his knees, and bowed his head. Quietly, the words came. "Sacred dragon," he said, "I come before Grace Mountain, the birthplace of Wevlian and the Kingdom of Nezmyth, seeking answers. Sacred dragon, I have doubts. This year has been harder than anything I imagined. I feel like I'm constantly being watched. My friends and family have all suffered for my sake, and they don't even know it. King Barnabas rules without mercy. Even as I stand on the threshold of my ordination, I don't know what to do. Is this worth it? I know that the kingdom needs a king, a good king, but does it have to be me? I'm still so unwise. What am I supposed to do?" He stopped and listened, not with his ears, but with his heart. But he felt nothing but the chill of the wind. No inspiring words, no soft burning inside him. Nothing. Jason frowned. "Sacred dragon, what should I do right now?" Something erupted inside him, something bright and serious. His eyes shot open and his body ran icy cold. One word rang through his entire body and entered into his mind. "Run!" The realization hit him. The night had darkened, the sun completely set, and he was alone on the far edge of the city. If there were a perfect time for King Barnabas to kill him, it would be now. He had been gone for hours. How long would it take for the king to send an assassin like the one before? Jason didn't hesitate. He snatched his sword off the ground, sheathed it, and bolted down the mountain. His heart pounded. He picked up his pace as fast as his legs would allow, soaring down the winding stone path. By the time he reached the bottom, his face burned and sweat dripped down his neck. The Nezmyth City cemetery lay dormant. His lungs burned and his throat was raw. How could I be so stupid? I can't stop now. Dragon, protect me and guide me once more. Jason glanced around him. In the urban cityscape of Nezmyth City, an assassin could be lurking anywhere. He passed rural farmland. Sweat darkened his filthy shirt. The houses were getting closer together, the fields of Eastern City behind him. The cobblestone of the southern market street was wide enough that no one could ambush him. As he ran down the street, he saw no one but soldiers. They shouted at him to go home, but he barely heard them. He turned onto a wide street leading to Centre Court, looking around as he sprinted. Suddenly, a dark figure dropped from a rooftop in front of him. Jason frowned and gritted his teeth. He reached it in a few strides. Jason tore out his blade and slashed it in front of him. The loud clang of blade on blade sang in the night. In the moonlight, Jason could see his foe. The figure in front of him was almost identical to the one he'd once fought, tall and garbed completely in black. Jason thought quickly. After blocking the vertical slash, he swung his sword aside, pushing his opponent's blade out of harm's way. Then he raised his left hand to form a Jiroki. "Kaloon!" he shouted the ancient Nezmythian word for strength. The white ball erupted from his palm with a crack, finding its mark in the assassin's chest. The assassin soared backward before crashing into a stack of hay outside a shop. The bales toppled, burying the assassin in dry, prickly hay. Jason darted into another alleyway, fleeing toward Centre Court, praying that this would be the only assassin he encountered on his journey home. But as he disappeared into the alley, a Jiroki flew past his head. He forced himself to run faster. More Jirokis shot past him, barely missing him. He didn't turn around. He knew another assassin was charging him down, probably gaining on him. He dodged onto another pathway on his left. Jason leapt in and out of alleyways until he eventually broke into Centre Court. Here, he was a fish in a barrel, but it was the fastest route to his temporary home in Upper City. A dagger clanged at his feet as he tore past the enormous statue of King Barnabas. Flipping around, he faced the attacker just as they hurled a Jiroki at his head. Jason swiped at it, managing to destroy it. The assassin stormed toward Jason, hurling one Jiroki after another, until one finally collided with Jason's previously wounded shoulder. Jason cried out and fell to the ground, his sword clattering just out of reach. The assassin darted forward, flaring its dagger and ready to pounce. He had no time to scramble for his blade. The assassin would be on him in a flash. In a hasty decision, he threw out the quickest, most powerful magic he could muster. For the first time, he thrust both his hands forward, focusing on intense heat, the scorching breath of the dragon itself. "Mola!" he shouted the ancient Nezmythian word for fire. It was like an eruption from his hands. Twin blue beams launched from his palms, pushing him back into the ground. It felt like two raging pythons were attached to his wrists, writhing and flailing. Wrestling with them in his mind and spirit, he forced the beams to surge forward, finding their mark in the assassin's chest. The black clothing gave way to charred, smoking flesh as the assassin screamed. They dropped their dagger and fell to the ground convulsing. Again, Jason scooped up his sword and ran for Upper City. Sweat drenched his shirt. He fled onto the northern market street and ran for the street leading to Sarayan's home.
But will I be safe there? He thought. What if another is waiting for me? Is anywhere safe right now?
As he ran, it finally hit him.
Master Ferribolt!
The chief patriarch's mansion was one of his few safe havens from the eyes of the king. He knew he could find refuge there. But what were his odds of making it there without getting ambushed again? Then again, what other choice did he have? As he veered onto the upper city street leading to the chief patriarch's mansion, he froze. In his way stood a positively enormous assassin, the size of Bobby the Brute and then some. In each hand, a ball with metal spikes hung from a chain. They were completely masked in familiar black cloth. Jason kept calm. With any luck, he could outpace him and simply evade him. Men that size typically weren't quick. But such wasn't the case. His foe charged at him with the speed of a bull. Jason threw 2 Jirokis as the assassin ran, but they did as much good as balled-up wads of parchment. The brute raised its weapon. Jason had enough time to dive out of the way before the blow came crashing down, leaving a crater of rubble. His attacker swung its other spiked ball at Jason's head. Jason ducked. Jason lifted his blade to hamstring them, but the brute thrust out an elbow, knocking Jason on his back. Hitting the ground, he rolled out of the way before another ball crashed down where he'd been. Jason had already sprinted all the way from Grace Mountain and battled 2 assassins. His knees chattered and his heart thrashed in a way it never had before. He was teetering on the brink of exhaustion, but he couldn't stop now. He was so close. Mustering all the strength he had left, Jason slashed at the brute's leg as he narrowly dodged another blow. His blade made contact. The giant cried out as blood sprayed in the air and seeped down their leg. Jason swiped his hand across his blade, crying out, "Mola Iloda Mata!" The sword burst into flames. The fate of Nezmyth hung in the balance, so he didn't break focus. He couldn't. He had to survive tonight. For everyone. Then Jason brandished his sword, ready for the next move. A burst of fire leapt from the tip of his sword, travelling through the air. The brute lifted its arm to shield its face. Jason, taking advantage of the new power, slashed and swiped at the air as if fighting an invisible force. The sword spat fire with every swing, bombarded the foe with flames. Jason breathed hard. Lifting the blade overhead, and with justice raging in his eyes, he bellowed, "For Nezmyth!" The final slash was the most intense. An enormous wave of fire slammed into the assassin. Within moments, the brute was engulfed in flames, an enormous burning phantom. The assassin dropped their chains and bolted down the street, screeching. With what little energy he had left, Jason ran for Master Feribolt's house. It wasn't long before he reached it. Miraculously, the gate was open a crack. Leaping up the walkway and onto the porch, he grabbed the door. It unlatched, and he jumped inside, slamming it shut behind him. As he sank to the floor, he let his sword clatter to the polished tile. His breathing came in gasps. His mind felt exhausted from using so much magic in one night. Suddenly, the door clicked as if to lock shut. Jason realized that Jerem stood over him. Master Feribolt had moved his favorite chair into the main hall, and he sat in it, clad in his night robe and reading an ancient Nezmithian book. Jason gawked at both of them. Master Feribolt looked up from his book, then snapped it shut.
"Well," Master Feribolt began, "when I prayed to the sacred dragon today, I asked what I could do to better help you on your journey. I felt inspired that I should leave my gates and door unlocked this evening, just in case."
Jason didn't know what to say. His breathing was still frantic, and his eyes wild. Master Feribolt simply watched him and grinned.
"You look like you've had an eventful evening."
27. The Oath. The vulture's dishevelled feathers came from dozens of sleepless nights as time ate away its sanity. The afternoon sun scraped against its irritated eyes. It scowled with a loathing from deep within, its heart twisted and rotten. The dusty wasteland stretching to the horizon was interrupted by an enormous tree. Its green branches spread in every direction, with thick leaves rustling in the breeze. The tree, merely a sapling a year prior, had become mighty. The vulture growled. Its talons had grown weary of the dead tree underneath it, yet it clutched to it desperately. In the branches below, the eagle watched the young tree in the distance with pride. It wouldn't be much longer now. But it knew what madness churned in the vulture's mind. The vulture screamed with rage, leaping from its branch. It plunged for dozens of feet before, at the last moment, it flapped its wings, landing on the dry dirt. It paced back and forth, its head hunched over, its breast rising and falling as it muttered. The eagle watched the scheming vulture from above.
"If you're considering your options," the eagle said, "the best course of action is to cease."
Silence!
The vulture spat, its eyes wild.
It is not over. It isn't over until that tree shrivels where it stands. I've come too far to be removed by a sapling.
"But that time has come,"
The eagle said.
"I find it interesting how determined you are to retain this miserable wasteland. Perhaps it is time for flowers to spring forth, for grass to cover this dry, cracked—"
I said silence!
The vulture hissed with a twitching eye.
This land is mine. I fought for it, and I live for it. It's something a creature of privilege like you could never understand.
"You live for it," said the eagle. "No, you think it lives for you. Do not lie to yourself, coward."
The vulture ached to say something cutting. Instead, it snarled at the eagle, who ignored the vulture, sighing.
"I've protected this land for years," the eagle said. "Now that it is about to fulfill its potential, I will ensure you do not do anything more to corrupt it. You shall not leave my sight."
There was a short pause before the vulture screeched with rage. The noise echoed through the air, piercing into oblivion. The vulture spread its wings, lifting into the sky, then plunging directly for the eagle. The eagle braced for its attack. The sun cracked over the mountains, the air still pale and the southern market street empty. Jason traced the hilt of his blade as he glanced across the street. The soldiers patrolling the streets ignored him as he walked by. Jason tried not to glare at them. It was difficult not to, since Sorian and Terran's imprisonment. He entered the weapon shop to find its machines already on and churning. Golan shuffled about the room. He looked up as the door closed.
"How's the married man doing?" Jason called.
The corners of Golan's mouth stretched, and he returned to his work. Jason didn't immediately walk to the back, but stood at the door, reminiscing about this place. The many lunchtime conversations, their laughing employee discussions, and the hundreds of designs they'd completed. He gazed at the machines that had served him and the others. There wasn't much work to be done today. Jason would have less work than usual.
"How's Tarmanthia?"
he asked.
"She's doing well, thank you,"
Golan said brightly.
"My father purchased a house for us in the lower portion of Upper City, right by the market street. Everyone is asking us when we'll start a family, but we want to wait until it feels right."
"That's wonderful,"
Jason grinned.
"So it would help if you were making more money each year, wouldn't it?"
"I suppose,"
Golan said.
"Speaking of yearly things, isn't your 18th birthday coming up soon?"
"Yes, but that's not important,"
Jason said.
"Golan, I want to talk to you about something."
Golan blinked.
"Sure."
Jason took a breath.
How am I going to say this?
"Remember when Christoph was training us as his apprentices? This place wasn't doing too well. Between paying taxes and training 4 teenagers, he had a lot on his plate. It was a difficult day when he finally had to leave, wasn't it? Difficult for all of us."
"Yes, I remember,"
Golan said.
"I still miss him. It's hard to believe it's almost been 2 years."
"I agree,"
Jason sighed.
"Life moves quickly. The bottom line is that my life is changing in some big ways, Golan. I'm not going to be here much longer."
Golan frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"I can't really say,"
Jason said, looking at the floor.
"But this is why I asked you to come here early today. Bertus and Jabuk are great friends, but they wouldn't take this as well as you will. They would try to talk me out of it, when I really don't have a choice."
Jason took a set of keys from his pocket, then handed them to Golan. Golan just stared at them, but Jason stayed firm.
"I'm leaving the shop," Jason said. "Find an apprentice to replace me, a boy from the slums. teach him everything we learned. Give him a chance for a better life.
Golan looked into Jason's eyes, then to the keys, then back at Jason. This had to be quite a surprise, Jason realized. He hadn't warned any of them that he would be leaving. It could have led to a host of questions he wasn't prepared to answer. Hopefully, Golan didn't pry too much.
You're serious?
Golan almost looked hurt.
Yes,
Jason said.
I'm not working today. Probably not ever again. It's hard, but this is how things need to be.
Golan reached out and gingerly took the keys from Jason's hand as if they were holy. The humming machines provided the only sound in the shop.
It won't be the same without you,
Golan said.
Thank you, Jason said. I'm sorry I didn't warn you. This was going to happen eventually.
We'll still see you every once in a while, right?
Golan said. The keys were still in his open hand.
You can't be going too far.
Jason paused, imagining rolling up to the shop in a kingly carriage, pulled by a pair of white stallions. What a contrast that would be. The thought was so alien he almost laughed.
Of course,
Jason said warmly. Golan grinned. They both took a step forward and embraced.
But honestly, where are you going?
Golan asked.
Are you going to be in Nezmyth City?
Yes.
Doing what?
I can't say.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Jason was slow to reply.
You'll see, soon enough.
Golan fell silent. He looked out the floor, deciding not to pursue the mystery.
Thank you, Jason. It's been a pleasure. May the dragon bless you.
May the dragon bless you, Golan, for being the good man you are. Besides, without me, all of you will be making a bit more money. And things will only get better.
What does that mean?
Never mind, Jason said. Just take care of this place, all right?
Golan grinned brightly.
Of course. Take care.
Neither Golan nor Jason said a word as Golan returned to his work and Jason opened the door. But before stepping through, he stole a glance over his shoulder. The shop he'd called his own for the past 2 years. It had paid for his flat, his clothing, his food, was now out of his hands. He could picture his younger self working alongside strong and fatherly Kristoff. He could hear Jabek's teasing remarks, Bertus's comebacks, their laughs, their financial difficulties. The memories combined into a priceless experience. And yet, those years now faded into the caverns of history, never to be reclaimed. Jason's throat tightened and his eyes stung. Under his breath, he whispered to the floorboards,
Goodbye.
Stepping into the bright summer morning, he made the resolution to spend the rest of the day studying ancient Nezmythian. But he wasn't given the opportunity. As he exited the shop, a familiar blue coach waited outside the store. Familiar, but unpleasant. The last time he'd sat in it, he was on his way to the castle for the first time. Its door flung open, and the advisor appeared, his searing red eyes fixed on Jason. "Hello," said the advisor mechanically. Jason didn't answer immediately.
Good morning.
"Step inside." Jason felt the sheath on his back. His first instinct was to run, but he fought that impulse. No one was on the southern market street. No one would ask why he was picked up by the king's advisor in a royal coach. Jason heaved a shaky breath and got into the carriage, sitting across from the advisor. They were alone inside the carriage. The advisor gazed at Jason like an insect. Jason didn't make eye contact. When the advisor slammed the door shut, the stallions sped to a trot, driving toward the northern market street. "You have less than 1 month until your ordination date," the advisor said. "Congratulations." Jason didn't look at him.
Thank you.
"Has the past year been difficult?" It took everything Jason had not to scowl. He simply breathed deep and replied, "Yes."
"Of course," the advisor said. "I am sure you are curious as to why you are being summoned. Seeing as your year of decision is reaching its climax, certain rites must be carried out. They will be explained further at the castle."
Of course, Jason thought. Barnabas's last chance to kill me.
The rest of the journey continued in silence. It was almost an exact mirror of what Jason remembered from 11 months prior. It felt closer to autumn back then, though. This year's winter had been unusually long. They made the exact trek through the city as the first time, up Northern Market Street and Upper City until they reached the castle gates. The castle grounds were as dry and cold as before. It felt like no time at all before Jason and the advisor stood before the castle doors. The advisor gave the order to open them. A soldier slammed the door 3 times with his giant hammer. Each slam reverberated off the interior of the castle. After a small wait, the monstrous doors pulled open. The advisor walked through first, with Jason following on his heels. His heart thumped. Jason's hands twitched at his side, ready to defend him as needed. How would the king try to kill him this time? An ambush? Would he do it himself?
The dark cloak said he'd protect me, though, he thought coldly. Maybe he'll make another appearance.
The red carpet stretched from the door to the throne platform, soldiers standing like statues around the perimeter of the great hall. The door behind them finally clipped shut. King Barnabas sprawled on the throne, hunched over, his laced fingers touching his lips and his elbows on his knees. He only looked at Jason for a moment. Jason traced his sheath, his heart thumping quickly. He drew to a halt a few yards away from the throne dais. King Barnabas's black sword leaned against the throne, and Jason swallowed. He dropped to one knee and bowed reverently, as he was supposed to. As he stood, the loathing in King Barnabas's eyes was as potent as ever. But he wasn't as sharp as the last time Jason had seen him. His beard was thicker, and his hair had grown frayed. One of his legs bounced up and down tightly. Jason frowned. He's losing, and he knows it. The advisor took his spot at the right side of the throne and turned to face Jason.
"Shall we begin?"
asked the advisor. The king didn't acknowledge the question. Regardless, the advisor signaled a soldier, who marched up to him and handed him some parchment. The advisor thanked him with a nod and conjured a quill. The soldier retreated back to their post. Jason eyed King Barnabas, who was baring his teeth at him from behind his hands. Jason thought he saw the king's eye twitch.
"As I have mentioned, your year of decision is nearing its completion," the advisor said. "Congratulations. In 3 weeks, if found worthy, we will ordain you King of Nezmyth. I will remain your advisor, and His Majesty King Barnabas will step down from the throne."
King Barnabas shifted on his feet. He parted his hands and sat up straight, maintaining a firm, undaunted expression. But his eyes bore into Jason's face like lightning bolts. At his sides, Barnabas's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. "Naturally," Jason said.
"Have you considered what measures you will take as king if and when you obtain the throne?" the advisor asked.
"Yes," Jason replied.
"Please."
The advisor lifted his quill to the parchment, ready to record. Jason stole another look at King Barnabas. The king ignored Jason as if he were an insect crawling across the floor. Jason looked down as he picked at some of the ideas floating across his mind. "If it's all right," Jason said, "I'd like to refrain from dictating what I will do when I rule this kingdom until I've claimed the throne. For now, I have only one request." The advisor lifted his eyes and blinked. Jason continued. "I have friends in prison,
I would like to have at my ordination ceremony my best friend Tyrant, my love Sarian, and her father. They are my closest friends, and I can't imagine celebrating that occasion without them."
The advisor nodded, and his quill slid across the parchment. King Barnabas's breathing was heavy, his lip curling. His gloved fingers stroked the pommel of his dark blade. As Jason eyed it, a shiver ran down his back, and his throat clenched. "Is that all?" the advisor asked, not taking his eyes off the paper. Jason nodded. "Yes." "Very well," the advisor said. "We will announce the foreordination of a new king shortly, but your identity will remain anonymous. We will send messengers to every village and city across the kingdom, alerting them of your ordination ceremony in Center Court, 3 weeks hence. At the ceremony, we will issue you your royal cape and the foreordination ring of the king. His Highness, King Barnabas, will then officially step down from the throne. The kingdom shall recognize you as its new king. As usual, you must not reveal your foreordination to anyone until you are publicly called at that ceremony. You must return here the 5th day of week at sunrise to rehearse for the ceremony. We will not fetch you, so make your own arrangements. You may go."
Just like that, Jason thought. No escort? Walk home? You may go?
He thought about the peculiarity of it all, but not for long. He didn't want to be here longer than he had to. Cautiously, he turned around and walked back to the entrance. He was all too aware that his back was turned to King Barnabas. The perfect opportunity for a strike. But the blow never came. Jason frowned.
Why doesn't he kill me?
The chilling thought hit him.
Perhaps he's waiting for an even better moment.
His question was answered moments later. He had almost reached the door. As the soldiers pulled it open for him, he heard the voice of King Barnabas. It felt like a whispering in his ear, uncomfortably close, with a voice like sleet. "The whole kingdom will know of you," the king said. "They may start to talk. They may foolishly believe my reign is over, but I still have weeks to fulfill my oath. You will die, boy. No one will ever know who might have become king." The doors slammed behind Jason, and the king said no more. 28. The Stone. It was a strange transition, moving into their newly finished home in Lower City. It felt like a funeral march, taking their belongings that had been so gracefully purchased by Sarian back to their old residence. They were glad to be back in the refreshed familiarity of their old home, especially since Sarian's home was filled with a ghostly emptiness following her sudden imprisonment. During the day, Jason stayed out in the open, in crowded places, avoiding opportunities to stand out. At night, he slept with his sword and didn't leave his family's house in the Lower City. That sleep came in shallow bursts. Most days, he struggled to stay awake. "Did you hear?" a man whispered as Jason lingered near a cart on the southern market street. "Yes," a second man replied. "A new king, after all these years." "I wonder who it could be," the first man said with a growing smile. "Who cares, as long as it's not King Barnabas?" The last 2 words were barely a whisper. "Anyone could fix the problems he's created, though I'll bet 10 bars that the king kills him before he takes the throne. Perhaps we shouldn't get our hopes up too soon." Jason shivered horribly and walked away. He heard such excited conversations a dozen times a day. The soldiers had given up on silencing the whispers of excited Nezmithians. They couldn't throw everyone in prison. But Jason couldn't shake his apprehension. Passing the year of decision was the end of one trial and the beginning of another, ruling an entire kingdom. Only 2 weeks remained, and that was if King Barnabas failed to kill him. He shivered. The day had come to visit the castle for the ordination ceremony rehearsal. He walked up the northern market street and took a slanting street ascending to Upper City. He munched on a guabo he'd gotten from the Lower City guabo man a few minutes earlier. Time dragged on. The houses became more and more elaborate. He passed Golan and Tarmanthia's house. The modest home had an elegant flair, a metalwork fence adorning its perimeter, and a tailored garden hugging the base of the house. The red bricks of its exterior wall were weathered, but still pronounced dignity and class. Jason grinned at it and walked up the street, thinking fondly of the shop. An hour passed, and Jason finally arrived at the castle gates.
"State your business,"
one of the soldiers ordered. Jason reached into one of his pockets and extracted a note with a royal seal on it. He'd received it recently upon returning home from a visit to the library. He briefly remembered that exchange. Tom and Kara had sat at their table, sullen and serious. When Jason saw their expressions, he knew they'd heard the announcement. Jason would be king in a matter of weeks. But they also knew Barnabas was the kind of king to stop at nothing to retain his power. So this was a time of great caution. Jason swallowed.
You heard?
Yes, Tom confirmed.
2 weeks, then?
Jason nodded, and a thick silence had ensued. It was sobering, knowing that Jason's foreordination had arrived, especially since he was still so young. Aside from Nezmyth's most elite leaders, his parents were the only 3 people in the kingdom to know exactly who would take the throne.
"I'm assuming we shouldn't say anything?"
Tom asked.
"That's right,"
said Jason.
"Some soldiers dropped this off,"
Kara said, holding out a slip of parchment. Jason took it. It was a card with a royal insignia on one side and a note from the advisor on the other, permitting Jason entrance to the castle.
"What is it for?"
she asked.
"I need to rehearse for the ordination ceremony on the 5th day of this week,"
Jason replied quietly.
"This grants me entrance to the castle."
"Is this why you've been so different?"
Tom said.
"You knew this was coming?"
Jason didn't say anything. He couldn't. But Tom had gotten the message. The soldier outside the castle gates examined the card. With a nod, he thrust it back into Jason's hand and signaled to open the gates. They squealed open, and Jason marched through. The stone pathway leading through the castle grounds seemed longer on foot. He kept his hands at the ready in case he needed to reach for his sword. He scanned every corner of the grounds as he made his way through. The parched statue of an ancient knight stood at their center, its sword pointed to the sky. Eventually, Jason reached the castle doors. The guard didn't say a word when Jason showed him his permit. He picked up the mallet and slammed the door 3 times. The door edged open, accompanied by the usual heaving of soldiers. As Jason crossed the threshold, he noticed the interior of the castle had no torches lit. Instead, fresh sunlight streamed through its ancient windows, lighting up dust fluttering in the air and reflecting off the polished stone floor. But the throne, the entire hall, was empty. Not even a soldier to stand guard. Jason's footsteps were muffled by the red carpet. Without thinking, he slipped the sword from its sheath and held it tight as he walked in circles, taking the scene in.
"Hello?"
he called. No reply, just the echoing of his own voice. He tensed. Armed and cautious, he explored the ancient hall. He must have wandered for several minutes, scanning sculptures and paintings hundreds of years old. He was analyzing a bust of a particularly burly king when a door on the opposite side of the hall flew open. It was the advisor. All he barked was, "Come." Jason slid his sword back into its sheath and marched across the hall. The door the advisor had flung open stood between 2 suits of ancient armor. As Jason crossed through the door, he noticed that the adjoining room had no windows or furniture. All that stood in the room was a pedestal with a purple sheet hanging over it. Jason knew the oracle stone sat beneath it.
"If you will excuse me," the advisor said, walking past Jason. "A pressing matter has suddenly arisen that I must attend to. I will return shortly."
Jason didn't reply. The advisor slammed the door shut behind him. As he did, torches on the walls magically combusted, dimly illuminating the room with a flickering red glow. Jason's only company in the room was the pedestal with the oracle stone. Jason looked at the door. A pressing matter. He slid against the wall until he sat on the floor. Several minutes passed. He wondered if this would be a proper place to practice ancient Nezmythian magic, but he didn't want to be caught practicing anything if the advisor walked in. He wondered as he sat. How was the oracle stone involved in my ordination ceremony? When will the advisor get back? Is this room a cage so the king can kill me more easily? Then he noticed another door on the far side of the room. He pushed himself from the floor and walked over to it. As he passed the oracle stone pedestal, he heard a deep rumbling, like the breath of a sleeping giant. He had heard that rumbling before, almost 1 year prior, when he had first been brought to the castle. The oracle stone had been in his hands at that point. That rumbling was so peaceful, he thought. I could feel it more clearly if I could just hold it. But he dismissed the idea. Reaching the door, he grabbed its ornamented doorknob and twisted gently. But the doorknob barely turned. Locked, he thought. Stuck in here until he gets back. With that, he walked back to the other side of the room. As he passed the oracle stone, he felt the rumbling again. The calm swelling. He stopped. His kinghood rode on whatever color the oracle stone was on the day of his ordination. But had it gotten any lighter, despite his best efforts? He stood over the oracle stone, staring at the purple sheet draped over it. The rumbling reverberated in his chest, leaving a warm glow inside him. His eyes darted to each door. He knew he wasn't supposed to look, but he didn't hear anything on either side. As he stared at the stone, his heart thumped inside him, and he breathed deeply. The advisor might not be back for a while, he thought. Will one peek matter? I won't even have to look at the stone, if I could see the colour of its light. Slowly, he placed his hands on the purple cloth. Just as he remembered, the rumbling filled his body, making him feel as calm as the sea. He stole another glance at the doors, then pinched the bottom of the sheet. But as he started to lift it, the deep rumbling suddenly cut off. The room fell silent. That's when his senses kicked in. What am I doing? He thought. I'm 2 weeks away from the throne, and this could disqualify me. Immediately, he released the purple sheet and jumped back. As he did so, the deep rumbling returned. He gawked at the stone. It was as if it could sense his actions and had severed the piece emanating from it. Jason swallowed, realizing his curiosity had almost gotten the best of him. The advisor burst through the door. Jason's heart jumped into his throat. The advisor ignored him and strode into the room. He, Jason, and the oracle stone made a triangle. The advisor finally looked him in the eye. "Shall we begin?" Jason leaned forward in the pew, his chin resting on his crossed arms. Thunder cracked outside. Bursts of light lit up the stained glass windows of the cathedral. Torches warmed the stone walls as rain pelted the cobblestone outside. Jason shivered. The throne was so close he could almost feel himself sitting in it. He sat alone for hours, staring in silence. He thought of several things: his friends in prison, the numerous attempts on his life, the trials and struggles he had borne. So many people had suffered because of who he was. But it was nearing an end. What still remained? He stared at the enormous statue of the Holy Dragon at the front of the cathedral, as if the answers could be found in its eyes. Yet hours of staring had yielded no results. The doors at the back of the cathedral creaked open. Jason leapt to his feet, his hand grabbing his sword. But as his eyes focused, he spotted a hooded figure closing the door. The slam reverberated through the hall, and as the hooded figure turned about to walk toward Jason, they lifted their hood. Instantly, Jason relaxed.
"I thought I would find you here,"
Master Feribold said as he walked over to where Jason sat. Jason didn't say anything. He released his sword and sat down.
"You've been spending a lot of time in here lately,"
Master Feribold said as he sat beside Jason. It's one of the few places I feel safe, Jason muttered. Master Feribold nodded.
"For good reason. The sacred dragon is your guardian in here."
Jason took a feeble breath, then shivered again. Both of them stayed silent for a while. Jason felt grateful for Master Feribold's company and the guidance he'd given him throughout the year. Even now, as the chief patriarch sat next to him, he felt like the weight of the kingdom wasn't entirely on his shoulders. Maybe it never was. But something in the back of his mind irked him. I believe I've learned to trust the sacred dragon, Jason thought. But I still don't understand why I have to be king.
"I hear today is your birthday,"
Master Feribold said brightly. Jason nodded.
"I have a present for you,"
Master Feribold said, reaching into his pocket.
"A charming trinket. I'll admit it has no value, but I'm rather fond of it anyway."
Master, Jason said, turning and looking at him. You didn't have to get me anything. Master Feribold ignored Jason's protest and held out a bronze coin in his palm. It was marked with a triangle inside of a circle. Inside the triangle, an inexpensive gem with a burnt orange hue glittered in the dim light. Jason looked at it curiously. It looks like the same symbol on the floor of the melding hall.
"Very similar, yes," Master Feribold confirmed. "This was given to me by the chief patriarch during my training. He gave it to me to give me strength and confidence. How? I'm not sure, but I've always carried it with me, and I believe it has. I wish to pass it on to you."
Jason gave him a look. You're sure?
"I am,"
Master Feribold said, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. Jason took it reverently and slid his thumb over the design. He could have crafted something like this in less than an hour, but coming from a dear friend and mentor, this coin was priceless. Thank you, Jason said. Master Feribold grinned, patting him on his back. They sat in silence for several more minutes. Master Feribold occasionally stole glances at Jason. Finally, he spoke.
"Jason, we're not meant to know everything. You'll be a fine king. I know you were hoping to understand why you were foreordained, but maybe it's not time for that yet."
Then when? Jason said.
"I don't know," Master Feribold conceded. "Sometimes our answers come in small pieces over time. It's my personal belief that the greatest knowledge comes from these small moments of enlightenment, together forming a more perfect whole."
Master Feribold looked into Jason's uncertain eyes.
"A sunrise doesn't come all at once, does it? But the light it provides is still brilliant."
Jason traced the back of the pew with a finger. What if the king kills me tomorrow? Or I survive and am not a good king? I don't know anything about leading a kingdom.
"The king may try to kill you," Master Feribold replied. "But the sacred dragon will protect you. As for your kingship, all you can do is your best. You may discover that you have a stronger knack for leadership than you thought. You were foreordained for a reason, after all."
Jason smiled. You have a knack for knowing the right things to say. Master Feribold smiled back.
"For what it's worth, I see a lot of King Thomas in you. You radiate goodness, and you bring light to all those you meet. Even if you need to be reassured of yourself once in a while."
He winked. Jason's eyes stung, but he teased a smile, keeping his voice from cracking. "I can't do this by myself." Master Ferrabelt smiled.
"You won't have to."
29. The Reckoning. The day of the ordination had come. Jason could hardly breathe. His heart was beating so fast. Every few moments he rubbed his hands on his pants. Every minute felt like an hour. He tried to keep still. Center Court was packed. The excited people of Nezmyth City and other Nezmythians from the furthest corners of the kingdom had gathered to witness the spectacular event. Vendors competed for people's attention, pushing through the crowd to sell fruit and candies. Jason spotted fair-skinned dwellers from the western woods, bows and arrows slung over their backs. Strong, well-tanned farmers from the southern plains were there, and even burly men that had to hail from the villages in the eastern mountains. Below the enormous statue of King Barnabas, the king himself lounged in an elegant wooden chair, his face pale and hair unkempt. His black blade leaned against the side of the chair, waiting. The ever-silent advisor stood at his side, his face expressionless, while a solid barricade of soldiers kept the townspeople a good distance away in a large circle. A few yards to the front of the king, the oracle stone sat on its pedestal, covered in a purple sheet. Jason's parents stood next to him. "Don't be nervous," Kara whispered, squeezing his gloved hand.
"We're right here,"
Tom said, standing on the other side of Jason, nudging him gently. Jason breathed his thanks. Everyone but Jason buzzed eagerly. "I'm so excited!
"Who do you think it will be?"
"A new king after 20 years!" Jason thought about how he'd feel in their position, but the sense of excitement escaped him all too easily. Jason clamped his teeth to keep them from chattering. His head swiveled on his shoulders, and he fingered a small parcel in his pocket. The soldiers were garbed in replicas of ancient Nezmythian armor. Their shining helmets were rounded at the top, with fins lining the ears and a bold triangle centered between their eyes. The armor was plated in bronze, breastplates, pauldrons, and braces. Jason assumed they reserved this armor for special occasions. He continued scanning the crowd, standing on his toes and peering past his neighbors. Still no sign of them. He'd been searching for as long as he'd been here, and sank back down crestfallen every time. "Who are you looking for?" Kara asked. Jason didn't answer her. Excited whispers rippled through the crowd, as if someone important were making their way through. They sounded hollow and distant to Jason. Suddenly, someone squeezed his shoulder.
"This is a great spot to watch the ordination ceremony."
Jason turned around to find Master Ferrabelt standing behind him, dressed in full patriarchal attire. People on all sides greeted the chief patriarch with reverence, shaking his hand or patting him on the back. Master Ferrabelt greeted them happily, and when his neighbors were satisfied, he turned to Jason and winked. Jason smiled feebly. Finally, an upheld spear moved toward them, parting the crowd. Jason stood on his toes again. His heart leapt as he spotted 2 heads of blonde hair and a grizzled black one, accompanied by a pair of helmets, gliding through the dense crowd. In no time, the soldiers and their prisoners joined Jason and the others. "Jason!" Sorian shouted, leaping into his arms. Jason cried with joy as those arms grabbed him, that warm cheek touching his face. Sorian's feet dangled in the air as he held her. After too short a time, he let Sorian go. Tyrant stood a few feet behind Sorian, along with the other grey-haired man. Jason was surprised at how good they looked. They'd changed back into their normal clothes, and the men had shaved. Sorian had even washed her hair. They were thinner, but if he hadn't known any better, he couldn't have guessed that any of them had been in prison at all, let alone for months. The aging man had to be Sorian's father. He carried the stance of a captain, a pristine form, with flawless posture and sharp silver eyes. He hovered behind them, patiently waiting. Tyrant embraced Jason like a long-lost brother. "How are you?" Jason asked, as they stood close together, clustered in the thickening crowd. "What was it like? You look like nothing happened." Sir Ryan and Tyrant exchanged looks. Sir Ryan spoke first.
"We never got hurt," she said. "We weren't fed well. Father lost a lot of weight, but we were never whipped or beaten."
"But it happened to others," Tyrant said, his grin fading. "We wondered why no one beat or flogged us like they did to everyone else. It was strange. We woke up each morning wondering which one of us would get it, but it never came." His tone dropped.
"I can understand now why my mother went mad."
Jason had no response.
"And now we learn that a new king has been foreordained,"
Sir Ryan's father said. Jason was impressed with how strong his baritone voice sounded.
"I must admit that I'm looking forward to working under someone other than Barnabas."
He paused.
"She's told me all about you, by the way. Most of it is good."
"All of it was good,"
Sir Ryan said, pulling her father forward.
"Jason, this is my father, Garrett. This is him, father, the man I want to spend my life with."
Garrett put his hand out, and Jason took it.
"You sound like a good man,"
said Garrett.
"Your parents must have raised you well. However, I'm concerned with how you will provide for her. She's said that you are a capable fighter. I could train you as a soldier. You'll make more than you earn at your shop."
Jason grinned and said, "We can discuss it later."
"Regardless,"
Garrett continued,
"the sacred dragon provides for those that sow goodness. If Sir Ryan approves, so do I."
Kara and Tom made it a point to introduce themselves to Garrett. Meanwhile, Jason and Sir Ryan looked at each other. She couldn't help but grin. Jason's chest swelled, and he returned the smile. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his parcel. Sir Ryan got visibly excited, but kept herself from jumping up and down and clapping her hands. As Jason held the ring up, he told her,
"I think I owe you this."
Tyrant smiled broadly and pumped his fist, while Kara, Tom, and Garrett watched. Sir Ryan took the ring and slipped it on her finger. Without another word, she embraced him, planting a kiss on his cheek. But the real celebration was about to begin.
"Hear ye!"
The advisor's voice boomed unnaturally loud as he stepped out next to the oracle stone. The speed at which the deafening chatter silenced was astounding. The advisor looked out at the crowd, waiting. Jason remembered how nervous he was. Sir Ryan reached out and held his hand. Kara took the other.
"People of Nezmyth,"
the advisor's voice roared.
"Welcome to the ordination ceremony of the new King of Nezmyth. For nearly 20 years, you have been under the subjection of the noble King Barnabas."
The advisor paused, as if thinking of something endearing to say about the king, but conjured nothing.
"However, as all things come and go, the reign of every king must come to an end."
Jason caught sight of King Barnabas. The king sat like he usually did, drumming his fingers in front of his lips and looking like he wanted to kill. He wasn't wearing his foreordination ring. His peppery hair was completely frayed, and his teeth were clenched in a venomous scowl, not to mention his twitching eye. He looked even worse than before.
"He's off," Jason thought. "He's held the throne for 20 years, and now it's slipping out from under him."
Jason breathed shakily. If his hands weren't being held, he would have grabbed the hilt of his sword. Sir Ryan eyed him.
"Are you all right?"
she asked. Jason didn't hear her. He focused on stilling his breathing. The advisor continued.
"The king and I understand the patience required to wait for the new king's identity to be revealed. But today you wait no longer. Today marks a new era.
Today you look to a new ruler, a new guardian, a new advocate with the sacred dragon. Today our new king is ordained. So, without further introduction, Jason, son of Tom the Printer, step forward.
Gasps leapt from Sir Ryan, Tyrant, and Garrett. Kara squeezed Jason's hand, and he took a shaky step forward, finding his way through the crowd. Each footstep felt numb. The crowd parted before him, their eyes focused on him before he had broken out into the open. Not a single person so much as breathed. Jason wondered if the people he passed could hear his heartbeat. Cold sweat collected on his brow. King Barnabas kept his icy gaze on Jason. He felt nervous every time he saw King Barnabas glaring at him, but as he drew closer and closer, he noticed a madness in the king's eyes that filled him with dread. The tyrant's lips quivered, his teeth grinding together. The advisor, on the other hand, stood erect and completely collected a short distance away. Jason stopped a few paces from the oracle stone. The advisor took a few steps back, so that he, the king, and Jason formed a triangle, the oracle stone in its middle. Jason swallowed, trying to ease his parched throat.
Jason's worthiness for the throne will be decided by 3 factors, the advisor continued. 1, the opinion of the king. 2, the voice of you, the people of Nezmyth. And 3, the color of the oracle stone. Your Highness, what do you make of the boy?
Slowly, King Barnabas stood. Jason swallowed. The king bore into Jason's eyes and spoke to all of Nezmyth as he screamed.
The boy is not fit for the throne,
he ranted.
He knows nothing of the affairs of this kingdom. I would rather burn than allow him to replace me. Anyone who cheers for him will be...
Suddenly, the king's neck constricted and his face reddened. He collapsed back into his seat, gasping for breath. But as he choked and sputtered, he scowled at the ground and held his peace. Jason watched shakily, along with everyone else in attendance, unsure of what had happened. The advisor continued on as though he didn't notice the spectacle.
Jason is known by few, he said. As tradition demands, the chief patriarch will give you his honest observation of the boy. You, the people of Nezmyth, will vote your opinion of his kingship.
The advisor nodded, and Master Ferribolt bustled into the open. The people of Nezmyth clapped valiantly for their sacred leader as he approached. His orange robe shone magnificently in the afternoon sun. He winked at Jason again.
My friends,
Master Ferribolt began, clasping his hands together.
This is a sacred, special day. Before us, we have Jason, a king foreordained by the sacred dragon itself. I've had the pleasure of meeting with Jason regularly over the past year. He came to me as a frightened, confused boy. But what you see today standing before you is a man.
His gaze met Jason's.
Jason still does not know why he was foreordained to lead you, Master Ferribolt continued. It's something he struggles with. Those of you who look upon the surface see an average boy, but his greatness lies deep within his nature. This, I believe, is what makes Jason great. Despite his desires and self-doubts, he is willing to set aside his personal ambitions and take the throne of Nezmyth through his love for all of you. He has seen your misery, your poverty, and your fear, and he is willing to rise to his foreordination because he wishes to serve you. Is this not the foremost quality of a noble king? Selflessness? But this is not all. His virtue is without parallel. He is wise and caring.
He has endured all manner of trial and hardship because he understands his duty. Brothers and sisters,
Master Ferrebolt concluded,
Jason is great, and he will be a greater man as his service prolongs upon the throne of Nezmyth. The sacred dragon has foreordained him. Let King Jason reign.
The kingdom replied with thunderous applause. Master Ferrebolt beamed at Jason like a proud father as he stepped back into the crowd. Jason sniffed, feeling warm, before the advisor's voice brought him back to cold reality.
All opposed, say nay.
Not a sound. King Barnabas shifted in his seat angrily.
All in favour, say yea. Yay!
All of Nezmyth shouted in unison. The roar almost knocked Jason to the ground.
The voice of the people is unanimous in the affirmative,
the advisor stated.
Finally, we will consult the Oracle Stone. If it is lightened in colour over the past year, Jason will reign as King of Nezmyth. If the colour has darkened, King Barnabas will retain the throne.
Jason, along with everyone in Nezmyth, held his breath as the advisor strode up to the pedestal. His heart thrashed in his chest, and the sweat on his brow grew thicker. Finally, the advisor pinched the top of the purple sheet and gently lifted it. The stone was beautiful. Jason distinctly remembered the glossy stone, with curling smoke the colour of an egg yolk. But now, the same smoke resembled puffy clouds with morning sunlight bursting from their edges, radiating peace and warmth. It was lighter, not drastically, but obviously.
The Oracle Stone has lightened, the advisor boomed. His spirit has attuned with the sacred dragon. According to the voice of the people and the hue of the Oracle Stone, Jason is qualified to reign as king.
The advisor turned to face him.
Jason, son of Tom the Printer, do you accept your foreordination as King of Nezmyth under the sacred dragon, the creator of Wevlian? In so doing, you will covenant to protect and serve this people of Nezmyth until death or succession by foreordination.
Jason took a deep breath. Shaking, he said, I accept. The advisor said,
Let the royal cape be brought forth.
Jason dropped to one knee. 2 soldiers appeared with the cape in hand. Jason failed to control his shaking as the soldiers approached him. They each carried one end of an elaborate crimson cape, keeping it from touching the ground. Reaching Jason, the soldiers turned and affixed it to his back. One of the soldiers retreated. The other tied the laces around Jason's neck. Jason felt the soldier's nimble fingers secure the laces into a knot. When the knot was tied, the second soldier also retreated. The advisor marched forward. Bending down, he took Jason's right hand and slipped the kingly foreordination ring onto his finger. The ring magically shrank to fit Jason's finger, its orange gem glinting proudly in the sun. The advisor stood and took a few steps back.
King Jason,
the advisor said,
arise.
Jason planted his feet and slowly, shakily, stood.
The crowd erupted.
Their cheers were deafening. Shouting, whooping, and whistles celebrated the end of the neglect, gloom, and hopelessness of a wayward rule. Husbands embraced their wives. Children danced with joy. Even soldiers clapped, smiling and waving their weapons in the air. Kara and Tom watched Jason with tears in their eyes. Master Ferrebolt beamed. Sir Ryan and Tyrant cheered louder than anyone else. People young and old threw confetti in the air, shimmering the afternoon sky with delight as the sun smiled on Nezmyth. A flicker of a smile graced Jason's lips. He ran his finger down the silky red cape, symbolizing his kinghood, his success, his foreordination. It was over. The year of decision was finally over. But amid the elation, one soul remained in agony.
No!
Barnabas screamed, leaping from the chair, his eyes wild and arms shaking. Center Court fell silent as quickly as it had exploded. Thousands of gleeful smiles faded, replaced with looks of shock and fear. Barnabas's eye twitched in its socket.
I will not accept this, he said, his voice shook. I've gone too far, I've seen too much, and I've suffered too badly to have my position swept out from beneath me by a child. I deserve this.
Step down, Barnabas, the advisor shouted. 2 decades of your rule have been foreordained completed. King Jason rules. The crowd roared in agreement, accompanied by boos and hisses for the former king.
Fools!
Barnabas shouted. The crowd hushed again.
I'm 10 times the ruler this whelp will ever be.
You've done nothing! Jason surprised himself as he stepped forward. He hadn't noticed his clenched fists. Everything he'd experienced in the past year had built toward this moment, and now it refused to be kept within. Barnabas could have shot fire from his eyes.
What did you say?
This kingdom is in shambles,
Jason shouted.
How many families have been destroyed through your taxes and oppression? Have you bothered to step foot in the southernmost parts of Lower City? People are dying because of you, and I'm sure it's like that across Nezmyth.
Jason was astonished at his audacity, but he forced himself to finish.
I still don't understand why I have to be king. Perhaps I'll never know. But I know that Nezmyth would be better off with anyone besides you. Step down!
The people of Nezmyth roared once more in approval. Barnabas looked around, astonished at the spirit of his former subjects. Jason's jaw tightened, and he brushed the hilt of his blade. The murmuring of the crowd slowly transformed into something audible.
Step down! Step down!
Barnabas's gaze fell. His fists shook, his nostrils curling, while Jason's heart beat so fast he thought he would faint. His mind reeled as it anticipated the tyrant's next move. Barnabas lifted his eyes, and as the iciness of his glare penetrated Jason's soul, the cheers of the crowd died. The tension was thick enough to taste.
I made you an oath 1 year ago, boy,
Barnabas seethed. Jason didn't reply. Every part of himself tensed, bracing himself. His hand gripped his sword.
And I failed that oath, whispered Barnabas. A dishonour I will soon remedy!
In a flash, Barnabas scooped up his black blade and dashed forward. Jason lifted his blade to block the former king's blow, but the force behind it was strong enough to knock him to the ground.
Run!
The advisor bellowed at the crowd.
The former king is mad. Run!
Nezmythians scrambled through the streets in a panic. Mothers and fathers grabbed their children, darting for side streets. Soldiers attempted to stir the chaos, but to no avail. Several soldiers ran forward to help Jason, their weapons raised. But as they approached, they suddenly fell with a crash, as if colliding with an invisible wall. The advisor thrust his hand forward and shot a stream of fire from his palm, which likewise cut short.
Your magic has withheld me for too long,
Barnabas screamed at the advisor.
But not today. Now the boy is mine.
Jason tried to stand, but the former king kicked him down, laughing as his foot pressed on Jason's chest. Beads of sweat trailed down Jason's face.
Oh, yeah,
he thought.
I can't fail now. I can't let it be for nothing.
Jason lifted his sword to swipe at Barnabas's leg, but the fallen king knocked the blade away with ease, digging his boot deeper into Jason's chest. Jason pushed at the foot, but Barnabas was too strong. Barnabas cackled with madness.
After all of your training, you are still so weak.
He thrust his black blade into Jason's shoulder. Jason screamed as the blade ripped through flesh, his blood spilling on the cobblestone. Barnabas laughed as he lifted his sword in the air. Jason shook his head. His tears of pain became tears of hopelessness. With only one good arm, his efforts to escape only made Barnabas laugh harder. Those terrible blue eyes hung over Jason with a ferocity ripe with victory and murder.
Long live that!
Jason didn't hear his last word. Barnabas swung his blade, and in an instant, everything went black. 30. The Night. It was all dark, but Jason heard whispers.
He's awakening, one voice said. It's too early.
Peace, friend, a second voice said. The Sacred One has foreseen this, and a plan has been made. I will speak with him.
A slight pause hung in the air.
Then I shall wait outside with the others.
Jason heard the opening and closing of a door. The darkness trickled away, and he blinked several times. He was on his back, staring at the ceiling of a small wooden cabin. He held his head, pushing himself up. The bed was unfamiliar. It was covered in blankets that were warm and unnaturally soft. The clothes he wore weren't his either. These were far too clean to be anything he owned. His eyes darted about. The cabin was small, barely larger than his old flat. A harsh white light was the only thing he could see out the solitary window. A stranger with curly black hair sat in a wooden chair by the door, looking at Jason with kind eyes. His toned arms were folded over his chest, and his brown eyes were soft. The man saw Jason's confusion and spoke first.
"Good morning, Your Highness," he said.
Jason barely understood him as he got his bearings.
"I understand you're a little confused," the man said. "That is to be expected. I'm here to answer any questions you may have before you leave."
Jason looked around and then checked his shoulder. It was completely healed. Why did he feel so warm? And, though he'd never been here before, this cabin had a feeling of home, as if it belonged to him. His eyes fixed on the stranger. Was he Jason's guest? How did he know this cabin was his own?
"Do I know you?"
Jason asked. The man returned the question with an amused smile. "You used to, long ago, before you were born, actually. I taught you everything I could before you left, hoping some of it would remain in your mind, even if you didn't recognize it. After all, you and I are very similar." Jason's eyes narrowed. His sword was nowhere to be found. But then, this man didn't feel like a threat. That didn't mean he made any sense, though.
"I'm sorry. I don't follow."
The man gave him an understanding smile.
"Not many months ago, you knelt by my grave as if to speak to me."
The realization sprang to Jason's mind.
I can't believe I didn't guess it. Could it be?
The memory of that starry night flashed before his eyes. His heart leapt, and he threw off his blankets.
"King Thomas,"
he said, scrambling to kneel.
"Forgive me, Your Highness. I had no idea."
King Thomas chuckled and shook his head.
"Sit down, King Jason. No need for apologies. Perhaps I should be bowing to you, considering your new position."
"King Jason?"
The title made him laugh. Jason sat back on his bed, thinking how strange it was to have one of the most beloved monarchs in history refer to him as king. Dozens of questions popped into his mind as he looked around.
"Where are we?"
The third life, King Thomas replied, his smile fading. Jason felt the colour leave his face, and his throat tightened.
You mean we're dead?
In the mortal sense, yes, King Thomas replied. Both of us killed by the same person, coincidentally, only 20 years apart. I was poisoned at the dinner table and left to die in my chambers, and you were beheaded in centre court just moments ago. The realization slammed into Jason. His entire body shook. His hand rubbed his neck as he imagined Barnabas's blade slashing through his jugular. Tears welled in his eyes, and he leaned forward, burying his face in his hands. The sobs came. King Thomas held his peace.
I failed, Jason's voice shook. All of Nezmyth was counting on me, and I failed. Killed, right in front of them.
King Thomas remained quiet for a while. Finally, he shifted in his seat. You know, said the old king, failure is quite malleable to the sacred dragon. Speaking metaphorically, the dragon can shape a crude nugget of failure and into a gleaming bar of success, even if it means bringing back the dead. Jason's sniffles stopped for a moment as he looked up into King Thomas's eyes. King Thomas folded his arms over his chest. Tell me about yourself, your majesty, said King Thomas. What was your life like back in your second life?
Where is he going with this?
Jason wiped his eyes like a child, sniffing. He held his hands together to keep them from shaking, and his voice quivered, and he looked at the ground.
I worked at a crafting shop, had a woman I planned to marry, 2 wonderful parents, and a loyal best friend.
What's that on your hand? King Thomas asked. Jason's face flushed. Looking down, he realized he wasn't wearing a glove. He slapped his hand to his knee, covering the mark.
Out of all the questions, but I can't lie to King Thomas, is lying possible in the third life?
Jason swallowed, hiding his palm against his pants.
I have a birthmark that has always bothered me. Whenever I look at it, I feel like I've been marked for something. It sounds strange, but that's the truth.
Will you show it to me, please? Jason hesitated before revealing his palm to King Thomas. He stared at the floor. You have no idea what this is, do you? He said. King Thomas had a sly grin on his face. Jason glanced at it. The blazing orange triangle below his forefinger shone brilliantly in the light of the third life. Of course, he had no idea what it meant. No one else had a mark remotely like it, and the only time he'd seen something similar was in an ancient Nezmithian book. That's a very special mark, Jason, King Thomas said reverently. You should be grateful. The old king sat up straight, extending his right arm. With his other hand, he lifted the sleeve of his shirt. The hairs on Jason's arms bristled, and his eyes widened. On King Thomas's bicep, below his shoulder, the same orange triangle was emblazoned on his skin, identical to Jason's. A lump lodged in Jason's throat. He couldn't speak. Jason, King Thomas said to him in a serious tone, you and I are Knights of the Holy Order.
Knights of the Holy Order?
Jason's eyes fixed on King Thomas's shoulder, a mirror image of what he'd concealed for years. He looked at his right hand. He had been marked for something, and he wasn't the only one. He kept silent, hoping the king would explain further. There are hundreds of us, spread across the generations, King Thomas said, letting his sleeve fall. Usually, we are foreordained as kings or advisors, but we've had Knights of the Holy Order live out their lives as humble blacksmiths, merchants, or printers. Jason thought of someone like his father hiding a mysterious mark, never letting Jason know about it. He shook the thought away.
But what does it mean?
Jason asked. It means that so long as your good is stronger than Barnabas's evil, your victory is assured. Barnabas fights with his own strength,
but you fight with the sacred dragon itself. King Thomas's eyes flashed.
But how?
Have you heard of the Blade of Nezmyth?
Everything came together. The story of the Blade of Nezmyth had been in the same book featuring a copy of Jason's birthmark. King Thomas's eyes flashed.
Ah, I can see that you have. In the first life, knights of the Holy Order led the armies of the sacred dragon in the war. That's us, Jason. To aid us in our fight, the sacred dragon commanded that sacred blades should be made for each knight, blades that would repel darkness and evil. When the war ended, and we were born into mortality to continue our eternal journey, each knight returned their blade to the sacred dragon. The dragon took each sword and forged a single blade from them all, which could be used if ever a mortal knight needed it. This is the Blade of Nezmyth. If the cause is just, evil is present, and the knight fights for what is right, the Blade of Nezmyth will manifest, and the mortal warrior will take on the guise of an immortal knight of the Holy Order. That day has come, Your Highness. You are a knight of the Holy Order. Call upon the dragon for power to defeat Barnabas and his tyranny. The dragon will grant you the Blade of Nezmyth. You will assume the form of a knight of the Holy Order, and you will defeat him.
Jason could have melted where he sat. He put his hand over his eyes and bent down, his face to the floor.
I know it's a lot, King Thomas said. But this is what the sacred dragon sent me to tell you. You'll be leaving soon, returning to the second life to finish the job you were foreordained to do.
Jason fought the bile creeping up his throat.
You're going to send me back to fight Barnabas myself?
King Thomas grimaced.
What did I tell you? You won't be alone. Call on the sacred dragon, and it will fight with you. This isn't you versus Barnabas. This is a matter of Nezmyth. Think of all the people you fought for this year. They need you. Now is not the time to fail.
Jason didn't know what to say. The two sat in silence as Jason took it all in.
There isn't much time left, King Thomas said. In a matter of moments, we're sending you back into the second life, before you were murdered. That will give you time to call on the dragon for the Blade of Nezmyth and begin your battle.
King Thomas stood up.
Good luck, Your Majesty.
Wait,
Jason said.
The dragon. What is it like to see it?
King Thomas sighed, his face brightening. His eyes were riddled with a spectrum of emotions.
It's like looking eternity in the face, King Thomas breathed. If your spirit is dark, it's the most terrifying thing imaginable. But if your heart is pure, all of the pain, the misery, the uncertainty of mortality becomes trivial. You'll experience it yourself one day.
An ember of hope lit in Jason's chest. His eyes teared, and his chin tightened.
All past knights will be with you in this battle, King Thomas said. There's a part of each of us in that blade. Keep your faith bright, cast out all fear, and you will not fail.
Jason sniffed. Part of him wanted to stay here with King Thomas, his heavenly mentor, but he couldn't. Everything he'd heard about King Thomas was true. He really was kind and wise. Everything around Jason grew in brightness as his body grew heavier. King Thomas's valiant face turned whiter and whiter until Jason fell back. Just before Jason plunged into the abyss, King Thomas whispered,
Nezmyth cheers for you, King Jason. Don't let it down.
31. The Roar. Jason's eyes jumped around in his sockets. He was back at Center Court, exactly where he'd been just minutes prior. standing a few yards away from the oracle stone and surrounded by his fellow Nezmithians. As he looked into Barnabas's confused and furious eyes, his own gaze sharpened.
"I made you an oath 1 year ago, boy,"
Barnabas seethed. Jason grabbed the hilt of his sword. King Thomas's words were fresh, and he was ready now. He bore Nezmyth upon his shoulders. 20 years of despair came down to this moment, and this time he would not falter. Jason's eyebrows tightened, and his heartbeat soared like the dragon itself. He whispered a prayer in his heart.
"And I failed that oath," said Barnabas. "A dishonor I will soon remedy."
Jason ripped his sword from its sheath as Barnabas shot toward him. Their swords connected as people poured into the street. Jason and Barnabas glared at each other through their crossed swords. But the blade Jason held wasn't his own. His heart leapt at the sight. The blade in his hands burned brighter than the afternoon sun, and his hand gripped a hilt of finest silver. A metal dragon formed around the crossguard, snarling in a fiery breath, and a red ruby shimmered in its pommel. The mere presence of the sword filled Jason with fire.
"The blade of Nezmyth," he marveled.
Barnabas growled as he pressed on Jason, who had a much easier time keeping the former tyrant at bay. Barnabas's face contorted, but Jason's feet kept firm, his hands shaking, the blade of Nezmyth flashing in the morning sun. He bared his teeth.
"You once told me you would mount the dragon's skull on your mantle,"
said Jason, his voice reverberating, laced with a deep rumbling. In a flash of light, Jason's body burst into an inferno, launching Barnabas backward. He tumbled to the ground some yards away, scraped and bleeding. Black, swirling marks snaked down Jason's arms and legs. The leather glove on his right hand burst into flames until it fell to the ground in a pile of ash. His hair and eyes turned bright orange. His whole body radiated light. A knight of the Holy Order. Barnabas looked up at him with wonder and horror, his lips moving and his eyes wild. King Jason gazed at him with eyes that burned like the sun. He remembered speaking with Master Feribolt outside the city a year ago. He'd been racked with uncertainty over why he had to be king. Master Feribolt's words resounded in his heart once more. Jason looked at himself, a chosen warrior of the sacred dragon. He took a deep breath. As he released it, plumes of black smoke billowed from his nose. Then he shot a look at Barnabas. The former king scrambled to his feet and bolted in the opposite direction.
"You'd better run,"
King Jason growled. Barnabas leapt into the air. There was a loud thunderclap as the former tyrant soared skyward, like an enormous Cherokee aimed for the clouds. Jason staggered.
"He can fly?"
"You can too,"
a voice echoed in his mind. King Thomas.
"You're a knight of the Holy Order, Your Highness. Let the air pull you upward."
King Jason bent his knees, leapt up, and heard the same thunderous roar as the air grasped his limbs, launching him into the sky. The wind snapped at his cape, pulling him higher and higher. Jason's eyes had never been sharper as the houses and cottages of Nezmyth City shrank beneath him. He brandished the blade as the air around him pulled him closer to the traitor king. Barnabas scowled. He flicked his hand, throwing a massive purple Cherokee. Jason punched it, shattering it into oblivion. Barnabas continued to fire Cherokees as he sped backward through the air, which Jason sliced with the blade of Nezmyth as he twirled. Jason felt the power pumping through his veins. He could hear everything, see everything, anticipate everything.
"Don't get overconfident," King Thomas admonished.
You haven't won yet. Remember why you're fighting."
Jason shouted, hurling his own Cherokee at Barnabas. The small white sun shot from his palm at the former king. Barnabas barely dodged it, his eyes widening. The former tyrant hurtled toward the ground, plunging with the force of gravity. Jason commanded the air to bring him to a standstill. Quickly, Jason slid to a halt. He glared down at the dot that was Barnabas, plummeting toward the ground. Jason curled into a ball, then shot downward with a deafening bang. He urged the air to pull him faster. It roared in his ears, and his hair bent backward with the wind. He tightened his grip on the blade of Nezmyth as he neared Barnabas, until he was face to face with him, soaring toward the city. Barnabas gasped as Jason appeared a foot from his face. Then he lifted his black blade. It clashed with the blade of Nezmyth in furious frequency, scattering bursts of light through the morning sky. When they neared the ground, they leveled out, soaring parallel to the streets of the city. The frightened Nezmithians below only saw blurs and flashes as Jason and Barnabas screamed through the air, blowing aside street-side debris. Barnabas pulled up. Jason glanced ahead in time to crash through the walls of a building on Northern Market Street, sending splinters and stone raining into the streets below. He shielded his face with his arms, blasting through the opposite wall and sliding to a stop in midair before rising above the skyline. He hovered above the rooftops, breathing heavily, covered with splinters and dust. Silently, he probed the cityscape for possible signs of Barnabas. He spat out a mouthful of dust.
"Sense his presence,"
another voice said, not King Thomas this time.
"He can't be far."
Jason took a deep breath and focused on Barnabas, searching for his twisted soul. There was a loud crack behind him. He flipped around to spot a purple Cherokee the size of a carriage barreling toward him, whistling through the air. The blade of Nezmyth turned to white smoke, and he held both of his palms out toward the speeding projectile. Gripping the monstrous ball in his hands, Jason felt the raw, magical energy radiating from it. He gripped the Cherokee as he spun, before launching it back at his attacker. The Cherokee sped with as much velocity and heat back toward Barnabas. That was odd. He didn't feel Barnabas's presence in that direction.
"Behind you!"
several voices shouted in his mind. With a flash of light, the blade of Nezmyth reformed in his hand, blocking Barnabas's attack from behind. The loud clang sounded as the monster Cherokee connected with a distant building, triggering another explosion of rubble. As he and Barnabas hovered in midair, Jason spun, kicking Barnabas in the chest and sending him tumbling to the ground. Barnabas regained control mere seconds before his spinning body could hit the earth. The loud clap rang through the streets as he soared in the direction of the deserted center court. Jason growled, breathing out smoke. Frustration pulsed through him. But as it did, he felt himself falter in midair. The markings on his arms flickered. He was sinking.
"Don't get angry. Be patient,"
another voice rang out.
"Anger will only drain your power."
But Jason only grew more frustrated as he sank, lower and lower, until he fell to the rubble-strewn street below. The marks on his arm faded completely, and the sword that clanged to the ground beside him was his own, no longer the blade of Nezmyth. Jason grabbed it, scrambling to his feet. His heart beat furiously in his throat. All else was silent. He spun on his heels, his blade at the ready, anticipating the next attack.
"I'm prey without my knightly form,"
he thought.
"King Thomas,"
he called out.
"how do I get my power back?"
No reply.
"King Thomas!"
Jason shouted desperately. A flash of purple smoke billowed in front of Jason, and Barnabas stepped out from it, launching a fist and catching Jason in the jaw. The blow knocked him to the ground. With bloodlust in his eyes, Barnabas lifted his dark blade.
"No,"
Jason thought in despair.
"not again."
The moment sent him reeling back to where he'd been just minutes prior. The third life, King Thomas, the orange birthmark.
Nezmyth cheers for you, King Jason. Don't let it down.
For Nezmyth.
Time slowed. Barnabas's blade swung, and King Thomas's voice echoed once more.
Nezmyth cheers for you.
Everything became clear. It had been the shortest prayer Jason had ever uttered, but it worked. Roaring with all his soul, Jason's body burst back into flame, throwing Barnabas backward. He transformed back into a Knight of the Holy Order, and in a flash of light, the blade of Nezmyth returned to his hand. With more fire than before, Jason bellowed, "For Nezmyth!" Even the air trembled. Barnabas, lying on the ground, looked about, as if afraid the neighbouring buildings would collapse on him. With a scowl, he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Jason exhaled a smoky breath.
He's in Center Court.
He could feel Barnabas there.
You can warp your surroundings,
A woman's voice rang in his head.
Feel the energy in your environment. Bend it to your advantage. The dragon created this world, and Barnabas can't escape it.
Jason leapt into the air, soaring above the rooftops. The blade of Nezmyth again melted away in sparkling white smoke. Jason took a deep breath and closed his eyes, stretching his arms out and feeling the energy surrounding him. Reaching out, he found Barnabas. The traitor king hovered above Center Court, in the distance, turned toward Jason. His dark blade quivered in his shaking hand, and his head jerked.
"Just what are you planning?"
he muttered. There was a loud crack, like ice shattering. Too late, Barnabas flipped around to see his statue of himself in Center Court begin to twitch. His jaw fell as, cracking and snapping, the statue leapt from its pedestal and levitated into the air, towering over him. The statue trembled until its limbs ripped from its body like stale bread. The torso severed in half, and the head burst into dust. The Mad King brandished his sword, shouting as sections of his broken statue hurtled toward him like angry hornets, one after another. His black blade cut through piece after piece, but that only multiplied the attacking projectiles. Barnabas frantically slashed through the air. Eventually, the remaining stone melted into sand and trickled to the earth. Barnabas let out a growl as he held his sword in both hands, his hair in disarray and his head bleeding. But as he turned back toward Jason, he was caught in a mid-air tackle. Jason slammed into Barnabas so hard that the traitor king's sword flew from his grasp. The two plummeted to the ground, smashing into Center Court, throwing stone and dust onto the street. Jason's fist made contact with Barnabas's jaw. He could feel the teeth shatter inside the king's mouth. Barnabas thrust his palms into King Jason's chest and launched a set of Cherokes point blank. Jason flew backward through the air, landing 50 yards away. The air pulled him back to his feet. Brushing himself off, Jason shook his head, and the pain disappeared. Barnabas had staggered to his feet, and now flew desperately toward his own sword, nearly 100 yards away. Jason pointed his palm at Barnabas's blade, and shot 5 miniature Cherokes, one from each finger. They each caught the black sword right before Barnabas could wrap his hand around it, tossing it away from the fallen king. Barnabas planted his feet, slowly straightening. He shot a glance at Jason, spitting blood at the ground. Jason let the blade of Nezmyth melt into smoke and motioned for Barnabas to approach. "We can end this right now," Jason said, his voice rumbling. "This doesn't have to end with blood." Barnabas looked at him, considering it. Then his face twisted.
"Coward!" he bellowed.
Barnabas lifted his arms into the sky, and his eyes rolled backward as he uttered words in an unknown tongue. The language felt filthy. "What is he doing?" Jason asked.
"He's casting a spell, a big one," King Thomas's voice said. "I think you know what kind."
Jason's blood turned cold. Techno-eczema. Black smoke plumed from every pore in Barnabas's body. The smoke swirled, gathering as it rose into the sky. It took the form of a demon with curling horns, purple eyes, and enormous claws. The smoke demon grew in size until it towered overhead. Barnabas laughed with delight as he stood with his arms to the sky. The demon reared its ugly head, roaring like an angry boar, shaking the city. Purple smoke billowed from its lips. Jason looked on, afraid. The markings on his body flickered.
"Don't be frightened," King Thomas shouted. "That's what Barnabas wants. Roar, your majesty. Roar like a dragon."
Jason's mind raced. He clutched at the fading ember in his heart and, heeding King Thomas's counsel, lifted his eyes to the sky and screamed with all his soul. The roar that escaped Jason's lips was not his own. The world shook. The ground he stood on, the clouds in the sky, even the sun quivered at that sound. An enormous pillar of fire billowed from his mouth, blazing 20 feet into the air. But through the fire, something else took shape. A dragon. Out of the flames it emerged, a head, claws, and a sinuous, burning bulk. Jason nearly collapsed when the blaze from his lips ceased. He watched the dragon slither through the air.
"Control it," King Thomas said. "Barnabas has dominion over his demon, so you must control your dragon. Use your hands and mind. Guide its direction."
Jason lifted his arms and concentrated. Barnabas, hundreds of yards away, did the same. The dragon and demon locked eyes and bellowed. Jason shuddered as the ground fractured beneath him. The dragon and demon clashed into each other. Smoke and light shattered the air as the monsters roared. Jason breathed hard, sweat pouring down his face. His filthy arms were matted with debris. Barnabas snarled hundreds of yards away, uttering dark curses, more techno-edema keeping his demon alive. Jason struggled to remain upright as he commanded the dragon's movements. Sweat dripped into his eyes as he swung his arms. His knees shook, and his breathing felt labored.
"Please, sacred dragon, help me,"
he prayed.
"I've fought as long as I can, but my best may not be enough."
There was a short pause while he waited for the answer. Then it came. The dying ember in his heart grew into an inferno. He let out another shout, growing into a mighty roar. The dragon roared with him, spewing blue fire into the depths of the smoke demon. The demon screeched in agony, and Barnabas covered his ears. The blue fire carved through the demon's center. From that opening, white light spilled onto its oily skin. The light penetrated its eyes, mouth, and nostrils until the demon exploded in a flash brighter than the sun, wisps of smoke fading into nothingness. The fiery dragon that had fought for Jason curled into a spiral, spinning and shrinking until its flames disintegrated. Barnabas staggered. Jason swung his arm, and the blade of Nezmyth reappeared in his grip. In a flash, he was swept forward hundreds of yards until he stood before Barnabas, looking him in the eye. The fallen king stood, his mouth agape, returning Jason's gaze. His cape had torn, and his royal armor was badly damaged. Blood trickled from his chin. The two stood staring, not speaking a word. Then Barnabas's eyes filled with shock as Jason conjured the black blade, which had fallen by the wayside, and held it out to him. Jason gave Barnabas an intense expression of warning as Barnabas looked at the blade, slack-jawed. Barnabas took the sword from Jason slowly, as if waiting for something to happen. But nothing came. Jason stood still, waiting for a response. He got it. Barnabas's face twisted with rage, and he raised his dark blade to strike. Jason planted his feet, gripping the blade of Nezmyth tighter. Their blades met once more. The blade of Nezmyth remained intact, but Barnabas's dark blade snapped in two. Half its length fell to the ground, and Barnabas held a handle with a double-edged stump in his hand. Tired of the old tyrant's arrogance, Jason raised his palm and blasted a blinding white Cherokee into Barnabas's chest. Barnabas flew backward, slamming into the statue pedestal of center court. Barnabas slid to the ground. As his eyes fluttered and slowly opened, Jason advanced, his bright orange blade gripped in his hand. Jason raised the blade of Nezmyth, digging its tip into Barnabas's chest, pinning him to the side of the pedestal. Barnabas quivered, but kept his icy eyes fixed on the king. The aura surrounding Jason dissolved. The mysterious markings disappeared from his arms and legs. He blinked, and the blade of Nezmyth vanished, replaced by his own sword.
"Go ahead," Barnabas whispered. "Do it. I would do the same."
Jason curled his nose, and his grip on his sword tightened. He should do it, and he could. Barnabas deserved it.
"Your Highness,"
Jason heard from behind. He turned, keeping his sword on Barnabas's chest, to see soldiers and the advisor rushing toward him. Nezmythians cautiously followed, trickling into center court. The advisor's face hardened. Jason turned his attention back to Barnabas. "I would be doing my kingdom a service by running you through."
"Then do it,"
Barnabas breathed. Jason bare his teeth. He thought of their battle. How did Jason conquer the most seasoned warrior in Nezmyth? The sacred dragon had fought with him. He'd fought for the kingdom and abandoned his anger, the anger that flooded through him now. He thought of Sorian, his parents, Tyrant, and then he thought of Barnabas. As he looked into those icy blue eyes, he saw nothing but a cold void. No love, no honor, just bitter loneliness. And for the first time in his life, Jason pitied the old king. Jason considered. Do I want to begin my reign as a killer? With a deep sigh, Jason lowered his sword. He swiveled about and addressed the nearest patrol of soldiers. "Take him away," he commanded. "Lock him in the deepest cell and throw away the key. Give him the rest of his life to think about what he's done." Jason was interrupted by a mad yell from behind. Barnabas was frozen in midair, his hands outstretched to attack, the stump of his blade just inches away from Jason's face. Jason stumbled back, then noticed the advisor's hand outstretched toward Barnabas, his red eyes burning. As the advisor twitched his fingers, different parts of Barnabas's body jerked, sending him into convulsions as he hovered inches from the ground. Finally, the advisor stretched out his hand, and Barnabas's body snapped flat. The old king's eyes twitched at Jason and the advisor.
"We've had enough of you, Barnabas," the advisor said. "Especially I. 20 years of letting you rule this kingdom nearly drove me mad. I rejoice that the sacred dragon has finally brought a worthy king to my side. We shall rebuild the kingdom you threw into disrepair. In the meantime, you'll rot in a home more befitting your rule. Today, the sacred dragon has blessed us with justice. Today, Nezmyth is free."
The advisor dropped his hand, and Barnabas fell to the ground like a rag doll, his torn cape spilling over him. Grey clouds curled over the horizon, filling the sky, as if the sacred dragon had pulled a curtain over the land. Raindrops began to fall as the king, advisor, and the people of Nezmyth stood around Barnabas's unconscious body. 32.
The Revelation. A carriage trundled up to the Chief Patriarch's mansion. Rain cascaded from the sky in a way the kingdom hadn't seen in years. Jason looked out the carriage window. Flickering lights from the mansion's windows were dull against the downpour, but still visible beyond the metal fence lining the grounds. The steady roar of the rain forced Jason to shout.
"Will you be all right, Lawrence?"
he called.
"Right as rain, Your Highness,"
Lawrence replied merrily against the torrent.
"I figure I'll head down to the tavern and celebrate with the rest of the common folk. Why aren't you joining in, Your Excellency? After all, you just got married."
Jason had already stepped out of the carriage without waiting for Lawrence to open the door. His long cloak protected his royal armor from the rain, but the armor made soft chinking noises as he walked.
"Are you joking?"
Jason looked up at Lawrence through the rain.
"I'm king now. I can't go about getting drunk with hooligans like you. I have kingly business to attend to."
Lawrence threw his head back and laughed.
"Oh, Your Highness, it's so wonderful to work under a pleasant king for a change. We'll be back in an hour." "Lawrence?" "Yes, Your Grace."
King Jason cut him a sly look.
"Don't get too drunk."
Lawrence gave Jason a wink before he snapped the reins, and the royal carriage clambered out of sight.
"Good evening, Your Highness,"
the gatekeeper said as he smiled and opened the gate. Jason gave him a nod as he marched through the puddles dotting the walkway. He leapt up the stone stairs to the mansion's porch, shaking rainwater from his hair. Grasping one of the brass knockers on the door, Jason clapped it against the door 3 times. The door opened, and Jerem revealed himself, bowing reverently.
"Good evening, Your Majesty," he said.
"Good evening, Jerem." Master Feribolt popped up from behind the door and shook Jason's hand, pulling him into the mansion.
King Jason, thank you for stopping by. Can you believe this weather? I've never seen rain like this.
Jerem shut the door behind them and removed Jason's cloak, revealing his royal armor. It was an artful joining of bronze and leather, built for both functionality and comfort. On his back, a red cape billowed down to his ankles, and at his waist, his prized sword dangled in its sheath.
"Come,"
Master Feribolt said.
"We wish to speak with you in private."
We, Jason thought. Master Feribolt led Jason through the large archway into his study. As usual, a fire was lit, filling the room with warmth. But one thing caught Jason's eye that made him frown. The royal advisor waited for them.
"Your Highness, I believe you are already acquainted with your advisor?"
Master Feribolt asked cheerfully. Jason cracked an uncomfortable smile, but tried to be polite.
"We've met?"
"Good evening, Your Highness," the advisor said, as he bowed with a smile. The smile was genuine, revealing straight white teeth. But it didn't make Jason feel any more at ease.
"Please take a seat,"
Master Feribolt said. Jason sat in his usual chair, as the Chief Patriarch sat in his. The advisor sat next to Master Feribolt.
"How are you feeling?"
Master Feribolt asked with shimmering eyes.
"Your year of decision is over. Barnabas has been cast down from the throne. You have taken your rightful place as the foreordained King of Nezmyth, and the kingdom rejoices."
"You must be happy," the advisor said. Jason rubbed his hands together and stared into the fire.
"I don't know if happy is the right word. Maybe relieved is more accurate. I think I understand why I was foreordained, but I have other questions."
"Such as?"
asked Master Feribolt. At first, Jason didn't respond. After mustering up his courage, he shot a heated look at the advisor.
"Why did you save me today?" Jason said. "For the past year, you've been on Barnabas' side as he made my life a nightmare. That doesn't include the last 20 years either. And you have a change of heart, or because someone else wears the cape. In my sight, you're as responsible for his crimes as he is."
Master Feribolt's eyebrows popped, and he gave the advisor a look. The words were cutting, and the advisor's red eyes drooped to the floor. He nodded in shame, speaking softly.
"Please forgive me," he muttered. "I assure you, I was never on his side.
I'm not convinced, said Jason.
Why don't you show him?
Master Ferribolt asked.
Only if he'll allow it.
Show me what? Jason said. The advisor stood from his seat.
Answers to your questions. Answers about me. I could explain this last year and why I stood aside for so long, but it would be better to show you, if I may.
Jason looked to Master Ferribolt. Master Ferribolt nodded, so Jason took a deep breath and gave the advisor his consent. The advisor placed an index finger on Jason's forehead. The strangest sensation fell over Jason, as if he were slipping under water. His body relaxed, he closed his eyes, and images started to form. Thunder cracked and rain pounded the streets of Nezmyth City. A carriage barreled up a street in Upper City. Master Ferribolt was inside. He kept looking out the windows anxiously, scanning for something or someone.
Any luck, Master?
The man at the reins yelled to the chief patriarch over the torrent. Master Ferribolt didn't acknowledge him. His eyes were glued to the window. It took him several minutes to realize that someone had appeared in the carriage next to him.
You needn't worry. It's all taken care of.
Master Ferribolt let out a startled yelp. The advisor sat across from him, his grey hair soaked and his red eyes filled with urgency. Master Ferribolt clutched his heart to calm its rapid beating.
So, you know about the boy?
Master Ferribolt asked as his breathing settled.
Yes,
the advisor replied.
The king relies on others to be his eyes and ears, but he doesn't realize that some of them answered to me first. My spy swore not to breathe a word of it to him, but I erased his recent memories, ensuring the boy is safe. We cannot leave a shred of a clue, not until the sacred dragon has prompted that it's time for his year of decision.
I agree,
Master Ferribolt said.
But that could be years. We must be patient.
Yes, the advisor said. His tone turned dark.
I'm tempted every day, Master. I'm more powerful than Barnabas, and he knows it. I witnessed 3 executions today. 3. I could end him quickly, and our suffering would be over.
His gaze fell.
But the dragon restrains me. It tells me to keep my hands clean of blood, to wait for the next king.
I've felt it too,
Master Ferribolt said.
We must be patient. But today we are one step closer. Until his year of decision, do all you can to stop Barnabas from inflicting more damage. I'll use my resources as well.
The advisor paused, then said,
Of course.
Thank you, friend. May the dragon bless you.
The advisor nodded and vanished.
I prayed today at the cathedral.
The advisor sat in an armchair in the chief patriarch's study, sipping a cup of tea. Master Ferribolt faced the fire, his hands clasped behind his back. He watched the coals smoulder as his restless mind churned.
Is it time?
The advisor asked.
It is,
Master Ferribolt said. The advisor set down his cup and his gaze hardened.
The boy is very young. The king will attempt to kill him.
That goes without saying,
Master Ferribolt replied.
But this means the following year won't be a challenge for the boy alone, but for us as well. The year of decision allows rising kings to grow in virtue, to prepare themselves for the throne. If Barnabas can't kill him, he'll sabotage him. So, we must do all in our power to protect him. I want to meet with the boy every week. I'll teach him ancient Nezmythian. If he's wise, he'll realize its wealth of power,
Excellent, the advisor replied. I wish I could do the same, but I don't want the boy to know he has an ally in the castle. That could make him lazy. He's already so unsure of himself. I know. I'll give him dreams. I'll let him know what is happening inside the castle without exposing us.
He could catch on,
Master Ferrabelt said. I hope he does, said the advisor. But if he sees a vulture and an eagle instead of the king and I, he won't know for sure.
And you'll keep a close eye on the king?
As ever.
Good,
Master Ferrabelt said.
Then fetch him tomorrow. It's time for Nezmyth to begin anew.
Let the boy go. If he's guilty of anything, it's selflessness. Let him be. The dark cloak commanded as Barnabas's face twisted with rage. It was the day of the procession. Jason watched as the king blasted him with a Jiroki before he struggled to his feet and ran out the castle doors. The enormous doors swung shut, and Barnabas was face to face with the dark cloak. The dark cloak uncovered his face, revealing the advisor. His red eyes could have burned a hole through Barnabas, and as he flicked his hands at his sides, sparks and flames jumped between his fingertips. Barnabas erupted in a howling rage. He shot forward in a blur, his blade raised, ready to strike. But as he neared the advisor, his forearm snapped at a right angle, his blade falling to the ground. King Barnabas cried out in agony. Then his forearm snapped into place. Before he could react, he was launched backward, soaring into the throne, then slumping, disoriented. I warned you not to force me, the advisor said, his tone dangerous.
King Barnabas laughed. You won't kill me, and as long as you don't, the boy's life will be in danger. Your magic equals mine, but you lack the stomach to use it.
The throne has seen enough bloodshed with you in it, the advisor replied. And I've already halted your numerous attempts to kill the boy.
But the year isn't over, King Barnabas sneered.
Somewhere in the castle, a dark room was lit by 2 thin torches. The advisor stood over a body that lay motionless on an examination table. King Barnabas. A door flew open, and in hurried Master Ferrabelt.
What happened?
He demanded.
Jason will likely tell you of this tomorrow,
the advisor said, motioning toward the body. Master Ferrabelt frowned at the sight. Barnabas was stiff as a board, his eyes staring unblinking at the ceiling and fingers outstretched like a statue.
He's not dead, the advisor said. Rather, he's been over-cursed.
Master Ferrabelt's eyes brightened.
You don't say?
Yes, said the advisor satisfactorily. Extremely impressive, given a warrior of the king's magnitude. The king must have used a powerful spell on Jason, likely Tepno Edema, and Jason countered the curse with sheer willpower. You're clearly teaching him well.
Master Ferrabelt fanned his hand over the king's eyes. He didn't blink.
So, why call me here?
The advisor smirked.
I wanted you to see him when I woke him up.
He stretched his hands over the king's petrified body, took a deep breath, and uttered a long phrase in ancient Nezmythian. After a pause, the king gasped, bolting upright as if awoken from a nightmare. His eyes darted about, his breathing furious. When he saw the advisor and the chief patriarch standing next to him, he turned pale.
I take it this attempt was as successful as the last? The advisor asked.
Jason walked out the castle doors. As soon as they crashed shut, the advisor opened his mouth.
I heard what you told him in his mind, he said.
3 weeks to fulfill your oath, was it?
I'll admit that several of your attempts slipped through my fingers, but this time you will not leave my sight. And now all of Nezmyth knows. Can you imagine the consequences for killing 2 foreordained kings? There will be riots in the streets.
The king ignored him, overconfident. He thought he could control restless commoners. He'd done it for decades.
But perhaps the boy doesn't need my protection any longer, the advisor continued. His faith in the dragon is strong enough. I will protect him these 3 final weeks, but on the day of ordination, he is yours.
King Barnabas gave the advisor a skeptical look.
You will hand him to me? No, the advisor said. It will be a lesson to you. The chief patriarch has foreseen it. The sacred dragon will protect his foreordained servant at his ordination. You may attempt to destroy the boy, as you already have, but you will reap the consequences.
The king sneered and looked away.
Then Nezmyth will remain in my hands. Your pride will be your demise, the advisor said. The boy possesses power you can't fathom. The chief patriarch knows of it. He has the special mark. And when the boy is king and you are in shackles, Nezmyth will be reborn. You cannot stop what the sacred dragon has set in motion. Savor the throne while you still can.
The advisor took his finger from Jason's forehead, and reality materialized. Jason slumped in his chair, overcome. The advisor sat back down and looked at Jason expectantly. Meanwhile, Jason stared at the bear rug with a dangling jaw.
I had no idea, he muttered.
So you were the Dark Cloak. You protected my friends while they were in prison.
The advisor nodded. Suddenly, Jason turned on Master Feribolt, pointing at the mark in his hand.
And you knew what this meant all along, but you didn't tell me.
It wasn't the right time, Master Feribolt said. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I wanted to, but all things must be learned in their proper time.
Do you know what this birthmark means?
Jason asked the advisor. The advisor nodded.
Yes, it is extremely sacred. I would not recommend making idle conversation about it to anyone. It is honest to call it a birthmark. Your Highness, the advisor continued, I ask for your forgiveness. I understand that you must now feel hostility toward me, but I want to do whatever I can to earn your trust. Our visions are unified. Let us rebuild Nezmyth. Let us repair what Barnabas threw into disarray. We'll do it together, all 3 of us.
Jason drummed his fingers on the armrest. He had gone an entire year fearing this man. Even after seeing everything that he had, a part of him held back his trust. But here he was. The advisor had been protecting him all along. He guarded his loved ones in prison, staving off Barnabas's numerous murder attempts. And he had been working with Master Feribolt the entire time. Wasn't that enough? Pushing the ill feelings from his mind, Jason said, I forgive you. Today we begin anew. I'm glad that the 2 of you are with me. The advisor beamed. The 3 of them stood from their chairs and shook hands before walking back to the main hall.
It's going to be a pleasure working with you, Your Majesty, the advisor said.
Thank you, Jason replied. Thank you for the truth. I appreciate your honesty. By the way, what is your name? I've always known you as the advisor.
The advisor smiled and said,
Nardiel, son of Will the Printer.
Jason smiled.
Thank you, Nardiel. Lawrence should be here any moment, and the Queen's patience with me is probably wearing thin. I should be spending more time with her on our wedding day.
The last thing you need is an angry wife on your wedding day, Master Ferribolt said, laughing. I hope the dragon blesses you with strength, your highness.
As Jason's hand wrapped around the door's handle, the steady roar of the rain outside silenced. He opened the door to a clean, earthy smell. Jason drank it through his nose. The clouds had disappeared as quickly as they had appeared hours ago, and the moons shone on Nezmyth, blissful among the stars. They each bid their goodbyes, and Jason walked back down the stone pathway to the street. The guard at the gate again tipped his hat and pulled a lever, opening the creaking gate. Jason strolled through with a nod and waited at the side of the street, his bare hand on the hilt of his blade. After several minutes, Lawrence and the royal carriage appeared down the drenched street. Jason laughed as the horse, startled by the sudden yanking on its reins, stammered to a halt in front of him. Lawrence tipped his hat apologetically. "Not a sip of the hard stuff tonight, Your Grace," he said proudly. "I would like to ask your forgiveness for being late, though. There was a red-headed lady at the tavern with a charming tattoo on her shoulder." "Save it, Lawrence. Nobody died." Jason opened the door and stepped in. "Let's go home. It's late."
"Right-o. Yip."
Lawrence cracked the reins, and the carriage began to move. The trip passed in silence. Jason watched water trickle down the upper city streets, weaving through cobblestones like a shallow stream over rocks. They entered the castle gates, the carriage maintaining an easy pace as his guards beckoned them into the grounds.
"Good evening, Your Highness. Hope you had a wonderful evening, Your Highness."
"Your Majesty!" Lawrence exclaimed from outside. He sounded as though sweets were falling from the sky. "Your Majesty! Look out the window!" Jason poked his head out, curious. What he saw filled him with wonder. The blackened palace had completely disappeared. In its place was a radiant white castle, gleaming with majesty. Birds flew in the distance behind the noble fortress, and Jason saw a bigger stained-glass window above the ancient doors he hadn't noticed before. It featured a knight, pointing its orange blade toward the sky. "Incredible," Jason breathed. Lawrence snapped the reins and the carriage picked up pace. Jason smiled and leaned back on his padded bench. He couldn't help but shoot more glances out the window, expecting more discoveries to leap out and astonish him. "Lawrence, when we reach the statue in the middle of the grounds, let's stop for a moment."
"Of course, Your Excellency."
The landscape crawled by as the carriage wheels crackled against the ground. Abruptly, the stallions slowed, and the coach lurched to a halt. Jason threw open the door and dropped to the white stone pathway below. He briskly passed the carriage as he approached the statue, and as he did, his grin broadened into an ear-to-ear smile. Lawrence watched with mild curiosity, the reins still in his hands. The parched moat at the bottom of the fountain had filled to the brim with crystal-clear rainwater. Jason's eyes travelled up the statue, another immortalized depiction of a knight of the Holy Order, until he saw the small hole in the knight's lips. As he focused on it, he noticed water trickling from it. Jason laughed before turning around to walk back to the carriage. But as he did, his eyes caught something small and green, almost unnoticeable. His heart leapt. "Lawrence, come look at this," the king said, before jogging to the edge of the path. Lawrence leapt off the driver's mount, hustling after the elated king. Jason knelt on the ground, looking at something in the moist earth with a wide smile. Lawrence stood by the king and clapped his hands to his knees. "This evening keeps getting better and better." Through the black earth, a green stem no larger than Jason's finger broke through the surface. A leaf the size of a fingernail grew from its stem, greeting the world, escaping the parched soil. Some years later. A canyon carves through the landscape, separating the dry, cracked wasteland of eastern Ubuntai from the forests of western Nezmyth. The wind whistles, carrying the whispers of Wevlian's long past. They shudder as three personages appear before them, One is human, in his teen years. His icy blue eyes lack any spark, and his lips have been branded into blankness over the course of years. The breeze makes his eyes water, but he doesn't blink. He wears a thin crown. The other two figures are massive beasts. One lugs a battle-axe at its side, the other a spear on its back. Their faces are deformed, their grey skin sunken into their skulls, eyes and ears melting from their faces. Apart from their distorted features, their rippling muscles on their tall bodies are as thick and hard as stone. They stand at the edge of the forest, overlooking the canyon.
"We're on Nezmythian land," the axe-wielder says.
"Yes," is the human's only reply. His tone is as flat as his vacant stare. The spearholder beast's voice is a harsh rasp.
"We're not causing trouble, at least not yet. If King Jason's reputation holds true, he won't mind us investigating. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty?"
The human doesn't answer. His hand strokes the bark of the nearest tree, and his breathing rattles, as if the life in it gives him some twisted pleasure. The corner of his mouth twitches, teasing a smile.
"Everything we need is here," says the king. "And it's mine."
"Let's take it,"
the spearholder replies.
"No,"
replies the king.
"not now, but soon."
"Of course, my lord,"
the axe-wielder says, bowing timidly.
"Nezmyth will remember that you are its rightful ruler."
"Yes,"
the king says.
"but they will still prefer Jason."
"They couldn't possibly prefer Jason over you, sire,"
the spearholder purrs.
"You are powerful and wise, and if they do resist, we'll kill them, all of them."
A pause. Then, satisfied, the boy turns on his heels and wordlessly walks away. As he passes the beasts, they bow in reverence, then follow. A wall of purple smoke flows in front of them and grows bigger as they approach. They step through it, and in a moment they are gone. This was Foreordained, Book 1 of the Wevlian Chronicles, written by Aaron N. Hall, narrated by Adriel Brandt. Production copyright 2025 by Ironfire Media. For more from Aaron, visit aaronnhall.com.